आ रहे हैं? ठीक है हम पूरे टाइम पे इंशाल्लाह शुरू करें। आ रही है? ठीक है। मेरे ख्याल फिलहाल शुरू करें। Osama, do I have the go ahead? Please don't mirror my image. I think it is mirroring. It's not on mirror. बाहर शहजाद शफीक हैं, शहजाद शफीक है बाहर होंगे, उनको कहें शहजाद, हाँ जी बिल्कुल बाहर होंगे, उनको कहें शहजाद शफीक के पास सारी डिटेल है, वो आपको बताएगा। वो जितने वीआईपीज हैं उसकी लिस्ट भी आपको दे रहा हूँ, उनका नाम भी बता देगा, कॉन्टैक्ट भी कहेंगे तो देगा। Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. We are starting off a prestigious conference on Islam, Science and Atheism, brought to you by the Institute of Discourse Perspectives. Alhamdulillah, we are really delighted to present you this conference. We are starting at right 8 a.m. on time because our guests have already joined us. But before we will start with the recitation of the glorious Quran, for that, I'd like to invite Abdul Rahman Sajid to please come on stage and start the recitation.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. والسماء ذات البروج واليوم الموعود وشاهد ومشهود. قتل أصحاب الأخدود النار ذات الوقود إذ هم عليها قعود وهم على ما يفعلون بالمؤمنين شهود. وما نقموا منهم إلا أن يؤمنوا بالله العزيز الحميد الذي له ملك السماوات والأرض والله على كل شيء شهيد. إن الذين فتنوا المؤمنين والمؤمنات ثم لم يتوبوا فلهم عذاب جهنم ولهم عذاب الحريق. إن الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات لهم جنات تجري من تحتها الأنهار ذلك الفوز الكبير. إن بطش ربك لشديد إنه هو يبدئ ويعيد وهو الغفور الودود ذو العرش المجيد فعال لما يريد هل أتاك حديث الجنود فرعون وثمود بل الذين كفروا في تكذيب والله من ورائهم محيط بل هو قرآن مجيد في لوح محفوظ صدق الله العظيم.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Bisma Tariq. I'm a focal person of this prestigious conference. I'm co-host and also a member of organizing committee of IDP. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Sajid Bal Sheikh. He is the chairperson of IDP Institute of Discourse Perspective and associate professor at UMT Department of Islamic Thought and Civilization. Sir, please.
In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. At the moment, it is my dual responsibility to welcome you all and do the conference proceedings on the behalf of Department of Islamic Thought and Civilization at University of Management and Technology and from Institute of Discourse Perspectives. Department of Islamic Thought and Civilization at University of Management and Technology was an initiative of late Dr. Hassan Suhaib Murad, the founder of the university, to cater the cutting-edge issues in the field of Islam, its thought and civilizational perspectives. Institute of Discourse Perspectives is an initiative have very small history of almost 2 years of disseminating the knowledge and research. You people is the part of this activity, and you will see the series of activities and conferences, etc., in near future. I must appreciate Dr. Umar Farooq Saeed, who is the specialist of Islam, science, and atheism. And I also appreciate the whole team of the organizing committee of this conference, who has worked hard almost from 6 months to conduct this conference the way you are present here. Our knowledge partners of today's conference are Nahad Studio, Quran and Science Forum from Canada, the Nexus School System, Think Pakistan, and Chamber of Islamic Studies. These all forums are working for the same objective that you are observing in the conference. There are wonderful talks, presentations, and discussions are waiting for you people in today's proceeding of the conference, and scholars from around the globe are coming here and online are presenting their research outcomes. Let's begin the healthy academic debate in today's conference, and I again welcome you all people from the core of my heart and from the organizing team of the conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now we officially begin our conference, and I'm really delighted to begin the conference. Am I audible, Dr. Jeffrey Kopersky? I'm really thankful that you've joined us on time, in fact, ahead of time. I'm Dr. Umar Farooq Saeed, who coordinated with you, and I would now like to invite you for your speech, for your keynote speech, to begin this prestigious conference. You have the topic of philosophy of science, but I would really like to know more about your book, Divine Action and Determinism on Divine Providence, and the things you would like to share with us. Please unmute your mic, sir, if you can hear me, and please
Yes,
start.
All right. Can you hear me? All right. Well, hello from Michigan. I know it's early there, but it's late here. So if you promise not to fall asleep, I'll do the same. So I've been asked to speak about something in the philosophy of science. That's my
Professor Jeffrey Kopersky, if I am audible to you, please wave for me. Wave your hand for me. All right, I'm audible. So please, you can unmute yourself and start the presentation. I'm afraid we are not been able to hear you. Just give us a second. There is a technical issue. Just give it a second.
All right.
इधर नहीं आ रही.
So how about now?
So
Everyone can hear
we
me
are
but
starting,
you.
fixing the problem. We start in. All right, Professor Kopersky, please speak a word or two so that we can know that
Yes.
you can hear. We can hear you.
I'm here and everyone else on Zoom seems to be able to hear me. Can you hear me?
We can hear you now. We can hear you.
Great.
You can start. Would you like to share your screen or give us some? All right. We will make you the co-host. Then you can share your screen as well.
Okay. I didn't have any slides, so either way is fine. All right. Well, I'll start from the top again. So let me say hello from Michigan for those of you who couldn't hear that before. I know it's very early there. It is late here. This is past my bedtime. So if you will promise not to fall asleep, then I will do the same. So I have been asked to speak about something in the philosophy of science. That's my area of specialization. And one topic that I've been talking a lot about is the laws of nature. So you might think that there really can't be all that much to talk about because, I mean, you know some of the laws of nature, and I mean, middle school children know a few of the laws of nature. So why would I choose to talk about something that's so common? Well, it's because the question is not what are the laws in, say, chemistry. The question here is what is a law of nature? Okay, are they out there? Are the laws governing the universe in some sense, or is the notion of law just a kind of figure of speech? That's what I want to talk about today. So, again, what kind of thing is a law? All right, so let's get to it. There are three main views when it comes to thinking about the laws in the philosophy of science literature. I'm going to introduce them real quickly, and then I'll go back over the details. So the first of the three takes laws to just be repeating sequences of events. So we observe things like the regular orbits of the planets, and then we summarize that data in something like Kepler's laws. The regularity on this view of the orbits, that just is the law. That's it. So this approach is called a Humean view of the laws of nature after the philosopher David Hume. And the Humean denies that the laws in any way govern reality. They just are. The laws just are summaries of what we observe. So this is a very minimalist understanding of the laws. The second of the three says, well, no, look, there are things that control events. It's just that the second view doesn't believe it's the laws of nature that control events. The laws are not responsible for the regularities in nature, they say. It's instead something internal to things themselves. And these internal things are sometimes called dispositions or causal powers. The third view are the folks that believe that the laws themselves are a kind of fundamental category in reality. We'll call these people nomological realists. Nomological realists. So nomos there is the Greek root for law, and then realism means that in some sense the laws are real. They are out there to be discovered. So I'm going to give you three broad families: Humeans, dispositionalists, and then the nomological realists. And there's actually a lot of diversity in each of those groups, but I hope to give you just enough of the detail that you can see some of the strengths and weaknesses in each one. All right, so let's start from the top then, the Humean view of laws. I think most philosophers of science hold this view, as far as I can tell. I think it's because many of us don't like metaphysics. I do, but I'm an exception. Humeans believe in occurrent events. So like if you close the door, that's a change from open to closed, and that change, that's an event. At the same time, Humeans reject the idea that the laws in some sense govern reality, because on their view, nothing governs reality. There is no sense in which nature has to behave in one way rather than another. That's, again, according to the Humean. So all the laws of nature are, on their view, is again a regular sequence of events. So the temperature drops below 0 degrees and water freezes. And you see that happen again and again and again. So eventually we come to the realization that it's a law of nature that when the temperature drops, water freezes. Now that's a very simple form of Humeanism. It's called regularity theory. But most Humeans, even today, have given up that view. And that's because it turns out it's very hard to specify which regularities should count as laws. So all electrons have negative charge. That sounds like a law. All the pens on my desk have blue ink. That does not sound like a law. The problem is that both of those statements have the same logical form. So you might think, well, we should be able to come up with a few conditions to be able to say, well, which of those counts as a law, but it turns out it is really hard to do. The conditions you come up with will either include regularities that we don't think should be laws, or you're going to leave out some regularities that really do look like laws. So most Humeans today have given up that kind of simple regularity approach. So today, the standard Humean approach is something like this. It's called a best systems view. So here's the idea. So let's say that reality, the whole of reality, is made up of individual events, like a spark starting a fire. And so we take all these events and put them together. They call that group the Humean mosaic, individual tiles that make up the big picture. And each tile is one event, one change. Now, say we had one true sentence for each of those events. Now, it's going to be a lot of sentences, right? Because there's a lot of events in reality. And say now we organize these truths into a deductive system that will allow us to derive as many facts as possible from one set, hopefully a small set of axioms. So it's kind of like Euclidean geometry, right? You start with a set of axioms, and then you try to derive a bunch of truths from those axioms. That's the kind of thing that they're after here. All right, so finally, if we've got a few different deductive systems out there that we can choose from, we're going to choose the one that gives us as many truths as possible, allows us to derive as many truths as possible, and that's simple enough for us to use. So on this best systems Humean view, the axioms in that deductive system are the laws of nature. The laws are propositions that organize all the facts, because that's what laws do, says the Humean. The laws don't regulate, they don't govern events, they aren't out there to be discovered, they're just a special set of propositions. So for a hardcore empiricist, this is great, because all you need to believe in is the Humean mosaic of events. So if you're skeptical about metaphysics, I mean, this is your view. This is what you want to believe. Now, some of you feel dissatisfied with that view because you think, well, no, I think, don't the laws actually govern reality in some sense? Isn't that what they do? Some of you just think that they can't just be a set of propositions or equations. And I think your intuition here is right. There's an important ambiguity in the phrase law of nature. Okay, so not everyone in the conversation is talking about the same thing. So let me make a really important distinction. There are laws and there are law statements. Okay, so a law statement, that's the kind of thing you find in like a physics classroom, something you could write on a whiteboard, okay, like the ideal gas law. Law statement. The laws themselves, if there are any, are the actual laws of nature that are out there that scientists are trying to discover. So the laws themselves, they can't be wrong. They just are whatever they happen to be. Law statements, the things in the textbooks, well, those are descriptions of laws. If a law statement is true, it's a law of nature that makes it true. So while gravity has been around for billions of years, Newton's equation that describes gravity has not been around all that long. Okay, so if you understand the distinction, the key to understanding Humean laws is this. There are no laws of nature. There are only law statements. Those axioms in the best systems approach are law statements. So if you don't like this view, it's because you think there's got to be more to the story than just equations in a book. And the Humean would say, you just need to get over that because there are no laws of nature. Now, those of us who are not Humeans believe that they've given us just half an answer. Because what we want to know is why? Why does nature have these regularities? Why don't electrons ever attract each other? Why does gravity work the same way here as it does in other galaxies? Why, in short, is nature so often regular and uniform? And again, the Humean will try to tell you, you just should not ask those sorts of questions. But if you think those are perfectly good questions and that they deserve an answer, then you're going to need a different account of laws. So non-Humeans, the rest of us, agree that there are answers to these questions. When a law statement is true, there's something that makes it true. There's something that keeps nature running on course. I should say the main reason that I'm not a Humean is that this best systems approach, it makes the laws depend on us. The best deductive system that we're supposed to choose here is determined by our preferences, things like simplicity. That's something we value, but I don't think the laws of nature should depend on our preferences. And, say in 500 years, our preferences change. Say, instead of simplicity, all we care about are maybe successful predictions. Well, in that case, what counts as the best system would change. And if the best system changes, then the laws of nature would change. And that sounds awfully odd, right? That makes the laws sound like a social construct, something that depends on us rather than something that scientists have to work hard to discover. So again, I'm not a Humean about the laws. Okay, so let's move to the second view then, dispositionalism. This one says that there is something that out there that in nature that keeps nature itself uniform, but it denies that that's the laws of nature that do that. What accounts for the regularities we see are the causal powers or dispositions within each thing. So let's take something like salt. The dispositionalists would say that salt molecules have lots of dispositions. They have the disposition to dissolve in water. They have the disposition to attract other bits of matter by way of gravitation and a lot more. So on this view, every entity has lots of dispositions to act in the right conditions. So, and if you know anything about the history of philosophy, dispositions might sound a lot like Aristotelian essences. And if so, then you're right. Dispositionalism is the philosophical descendant of Aristotelianism. So dispositions in this view, they are active powers in nature. They ensure that things behave in the right ways. So while the Humean can't guarantee that electrons will never start attracting each other, a dispositionalist can. Dispositions don't change. So not only do electrons not attract each other, they cannot do so. Their disposition to repel cannot change. Now, so if you think there's more to the laws of nature than just law statements, then this is a step in the right direction. But it's only a step, in my opinion. This is a very popular view, dispositionalism. It's a popular view among metaphysicians and philosophers of religion. It's somewhat less popular among philosophers of science. And one problem is it doesn't fit very well with the history of science. Scientists like Isaac Newton and Robert Boyle rejected dispositionalism in favor of the next view that we're going to talk about. And the shift from Aristotelianism to a law-centric view, the shift is very important in the scientific revolution. And I don't have time to explain why that is. You can ask me later if you want. But it was an important change. Another problem, another reason I don't favor dispositionalism, it doesn't fit well with all the laws of nature that we know about. So things like conservation laws, like conservation of energy, those put restrictions on change. They don't cause change the way that dispositions are supposed to. So I don't think dispositions can account for all the different types of laws that science has discovered. Okay, we're moving fast, I know. There's one option left: nomological realism. So the realists believes that the laws have their own kind of metaphysical standing, that the laws are what law statements are trying to describe. So if a law statement then is true, it's because there is a law of nature out there that makes it true. And I think, you can tell me if I'm wrong, but I think this is what most people have in mind when they hear the phrase law of nature. Okay, so the laws are real, but what are they? I mean, what's the ontology here? Well, you won't like the first option, okay? But this is the one that philosophers are most familiar with. So I'm going to run through it real fast. So let's consider a law statement: all metals conduct electricity. All metals conduct electricity. That's true. What makes it true? Well, on this first type of nomological realism, the terms metal and conductor refer to universals or properties. And when one property necessitates another, which just means that if one property occurs, the other one has to occur, then there's a law of nature at work. So if a thing is a metal, then it has to be a conductor. A law of nature in this view is just a particular relation between properties. Okay. Now, I don't know, maybe that sounds completely trivial to you, but there's a lot that's packed into this notion of universals. Universals, they aren't just sets of things. So like all my coffee mugs, it's a set, okay? That's not a universal, it's just a group of things. And universals aren't individual things. So you aren't a universal, and my laptop isn't a universal. A universal is a property that can be in more than one place at a time. So my coffee mug is red. The pen I use for grading is red. So redness shows up in more than one place at one time. It's the kind of thing that philosophers call an abstract object. Okay? And so some people believe, this first view, that when universals are related in just the right way, you get a law of nature. Okay? Now, if you're an empirically minded person, you're probably not too happy with all this. I mean, it's all so abstract and philosophical. I get that. Okay, and if you have a background in science, this just you might have trouble connecting anything I've just said here to the laws that you're familiar with, and I get that too. I mean, you know what a metal is, you know what a conductor is. What are these abstract objects, right? How do we know about those sorts of things? I think those are good questions. I'm not going to try to answer those questions because I don't think there are good answers to those questions. Look, I'm a nomological realist. I think that's the best approach, just not this type of nomological realism. Relations between universals, necessitation. Okay, I don't know. Let's try something else. Okay, so someone like philosopher Tim Maudlin has said, look, the idea that there are laws of nature is so important and so useful, we should just start there. So instead of trying to explain the laws in terms of universals or anything else, we should just take them as basic. We should just accept that there are laws of nature and just forget about giving them any sort of analysis. Just take them as basic building blocks of our overall conceptual scheme. Don't try to analyze them at all. Now, you might feel like that's cheating, okay? Because it seems like we could do that with anything, right? But Maudlin is right about one thing. We all have to start somewhere, right? At some level, we all have fundamental assumptions about what reality is like. So you probably believe that causes always happen before their effects. You probably believe that you're not the only conscious being on the planet, okay? But you can't prove either of those. So there's just no getting around the fact that you can't have evidence for everything that you believe. So given all that, Maudlin thinks that we should just accept the idea of laws of nature as foundational. Just take it. There are laws of nature. Now, again, if you think that's cheating, I get that. Okay, let me tell you what I like about it. Okay. First, I agree that the idea of laws is really important. So this is one reason I'm not a dispositionalist, because they try to replace laws with dispositions. But I also think that the Humean notion of law is too weak. So like all nomological realists, I think there are laws of nature out there, not just law statements in textbooks. But I don't think we have to take them as basic. I think we can say more. So let's start with a different question. Where did this notion of laws come from in the first place? And the answer is theism. The leading thinkers at the time of the scientific revolution were all theists. Okay, so most thought that the laws of nature were just patterns within God's will for how nature must behave. So God just decreed how things would go, and that's how they go, right? Electrons always track protons, light always moves at 3 × 10⁸ meters per second, and on and on and on. The laws of nature are God's decrees. Now, that's obviously very different from how we think about laws today, because when we teach science or the history of science, there's seldom any mention of God. In fact, we often treat them as competing explanations, as if once we explain something according to the laws of nature, we don't need God anymore. Now, 17th century thinkers would have been utterly confused by that sort of tension. They would have said, look, you can't have laws for the whole of nature without God, right? You've got to have both of those together. The idea that there's some sort of conflict between laws and theism would have been virtually unheard of until the 1800s. That's a whole story. All right, so having looked at the options, I think Newton was right. I think the laws just are God's decrees for how nature must go. The philosopher Alvin Plantinga calls this type of nomological realism decretalism. Decretalism, the laws are God's decrees. All right, now that's clearly a minority position today, right? But it has some positives. One is it's a form of nomological realism, so it's in the right camp in my view, right? It takes the laws of nature seriously. And second, decretalism is a conservative position for theists. What I mean is we already believe in God, so I don't need any additional stuff to make sense of the laws. I don't need dispositions. I don't need universals, right? So if you're not a theist, right, this doesn't work for you. I get that. That's fine. But for the rest of us, this is a live option. Okay. And then third, decretalism has history on its side. And one of the confusing things about this topic is that philosophers and scientists have been talking about the laws of nature for 300 years. So you might think that we're all talking about the same thing. We're not all talking about the same thing. When scientists like Newton and his contemporaries talked about the laws, they were thinking about them as divine decrees. Okay, doesn't mean we have to believe exactly what they did. Okay, and if there's a better view out there, if there's a better understanding of laws available, fine, I'll take it. Having looked them over carefully, I don't think there are any better views. So I'm pretty happy to adopt the understanding of laws that launched the scientific revolution. Okay, so if I'm right, why aren't there more decretalists out there? Well, as you know, most philosophers in the West are naturalists, right? So they only believe in the things studied by the natural sciences. But I do find it interesting that they have trouble doing without this notion of laws, because everyone agrees that it was originally a theological idea. The laws of nature come from a lawgiver. So I ask, if naturalism is true, it seems like it shouldn't have anything to do with the laws, right? It's kind of like saying you don't believe in unicorns, but you can't stop talking about unicorns. I think the laws are an odd fit for naturalistic science. It seems like they should come up with something on their own. All right, well, that's it. I am out of time. So this morning we have looked at three views of what it is to be a law of nature. You've got the human view, dispositionalism, and nomological realism. So the Humean view, again, I think is a bit too weak for most philosophers. We don't think that the laws are just special propositions. We don't think the laws depend on our preferences. Okay, dispositionalism is a popular view. I just don't think it fits very well with modern science. And there, in my view, nomological realism, at the end of the day, is the best of the three. And the specific type of realism that I have defended is decretalism. All right, so I hope I've said enough in this brief talk for you to consider it. If you want more, my second book is free to download from the Routledge site. You can Google Kopersky and Routledge, and it will take you there. Thank you very much.
Been a very insightful talk. Thank you so much. For those of us who have joined a little late, because it was very early, of course, here, let me introduce Professor Kopersky for you very briefly. He is a tenured professor at the Saginaw Valley State University, an expert in the philosophy of science and philosophy of religion. And he has given a very brief talk basically on the laws of nature. But that has raised some questions in my mind as well. I will go to the questions and answers from the audience as well. Those of us who has joined here and also on Zoom, we have participation in both on-site and online. But one of the questions which I really like to ask, if Professor Kopersky can answer me, that what if an empiricist shows up and says that I never claimed that laws are absolute, they are relative? And also that, do you think, is this the very reason why we have not been able to join quantum mechanics with relativity? That because of the Copenhagen interpretation, as Niels Bohr also hold, that there is possibly no law at all, because atoms behave at that quantum level in an ambiguous way. And how would you explain those behavior of atoms at that level?
We'll take the second one first. I think there are laws. So in many ways, quantum mechanics is actually completely deterministic. There are only particular events within quantum mechanics where you get that sort of indeterminism or randomness. But I would say that Schrodinger's equation, that Schrodinger's equation is a law statement, and there is a law of nature then that makes that true. So I don't think quantum mechanics, is a challenge to this. The first question, that there could be exceptions. I think within the level, at least at the level of physics, I don't think the laws have exceptions. They are universal. So if you could give me an exception of what you have in mind, then maybe I could deal with it. But I don't believe that there are exceptions, at least at the level of physics. Once you work your way up the hierarchy of the sciences, you get into the special sciences of biology and beyond. Then laws, it gets trickier. Okay, but at least at the most fundamental level that I'm trying to work at, I don't think there are exceptions.
All right, thank you very much. I would like to move to the audience. If you have any question here. Do we have any questions here? If not, then we'll move to the Zoom audience. Do we have any question? I think we have. Mr. The participants on Zoom who have any question can raise their hands first so that we can know that you have a question. All right, you can send us the questions in the message section as well. I'm afraid I cannot read the message section from here because the projector is got away from me. I think, yeah, there has been appreciation for you, Professor Kopowski, in the comment section. And this has been a really good beginning to the universe, and people are thanking you, and so do I. Thank you really very much. And I think you have served your the purpose with which we invited you, and it has been quite a magnificent beginning to the conference. Thank you very much for joining us. And I really appreciate you for joining us on my special request on this time of, I'm sure it is very late at your place. And all of us, thank you for joining us. Thank you so much, sir.
All right. Thank you for the invitation. I've been very glad to be here.
Now, next we have a recorded presentation of Dr. Ryan Mullen, and he's an expert in doctrine of God. He's an author of the book, The End of Timeless God, and the speech we're going to hear is on the topic, Reason, Religion, and God's Creation of Friendly Universe. Dr. Ryan Mullen, he's a professor at Palm Beach Atlantic University. Sir Osama, can we start his presentation? Recorded presentation.
Hello, everyone. This is Dr. R.T. Mullins. I'm sorry that I cannot be there with you in person, but I'm glad that I can at least present this talk in this format. This is because I think that the relationship between religion and reason is very important. Humans are rational animals. They're capable of responding to reasons and arguments. But don't you think that's kind of odd? Out of all of the possible creatures that the evolutionary process could have produced, why does it produce rational animals like humans? Let me put the question in a different way. Here's the question that's been bothering me lately. Why are we living in a world like this? Out of all of the possible universes, why this universe?
Osama, please cut this presentation.
Why a universe with rational animals that are capable?
So, I'm afraid we have Dr. Jonathan S.E. Brown, who has joined us live right now, and it is very late, and he has requested to join. Dr. Brown, can you hear me?
Yeah, Assalamu alaikum. I can hear you guys. Sorry, I don't mean to,
so much, sir. Really,
to interrupt.
Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. I'm sure it's very late, and now that you have joined us, I will go straight up to you because I am sure I would like you to finish on time for you as well. And please go ahead. We don't need an introduction for Jonathan S.E. Brown, and I would like for you to continue now.
Yeah, Assalamu alaikum, everybody. I feel bad interrupting that paper, but
no problems at all.
At least it was recorded, so it sounded actually pretty interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I think there was. I think you guys think I'm in California, but I'm in on the East Coast, so that's why I think we had a mix up with the time. But anyway, alhamdulillah, no big deal. So thanks for inviting me to speak to you. I wish I could come there in person, but just wasn't possible. So I'm going to try and give a paper. This is also not my area of expertise. So, but it's something I've done research on, but I mean, I'm not, I'm not like a history of science scholar, but it's something that I kind of have amateur interest in. So it was a good chance for me to kind of review some things I've been thinking about and general probably themes that are fairly well known to people who are familiar with this subject. And I was, as I was doing this, kind of thinking about what I was going to say and going through my notes and stuff, I kept thinking about this phrase in English, we've seen this movie before. So, if you're being asked about something and it's sort of like, it's something similar has happened in the past, or it's going to happen, you say, we've seen this movie before. kind of, some political drama or something. We've seen this movie before. That's how I feel like a lot about these discussions about religion and science. It's really kind of people having debates about where they should kind of locate the center of their epistemologies. Where should they the focus of their life and of their where they derive their morals and what they think is important is that should their focus be on God and the metaphysical, or should it be on kind of the material world? And that kind of debate just happens in one of the ways it happens is through this, ongoing discussion of, quote unquote, religion and science. And of course, the reason why, I think it's good to put quotes around this is because, people talk about, is religion, clashing with science, or is there a contradiction between religion and science? I mean, that's like saying, is there a contradiction between, one thing that's really hard to define and another thing that's really hard to define? The bottom line is it really depends how you define the two things. And if you define them in such a way that you want to have a clash, then you can. And if you don't want to, you don't have to. I use the word clash because that's really how this is thought about now by historians of science, and has been for several decades now. I mean, the whole kind of religion versus science thing is really more of a popular intellectual idea that you see, in kind of amongst non-scholars, because in the actual history of science, the idea that there's a clash between history and religion is, as I said, kind of preposterous because of how kind of amorphous these two concepts are in world history. And the notion of a clash thesis is really a product of late 19th century British and American writers. And of course, the influence they have in, let's say, places like British India, right, where British South Asia, where you have lots of debates around evolution, around science, around the cosmology and astronomy that are in some ways like debates between Muslims and different types of, missionaries or European intellectuals that are basically kind of the Muslims in South Asia interacting with this kind of British and American clash thinking in the late 19th century. The two names that are the most, there's a couple of names that are the two that are probably the most well-known are two American scholars, John William Draper, who died in 1882, and Andrew Dixon White, who died in 1918. And I think White was actually the president of Cornell University, I think. So they're both kind of been pretty well-respected intellectuals. And they both wrote books, large books about the clash between science and religion, which in a lot of ways were really kind of just anti-Catholic books. They were kind of, what it really meant is that, Protestant culture and rationality of Britain and America in the late 19th century were in a clash with what they understood as kind of Catholic religion. And they could have throw in Muslims as there as well, but it's really kind of anti-Catholic writing. So this is where this whole idea of a clash between science and religion comes from, and where it's really articulated is this late 19th century, early 20th century figures. And I'll just, a couple of points which I think are worth keeping in mind. This clash thesis essentializes an animosity. It essentializes an animosity between religion and science that has not only not always been the case, but at crucial times and in crucial areas has been the opposite, right? So it actually has been the opposite of animosity. It's been a productive partnership. For example, in the 18th century, which was a crucial period in modern scientific discovery in Britain, especially in Britain and France, in the 18th century, there was no deist, so no single deist contributed to scientific advance. So if you look at the scientific advances of the 18th century in Western Europe, the advances in this were not done by the kind of rationalists and critics of religion of the time, namely deists, people who believed in, a distant God that had no interaction with the world, and just kind of the idea of that God is the clockmaker who just kind of creates the clock of the universe and then sets it going and then has nothing to do with it anymore. So these deists who were, these critics of religion who were supposedly so rational and scientific, they were actually not the ones who provided any of these scientific advancements of the 18th century. Only by contrast, it was the extremely committed Christians who did, right? So it was only extremely committed Christians who led to these scientific advances of the 18th century. Names known to all of us from the history of early modern and modern science, belong to profoundly religious people. For example, Descartes died 1650. Blaise Pascal died 1662. These are two Frenchmen. Robert Boyle died 1691, British. Michael Faraday died 1863. British. Lord Kelvin died 1907, also British. So these are all extremely committed Christians. These are not just Christians who are religious, in a general sense. They are like more religious than the average, far more religious than the average citizen of their countries in their era. And just to give you an idea, I mean, Pascal, we have unit of not only Blaise Pascal, not only was he was such an important scientist, there's a unit of measurement named after him, Pascal. Robert Boyle, we have a whole law in physics from this guy about the relationship between gas and pressure and volume, right? Michael Faraday, also there's a unit of measurement named after him. And Lord Kelvin, also a unit of measurement. So these measurements and rules are named after people who were extremely devout Christians. For some, like Blaise Pascal, the intense study of the natural world was in part encouraged because they saw the transcendental realm as beyond reason. So what does that mean, right? So that for someone like Pascal, he actually acknowledges that Christianity is irrational. But what he says is that your faith and metaphysical issues aren't supposed to be rational. In fact, the fact that they're irrational gives them a bigger claim to truth. Now, I don't want to get into whether that's true or not. I don't think that's true as a Muslim, but I'm not interested in presenting my own views here. I'm talking about these figures, right? But my point is that for Pascal, one of the reasons that he could engage in extremely kind of empirical, rational examination of the world around him was because this world is the abode of reason. The other world, the akhirah, the unseen realm, is the abode of irrationality for him. So in some ways you could say, well, the reason why these committed Christians are engaging in profound and unprecedented or kind of epochal scientific research is because they've the realm of the physical world has been secularized in their eyes. But that's not necessarily true for all of them at all. Religiosity and scriptural fideism, or kind of faithfulness to the claims about the truth of scripture, the biblical scripture, this did not mean that one had to abandon reason beyond the realm of experimentation. So there were a lot of these leading scientists who were deeply committed to religiosity in the sense of belief in the literal truth of scripture, or that the biblical scripture contained accurate reports about events that really happened. For example, Robert Boyle, the British scholar who died in 1691, I mentioned, he wrote a book called The Reconcilableness of Reason and Religion, in which he argued that God can violate any of his laws if he wants. And he said the example of this is the biblical miracles. So this is a guy who, in one sense, is literally discovering laws of nature to the point that some of them are named after him, but also saying that God can violate these laws anytime he chooses, and did so in the case of miracles. All this makes me think of, I think, a really interesting quote by the scholar Stanley Jackie, who notes that, quote, "Whenever a scientist or philosopher worked out a scientific methodology that made it impossible to have the inference that there exists a transcendental factor, i.e. God or the creator, the results were potentially disastrous for science," right? So what this scholar is saying, Stanley Jackie, is that it's actually very unproductive. It tends to be in history extremely unproductive for scholars to be kind of atheistic or to foreclose on the possibility of the metaphysical, right? So it's like the idea that there's something transcendent out there, a creator, a God, something metaphysical, some metaphysical reality, that ends up almost being like a really important, it exerts this really important gravitational pull on scientists. It sort of draws them upward and enables them to somehow engage in like more productive scientific research than if you have people who just say, well, there's no God, there's nothing outside the material world. The people who say the latter are not the ones who historically have made really important or landmark discoveries in science. The second point I wanted to make is little that we hear about today or in recent history is new regarding this debate around religion and science. For example, and I mean, I'm going to focus on biblical stories, but a lot of these things, you could easily apply to Islamic tradition as well. For example, the notion of that, nowadays people have an understanding of science and scripture, and so they can, realize how stupid stories in the Bible are and the kind of mockery of them. This goes back to the very first responses of Roman intellectuals to Christianity. For example, the 2nd century Roman critic of Christianity, a scholar named Celsus, who, as I said, from the 2nd century of the Common Era, he mocked the biblical story of the flood and the idea that there's this ark that has, 2 of every animal. He just made fun of this. I mean, in the same way that someone like Voltaire would poke fun at it in the 1700s and that people make fun of it today. Another early critic of Christianity, a 3rd century scholar named Porphyry. Porphyry was actually the senior disciple of the famous philosopher Plotinus, who died around 270 of the Common Era. Plotinus, whose writings became so influential in the Islamic world, with influencing scholars like Al-Farabi and Ibn Sina. So Porphyry actually also writes a polemic against Christianity in the 3rd century. And I'll just quote a story directly from him, which is actually preserved. His original book wasn't preserved, but we have snippets of it preserved in Christian writings, like the writings of St. Augustine. So Porphyry wrote, "What are we to believe concerning Jonah, Eunice? What are we to believe concerning Jonah, who is said to have been 3 days in the whale's belly? The thing is utterly improbable and incredible that a man swallowed with his clothes on should have existed inside of a fish. If, however, the story is figurative, please explain the meaning of it." Right. So he's making fun of this idea that Jonah, Eunice, gets eaten, swallowed by a whale for 3 days. The same type of mockery you'd hear from somebody today, some kind of skeptic or scientifically inclined person. Of course, it's funny that this is, I think, in June 2021, so about 2 years ago, there was a lobster diver, so a guy diving for lobsters off the coast of Massachusetts here in the United States, off Provincetown, and he was swallowed by a humpback whale. And he estimated he was swallowed for about a minute or so before the whale spat him out, and he survived and told the story. So, I mean, it's funny that people, make fun of these stories and they don't allow that some of these things actually might have occurred. Similarly, the famous Roman doctor, who's originally from Bergama, which is today, Pergamum, which is today Bergama in northwest Turkey, Galen, the famous physician, he also attacked Christians for saying that God could create a bull out of ashes. I'm not sure where this came from, but this notion that God could take a bunch of ashes and create like an animal out of it. He made fun of this, and he said, Christians are stupid for not following the Greek idea that God would never attempt the impossible. So God doesn't do things that are naturally impossible, and so he kind of makes fun of Christians for thinking that that's something God could do. Similarly, like when you tell like a really like kind of new atheist proponent today about the argument from order, right? So that you say, how can there be no creator if our world and our universe runs according to these exact scientific laws, and our universe is so perfectly ordered, how can you explain that? How can it be random? I mean, what are the chances of this occurring? What someone like Richard Dawkins would say is that, well, we don't know how many universes didn't come into existence, right? So we don't know how many times things happened and it failed. All we know is that we happen to live in the one that succeeded. So they would just say that, yeah, it is perfectly ordered, but that doesn't mean that was intended. This is just a random occurrence, which is funny because this is exactly the same argument that, in the second and first century BCE was made by Epicurean philosophers, and later by the 18th century Scottish philosopher David Hume. So they say that the Epicureans and Hume, they just said that the world is a random result of random occurrence. It just happens to be that it seems to be ordered in the way that we see it today. But that doesn't mean that they're actually rules. It doesn't mean that there is some rule maker or creator. It just means that, look, this is the way the world is. We might think it's ordered, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's created by anybody. So even this debate, you can see, goes back 2,200 years. Finally, something that's pretty well known, but I'll just mention it for the sake of comprehensiveness, is this idea that, we read the story of the creation of the world in 7 days, and in the story of Genesis in the Bible, or that's alluded to as well in the Quran. And, this is physically impossible and this is ridiculous. Well, I mean, again, scholars never really took this literally, right? So religious scholars, Muslim or Christian, didn't take this story literally. Going back to St. Augustine in the Western tradition, St. Augustine died 430 of the Common Era. He has a whole book on, it's called The Literal Reading of Genesis, where he says very clearly the Genesis story is not literal, right? The Genesis story is not actually describing literally what happened. For example, he'll say that you can't say the earth is, the creation was created in 7 days, because how could you have creation measured in a unit of time that didn't even exist at the time? So you don't have days until you have the sun and the rotation of the sun and everything. So how can you talk about, creation in a unit that didn't even exist at the time? So he says very clearly, this story is figurative. It's not meant to be taken literally. All right. The third and final point I'll make is that, sorry, I just want to make sure no one's sending me any messages, that the consequences of an observation or of a discovery of an argument, its consequences in this big debate about, is this for religion or against religion? Is this an attack on religion or in support of religion? It really depends on perspective and context. And it's amazing to see how a certain scientific, quote unquote, scientific fact can mean one thing in one context in one time period and then totally opposite in another time period. So nothing is in and of itself like evidence for or against the truth of a religious claim. For example, Sir Isaac Newton, the famous, British scientist who died in 1727, he argued that comets were secondary causes sent by God to replenish planetary motion. So he said he had discovered, or studied the elliptical orbit of planets, the kind of orbit of planets. But his idea, he couldn't really explain comets because they kind of seemed to come in randomly. And so what he said is that this is God like sending in these comets to replenish the motion of these planets. Now, it's funny, Leibniz, a German scholar who was a contemporary of Isaac Newton, Leibniz died in 1716. He rejected this idea. He felt that Newton was belittling God, that this argument of Newton was sort of insulting to God, because why would God need to rely on secondary causation? Like, why would God create a system that wasn't perfect, that he would then have to kind of send something into to rectify imperfections or flaws that had developed in that system? So Leibniz criticizes, Newton uses comets to kind of or he explains comets by saying this is God's involvement in creation. Leibniz said, you're insulting God by saying God has to be involved in creation. And then later, into the upkeep of creation. And then later, a century later, this French scholar and astronomer named Pierre Simon Laplace, who died in 1827, he has this argument that planetary orbits are self-correcting, so that they don't actually deteriorate, that if they appear to deteriorate, they'll kind of fix themselves, repair themselves. He said, see, we don't need Newton's comets anymore. My scheme doesn't require God. So one case you have a guy, one scholar saying comets show, are a way to involve God in the maintenance of creation. Another scholar saying that's an insult to God. And then finally, a third scholar saying we don't need God in our creation, in our schema to begin with. So all of this is about just like what comets' role is and what the role of comets is in creation. You can see that what it means to different people at different times is very different. Some people who are more fideistic or more religious than others. The last thing I'll say is the example of fossils is another one, right? So the study of fossils, particularly in the 1700s, was used the discovery of like these kind of what appeared to be bones or something of species that don't exist anymore. This was originally used by scientists who were anti-Aristotelian. So they didn't like Aristotelian science. They were kind of practitioners of more modern scientific method. And so that they used is they said, Aristotle has this argument that forms were eternal, that, the world is made up of matter, and the matter is kind of takes the shape of these forms that are eternal, like human beings are a form, or dogs are a form, or horses are a form. But what they says is, according to Aristotle, forms are eternal. So you can't have a form that comes into existence or a form that goes out of existence, that becomes extinct. So they said, look, our modern scientific methods are better than the Aristotelian methods that had been embraced by the Catholic Church and things like that. This then ironically becomes a big crisis for deists, for these kind of people who believe in just God who creates the universe and then has nothing and creates it like a clock that runs on its own and has no interaction with humanity. There's no revelation. There's no prayers being answered or anything like that. So their problem is that they couldn't explain like evolution of species. They couldn't explain like the death of species and changes in species according to their ideas. So it ends up being like something that is that becomes a problem, like a bump that critics of religion have to deal with. Until like Charles Darwin, in one of his writings, says that, evolution is a type of secondary causation. So evolution is sort of like God creates a system that has its own rules, and one of those rules is evolution. And so, that's how evolution can actually still be part of God's function, because it's just kind of a mechanism of secondary causation. Meanwhile, there's this religious cleric who's like a minister and a professor at Cambridge. His name's Alan Sedgwick, who died in 1873, and he argued that fossils were proof of a God who had continued to act in creation with things like extinction. So, for example, he says, look, fossils are actually proof that God is still involved in creation, right? Because generally at his time, atheists were arguing that all creations has existed eternally, right? So they had kind of re-embraced this Aristotelian idea that species exist eternally in history. So what he says is that fossils show us the fact that certain things die out and come into existence or change through evolution is actually proof that God is involved in the world. Like, so it's not this God who creates things and then has nothing to do with creation. It's actually a God who's continuously involved in the world. So you can see here just the study of fossils sometimes is used as a cudgel to attack religion, sometimes is used by religious scholars to bolster their claims. So sometimes is used by some critics of religion to attack other critics of religion. So they can have so many different meanings based on one's perspective. So I'll just summarize in the end by saying that one, this notion of a clash between religion and science ignores the extremely important fact that for at least one century, and maybe the most important century in terms of modern scientific discoveries, the leading scholars, pioneers of science in the West, were actually extremely committed and devout Christians. And second, that modern criticisms of religion from a rational or scientific perspective are just repetitions of criticisms that have been going on for 2,000 years or more. And finally, that what a certain scientific fact or discovery means, whether it's something that is seen as being, in favor of religious claims or against religious claims, this can really shift based on time and century and a generation or people's perspectives. And they can be, a discovery can be taken to mean different things based on the perspective of people who view it. Okay, thanks very much for inviting me. And I'm going to go pass out now because I've reached the limit of my ability to concentrate. So I hope that this talk was useful. And I won't answer any questions because I probably don't know enough to answer the questions. So unfortunately, you have to get someone who's a bigger expert than me. Although, there's a lot of good resources out there. So thanks very much. Khudafaz, everybody. Sorry I couldn't be there in person.
Thank you so much. Please have a round of applause for Dr. Jonathan A.C. Brown. He specially joined us. It is quite late at his place, and we appreciate your participation at this hour at your place, and we really appreciate your insightful speech. Although I did want to ask you a question, but as it's really late, I'll let you go. Please.
Oh, no, you can ask me one question. Maybe I'll know the answer.
We went right away towards your speech, and there was a rollover question when Professor Kopesky was also giving his speech. And coincidentally, the question still remains. The question is regarding the philosophy of miracles. If I have to understand it correctly, you mentioned the biblical stance on basically the miracles. Are they is it possible to take them literally, or should we take it in some other sense? Because I've not been able to understand what really exactly.
Yeah, I mean the position of Muslims, Islamic tradition on miracles. I'm trying to think if I can add a file. I can send a file to you. Is this Omar who's speaking? Is this Omar Farouk Sayed?
Yes, I'm Omar. Yes, I'm Omar.
Okay, so I'm going to email you an article I wrote about this issue.
All right.
And then you can give it to this. You can just send it to your audience, maybe. And it will have it'll get into this much more in depth. But I would just say from the beginning that, there's so many different perspectives that Muslims, and I'm not just talking about, Mu'tazilite or Islamic modernists. I'm talking about just regular old Sunni Muslims. There's a lot of different perspectives they've had on miracles. Some of them, allowing for certain kinds of miracles, but not ones that would be, things that are kind of physically impossible or violate just kind of basic laws of reason. So there's one that allows for miracles, but still sees them as things that happen kind of within the laws of nature. The second approach would be to say that, so I mean, an example of that would be you can, let's say God could grant someone knowledge or someone knowledge that they didn't have before, or God could make water increase in volume or something, right? But that God could not, for example, make somebody go back in time, or make a part bigger than a whole, right? So that that a miracle couldn't be something that would like kind of violate fundamental rules of nature or of like kind of logic. So that's one position that you see amongst some early scholars, like even Abul Qasim al-Qushayri, the famous Sufi who died 1072 of the Common Era. You can see this in the article I sent to you guys. They accept miracles, right? They just say that there's certain kinds of miracles that, that they're kind of, there's limits to what kind of miracles that God will do, or that a saint can do, or that a prophet can do. The second approach would be to say that, yes, God can do miracles, or prophets can do miracles, or saints can do miracles, or whatever, but that they're not actually violations of the rules of nature. They're just examples of something happening according to those rules that we don't understand, right? So, what is a rule of nature, right? And we don't, for all we know, there's not some rule of gravity that's floating out there in the cosmos, right? We just sit and observe things, and we observe something happening a lot of times. And then we say, okay, well, it seems like every time I drop something, it falls. Therefore, if I drop something, it falls. Therefore, but in fact, there could be some instances in which you drop something and it doesn't fall, and we just haven't observed that yet. So this is something that is argued by kind of some Islamic modernists like Sir Syed Ahmed Khan, especially, who died 1798, from founder of Aligarh University, Muhammadan University in Aligarh. So he argues that these things are laws of nature. They can occur, but they're in fact just instances of a law of nature that we don't understand yet. And the third approach is kind of the maybe more typical standard Muslim response, Sunni response especially, is to say that God can do whatever he wants. So that there are no laws in the sense that things that restrict God, that there's ada, or the general rules by which things function. So, the ada is that if I take I drop a ball, it's going to fall on the ground. That's ada. And in fact, if we're going to make plans for playing a game or building a bridge or doing anything, that's how we function. We follow ada. We follow it in the natural way, kind of the natural functioning of our world. We follow it in the general social functioning of our world. So if I go up to somebody and I say, you're a no good son of a motherless goat, or something like that to his face, the person's going to get offended, right? That's also ada, right? So maybe someone wouldn't be offended, but the general ada, custom of things, is that if you go up to somebody and insult them like that, they're going to be offended. So there's ada in the natural world, there's ada in the social world, and that's fine. This is to follow these rules and take them as kind of generally binding is simply to do what God has commanded us in the Quran, which is that we look at sunan Allahi fil kawn, that we look at God's sunnah in the world, the way that the world works. But the fact that we generally follow these rules and assume they're to be true doesn't mean that they are necessarily binding on God. And if God wants, he can do whatever he wants. If God wants to create an instance in which I drop a ball and it goes up instead of down, God can do that. God can make a sinful, evil person do a miracle, right? There can be anything can happen, because we have no right to constrain God's power. Or to say that anything is possible or impossible for God. So that's the kind of general Sunni rule. And in that case, you can obviously see that there's no problem with Quranic miracles. There's no problem with Quranic miracles in any of these cases. No Muslim scholar that I know of would ever say there was a problem with Quranic miracles, because then that would be to remove themselves from the pale of the religion. Is that helpful?
Absolutely helpful. Thank you so much. This was Dr. Jonathan A.C. Brown. So thank you so much for joining us. And the statement you made at the last seems very categorical, in the sense how should take the miracles, especially the Quranic miracles, maybe in the literal sense, if I'm to understand it correctly. Thank you so much.
I mean, you could take them. Yeah, you could take them. Some of them are. When it says Jesus healed brought the dead to life. You guess you could take this figuratively. I don't know if anyone has done that or not. That's an interesting question. I never thought about that. Okay. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Khuda Hafiz. I hope I get to see you all in Pakistan at some point.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause for Dr. Brown. I'm being informed that Dr. Shoaib Ahmed Malik has joined us. Dr. Shoaib, you have joined us. Yes, I can see you. So let me now briefly introduce Dr. Shoaib first. I hope many of us know him already. Dr. Shoaib Ahmed Malik is basically a scientist and an expert in the field of chemistry, but then he went on to pursue his career as a philosopher as well. And today he has a very, and also he is a very, he's the author of the famous book Islam and Evolution, which, by the way, is his topic today as well. So Dr. Shoaib, first of all, thank you so much for joining at this time on my special request. I would like to welcome you to this International Conference on Islam, Science and Atheism. And now let us move to you for your presentation on Islam and Evolution. If you can hear me, you can unmute yourself and start your presentation.
Assalamualaikum. Can you hear me?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, just
Do you want to share your screen?
yes, if possible, if I can share my screen.
Absolutely. Please allow him to share his screen.
Can everyone see?
Yes, it's done now. We can see it. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Okay, we can make the start. So
Yeah.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Thank you so much, first and foremost, to IDP, particularly Dr. Umar, for inviting me to speak about Islam and evolution. So I was just hearing John's speech. He was on the late side of the day. This is the early side of the day for me, so 8 a.m. So I'm a little bit hazy. So please do forgive me if I misspeak. Dr. Umar told me to summarize my book on Islam and evolution so that hopefully there can be some meaningful conversation and engagement. So that is my plan today, inshallah. As mentioned by Dr. Umar, I mostly come from a science background, but since 2015, when I graduated from my PhD, I told my mom and dad that I don't want to do engineering anymore. I want to go to Usul ad-Din. And in Pakistani families, that's like, you've left like the fold of snow. So it was a massive transition for me personally. So I'm now finishing off my second PhD in theology. And the PhD is predicated off of this book that Dr. Umar mentioned. My plan is to just briefly summarize the theory of evolution, the science of evolution, and then I'll quickly go over the Muslim perspectives, like what have Muslims said about the theory. This won't be an exhaustive presentation, precisely because it's only 30 minutes. Hopefully we can have future engagements where this can be looked into more detail. I do want to mention from the get-go, from the very beginning, that evolution has and was and is a sensitive conversation, and rightfully so. Evolution stimulates a lot of difficult conversations, both from the theological side, from the psychological side, existential side. It's a very emotional debate sometimes for people. And what makes it worse is that it has really crept up into the discussion of atheism and theism. Evolution is used as a very, very, very primary weapon when it comes to religious folks. Richard Dawkins, for example, he makes it crystal clear in his presentations and in his works that you can either be a religious person or an evolutionist, but you cannot be both. And so people usually see two options in front of them, only two. You either leave Islam or accept evolution, or you accept Islam and you leave evolution. It's one of those two. And I wanted to test this. I wanted to evaluate this consideration if this was the case or not, which is why I approached this from a theological angle. So given Islamic theology, at least one particular school of thought, what do you make of this conversation? I'm not going to be presenting my own conclusions here. I'm just going to be presenting what the science of evolution is and what different people have said. And hopefully in the Q&A, you can then ask me further about the specifics. But my main task here is just to kind of, one, make the science as clear as possible to avoid the isms that are usually loaded into the theory. And additionally, to show people that there might be more than one option, more than two options as seen in the table. One last thing that I should stress is that because of evolution, there have been many Muslims who've left Islam. There are two books in particular that I think might be of interest. One is a book called Arabs Without God by Brian Whitaker. and the other one is called The Unbelievers by Simon Cotty. These books analyze the responses of ex-Muslim atheists, people who were Muslims, but they're now atheists. And they interview them, why did you leave Islam? In a lot of the cases, there's at least 70% difference between these two. But in 30% of the responses, there's some differences because of geopolitical contexts, which we don't need to worry about. Within the similarities, science was a big discussion and evolution kept coming up. Evolution was a key denominator between the two things. So evolution, therefore, is of a primary concern and one of the main reasons why Muslims seem to be leaving Islam. And hopefully this presentation gives you some insight into why that may be. When it comes to the theory of evolution, you can spend years just analyzing the whole theory. You can do an undergraduate in evolution, you can do an MSc in evolution, you can do even a PhD in evolution and become an expert in the field. For the purposes of theology, for the purposes of understanding what it means for one's theological outlook, I realize there's only so much you need to know for the science. You don't need to go into every single detail. And the three key principles that I think everyone needs to know about are the following three on the screen. These are deep time, common ancestry, and the causal mechanisms. Don't worry if you've never heard these before, I'll review them. But if you understand these three principles, that is enough to kind of understand, appreciate the conversation. Anything more than this is extra scientific detail. So let us evaluate these three claims, sorry. So deep time is a very simple idea. Previously, all the civilizations, Abrahamic civilizations, Jews, Christians, Muslims, they had this conception that, of course, there were some exceptions, but generally it was believed that the earth was around 6,000 to 10,000 years old. How did this figure come about? There was a biblical expert. His name was James Ussher, and he measured all the prophets mentioned in the Bible. And using this, he kind of created a timeline. And he then used this timeline to say that the earth was created in 4004 BC, so about 6,000 years ago. This estimate came under question with the advancements of science in the 18th, 19th, and 20th century, particularly with the radioactivity. Once we discovered that physics, we realized that the earth is significantly older than 6,000 years. What I have here in front of you is a table. Our current estimates say that the universe is around 14.6 billion years old. The Earth is around 4.6. Life started about 3.5 billion years old. Now these numbers, they look like, they look huge. It's difficult to comprehend them. So to give you a rough idea, what I did was convert these into seconds. So imagine that's 14 billion seconds, 4.6 billion seconds. And that's what you see here. So 14 billion seconds is around 450 years ago. 4.6 billion seconds around 145 years ago. If you follow this conversion, the humans only appeared about 2.3 days ago. That's how recent human beings are. Prophet ﷺ, he only appeared 23 minutes ago, if you want to use this conversion. But the idea here is to show you that the earth and the universe is significantly older than we thought. So that's just the concept of deep time, that the earth is really, really, really old. The second concept is known as common ancestry. So all of us have a mother and father, and they have mothers and fathers, and they have mothers and fathers, and you keep going on and on and on and on. Using this relationship, we can come up with family trees, right? So we put these decorations in our houses, we have photo albums. This is your grandfather, this is their children, this is their children, this is their children. And you can see over history, how this family tree emerged. Evolution takes the exact same concept, but takes it to another level. Instead of individuals being put on a tree, it says that every single biological species is on a tree of life. And this tree of life is 3.5 billion years old. And human beings are no exception. Human beings are no exception. They are part and parcel of this tree. And so you can now see this is where maybe it may come into tension with scripture. I would like to make it clear that there is a difference between two conversations in this area. One is the discussion of the origins of life, and the other is the discussion of the origins of species. Origin of life is how the first life form started. And the origin of species is how species emerge. These are two different questions. They are not the same thing. Evolution explains the diversity in species, how species emerge. Hence, Charles Darwin's book is called Origins of Species, not Origins of Life. Origins of life is how the first life form started. Now, evolution relies on the fact that there was an origin of life scenario, but once it starts, then evolution begins. So to come back to this diagram of common ancestry, this starting point is the origin of life. Everything after that is the origin of species. So these are two different areas. Evolution only explains the stuff that is in blue. It does not explain the stuff that is in red. That is a different scientific area of study. Finally, so Shoaib, okay, you've talked about deep time. You've talked about common ancestry. How does evolution work? Here we come to two different mechanisms. These are mechanisms that form part and parcel of evolution. The first mechanism is known as random mutations. So all of us, we have certain physical traits, right? So for me, for example, I have black hair, I have a beard, I have a particular skin color, right? I have particular wrinkles in my face, right? I have a particular nose size and nose shape. All of those are governed by a basic unit in biology known as the DNA, right? So that's this thing here. The DNA is like a blueprint, and this blueprint partly or completely governs how you look like. It governs your behavior, it governs your dispositions. Your genetics also governs whether you are prone to sickness or not, certain kinds of sicknesses. And so what happens is when you have a mother and father and they have intimacy and they have kids, the genetic material from the mother and father get mixed up. 50% from the father, 50% from the mother. And when they mix, this gets passed on to the offspring. Now, which of the material from the father, which of the material from the mother, this is open to probability. That's why if the same parents have kids multiple times, you'll see differences in the children. In addition to that, there are mutations that are occurring. Mutations occur when one part of the DNA changes to another part, or one part gets deleted, or one part gets added to something else. And this happens in every generation. Accordingly, all of us are mutants. We have mutations that our parents didn't have. They have mutations their parents didn't have. Every single generation has some kinds of mutations. These mutations can be positive, negative, or neutral. And it is these mutations in the DNA that lead to variations in children. That's why when a mother and father, when they have kids, sometimes they look like the mother, sometimes they look like the father, sometimes they look like a mix of the two, sometimes neither. It is due to the mutations that happen from one generation to another. So that's the random mutations part. The second part is natural selection. Natural selection, again, is a very simple concept. It becomes a big thing for some reason, but it's a very easy concept to understand. Here you have three diagrams from left to right. You have an environment where you have a dark landscape. And in this landscape, you have mice. The mice has two colors. You have black mice and you have white mice. And you have a predator, which let's just say is an eagle. Naturally, the eagle will see the white mice more than it'll see the black mice. So it will feed off the white mice. Over time, the subpopulation of white mice will decrease and the subpopulation of black mice will increase, because that is the trait best for survival in this particular landscape. And that, in effect, is natural selection. To use a metaphor, it is basically saying that the landscape that you are in is like a filter. Whatever that can survive and adapt lives on. Whatever that cannot dies away. To give you a more holistic perspective, if you took these exact same mice, the half black, half white, you put them in Antarctica, which is white in the landscape, then the survival value there will be having the color white, because you can camouflage in the white background, and the black mice will now stick out. So because of this, what is a survival value is not fixed in time. It depends on the environment that you are in. And natural selection simply says it is a principle that whatever traits are best for survival, species carrying those traits will live on, and whatever species that don't carry those traits will die away. Collectively, these three things together is known as neo-Darwinism. So deep time, common ancestry, and the mechanisms are random mutations and natural selection. These are called neo-Darwinism. You may ask, okay, Shoaib, what is the neo part? Why is there neo-Darwinism here? So this is a very simple question to answer. When Charles Darwin first proposed his theory of evolution in 1859, he proposed all three, but back in his day, there was no such thing as genes and genetics. It wasn't an established discipline. In fact, genes and genetics only came to the scientific landscape in the 1900s and onwards. And it did not become a mature discipline until the 1950s. And so when Charles Darwin first proposed the theory of evolution, he only had one mechanism in mind, and that is natural selection. That is referred to as Darwinism. Neo-Darwinism is when genetics came to the scene, it was eventually plugged with natural selection, and this merger is known as neo-Darwinism, or the modern synthesis. So that's the neo part here. There's a lot of stuff that we can talk about now that the principles are done. There's a lot of stuff that we can talk about when it comes to the principle, so the evidence for evolution. But just to make things simple, I'll give you one example. One of the things that the theory of evolution states is that there were transitional species from sea life creatures to land-based creatures, tetrapods. And there must have been some species that could have benefits of both, right? That did have properties of both. And this species should have lived around this period, between 385 to 360 millions of years ago. Neil Shubin, if I remember correctly, I think he's a Canadian scientist. He identified, a set of rocks that were around this age limit, 350 years ago, so about 380 to 360 years ago. And he spent 4 years trying to find any species that would fit this intermediate species, which we never had a record of before. He was about to give up, but in the final and the fourth year, he eventually found what is known as the Tiktaalik. The Tiktaalik, this is a rendition of it. The Tiktaalik was very interesting. It could have had a primitive lung system, which allowed it to breathe out of water. It has a more developed limbs that were kind of extensions of fins, so allowing it to swim, but also being able to walk on land. So this is one discovery that is easy to kind of communicate to a wider audience, but one that shows that these kinds of predictions are very interesting in an evolutionary framework. More particularly, and this is where the sensitive aspect of evolution comes in, according to modern day biology, all of us, our classification is Homo sapien. So that's us right here, Homo sapiens. And according to the theory of evolution, we share a common ancestor with the chimpanzee right here. The chimpanzee and the Homo sapiens, we share 96% genetic similarities. And genes is becoming a very strong foundation for showing the common ancestry between the two. In addition to that, surprisingly, as we go through the record, we find out that there are actually many things that came alongside or prior to Homo sapiens. These include Neanderthals, Heidelbergensis, Homo erectus, such that if you put their skulls in front of you, it's very difficult sometimes to differentiate between humans and these other entities, depending on what you mean by human. This is a very important question to ask. How much of this is called human? And one of the things that is very important to highlight is that we now know Neanderthals mated with human beings. So there's a big population of people in Europe who have genetic material that trace themselves back to Neanderthals. There's also another species or another variety called Denisovans. And we now know that in Indonesia, Malaysia, Pakistan, India, they have genetic material not found in other parts of the world of Denisovans, which shows that Homo sapiens, some of them interbred with Neanderthals, some of them bred with Denisovans. This complicates the picture all the more. But fundamentally, all it shows is that human beings were part and parcel of this evolutionary matrix. And as a result of this, you can see the tensions come up, that evolution is now challenging primarily, first and foremost, the scriptural account of Adam and Eve. That seems to be the biggest contention that Muslims have. And the other thing is, because of atheism and theism polemics, people use evolution as a way to undermine God's existence, right? And so now we can now go into the Muslim accounts, like how have Muslims responded to the theory of evolution? The key contention is the discussion of Adam and Eve, right? And all of us, I think, know the account of Adam and Eve. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created him, right? The angels prostrated to him, except for Iblis. Adam and Eve were sent to Jannah, right? And they were informed not to eat from this particular tree. That was a hukum given to them, right? They ate, they fell into the temptation, and they asked for forgiveness. As a result of that, they were then sent down to earth, okay? And there are several ayat and hadith that kind of relay this narrative. Here's one of the biggest ayat here. يا أيها الناس اتقوا ربكم الذي خلقكم من نفس واحدة وخلق منها وزوجها وبث منهما رجالا كثيرا ونساء, right? So this idea that you were created from one individual, a particular individual, and from that individual, its mate was created, referring to Eve. There's two interpretations about how she was created, but this is the general understanding. And from these two, so the pair, minhuma, countless men and women were made, right? Another verse that's very important here is the tamthil that you find in Surah Imran. Inna mathala Isa inda Allahi ka mathala Adama khalaqahu min turab. In God's eyes, Jesus is like Adam. He created him from dust. So there's context to this verse. The Prophet ﷺ, he was having an exchange with two Christians from Najran, and he said to them, I know why you don't want to convert to Islam. It's because you believe in the divinity of Jesus, right? So their understanding was that because Jesus is divine, he wasn't created without a father, therefore he is of divine value. According to the sabab, this verse came down to challenge that narrative. If you believe Jesus is divine because he doesn't have a father, well, here we have an entity, Adam alayhi salam, who doesn't have a mother, nor does he have a father. So he should be more divine in that case. So Surah Imran is a critique of Christianity if you analyze the whole thing. And so these verses and other related hadith make it difficult to entertain that human beings evolved, right? This is the key problem. And so with that in mind, I will then summarize the 4 positions that I was able to find from my research on evolution. These are 4 positions articulated by Muslims. So I want to make it crystal clear. Every position here has been pronounced or has been argued for by a Muslim. So this is something to just kind of highlight. Now, these 4 positions are relatively easy to understand. The first position is creationism. And the idea here is that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, he created each and every species directly, right? He created every species directly. So tigers, boom, he created directly, miraculously. Sheep, boom, instantaneously, directly, right? Cats, boom, like that. So there is no such thing as common ancestry. That tree of life is false according to creationism. Just to add one important point here, creationism has 2 meanings in the philosophical literature. Widely, it means Allah created, God created. In this case, Muslims, Jews, Christians, all of us are creationists in that sense. We believe that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created everything. However, in the discussion of evolution, it has a very specific meaning. Here it means that God created each species instantaneously, miraculously. It is this definition that I'm referring to in this context. So creationism is the fact that common ancestry is false. There is nothing true about it. When it comes to the 4th position, no exceptions, this is the position that everything in evolution is true. Even Adam and Eve had a mother and father, right? So these are now 2 opposites. You have creationism that says common ancestry is true in its entirety. You have no exceptions, which says that evolution is completely true. There is no exceptions. There's no miracles whatsoever. Everyone has a mother and father. In between these, you have two further positions. Human exceptionalism is the idea that evolution is true. Okay, we'll say evolution is true, except for human beings. According to this narrative, Adam and Eve, were the first human beings, right? They were created, and none of them nor their descendants were connected to anything that preceded them. So let me give an example. This here is part of the tree of life that we looked at earlier, but now just like bend it to the 90 degrees, right? Here we have humans and chimpanzees. Zoom into here, you have 7 million years. So there's Homo sapiens, there's the chimpanzees. 7 million years ago is when we had our ancestor, according to the theory. And then if you focus in the last 2 million years, this is a sketch, okay? This is the idea. Human exceptionalism is the idea that Adam alayhi salam was created miraculously. Hawa alayhi salam, she was created miraculously, and their descendants and those two individuals have nothing to do with the process of evolution. That is why if you see here, sorry, let me look at here. Yeah. Adam here is a miracle creation. Nothing is connecting him to what existed before him. Nothing. Absolutely zero. So this entire category is excluded from the theory of evolution, which is why this position I have referred to as human exceptionalism. It says that humans are an exception to the process. So I hope that's clear, that creationism rejects evolution altogether, no exceptions, completely accepts evolution. Human exceptionalism says that evolution is true except for human beings. The third position is referred to as Adamic exceptionalism. Now, to make this position clear, we just need to review one basic principle, and this position will then become easy to understand. Adamic exceptionalism utilizes the theological principle of tawaqquf. Tawaqquf is you cannot make a theological or a religious statement or a position in the absence of scriptural texts. So to give you one example, take the idea of dinosaurs. When people ask, what is the Islamic response to dinosaurs? Islamic scripture neither affirms dinosaurs, nor does it negate dinosaurs. It doesn't affirm it, nor does it negate it. Which means that on the day of judgment, in Yawm al-Qiyamah, if Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala asks you, what is your opinion on dinosaurs? Whether you believe it or not, it makes no difference. It's not like Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will put you in hellfire for believing it, or he'll put you in hellfire for disbelieving it. It has no theological value whatsoever. So whether you believe it or not is your personal choice. It has no theological significance whatsoever. The same thing goes for the periodic table. The same thing goes with black holes. The same thing goes with quantum mechanics. These are theologically neutral. They are theologically neutral ideas. They have no significance in the akhirah for you, right? This is not to say that you should not do science. That's a different conversation. I am saying that in the Quran, if there's nothing mentioned of it, you cannot make a religious statement out of it. You do tawaqquf. You have to stop. Otherwise, you're pressing over the limits of what scripture is saying. According to Adamic exceptionalism, it is crystal clear that Adam alayhi salam is a real person. It is crystal clear that Hawa alayhi salam, she is a real person. Both of them were created miraculously, and all human beings do have a lineage that go back to Adam and Eve. However, Adamic exceptionalism also highlights that, number one, scripture has no mention of when he existed. There is no scriptural basis for when Adam alayhi salam existed, number one. Number two, given that we don't know when he existed, there is no scriptural affirmation or negation of what coexisted. Could there have been other human-like entities around him? We don't know. The Quran or Hadith do not mention that. Number three, what kind of interactions could have taken place between them? Scripture is silent on this as well. It could mean that Adam's descendants could have interbred. It could not. So to make this position a little bit clearer, that is human exceptionalism. So you have Adam alayhi salam being completely disconnected. This is Adamic exceptionalism. And I want you to please read this at the bottom here. This represents some possible positions for Adam's appearance. Since we have no clue when he could have existed, Adam alayhi salam could have been created here, here, we don't know. Whenever he was created miraculously, Adamic exceptionalism says that Adam's descendants could have interbred with what existed outside of their family unit. It's very possible. We don't know. Wallahu a'lam. And if you believe this, then it solves some issues. It maybe create new issues for you. But these are now the three positions that I wanted to summarize for you. So to make it, to summarize again, creationism, evolution in its entirety is false. Human exceptionalism, evolution is true, except for the category of human beings. Adamic exceptionalism, evolution is true, but only Adam and Eve were miraculous creations. Adam's descendants could have interbred with other entities. And finally, no exceptions. There is no miracles. There are no miracles in the conversation. Everything is true by evolution. So thank you very much for listening to me. I'll now be happy to take on any questions that you may have. Barakallahu feekum. Thank you. I can't hear anything.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shoaib. We are so delighted to have you here. You have introduced your book, Islam and Evolution, in a very good manner. And I guess it's a very outstanding book for on this topic. You have mentioned many of the facts regarding Islam and evolution, that why we need to explore this topic, because you mentioned a couple of the books in which atheists were interviewed, that why they turned back from Islam, and evolution is one of the things. And you you have mentioned four kind of responses, Muslim responses to the theory of evolution. We are so happy to have you here and to have a glimpse of your book. Now we are moving toward the question answers. If we have question answers, questions from our audience on Zoom. Yes, Sir Osama, he needs mic. Dr. Shoaib, thank you so much for joining us so early.
No problem. That's my pleasure. Absolutely no problem. Dr. Omar was very kind to invite me. I said, of course, why not? Let's go. But next time I come, we should have karak chai. Like this was missing from this presentation.
Okay, yes, ask, please.
Assalamu alaikum, Dr. Shoaib.
Walaikum salam.
That was a very good presentation, although I joined late. However, I just have a question regarding Adamic exceptionalism.
Mhm.
And I wanted to ask that if that position is theologically okay, and if the answer is positive, then I have a question that how can we reconcile it with the statement, Kullukum min Adam wa Adamu min turab? All of you are from Adam, and Adam was from the dust. So if all of us are the offspring of Adam, then how can all the humans be a product of evolution while all of them are offspring of Adam and he himself was created from dust? How can we reconcile it with Adamic exceptionalism? Or else we should say, is it not theologically okay? Or what do you say? Thank you.
Okay. Barakallahu feek for your question. Sorry, I don't know who it was, but thank you to whoever asked that question. So the first thing is when you do phylogenetics, when you do common ancestry, there's a really good book by an individual called Joshua Swamidass. It's called The Genealogical Adam and Eve. And he shows scientifically, even if there were other coexisting entities, for example, let's say Adam and Eve, there were coexisting populations. Adam and Eve can still be the universal ancestor for every living human being today. No problem whatsoever. So that is not violated, number one. Number two, even in our fiqh books, we have discussions about jinns and insan intermarrying and interbreeding. So if that discussion was entertained, which is far more radical, I would say, what is the problem with this conversation? So for me, those would be my response. And there's an article on this discussion about jinn and insan intermarrying and how it intersects with evolution. This will be coming out soon, inshallah. But I hope that briefly addressed your concern.
Thank you so much, sir. We have another question, if you can answer.
Yeah, sure.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
My question is also linked with the previous question. Maybe I could not get your point, which you just mentioned. Like you said in your talk that in religious scriptures, we don't know the exact timeline when Adam and Eve appeared. But if we try to extrapolate the information coming from Bible and Quran and Hadith, we could estimate the time of Adam and Eve to be like 6,000 to 10,000 years. And but for the human beings, we know that they are like 200,000 years older on the face of the earth. So in that specific context, it creates problem in reconciling this thing that all the human beings on the face of the earth are like descendants of Adam and Eve.
Right. Okay. Thank you to whoever asked that question. So it depends on which register you are looking at it from. When you do hermeneutics, which is the study of scripture, if you are looking at it from a theological lens, it is different to when you're looking at it from a fiqh lens, to different when you look at it from tafsir lens. In tafsir, the bar is very low. What counts as a valid, invalid explanation? Usually there's a lot of speculation. In aqidah, in theology, you need two things, قطعي دلالة وقطعي ثبوت. This is what you need. Crystal clear historical transmission, crystal clear verses. There is nothing in Islamic scripture to indicate when exactly he was created. The inferences that you're relying on are based on weak ahadith, which are not used for theological construction. You cannot base theological points, things that will have impact on you in the akhirah, based on weak biblical Israeliyat hadith. So that's the difference between the different registers, is what I'd say.
Thank you so much. Sir Shoaib, we have a tricky question on Zoom. A person is asking that, what is your personal inclination in these four responses?
Okay, so there's also a question before, if I can share the presentation slide. I've tried to share the presentation slide. I can't for some reason, but I will definitely share the present. Oh no, I can now. So that's one thing. The other thing is, with regards to what is my own position, and I make this crystal clear in my book. For me personally, what I cannot accept is no exceptions. I am a Sunni Muslim and I believe in miracles. And I don't care if I say this to a scientific community or not. I tell my scientific friends who are atheists, I have no problem believing in evolution. Unashamedly, I tell them I believe in miracles. So for me, because that is a religious now belief, and that is predicated on what the Quran and Hadith are telling me. Given that, I am open to creationism, human exceptionalism, and Adamic exceptionalism. And people may be confused. What is your one opinion? My opinion is what Ghazali said. And because I personally was very influenced by Imam Ghazali. Ghazali made it crystal clear that if you have multiple positions on a given area and all of them are equally valid, do not press one over the other. Otherwise, you'll be questioned for this on the day of judgment. Like, for example, the dinosaur. What is the Islamic response to dinosaurs? It's you can believe it or not. It's up to you personally, right? But this is not a theological position. Same here. I say creationism is jaiz. It's absolutely fine. I believe human and Adamic exception is jaiz. For me personally now, this is not an issue anymore. And I think the atheists who are still utilizing this have no basis to make their claim whatsoever. But I also want to make it clear that if, for example, and this is the problem that I find with when you read the history of Christianity and science, they sometimes forced interpretations or stuck to interpretations which later on burned them. So, for example, the idea that they believed in Aristotelian physics, that the Earth, the moon is perfectly circular. There's no dents on it. But then Galileo looked, he found some dents on moon. That really challenged the church's authority. So this is the reason why I say creationism, Adamic and human are jaiz. If you want to believe evolution, those two positions are there. If you don't want to believe evolution, creation is there. And if the science is faulted later on, khalas, creation was always jaiz. Who ruled out creationism? So if you want my theological evaluation, the first three I'm fine with. I don't have a problem with them. But it's no exception that I would have a theological difference to. Wallahu a'lam.
Thank you so much, Sir Shoaib. We want to take a last question from the participants who have joined us online. So
Sure.
we have Arafat Fani. Sama, can you unmute her?
Yes,
Arafat Fani, you can ask
yes.
the question.
Thank you, Dr. Sheikh, for your presentation, and I really appreciate the modification in your slides as well as compared to the previous ones. Given the point that Adam wasn't the first human in this planet, but still we do believe that he was at least the first prophet on the planet. So how could we say that the humans before Adam, whatever they be, whether they were proper humans, whether they were mukallaf or not? If they were mukallaf, then God would have sent a prophet to them for their guidance, because God doesn't leave his creation without guidance. So what is your stance on this? Thank you.
Okay, so this is something that I've discussed with people who adopt Adamic exceptionism. And so they could be from Ahl al-Fatra. They could have, they could be mukallaf, but without a revelation. There's no problem with that. But given that we don't know whether they had, cognition or not, they could have had cognition. We don't know. Neanderthals, for example. And so hang on, let me step back. When we use words like insan, bashar, and bani Adam, these are theological categories. Yeah, these are theological categories. In biology, we have several different categories. We have Homo sapien, we have Homo neanderthalensis, Denisovan, Erectus, all of these things. When does insan start and when does it stop? This is one question that I'm currently exploring. I have no clue how to answer this at the moment. Is Homo sapien just insan, or can it be Neanderthals? Can it be the other things? This will affect the answer to your question. But let's say, for example, for the sake of the argument, let's say insan is Homo sapien, and we know Homo sapiens interbred with Neanderthals and these other things. What is their status? Were they mukallaf or not? Number one, wallahu alam, scripture doesn't mention. Number one, they could have been, mukallaf. They could have had that, but Allah did not send revelation down. Maybe. Well, I don't know. So if they did have revelation, I don't know what that revelation looked like. If they didn't, maybe that was the function of Adam alayhi salam. For me, I don't know. I honestly don't know.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shoaib Ahmed Malik, for joining us. I think that will be a. Thank you so much. I know it's early for you, but it was very nice of you to join us at this time. That was an insightful and a great beginning to our conference. And I'm afraid that we now need to move on to the next section where Dr. Nidal Ghissom has joined us. So Dr. Shoaib, so briefly, after thanking you, I would also like that if you may share your presentation for our participants, maybe if they can kindly share it with me on WhatsApp, and I will forward it, inshallah.
Sure. I've also sent it on the Zoom here, but I'll send it to you on WhatsApp as well, inshallah.
All right. Sure. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause for him, please. And now we have another special guest with us. Dr. Nidal Ghissom has joined us. Dr. Ghissom, if you can hear me, please. Yes, I can see you now. Thank you so much for joining us today. Let me briefly introduce Dr. Ghissom. He's an astrophysicist, basically a professor at the American University of Sharjah, United Arab Emirates, author of a very famous book, Islam's Quantum Question. And this is basically his specialty as well as an astrophysicist. And I would like that, because this theme of this conference really suits him, so there would be no better person than him to explain to us what exactly Islam's quantum question is. Dr. Ghissom, first of all, welcome to the conference. And now you can unmute yourself and may start your speech.
Assalamu alaikum, bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you so much for the kind invitation and for organizing this day of discussion and presentations. I was asked to talk about the problem of atheism in the recent Muslim culture and society. So I will be mentioning toward the end, or at the very end, my book, Islam's Quantum Question, and another more recent book, both in English and in their Urdu translations, for those who will be interested and will want to get a copy of either book. But the presentation is really about atheism. What is the problem of atheism in the Muslim society, and what are we to do about it? So with your permission, I'll just start. May I ask just how much time I am given for the presentation?
So you have half an hour, and if you wish to share your screen, you can tell me now so that we can make you the co-host.
Yes, please.
Sure. Please, the technical team should make him the co-host or allow him to share his screen. You can share it now. Please see the option of sharing the screen.
Just a second. Okay.
Thank you. We can see it now. Thank you.
Yeah. So I have titled my presentation, sorry, go back. I titled my presentation, Atheism Among Muslims, or particularly young Muslims. And within the half hour, I'll try to both cover what we know about this new worrisome trend of atheism emerging among young Muslims, what we know about the data, what are the reasons as far as we can collect from the few studies that have been conducted on this, and what kind of responses we can give to try to address this new emerging problem. So what do we know? First of all, there are few studies, but there is growing interest. There's a wave of books, articles, videos, and channels, websites, etc., that have appeared in recent years. Perhaps the earliest book to draw the attention of the observers was written by Brian Whittaker, who used to be based in Cairo, was the corresponding journalist or reporter for The Guardian in the UK, and wrote this book, Arabs Without God, Atheism and Freedom of Belief in the Middle East, and had a number of interviews with essentially Egyptian youngsters who decided to reject religion altogether and God, and adopted atheism. So that was in late 2014. 2 years later, Ali Rizvi, who is originally from Pakistan, has lived in Canada in the last 20 years or so, published this, The Atheist Muslim, which was strongly supported by Richard Dawkins, and in which he laid out a number of reasons and arguments why he and many like him have rejected Islam and God altogether. However, I want to draw attention to a big confusion that occurs in this field, and that is the rejection of religion versus the rejection of God. And so many of the arguments that are given are rejection of religion, but it is put under the umbrella of atheism, rejecting God, which we know, for those who have even read a little bit about the topic, are two very different issues requiring different analyses. So you have to be careful. Are people rejecting God, or are they rejecting Islam? Are they rejecting specific ideas in Islam? Are they rejecting religion altogether? But sometimes they say, I still believe there is probably a creator, but religion is man-made and things like this. So not everything is under the umbrella of atheism, contrary to what gets written and discussed out there. A number of other books. So the books at the top here you see are books promoting atheism in the West in general, not necessarily addressing Islam or addressed to Muslims. And there's a number of books that have appeared in the last 5 years, 5 to 8 years, about atheism among Muslims, about Muslims, from Muslims. And then there was this more recent book by a Muslim, Hamza Tsortsis, who has tried to address atheism and tried to rebut atheism, and has written this book, which I encourage, although I think it still needs to be unpacked some more and requires some further work. There are a number of websites or online groups. So this is still the first part, which is, what do we know about atheism among Muslims? So there's a number of websites. There's a few books, as I've just shown, but there's a number of websites that are very popular, international in scope, but many of them come from ex-Muslims or among Muslims and are popular among Muslims. They read them and discuss them, and sometimes refer to them when we have discussion. And I have had a number of discussions with young Muslims, particularly at university level. So there's this Atheist Republic, which is a Facebook page, has millions of likes, and it has a website that goes with it. And essentially, just to quote from them to give an idea of what they are about, they say about themselves, we are a community of godless heathens who share their views and help each other express their atheism. There's another Facebook page titled Atheism versus Islam. So this one is specifically about Islam or against Islam. And it has tens of thousands of members, perhaps more now. It says, we are a group of atheists from a variety of backgrounds, including many who used to follow Islam. And then they add, we have organized here to refute the harmful and false assertions made by the religion of Islam. Islam is riddled with false myths, contradictions, superstitions, immoral and reasonable propositions, etc. Do we have any data on this phenomenon? Well, there have been a few surveys which are very limited and can only tell us a little bit, not that much. The first one, which drew attention internationally, was this Global Index of Religiosity and Atheism, produced by Wynne Gallup International in 2012. It was a broad survey of religiosity from very religious to convinced atheists in the world, about dozens of countries, including about a dozen Muslim majority countries. And it found that in most of these places, people who declared themselves as convinced atheists numbered between 0 and 5%. The most striking one was the one in Saudi Arabia, where they found 5% of the respondents declaring themselves as convinced atheists. However, the problem with that survey is that it had a low number of respondents in each specific country. So most of them had somewhere between a few hundred to 1,000 respondents, which means you automatically have an uncertainty or an error bar of a few percent. In the case of Saudi Arabia, the uncertainty was about 4.5%. So if you say we have 5 plus or minus 4.5% of respondents saying we are convinced atheists, you are essentially saying we have anywhere between 0 and maybe 10%. So that doesn't really tell you much. It tells you some of the respondents that the survey talked to declare themselves convinced atheists, but you cannot generalize and say anything about the whole society. In 2017, Pew had a religious landscape study in the US and found that 24% of adults who were raised Muslim, so these are Muslim by upbringing, by family, by culture, by background, no longer identified as Muslim. And that compared to about 22% for US Christians, which meant that Muslims in the US, young Muslims as they grow up, go or follow the similar trajectory to young Christian men and women, young men and young women, in that about a quarter of them leave that religion and no longer identify with it. But that's specifically to the US, and that tells you something about what is happening out there. I've been a number of times, many times to the US. I've given talks about atheism in the US to Muslim communities, and I know that there is a problem there, although quantifying it is very, very difficult. And then the last one that I am aware of, a recent one, is in 2019, there was an Arab Barometer survey where a number of countries were surveyed to try to see how religiosity has evolved in the last several years. So I'll just show you very quickly some of the results of that survey. Essentially, what it shows is how people who declare themselves as non-religious in these Arab countries, how that percentage has evolved from 2013, here shown in green, to 2018-19, when the new survey was conducted, shown in purple. And as you can see, in a number of countries, the number or percentage increased significantly, particularly in Tunisia, Libya, Algeria, Morocco, Egypt, Sudan also. In some countries, it didn't change much. In Yemen, surprisingly perhaps, it dropped from about 16% to about 8%. But in most countries, there seems to be a rise of this non-religious category among young Arabs. At least this is in the Arab world. Now, what are the causes of atheism that are given when people talk to them, or when they write on social media, or when they are interviewed? So what are the causes? Very quickly, the most frequently cited cause is the existence of unfairness, suffering, and evil in the world. They say, this is not consistent with a loving God. This is not consistent with the religion that you want to promote. There's too much evil and too much suffering and too much bad in the world. How could your God have created a world that is so wrong? Second issue is that they see God in the Quran as angry and harsh. They say, your God, the God that is described in the Quran, describes himself in the Quran, makes terrible threats that if you make even small mistakes, or what people consider small mistakes, like you have sex outside of marriage, or you say something really bad, or you eat during Ramadan or something, then you are going to be given harsh punishments and eternal hellfire in some cases for certain crimes. Third issue is that the educational system in the Arab Muslim world is closed. It does not allow questioning, it does not allow debates about religion altogether, about any issues about religion, let alone about God. And so this religion essentially is dictatorial. It imposes an argument from authority. It does not allow young Muslims to question, to debate, and talk about. And I'll come back to this at the summary and conclusions at the end. More specific causes of atheism among Muslims, there are, at least this is what these people who leave Islam or reject Islam, sometimes reject God altogether, proclaim. They say there are unacceptable religious practices in Islam, particularly toward women: beating, child marriage. They bring up the story of Aisha, 2 female witnesses for 1 male, stoning, cutting hands. All of these to them are unacceptable and make them leave this religion. They say, how could there be no outright ban on slavery? And that it is even defended to this day by some Muslim scholars and other such moral issues. There's intolerance toward Jews, Christians, gays, atheists, apostates, etc. They say this religion is intolerant. And then sometimes they bring up science issues, although in my experience and from my readings, science doesn't tend to be a primary reason for rejection of Islam or religion altogether, or God, but people use it as some kind of a further justification or support for their non-religiosity or atheism. So they bring up evolution, they bring up some astronomical phenomena that the Quran seems to talk about the sun moving, when we know that it's the earth that moves, talks about meteors as being some phenomena that are stoning devils and things like that. They say, the science of your Quran is really, really terrible. Now, how do we rebut these atheistic arguments? So in the next maybe 10, 15 minutes, I'll try to give sort of the general gist of how we should start talking. And I am all for discussion, and I am all for openness, and I have discussions with young Muslims all the time. Somebody has had the chance to start writing on the board. So organizers, please stop that. Somebody is putting some stuff on the screen. Please remove all capabilities or anyway. So as you can see on the screen, somebody is writing and typing. Anyway, so I am all for openness. I tell youngsters that they should be open to discussion. They should come, and all ideas are open and acceptable. I mean, acceptable for discussion. Of course, we have counter arguments, and this is how we should go about it. The more we close it, the more we prevent people from discussing it, the more they will leave, and the more they will create an undercurrent, a counter culture. Who is God? Is there evidence for God? First, as Immanuel Kant said, if one is committed to the intelligibility of the universe, and scientists and atheists always proclaim this, one must be committed to a final explanation. God is not some mindless laws, and I'll come back to this idea, how the atheists present the universe as essentially some kind of a pre-existing pre-existing laws. God is not some bunch of laws. God is a transcendent, infinite mind or spirit with absolute intelligence, knowledge, and power. So when people ask us, we say, yes, of course, we have a definition for God. We have a conception of God, and this conception of God is philosophically defensible. It is rational. It is coherent. It makes sense with the science, with everything. Most importantly, God is a necessary and eternal being. And this comes from Ibn Sina and others, some of the great philosophers of our history and civilization, who really produced this important addition of this necessariness or necessity of this being. It cannot be caused or created. It is the primordial ground of being and the final explanation of everything. Who, then who, what created God, which is, very often sort of simplistic question that we get asked. So, okay, so if God created the universe, then who created God? Say, well, then you should read a little bit more before asking such simplistic and ridiculous questions. I mean, it sounds like a counter question, but if you know a little bit about philosophy of religion, belief, God, etc., then you know the who created God really is a stupid question. But that requires us understanding this idea of necessity, necessary being, primordial, final explanation. These ideas are very important. Number two, the problem of evil. And I said this tends to be the primary reason why young Muslims bring up this issue as being one of the main reasons, if not the main reason, why they leave religion and Islam. First of all, there is no agreed upon definition for suffering and evil. Even when somebody kills somebody mindlessly, even sadistically, that does not necessarily equate to evil, because that may be mental sickness. So is mental sickness equal to evil, or some evil act that can be explained by some illness? Does that prevent it from being evil? Or is it evil if I am not mentally sick, but it is not evil if I am sick? So the act itself is not necessarily evil. It depends on my state of being. Plus suffering. Well, I mean, we all suffer every day. I suffered the loss of my mom. My mother died. She was 55 in a car accident. So I suffered for a long time by having lost her. I was 37 at the time. I wasn't a kid. I was married, I had kids, I was living fine, but I suffered a lot. So is that suffering acceptable? Not acceptable? That an adult, well-settled person like me lost his mom at the age of 55? Is that unacceptable? That's really wrong in the world. How could people lose their mom aged 55? So this whole definition of suffering and evil, what is reasonable suffering and what is evil and what is not evil and depends on what, is a whole line of discussion. Suffering and evil are consequences of creative and destructive laws of nature necessary for life, intelligence, consciousness, and free will. So you may have to have suffering. You may have to have, quote, evil, if that is unpreventable in the way causes and effects happen in our universe. And this is another whole line of discussion. Then we need free will. Why do we need free will? Because we want our acts to be, we want to be responsible for our acts, and we want to be judged in fairness. So if I'm not free to do what I have done, then I cannot be judged, obviously, or it's not fair. And so there has to be free will. And if there is free will, then automatically it means I am allowed and able to do something good and something bad. So automatically free will leads you to some bad actions, which will lead to suffering for others or may be seen as evil. So that whole discussion of what is suffering and evil may be absolutely necessary just on the basis of free will. Suffering may be a side product of some good that the sufferer and others experience that would not otherwise exist. And suffering and evil may be unpreventable in any universe of enough complexity and meaning. So it is not as simple as, oh, the world has so much bad stuff, so how can this God be there and allow all of this to happen? That is really sort of superficial and simplistic at best. So this is how we address the question of evil, and I think this is one of the main questions that tends to be raised and needs to be addressed. Does evolution imply no creator? Evolution only explains the process by which species appeared. In fact, Darwin's book, revolutionary book, was titled On the Origin of Species. Just like astrophysics explains how stars and planets form, and this is my field. Neither, not evolution, not astrophysics, explains why things occur that way, why they lead to the appearance of complexity, as in astrophysics, the appearance of life, as in biology, intelligence, consciousness, creativity, etc., which is the byproduct of one of the main products of evolution, because evolution produces things that are more adaptable to the environment, and therefore you need organisms that are more capable so that they adapt much better. And so this is how they sort of develop, so to speak, new traits, more complex and more intelligent behavior. And in fact, Darwin himself, to quote him specifically, said, "I cannot persuade myself that electricity acts, that the tree grows, that man aspires to the loftiest conceptions, all from blind brute force." In other words, there are causes and effects, there are scientific explanations, but there is a reason for all of this behind, and it cannot just be blind brute force. Otherwise, how can you explain all these loftiest conceptions? How can you explain how the tree grows and what it does, and it's, you know, tending toward the sky and trying to point to the sun and get as much light as possible? And then we now know there are all kinds of networks among the trees underground, exchanging minerals and energy and water and whole kinds of things, and some trees protecting other trees, and so on and so forth. It's a mind-bogglingly complex and wonderful world out there. It cannot just be, oh, there's just some forces and some energy being exchanged. Evolution and religion/Islam do not necessarily conflict with each other. In fact, there are many theistic evolutionists, including myself. So this whole argument that, oh, evolution is against religion, and if you accept evolution, and many of these young Muslims who are well-educated, go to university, learn about all this, and are somehow told that you have to accept evolution because there is strong scientific evidence for it. And if you end up accepting evolution, then you have to reject religion, and that is just total nonsense. Can the origin of the universe be explained without the need for God? Some years ago, there were two books that appeared. One of them was by Stephen Hawking, titled The Grand Design, and the other one was by Lawrence Krauss, titled A Universe from Nothing. For the first one, actually, when the book appeared, I was contacted by, I think it was the Times of London, to comment. They asked a number of people to comment, what do you think of this book? Both books essentially argued that we now have enough quantum physics, and even though we don't have a full quantum gravity theory, but we have enough understanding of quantum physics, including zero-point energy of the vacuum. Vacuum in physics is a very complex thing. Doesn't mean it has absolutely nothing. On the contrary, it has all kinds of fields and all kinds of zero-point energy underneath. It just means that there are no particles. And so this can allow for virtual objects to appear, at least temporarily. And so there is a probability and there is a quantum process by which things appear out of vacuum. And that essentially, as Stephen Hawking put it, what place then for a creator? And so I was asked to comment, and there were a number of other people who commented. And I said, well, if that's your definition for vacuum, you're starting with a huge, very full vacuum, and you cannot just, call it vacuum or nothing, and then there is no creator. So essentially, materialism starts with the right laws and the right constants of the universe and the right physics. So you start with something. You're not starting with nothing. Theism starts with God. As I mentioned earlier, an eternal, necessary, all-powerful mind, spirit, intelligence that creates. So in both cases, you're starting with something, and you have to be very clear that no, we are not starting from nothing. God, as a starting principle, is actually simpler and more elegant and economical. Why? Because not only does it explain the universe with just one starting principle, it also explains the existence of everything, including ourselves, including our lives, including beauty in the universe, which materialism cannot explain to you, purpose, consciousness, morality, spirituality, spiritual life, and more. So there's a number of things here. Consciousness, materialists say, well, we'll be able to explain it at some point. We cannot now, but we'll be able to get to it, maybe. Morality, this is just essentially altruism, which we can explain with biological evolution. Maybe, not sure. But okay, you can wave your hand and say, we can explain morality on the basis of altruism and why altruism can be justified on the basis of biology and evolution and stuff like that. But you cannot, in fact, materialism rejects the whole idea of purpose, rejects the whole idea of progress, rejects the whole idea of teleology, that we are moving towards some grander, greater goals and things like that. Whereas God can explain all of this and fits it all together and is not in contradiction with physics, astrophysics, biology, or anything like that. The universe, again, going back to the materialists and its starting materialistic principle, cannot provide such an explanation because it is contingent, not necessary. Why does the universe exist? There is absolutely no reason why the universe should exist, must exist. But if you have God as your starting principle, then you can justify why there is a universe. God, being a creator, by definition, would have created and has created and continues to create, as we know. 5, are faith and religion irrational? So this is another argument that people bring up. Well, it depends what one believes. Yes, there are some beliefs that are irrational. There are some ideas, some acts that are irrational. Sometimes it's just pure superstition. If one believes in acts that have never happened or cannot happen, they say, yeah, I believe it happens. I believe it has happened. Maybe it has happened, or it can happen. But we have never observed it. There is no evidence for it. There is no record of it. And it doesn't fit with anything we know about the universe. No, I believe. If you insist on I believe, then of course it becomes irrational. And especially if, and this is prevalent among many religious people, that you hold two types of thinking at the same time, or at least in different times of your days and life. Some of it is rational. So you go to work, you go to university or labs or wherever, financial institution or something, and you think rigorously, correctly, methodically, and so on. And then you have some other thinking, which is this sort of religious, irrational religious thinking. And sometimes you're acting this way, and sometimes you're thinking this way. And that just leads people to just run away. But if one is using his or her mental powers rigorously and with sound methodology, what we call philosophy and science, both, and concluding by using reason and using rigorous and sound methodology that there is a God. I'm not just believing because, I believe anything. I have thought it through and I have reasoned it rigorously, as a number of great minds from Aristotle to Einstein did, and concluded there is a super intelligence, there is a super mind, superior mind, creative mind, then one is not being irrational. On the contrary, one is being rational. There is nothing irrational in my thinking and in my conclusions. 6, has religion led to destruction, evil, and intolerance to the world? Because, this is the argument from Richard Dawkins, Harris, and so on, Christopher Hitchens, and the neo-atheists. They say, well, religion has been terrible. Religion is evil. Religion should be just completely eradicated from the world because it has only led to destruction and evil and bad stuff. Well, here's a book that appeared in 2018 by Stephen Asma, who is actually an atheist philosopher in Chicago, wrote this book titled Why We Need Religion. I have the book, I read it and went through it in detail. And he goes about explaining why religion is actually good. He says, I don't believe in transcendence, I don't believe in a God, but religion as a social activity, as a culture, as a glue that binds people and they act together is actually good. That's his thesis. Religion provides meaning to people. It encourages forgiveness, relieves sorrow in death and other highly emotional situations, gives mental strength, resilience, peace, sacrifice, promotes happiness, joy, and sexual communion, reduces fear and rage, and energizes and invigorates believers. So this is all good. This is great. So there are some atheists who claim religion is terrible and only leads to evil and suffering and intolerance in the world. And there are some atheist thinkers, such as Stephen Asma, who say, no, actually religion tends to be quite good in most cases. There are some crazies out there who come from religion, and there are some crazies who come from atheism. I mean, the Stalinists and the Maoists and all of these people who have killed millions and tens of millions of people and did so not from a religious standpoint, but on the contrary. So we need to realize that religion, in the most part, around the world, all kinds of religions throughout history has actually been good. Summary and conclusions. The existence of an atheism trend among young Muslims is certain. There's enough anecdotal, let's say, maybe not anecdotal, but enough partial evidence here and there from discussions and experience, and from some writings, some books, some surveys that I mentioned earlier. So we know for sure there is an atheism trend. But we need more rigorous studies of the phenomenon and its causes. We don't know yet nearly enough about what is happening out there, what is the extent of this phenomenon, what are its main reasons, who is it affecting, and so on. There are, what we know for sure is there are intellectual and emotional issues at play. It's not always, oh, I've thought it through and I've concluded there is no God. No, very often it is something happened to people in their lives and they encountered certain things and they concluded, the hell with this religion. We need to respond to all atheistic arguments and we need to take them seriously. This is what I tried to do in the last 10, 15 minutes, just to give a glimpse of how we should address these issues and how we should interact with youngsters. Religion has become repulsive. So this is one other thing that I have noticed, and I have concluded that most people, they have a problem with religion. They don't necessarily have a problem with God. They go and read Dawkins and stuff, and they find some arguments against God. But essentially, their starting point is they have a problem with religion. And in our case, Islam. So atheism has attracted people, even though it provides no meaning and answers to questions. Young Muslims crave open and honest discussions of religion and all issues. Nothing, not even God, should be off the table. And I have found that when we open channels of discussion, when we put all the arguments on the table, people feel much better. And they start to see some nuances, and they start to say, okay, so there are some issues in Islam that I don't quite accept. Maybe I don't have to believe this, but I don't necessarily have a problem with believing in God and revelation and messengers. In fact, even holy books or scriptures, I don't necessarily have a problem with that. But if you don't discuss things with people, then they will end up rejecting everything. So I mentioned earlier that and somebody mentioned my earlier book, Islam's Quantum Question. More recently, I published The Young Muslim's Guide to Modern Science, and I'm happy to report that both have been translated to Urdu. Just a few days ago, a new booklet appeared from Cambridge University Press titled Islam and Science, Past, Present, and Future Debates. I am sorry I forgot to bring in the link here, but the book is available electronically for free, I think, for the next 2 weeks. So if you want my latest offering in English, Islam and Science, Past, Present, and Future Debates, you can go to Cambridge University Press, search for it and find it and download it for free for the next couple of weeks. Thank you very much for your attention, and assalamu alaikum.
Dr. Nida Al-Kusum, thank you so much for this insightful presentation and on the topic Islam's Quantum Questions, which is basically his book. He has mentioned his other books also, which is very helpful for our youth. So now we're moving toward Dr. Zulekha. She has joined us on Zoom. So we are having her here. Dr. Zulekha, we are afraid that we are out of time, a little out of time now because you have joined a little late. So can you present us a brief discussion on your topic in 10 minutes? You can start to unmute your mic and start giving us the presentation.
Sure, 10 minutes. Okay, Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I did have a PowerPoint. Am I able to be enabled, or did you want me to? Can I share my screen?
Dr. Zulekha, you want to share your screen?
That's correct.
Oh.
Is that possible? If not, I'll just talk to the topic.
Yes, it is possible. Start sharing your
Okay.
screen, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Okay, so I've got my clock on, so I will make sure that I don't go over time. So I guess what I've been asked to talk about is religious and non-religious spirituality, which serves better. So I guess spirituality, particularly, I would say in the Western world, is a very big topic, and it's becoming very popular. Just within the Australian context, 46% of the population is affiliated with no religion. So we're actually, so that's within the millennials. 46% of millennials chose no religion, and about 38% of the all Australian population chose no religion. So that's nearly 4 in 10. So we're seeing, at least in my environment, this growth towards spirituality, but no affiliation with religious institutions. There's various reasons for that, and it's, there's been a lot of research done on that. But I guess what I wanted to talk about is, what is the difference between religious and non-religious spirituality. So when we say religion, we mean this is one definition: the belief in and worship of a superhuman powers, especially a god or gods. So in our in Islam, we're talking about the belief in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala as the power and, our Rabb, our Lord, who has created everything. When we're talking about spirituality, we're talking about the quality of being concerned with the human spirit or soul as opposed to material or physical things. And we know that in Islam, spirituality is a big component of what we do. And so I guess here what we're trying to see is, what does religious spirituality and non-religious spirituality look like? So what I had done is I found this article which looked at comparing religion and spirituality. And what I actually did was critique it. And the 4 areas that it looked at was objective versus subjective, organized versus formless, traditional versus evolutionary, belief versus spiritual experience. So the main points that were being made was that with religious spirituality, there's a big focus on objects. When we say objects, house of worship, as books of scripture, in our case, Quran, rituals like the 5 pillars of Islam, and observances. So this is considered to be object referral. Now, I should say the article that I was reading was trying to push for non-religious spirituality, and that's why I'm going to critique it as I'm going along. So it's the non-religious spirituality, it was saying, leans more towards self-referral or the internalization of your awareness of your soul. Spirituality is an inward journey that involves a shift in awareness rather than some form of external activity. So it's kind of suggesting that non-religious spirituality focuses more within. And that would be one of my first, criticisms, or one of them. Yes, Islam does have object referrals, such as the Quran, but we see these as our compass. These referrals are like our compass. So we actually see that as a good thing because it grounds us, it directs us, and it guides us. But these, what we call outward objects also help us to journey inwards. And when you think about, the fact that Quran is the word of God, and in the Quran it says we are nearer to him than his jugular vein. If basically we know that Allah knows us better than ourselves, and therefore he knows what we need better than ourselves. So external activities, yes, that might exist, like the 5 daily prayers and dhikr, remembrance of God, are going to have internal impacts. So the other, in a way, comparison that was made was that it's organized. Religious spirituality is organized. And, the 5 pillars of Islam is a very good example of that, where there's a set routine, there's set times to do it, there's certain codes, guidelines that need to be followed. Whereas with formless, non-religious spirituality, it alluded that the spiritual aspirant recognizes that he or she is on a pathless path of self-discovery. They are following not a set of external rules, but their own inner call to spirit. So again, it was pro this non-religious spirituality. Now, my critique of that is the inner call to spirit assumes we know what is best for us, whereas this is questionable because everyone's spiritual state is not at the same level. If someone's got an untamed ego, nafs, that could be calling them to reckless behavior. And that could be the call that they're responding to. So to rely on ourselves to know what we need to do spiritually is a very dangerous ground. We need that guideline or instructions from the higher power, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, who knows us better than ourselves. So yeah, what is that inner call? What if it's the untamed nafs? What if it's waswasa, even satanic whispers? So it's relying on oneself to know how they should move forward spiritually is definitely considered to be dangerous grounds. And we can know ourselves by knowing our Rabb, Lord. So in Islam, these are very important. You can't really know yourself without you knowing Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And so you can't go on this spiritual journey or spiritual growth, without making Allah part of the formula, but not only part of the formula, but at the core of the formula. Traditional versus evolutionary, this is another area that's often criticized, saying that the traditional, which is religious spirituality, it's been around for centuries. It's centuries old, basically. The 5 pillars of Islam was 1400 years ago through the revelation of the Quran. Or the dhikr, it's highlighted in the Quran Hadith, or tafakkur, again, reflection, it's emphasized and talked about in the Quran and Hadith. It's 1400 years old. And the criticism is that, or when trying to sell non-religious spirituality, it sort of suggests it's evolutionary, adaptive mindset toward core teachings of the great wisdom traditions, suggesting that it's keeping in time with the times, basically, by being evolutionary. So my critique of that is that, yes, while humans, societies, and the world changes, human nature does not. We have a fitra, innate nature, which is the same. It's the same fitra that Adam and Eve had. Our body, the body, what it's constructed of, this body, spirit, nafs, the ego, intellect, heart, these are all existent, just like they did during Adam and Eve's time. So even though time has passed, our composition as a human being hasn't changed. So for example, with an untamed ego, we know from Pharaoh, power and wealth was a big thing. Today, we know power and wealth is a big problem as well for the ego. So again, same problems, thousands of years later. So we can't, that's a flawed argument then to say that if there's a problem, these are out of date. They're not out of date because our nature is the same as it was hundreds of years ago, or even when Adam and Eve was created. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, through religion of Islam, provides the teachings and practices for us to realize our potential. So our potential can be realized only through those instructions of Allah. The other thing is saying, well, religious spirituality is all about beliefs, and then you've got the non-religious spirituality, which is about spirituality. Yes, there are beliefs in Islam that are critical for the adherent of the Muslims. And through religion, you are taught to have faith in God or the scriptures as being the infallible and ultimate truth of reality. The argument with spiritual experience, those who argue that non-religious spirituality is better, they basically arguing that it often leads more heavily on direct experience of the soul or divinity. So it's sort of suggesting that not having too much focus on faith is a better thing. But again, I would say that this is a flawed argument, because religious spiritual practices do allow one to make conscious contact with more expanded states of consciousness. It does help one to experientially validate the teachings rather than accepting them as faith alone. So those experiences is like bringing those practices to life. It's bringing the theory to life. And there are many spiritual practices. The 5 pillars are very good examples: salat, fasting, hajj, or even sadaqah, dhikr, tafakkur, which are there to help to liven the spirit, or for the spirit to nourish and flourish. So we often associate ihsan with spirituality. It's a state of a high level of God consciousness, but you need the Islam and the Iman to build on, to be able to get to the state of ihsan. So this is my last slide. Religious spiritual experiences, it's founded on the reality that we are created by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for a purpose. So this is the default or the starting point that we start with Muslims. Allah created us and he created us for a reason. We also say that Allah created us in the form we could fulfill that purpose. So we've got the composition, the potential that for us to fulfill that purpose. And also Allah provided the guidance on how to best fulfill that purpose. Without that guidance, without that religious, connection, we're really leaving it to our whims and desires to determine what we need to do. And that becomes a very dangerous ground. You know, I compare it to non-religious spirituality to the example of a child and leaving them to their own to become the best version of themselves. Imagine we say to a child, okay, I brought you to this world. Now you do what you need to do to become the best version of yourself. No rules, no restrictions, no guidance. You work it out for yourself. The chances are that child will not be able to do that because they need guidance. They need direction. They need to have moral values relayed to them. So similarly, as human beings, to work out our spiritual journey without having a compass, which is the Quran, is asking for trouble. And there might be some growth, but the real potential, real growth, or our potential to fully realize our potential can only happen if we follow the instructions and the guidelines that was provided to us by our Creator, who knows us better than we know ourselves. So that brings me to the end. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Zuleyha Keskan. That was an insightful presentation by you. I really appreciate you for joining us, although the time got a little bit up and down, but it happens. It happens when you do the conferences online. I really appreciate you for joining us. And I'm afraid we will not be able to have some questions, which I wish we could have, but there is a speaker on the line, and I really appreciate you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
So next up, we have, please a round of applause for her, please, in the hall. Next up, we have Dr. Mustafiz Alvi. He is present. Please confirm me. Dr. Mustafiz Alvi, if you can hear me, please come up and unmute yourself. Let me introduce Dr. Mustafiz Alvi. He is the ex-dean of Faculty of Social Sciences in the Namal University, Islamabad, a well-renowned academic, author, and he has this specialty in the field of philosophy and science and things related to atheism and belief systems. Dr. Mustafiz Alvi, if you can hear me, please come up.
Yes.
Assalamu
alaikum. Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
Walaikum assalam. So you can start your speech now. Apologies for getting a little late, 5 minutes late, baby. So please, you can start your presentation now.
Okay, welcome. In the name of Allah, the most precious, the most beneficent. My salutations to all listening to me and attending the conference. I'll be focusing on the topic, just one aspect of Islam, science, and atheism, the epistemological perspective. So I can share my screen as well so that you may be able to see as well. Is it visible to you all?
Yes, absolutely, it's visible.
Okay. Okay, let us start with some questions about atheism. How does atheism explicitly manifest itself whenever it comes to human thinking, whether it is based upon any epistemological orientation? You know, epistemology is the branch of science philosophy that deals with the knowledge itself. In other words, we can say that epistemology is the debate about sources of knowledge, scope of knowledge, and limitations of human knowledge. So whenever we talk about atheism, first question does arise, whether it is a theory, an attitude, or a belief. Again, we have some other versions of atheism. Sometimes we see it is presented as a theory based upon some epistemological grounds. Either it might be rationalism or empiricism. And sometimes atheism is just a fashion, a folk lore, or something that is beyond any reasoning, beyond any epistemological orientation. Now, if atheism is an ideology, it must have a philosophical or theoretical framework in the roots, and it should have some objective to solve human problems or human conflicts of mind, at least. Now, if we think with this mindset, we will reach to the conclusion. Atheistic approaches have sometimes its origin in rationalism or sometimes in empiricism. You know, rationalism is the theory of knowledge that human reason is the supreme source of knowledge. And human reason gets basic information from sense experience, and that sense experience translated into some processes going on in human mind, and it concludes to some decision, some theory, some ideology, or some epistemological basis. And that becomes a judgment, that becomes a theory or an ideology within the processes going on in our minds. So rationalist approach also includes that there is knowledge innate, a part of knowledge exists in our minds by birth, and we carry that very knowledge triggered by the encounters with the nature or the environment. So this is what the rationalism stands for. It means a rationalist epistemology is reasoning, and this reasoning actually makes a journey of mind from the known facts to the unknown facts. And this is what we call reasoning and argumentation upon some theme or some epistemology basis. On the other side, we have empiricism. Empiricism sometimes goes against rationalism, and it says that the human knowledge is what our sense experience and our encounter with nature produces. Human mind is like a tabula rasa, or an empty slate, or blank slate. And whatever we experience or make experiments within our life, that imprints its own prints upon our mind, and we get some knowledge. It is the wholly summarily based upon the human perceptions through human senses. Now, empiricist approach towards reality is based upon human experience and sense experiences, upon which we make a body of knowledge, a body of concept of truth, or a mental picture of reality, but that is based upon our sense experiences. Empiricism produces scientific knowledge, and rationalist approaches create some philosophical knowledge. This is the whole phenomena behind atheism. Whenever we study academically atheism as a theory, either it will be based upon rationalism, means human reason, or it will be a scientifically proven theory that actually denies the facts which are non-empirical, non-physical, or immaterial. So atheism is to be studied both on philosophical grounds or on the scientific epistemological grounds. If it is created through scientific epistemology, then it has to be dealt with another way of arguments. And if it is created through philosophical epistemological orientations, then it has another rational reasoning to be countered. So this is how the atheism needs to be discussed. Atheism becomes, through its epistemology, becomes a worldview. As we discuss science as a worldview, being a result of empiricist approaches to knowledge and based upon sense experiences and laboratory experiments, and it creates a body of knowledge that we call science. It gives us a picture of reality around us, and this very answer to the questions of human mind is called science, and science is a worldview based upon the epistemology of sense experience and empirical knowledge. On the other side, we see the atheism as to be a worldview based upon either the scientific epistemological orientations, or sometimes it is based upon on philosophical epistemological orientations. Now, both, as I have explained to you, both are worldviews which are to be discussed upon the both of the basis I have explained to you, either upon rationalism or upon empiricism. When we go to Islamic perspective, we have a knowledge about not only the empiricist approaches, but also we see a rationalist approach, but in a special way that I will be explaining to you some moments later. First, we can have an eye view about today's contemporary approaches to reality. And as I have explained to you that our atheism, if there is an academic debate or a challenging debate for belief, then it could be based upon rationalism that stands for all knowledge begins with the senses and it proceeds to the human reason. And human reason is the supreme source of knowledge. On the other side, we have a contemporary approach towards reality, and that's scientific and based upon empiricism, that human knowledge is not innate, it does not proceed from our reason. Rather, it proceeds from the encounters with the nature, and human mind is like a blank slate, and it is always scraped on whenever we get encounters with the nature. So empiricism and rationalism both are the contemporary epistemological basis of philosophy and science respectively, and both are intersecting and depending, and upon both we have the modern philosophy on one side, and on the other side we have the modern sciences. Now, there is an epistemology created by the postmodern world and postmodernity, where knowledge has got its shape into a social construct. Knowledge is something which society creates, and it is based upon human perceptions and feelings. And this is what we get from theory of relativity in modern sciences by Einstein, but retranslated and transformed into relativism, social relativism, in the postmodern philosophy. The human mind and the human philosophy knowledge have been altogether decentered in this form. And now we have many truths in place of just single truth. We have many multiple forms of realities rather than having just single reality. This is what social relativism is being promoted and being thought of. Due to the postmodern culture, human being is also considered to be the social construct, the cultural construct, and human being's knowledge has also been as a relative term, and it is again a social construct. So this very contemporary epistemological orientation has created some other problems as well. Now, atheism today and the scientific knowledge today is influencing, rather both are influencing our rationalistic approaches, are our rationalist mindsets. But I think we must think about these all three sources of knowledge, which are considered to be just humane and indigenous, and their limitations and scopes will define whether one should be believing and whether one should be having the whole philosophy of life based upon these three epistemological sources, or one should wait for another source of knowledge that is external, and that, as Quran has explained and claimed, that is revelation. So we must now discuss the limitations and the scope of sense experience, human reason, and human intuition, or intuitive thinking. Because science is always based upon empirical knowledge that is created through sense perceptions and experiments of life in the world, which is a physical phenomenon, material attributes having inbuilt. And on the other side, the atheism or atheist approaches are either you can say oriented and originated from empiricism or rationalism. That is today's dilemma for human being. Now, if we consider one by one the sources of knowledge we have for our perception and our truth mental picture, first of all and foremost are the senses, which we have inbuilt tools for knowing reality. And these are the basic sources of knowledge about reality for us. And everybody has a sense experiences and sense perceptions through which we make our mental picture of reality, and then we follow as a philosophy, as a criterion to judge what is right, what is wrong, what is useful, beneficial, and what is harmful to be excused. Now, senses are the basic faculty of perception. All knowledge starts with the senses, yes. And the information gathered through our senses go on to vibrate our brain waves, and they have an imprint upon the reason and the human mind. Second source are the very important source, as rationalists explain it, that is human reason. Now, what does human reason do is that it cognizes, it analyzes, it gives judgments, it compares, it tunes, and different processes. Some of them are very, very complex, going on in human mind and reason. And after that, we get a concept, we get a perception, we get a judgment, we get a theory, or we get a narrative that is explained, and always based upon the reason. Thirdly, we have intuitive thinking or intuition, insight, an inward gaze. That might be partially due to the knowledge that is already inbuilt, as the rationalists approach. That might be the knowledge as revealed guidance teaches us, وَنَفْسٍ وَمَا سَوَّاهَا فَأَلْهَمَهَا فُجُورَهَا وَتَقْوَاهَا. So this is how there is something within ourselves that gives us a picture of reality if we have an inward gaze and we ponder over it, and we actually can foresee something. This is intuition. Now, these three sources of knowledge have created three worldviews. For example, sense experience has created the science, scientific worldview of the reality. And reason, on the other side, has created philosophy, or philosophical picture of reality. That is another worldview we have. And thirdly, intuition, that also creates a mental picture of reality, and that is depicted in the subwoof or mysticism, inward gaze, or mystic approaches to reality. We know there are certain mystic religions around, and those religions have the same epistemology of intuitive thinking, meditation, and inward gaze. We have in our subcontinent, like Hindu philosophy, Sikhism, Buddhism, and so on and so forth. So these are three sources of knowledge, and these are the epistemological basis for three worldviews. On one side, senses and sense experience that create science, reason or rational thinking that creates philosophy, intuition or intuitive thinking that creates mysticism, and inward gaze are an inner picture of reality. Now, these three epistemologies and tools of knowledge, or sources of knowledge, have some limitations, as we have. And this very point is not actually to decrease the importance or status of these three sources. This is just an analysis that what we experience through these three sources is vividly manifested in our lifestyles, in our liking and disliking, in our priorities in the worldly life. For example, these three sources are limited to certain scope and certain action, certain works, as you know. They are tuned, reserved, controlled, and being manipulated and can be maneuvered or can be changed into different scenarios. For example, we have different senses tuned to certain things. Beyond their tuned and reserved work or action, they become helpless. Secondly, they are not permanent sources. They are transitory. They change. The seeing become dumb, the blind, the hearing become dumb, and we see different thinking become persons with human reason, thinking minds once can be controlled or changed. Same is the flaw with all these three sources, that they are easily deceivable. If one sense is closed and the other is working, you can easily deceive the one which is working now. Same is the case, the mindsets have the same, 2 PhDs, 2 MPhils, and 2 doctors may deceive each other with having the same degree of knowledge and having the same degree and level of mind as well. Again, these sources are interdependent, I think. You know, our senses promote and proceed towards our brain, our mind, and this knowledge is transformed or transferred at least with a complex package of information. It goes on to the brain, and then our mind is always dependent upon the sense experiences. As they teach, they can deceive as well. So they are interdependent. One who is senseless cannot have any intuition. If he or she has, it cannot be interpreted or disclosed to others. So these are some of the shortcomings that in these very sources we have. Lastly, we have another source of knowledge, as the Holy Quran explains, and that Iqra bi-ismi rabbik. And this very source, as we know, ذَلِكَ مِنْ أَنْبَاءِ الْغَيْبِ نُوحِيهِ إِلَيْكَ. These are the news from the unseen, and we are revealing to you. So, revelation is an external source of knowledge. I would say it is a source of transmission of knowledge, and that is divinely revealed to human being. And it is always about the world that is unseen and that is unjudgeable through senses, through reason, and even through intuition. It means the revelation, according to Quran, enlightens human senses, enlightens human reason, and enlightens human intuition. All the three sources work under umbrella of revelation. The human knowledge can get on one side a comprehensiveness, that all knowledge is now coming to the way. On the other side, it will always have on the other side a pure, untouchable, free of doubt knowledge, and it will be reliable, as the basic source is divine, and then the center or the pivot for this knowledge is prophet, who is a trustworthy human being, and then it will be transmitted through a safe mode of revelation, la yamassuhu illa al-mutahharun. And this is how if it is not being controlled, maneuvered, or changed, it must be pure knowledge. This is what Quranic epistemology explains to us.
Sir, I'm afraid we are running short of time. If you could please conclude in a couple
Yes,
of...
I'm concluding. Yes, I'm concluding. So this is how we can see that if atheism has to be purified and it has to be enlightened, our science needs to be purified and enlightened. It should get light according to Quran and its claims that it should be getting basic root and impetus from the revealed divine guidance. And this revealed divine guidance is on one side metaphysical, so it cannot be maneuvered or changed. It is pure because the origin is divine almighty, and the center or pivotal roles a prophet. And thirdly, it is free of doubt because innamal ilmu indallah, the original knowledge that is comprehensive, applicable, and reliable, it is coming from Allah Almighty Himself. It is antique and eternal because this knowledge has been initiated as human life was originated upon earth, and so on so forth. It is eternal because it relates to not only the world hereafter, but the world here in the physical form that we are experiencing. It is universal and comprehensive in the sense that it is for all, and it is actually applicable to all, and it is tested and practicable because Prophet Muhammad SAW has created a state, a civilization, and an ummah and civilization that has been long lasting to us, and it will be if epistemological grounds and basis are purified, it will be long lasting. Thank you very much. I have briefly explained to you, in my opinion and view, what the epistemological perspective, atheism, science, and Islam shares or contradicts. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you for an insightful speech. I really thank you for joining us on a short notice. Now we will move on to the business end of this first session of this conference, which of course is the presentation session. But for that, I'm afraid we need 5 minutes or so to set up our system and to set up our stage as well for the presentation session. So consider it a 5-minute break, and you can do whatever you wish to do. But I will encourage you to sit, and we will provide you anything you have. Even if you're feeling unwell, I'm the doctor. You can come up and I will treat you here. You don't need to go anywhere. You will have everything here. So now we're taking a brief break, 5 minutes, and we'll be back. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you.
हर बच्चे
Mr. Muhammad Qasim Khan, who will go first. Please be seated on the stage. Second up is Myra Manika. Please be seated on the stage. And next up Miss Amara Ehsan. Please be seated on the stage. Dr. Sajid Iqbal, please be seated on the stage. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. With the permission of the session chair, Dr. Bilal Masood, to my left, I would like to start our first presentation session of the day. Please be settled. Please make sure that you are silent. Thank you. Thank you so much. So now we'll move on to the first presentation session for today. We have our first presenter, Mr. Muhammad Qasim Khan. Before he comes to the stage for his presentation, let me briefly tell you and tell the presenters especially the decorum of this session. Each presenter will be given 10 minutes for their presentation. And after that they are done, they will go back to their seat and I will call the next presenter. Make sure that you interact, you speak in the form of interaction, not just reading out the slides, because it's very important for the presenter especially to present their research in a manner that people understand in a better way. So this is the key point to your presentation. So without further ado, I would first like to call upon Mr. Muhammad Qasim Khan to present his paper on the topic of intelligent design between religion and evolution. Please come.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Your Excellencies, honorable scholars, respected audience. The topic of today is, which I have been prepared for, is intelligent design between religion and evolution. First of all, I would like to thank the Department of Islamic Thought and Civilization of UMT University and the IDP Institute of the Discourse Perspectives for organizing this great international conference with a significant topic on atheism. And I believe the bridge between faith and atheism is faithism. Faithism means to search for common grounds between faith and atheism, because the step from atheism to faith is too large and too big. So the bridge, the main point, the crucial point is faithism. So now starting with the presentation, there was a time that flying in the tiny air was supposed to be a miracle. There was a time that walking on water was supposed to be a miracle. But I believe these are not miracles anymore. The miracle in today's world is to walk on earth as a human being, as a humble human being. And when we talk about walking on earth, we search for scientific discoveries and scientific evidences how the human life was created and was created by the sole creator, Almighty Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So this topic, the intelligent design theory and the theory of evolution are not compatible. They are incompatible, but the idea is to make them compatible through research on how religion works and what are the evidences on evolution theory. First of all, evolution is currently one of the hottest catchphrases among Muslims, both positively and negatively. Suggestions show that Muslim population is generally unreceptive and doubtful of change from the standpoint of Islam for several reasons. The evolution theory states that all biological entities, including human beings, have historical relationships via interrelating lineages. This implies that humans are descendants of an ancient species and we are not instantly created into existence. Considering this, the theory is opposed to the belief that Adam and Eve They're the first parentless humankind couple, as stated in the Quran. This opposing idea brews tension and is the beginning of the whole discussion of Islam and evolution. The research which I conducted reviews different variables that have played a role in the current dialogue between evolutionists and Muslim creationists. Unlike other religions, Islam does not have significant debates regarding the separation of religion from science. So understanding the intelligent design, the theory of intelligent design is basically, it suggests that the weight of evidence shows that life within the universe cannot have originated randomly. Life must have an intelligent designer. For the philosophers, they call it the spirit. The scientists, they call it the intelligent designer. And a believer would call him God. So the question is, what is he exactly? A religious person would say these are his attributes: to design, to create. He is a spirit. So on the other hand, the present theories of evolution against the universe was never intended, but was a product of chance that was not directed. As such, the ID theory is opposed to the evolution theory. The proponents of the ID theory suggest that for life to have originated by chance, cells, which are life's building blocks, was relatively simple. However, after the electron microscope's development and biochemistry's improvement, it has been proved that cells are actually very complex. And the proponents of the ID propose that the level of complexity shows that the cells did not develop by chance. An intelligent designer must have provided some organizations. The proponents of evolution insist that evidence of design is never real, but just apparent. It is only either of the two positions that can be corrected. Now, looking at the research methodology, this was a qualitative research, which I've done to collect data from online databases like the ProQuest, LexisNexis Academic, GStore, and EBSCO. These are the online databases. And the keywords which I searched for were intelligent design, Islam, evolution, religion, and atheism, and all the peer-reviewed articles on the topic that were available at that moment. So this comes to this table. I made three categories on stances. One is the refutation on the evolution theory, the other one is acknowledgement, and the third one is the accommodative. So I will focus more on the refutation and the acknowledgement of the theory. Refutation is done by, if you can see, Imam Tabatabai, the scholar Shah has presented them, Nasr, Mas'ud, and Jalajil. Sayyid Ala al-Mawdudi is also against this theory. He refutates and says that the study states that evolution is only a theory and not practical proven. Dr. Tahir al-Qadri also is against this theory and says that there are similarities between the species and the other beings, and like there are anatomical, biochemical, biological, and genetic similarities between the humans and other species. But this does not make the human a descendant from another species, because in Ilm al-Balagha we say at-tashbih min ba'd al-wujuh wa laysa min kull al-wujuh. So if we find and search for an analogy between a human and some other or any other topic, the analogy and similarity is not made on the whole, but on a part of it. And that part cannot make the whole complete. It remains a part of it and not the whole structure. Sayyid Hussein Nasr is also, he argues that the human form is fixed, and it is incorrect to mention that it is transformed. Nuhamim Keller from Jordan says that the author holds that Adam was generally created and underwent no transformations. And David Solomon says that the author argues that Jalajil says that the author argues that Adam was specifically created and did not undergo any transformation. Now the acknowledgement is done by Nidal Gussam, and for me it was very interesting to know about Muhammad Iqbal, Allama Muhammad Iqbal, the famous scholar and philosopher of Pakistan and the east of the world, and Muhammad Abdu. They kind of acknowledge the theory of Charles Darwin. And for example, Sir Sayyid Ahmad Khan is very famous that he is a fan of this theory. He says that the creation story is symbolic, but evolution has some proof. And Muhammad Iqbal says that the study concludes that Adam's story is symbolic and the name is used to symbolize something else. And then Muhammad Abdu, this famous scholar from the reformist movement of Egypt, he says that from the findings, humans are created from a single soul, and it doesn't matter if the father is a monkey or Adam. Now coming to the theoretical form, coming to the theoretical framework of this research, the theory of evolution states that all living species descended from ancestral species whose appearances differ from present-day species as a result of cumulative alternation within the genetic conformation of a population. So from the link between the evolution theories and religion, 4 primary positions and premises has been taken by the scholars. The first one is if you combine the evolution theory with intelligent design theory and to explain the source of living things and the universe, there are 4 premises. First one is science and religion are incompatible. The second premise is that they are compatible and they belong to independent spheres. And I personally feel more like interested in this second position. The third one is that science reinforces explanation in religion, that data from current science are not just incompatible with religion, but act as its reinforcement by offering elements for scientific endorsement of theories proper to faith. And the final proposition is that science and religion exist in different spheres, but they are in harmony. They are like in independent methodological spheres, but though harmony exists between them. Now coming to the conclusion is of 4 parts, and I divided the scholars in 4 groups about their assumption and about their approach on the entire ID theory and evolution theory. First of all, the scholars, the thinkers' differences relate to their management of the tug of war between Islamic hermeneutics, metaphorical commitments, and understanding of science. It's basically their reading of the Quran, of the Ahadith, and what has been said. And it's also basically a lack of understanding of the Arabic language. One of the most tricky thing about Arabic language is that one word can have several meanings. So which meaning should we apply in this era, which in the next and current era? So this variable is very interesting in Islam, in the Quranic studies. So as such, the question regarding the conflict between Islam and evolution depends on how a person manages the link, between the domains, the level of comprehension of the literature and their sources, and the basis of arguments for or against evolution. The first group of scholars have taken the position of incompatibility between science and religion, and of course the evolution theory. They go for the literist interpretation of the Quran, majorly influenced this position. And it emerged from the consideration that the Quran contains scientific data regarding the universe and the source of man. And the second one, they think that these 2 are independent positions, evolution theory and the religious theory, the intelligent design theory. And through observable natural processes, God has done his job, his work, and he created the nature in such a miraculous way that the nature is explaining itself. It's evolving itself, it's evolving itself. The third group of scholars present their argument based on the intelligent design movement. And they say that they believe that the recent scientific discoveries in areas like biochemistry give empirical evidence for the presence of a clever design. And the proponents of this position believe that the present intelligence in the source of universe and living organism is divine. And finally, the last group of scholars believe that there is harmony between science and creation because they exist in different spheres, and they do not support the side that correctly explains the universe origin, but believe the 2 sides should coexist as they are different. So now a point to ponder upon, and I will conclude, is that this intellectual discourse on evolution and atheism and other theories, how can we benefit the current generation, the youngsters, and the future generations of Pakistan and in general, the future generations of the Muslim Ummah? How can they benefit from the knowledge we are discussing here? And I hope for the positive and the great outcomes of this. And I would like to thank again the UMT and the IDP for organizing this event. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mohammed Qasim Khan. We will now move on to the next presenter, who is Myra Manika. She has the topic of life after death. Very interesting theory. We'd like to hear it. Please, Myra Manika, come on stage for your presentation.
Okay. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. I think everybody can hear me. Okay, so the topic for today is Quranic case for resurrection. That's the topic for my research paper, in which I try to explain how does the Quran justify this imminent reality. So let's try to go into it without wasting any time. So the one destination that we all humans are going towards is death. But nobody really knows what happens after it. In fact, the notion of death is something that has, plagued humanity since centuries. And it is only religion that stepped forward to demystify what lies beyond death. Now, some religions side with the argument of reincarnation, and some talk about resurrection. Now, for this paper, the religion under focus is Islam, because of personal reasons, because I'm Muslim, so I wanted to see what does Islam say about life after death. And I was fortunate enough to discover that actually the arguments that Quran gives for the possibility of a life after death are actually rooted in logical reasoning and sincere contemplation, not just faith or blind faith or brute force like one of the presenters mentioned before. Now, the lens that was adopted in order to look at the proofs and signs that Allah has put forth in the Quran for us to ponder over. Now, these signs, if we ponder over them, He expects us to reach to the definite conclusion of a resurrection. So the lens that were adopted to through which we look at them are threefold, and they are labeled as direct evidence, indirect evidence, and human reasoning or rationality. Okay. So how are these defined? So direct evidence is basically, so I'm going to go by one in the body of research, so you can know what signs were put under each lens. So the first one is direct evidences. Now, direct evidence basically looks at all those observable phenomena around us that directly correlate with the event of resurrection. And there are 4 such signs that are discussed in the paper. Right now, I will try to go over 2 because of the shortage of time. And the first sign is something that you all some of you might be doing right now with your eyes open, and it's sleeping. So I want you all to think that I do believe that each and every one of you in this room has slept and dreamt at least once in your life. And if there's somebody who has not, please meet me after this. I would like to have a talk with you. Anyways, coming back to sleep. Now, when you sleep or dream, when you are dreaming, I want you to think, do you ever question the reality of the dream while you're in that dream? No matter how bizarre or crazy that dream is, it wouldn't make sense. But while you're in that dream, do you think that ye kya hai, aisa to nahi ho sakta? In that dream, what do? We accept that as truth, and we don't even question it, and we go with the flow. But what happens when you get up? You're like, okay, that was a dream. This is the reality. Now, the claim that people make that, how can I imagine that, we'll die and then we'll get up after death. And when we get up, we will know that, this is the reality and this life was, just a test. I can't imagine that. Well, actually you can, because you experience this almost every day. Every day you experience going to a fake death, a pseudo death, which is sleep. And every day you come out of that. And you also experience dreaming. You also experience coming out of that dream. And then you experience knowing when you get up that that was not the reality. This is the reality. And you also experience, while you're in the dream, you experience being in a certain reality that is not real to the senses. And while you're in that dream, you also experience being completely unaware of what is happening around you. So when you're dreaming, you have no idea what is the state of your body right now, how you're sleeping, where you're sleeping, what's happening around you, no idea until you get up. So why do you think this system of sleep is designed this way? What is this mechanism preparing us towards? Why do we sleep, get up, dream, sleep, get up, dream? And where are we going? We all are going towards one kind of sleep that we cannot run away. So why is this system designed in this way? Is it preparing us for something? This is something to think about. Okay. Now, the second direct evidence that I would like to talk about is true predictions in the Quran. Now, in Quran, Allah has mentioned a few predictions that were made at the time of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam 1450 years ago, and they came true. And one of the predictions that I would like to talk about here is when the Quran predicted the victory of the Roman Empire, while it had just suffered a very bad defeat. Now, this prediction was as unlikely as happening as if I would stand here and say, I predict that in the next 7 years, Nepal or Mauritius is going to take over the whole world. It will be the next world power in the next 7 years. How likely is that prediction to come true? So when Quran was predicting the victory of the Roman Empire at that time, that's how likely it was. However, 7 years later, it was fulfilled. And right now, we can confirm this thanks to historical evidence, historical proofs we have. We can see everything that happened in the past. There's no denying that. And this is not just one prediction. There are many other predictions in the Quran as well that were very unlikely, but they happened. Now, how is this a direct evidence of resurrection? This is because if the author of that book who is claiming himself to be the creator of time, he's saying, I am making some predictions, you'll see they'll come true, and they did. But there is one more biggest prediction that he's making, and he's not only making that as a prediction, he is promising it over and over again, and that is that when you die, which you will be brought back to life, and you will be questioned for your deeds, and that will decide your eternal fate. So that is also something to think about, whether should we take this prediction seriously or not. Okay. Now we will go on to the indirect evidences. Now, indirect evidence have been defined as all those observable phenomena around us that are a bit more technical. You require a bit more thinking and inference for it to reach a definite conclusion for resurrection. Now, the verse that was looked at for this category was there were some verses from Surah Al-Jasiyah, where Allah says, "Behold, for those who believe, there are signs in the heavens and the earth, and within your own creation." So in these verses, Allah is basically encouraging humans to look outside yourself and also within yourself to reach certain truths. Now, when discussing the direct evidences that lie around us, this paper could only discuss the sun, water, and oxygen out of many others that exist. And this paper also discusses how these three act on their own and together harmoniously in a way that facilitates life and also human development. Now, as a lot of two of our speakers mentioned earlier as well, that science can very well tell us that how these magnificent big entities are actually functioning, but they remain silent on why they are functioning in a way that these big entities serve humans. Now, luckily for us, Islam gives a very meaningful explanation. And that is very simple. And that is that we humans actually are placed on this earth as the vicegerents of God. What does this mean? This means that our job on this earth is not to do as we please. It is to it is to carry out the will of our Creator. And for that, we are given autonomy. And for that, God has given us power over all of the creation. And I think everybody knows here that with great power comes great responsibility. So we come with this, burden of responsibility. Now, when discussing two signs that are within our own creation, I'll only focus on one here. And that is also one of my personal favorites, the unseen development process of humans. Now, Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam was actually the first person to voice the embryonic stages of human development, a process that is completely unseen to the human senses, unperceptible at all levels. And when people used to ask, how can our decayed bodies be brought back to life? So the answer that Allah gave them was just like they were brought back the first time, they were brought to life the first time. Now, here Allah, resorts to their logic, compels them to use logic that if somebody can make you once, he can make you again. But he doesn't stop there. He strengthens his argument by providing us with a blueprint of the human being. He said, I made you once, I'll make you again. Yeah, I'll make you again. This is the blueprint. And this is how you were made. And now, thanks to the scientific development we have today and the development of the microscope and all that, we were able to confirm that indeed the process of human development that was mentioned to us 1450 years ago was accurate. Okay. So the third lens is of human rationality and reason. I will not go into it into detail right now because of time constraints, but it is basically based on all those arguments that Allah presents that are very easily understandable by every human being because they are innate in our fitra or in our nature, so we can easily understand them. If anybody wants to discuss them, you can meet me later and we can talk about it. Now, finally, conclusion. In the end, I just want to say that let's try to, reignite the feelings of awe and wonder towards these beautiful feats of nature around us and within us, and not get habituated by their magnificence just because they happen every single day. Because we don't want to drift away from the inner meanings that these beautiful signs bring us towards, and that can only happen when these big signs and their greatness is combined with human thought. So let's keep thinking and pondering on the signs around us and within us, and not lose sight of the ultimate destination towards which we're all going towards, whether we like it or not. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Maria Manika. Her paper is actually published in a booklet. So if you want to ask any more questions, you can ask her in the break time while we're having lunch break and for the namaz. Now, the next presenter is Miss Ammara Ehsan. She's from PU, and her topic is Rationalism and Empiricism, a Pathway to Modern Atheism.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. My topic today is Rationalism and Empiricism, a Pathway to Modern Atheism. In my research, I have characterized the ideas from 17th and 18th century in order to explain the modern atheism. As far as rationalism is considered, it is a phenomena in which reason is considered as a basic source of knowledge. It considers the use of natural faculties without the aid of supernatural revelation. And as religion is based on revelation, so the truth of scriptures is questioned based on rationalism. There have been four great mentors for rationalism: Descartes, Newton, Spinoza, and Leibniz. René Descartes is well known The slides were not running actually, so that's why I have to. Rene Descartes, who is well known for his saying, "I think, therefore I am." And this saying became the cornerstone of Western philosophy, claiming to provide a secure foundation for knowledge in the face of radical doubt. And he began with the idea that we should doubt most of what we think we know in order to get closer to the truth. As he said, that if you would be a real seeker after truth, it is necessary that at least once in your life you doubt, as far as possible, all things. So he provided mechanical basis for the physical world, which later evolved to materialism. Then we have Isaac Newton. He presented the law of gravitation, and which was built on the fact that the physical universe can continue to move indefinitely without the intervention of an imaginative power or deity. And according to him, God only stimulated the universe once and has no specific role in its overall operation. And his theory was close to deism, which means that the belief in God based on logic rather than revelation or religious teaching. Then we have Spinoza. According to him, God and universe are the same. This theory is similar to pantheism, which means that everything in this world is the manifestation of God. Then he applied this rationalistic approach to the Holy Bible, and he claimed that the universe was not created for a purpose and it does not operate for humans. Because if God works for a cause and is unable to achieve his goal, his perfection will be called into question, which is contrary to God's integrity. In his view, religion is not meant to determine the nature of things. Rather, it should just encourage morality in its essence. Then we have Leibniz. He relates the existence of a supreme being with perfectionism, and it contradicts with his view on the problem of evil. Because in his opinion, if God created everything, then evil is also one of his creations. But how could God create something as bad as evil? So he states that the main problem here is that God's character seemed to be stained by evil because God casually contributes to the existence of everything in the world, and evil is one of those things. After rationalism, there comes a phenomenon which is known as empiricism. And it is a philosophical notion that holds that knowledge is acquired by sensory experience. And the word empiricism originated from the Greek word empiria, which means experience. And the conventional trends of Middle Ages vanished after the development of this theory, and the people questioned the conventional theories of the past. Then we have John Locke. He was the founder of empiricism, and he disagreed with Descartes' assertion that knowledge is innate and challenged the religious and common beliefs of his day. And he gave a very phenomenal idea, which is known as tabula rasa. In this phenomenon, he says that it is a human being is like a blank slate, and nothing is innate in his character, and everything is evolved by the time. Next, we have David Hume. He was the follower of skeptical approach, and in his phenomenal book, which is known as Dialogues Concerning Natural Religion, he said that the overwhelming evidence of needless evil gives us good reason to doubt the existence of an omnipotent. Similarly, in one of the other paras, he also says that this world is terribly flawed and it's imperfect in comparison to a higher standard. It was only the first crude experiment of some infant deity who later withdrew from it, ashamed of his pathetic performance. Then we have Immanuel Kant. He presented the theory of transcendental idealism, which reconciled the differences between rationalism and empiricism. According to him, there is only one true religion, that is the religion of morality. And he says that apart from moral conduct, all that man thinks himself able to do in order to become acceptable to God is mere superstition and religious folly. Then we can relate these three phenomena with each other on the basis of approaching information and truth to explain the presence or absence of a deity. Since both rationalism and empiricism emphasize on skepticism and evidence-based thinking, so they can both result in atheistic ideas. And regrettably, the rational untying of religion has caused an intellectual and practical destruction, and materialism, which was meant to enlighten has devastated the humanity. Now we are bound to question the progression of knowledge and skill that how is that so despite of land production of thousands and thousands of tons, mankind is still suffering from poverty. The whole universe is being conquered, but still we lack the peace of mind and heart. Suicide and genocide are increasing day by day. Mental illnesses have gone up. So we can say that the reason which was on a pathway to materialism has reached nowhere. As we can see that mankind is suffering a lot from fear, deception, and social injustice. Also, it's a fact that the veracity of every component of religion cannot be tested with the help of reason, since religion encompasses certain supernatural phenomena which are based on intuition. Moreover, reason also does not hold any universal standards for beliefs. So we can conclude that the religion formed by pure reason has turned into an enigmatic theory of cause and effect with no comfort for grieving hearts, no place for solace, and no direct relationship with God. So here a significant question arises after reading all these theories and after researching on all these theories. A very important question arises, which is that how would science demonstrate the lack of a deity when it is unable to demonstrate the perfection of its theories? As we have seen in history, that every scientific theory has the potential to be refuted by the theory after it. Therefore, it is also erroneous to say on the scientific basis that God does not exist. Now, I will conclude by just 3 points. We should consider these things while researching on this field, that religious people should assist science instead of neglecting it and running away from it. And religion should be presented in its purest form, and philosophers should open their minds to religion by stepping outside of their strict precepts. And believers of our present time, we the students and we the teachers of Islamic studies especially, we need to be aware of this major shift in global thought, analyze it, take use of the opportunities it presents, and effectively communicate the truth along this path. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Amara Ehsan. Now I would like to move toward the presenter who has joined us online, Tahira Rauf Saruzama. Ask her to unmute her mic and start her presentation. Ms. Tahira Rauf.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Are you listening me?
Yes, yes.
Okay. My name is Tahira Rauf. I'm PhD scholar of UMT Lahore. Jazakallah khair for inviting me to this conference, Islam and Science and Atheism. And my topic of today's article is Islam and Science Compatible or Contradictory? So let's start without wasting more time. Science and religion are the two systems of understanding external phenomena. Although they are quite different in their methods and contents, they provide a framework to develop perception of nature. Science is the understanding of natural and social world and application of this knowledge using a systematic methodology based on evidence. Initially, religion was used by scientist scholar in the meaning of piety and worship in the middle centuries and was taken as a symbol of orthodoxy. According to some like Freud and Hume, religion is just based on supernaturalism and has nothing to do with reality. Later on, through the work of anthropologist E.B. Taylor, religion began to be used as a broader concept, including qualities that could be studied and compared scientifically. So, I advocate the concept of religion proposed by E.B. Taylor, that scientific study of traits of religion can be possible, though this might not be applicable to every aspect of Islam. We define religion as a set of beliefs, commands, and social instructions addressing not only the needs of the human body, but also its soul. In 2000, Ian Barber came up with a paradigm of 4 models to describe the relation between science and Islam. These were integration, conflict, dialogue, and independence. Some other frameworks were proposed by John Hott, Freeman Dyson, Stephen Jay Gould, and Staber, but the paradigm of Ian Barber occupied a significant position And here we use the typology of Einbarber to analyze the relationship between Islam and science. Likewise, I want to mention the continuous struggle of Muslim scholars has brought about a new meaning of science in which scientific miracles of Quran hold a significant position. Scientists now are being more compliant to the facts in Quran, being wondered by finding the proof of their discoveries already mentioned in Quran, alhamdulillah. The interface of science and religion has been explained in terms of conflict, integration, complementary, independence, and dialogue up till now. I will focus on integration, conflict, and independence for analysis and addressing gaps. So I will start up with the model of conflict. The conflict between science and religion asserts that both can never reside side by side. They are completely incompatible. The main reason behind this conflict is the classical theory of dualism, that is spirit and matter. This conflict thesis was produced by John William Draper and Andrew Dixon White in 19th century, who worked to prove religion a hurdle in scientific progress. Their narrative was a part of Protestant Reformation, and they intended to use science as a source to defend liberal Christianity against conservative and orthodox Christianity. It became a reason for secular and atheist scientists at that time to devalue the religion. Later on, their conflict thesis prevailed, and now its promoters mainly belong to two groups. Keep it in your mind, scientific materialists and biblical literalists. But we are more concerned about the theory of scientific materialism, as this is one main reason of conflict between Islam and science. The theory states that matter or nature is the only reality of this universe, and there is no inner dimension or spiritual basis for anything. Science is rational, they claim. Science is rational based on logic, tests, and experiments, while religion is irrational, emotional, and theoretical. They suggest that religion is not needed at all. Even Carl Sagan, you know the name, one of the main supporters of this concept, disproves the concept of God and suggests nature as a replacement of God. Another example I want to give, Jacques Monod, he asserts that things came into existence only by chance, and chance is the only source behind all the creations. We disagree with scientific materialism on the basis of two reasons. One is that Islam does not disprove the concept of testing and experimentation, but Islam suggests experiment and pondering over the signs hidden in universe. As you know, Quran says, behold in the creation of the heavens and earth, and the alternation of night and day. Here are indeed signs for men of understanding. The second point is, because we are disagreeing with them. So our second point is that matter cannot explain the reality of the whole universe. One cannot negate the inner dimension of this universe. For example, no one can negate the existence of spirit or soul and unseen beings. Darwin's theory of evolution is another discord between Islam and science. Dr. Shoaib has explained it very well. That's why I'm not going into details. There are a number of other examples of conflict between Islam and science based on the facts explained in Quran, but not yet proved by science. But we can say that if science being in its initial stages of development is unable to prove certain facts of Islam, this does not provide rejection of the facts. As science flourishes, there might be a time when it would be able to prove these truths. Let's discuss the other one, the model of integration between religion and science. It suggests that both are completely interlinked to each other. Yani science and Islam, both are completely interlinked to each other. Many eminent scientists support the relationship of integration between religion and science. For example, Albert Einstein believes science without religion is lame, religion without science is blind. The relationship between religion and science has been existing in two forms: theology of nature and natural theology. Natural theology tends to use intelligent design of the nature as an argument for existence of God. However, theology of nature suggests that doctrine can be reformed according to the emerging theories of science. It demands reformulation of religious principle along with new advancement in the field of science if we were to correspond science with religion. This idea is not compatible with Islam because Islam does not accept changes in its religious belief. Because religion is not shaped by humans, rather it is revealed by the God and its complete and perfect form. One can reformulate theories of science, but no one is authorized to make changes to the policies of God as evident from the Quran. It is mentioned in Quran referring to the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam that he, despite being the messenger of God, is not authorized to change God's message with his will only. As far as the idea of natural theology is concerned, founders of science like Newton, Boyle, and have appreciated the harmonious working of nature while making their inventions, and they find it evidence for existence of God. William Paley, in his famous book, Natural Theology, mentioned watchmaker argument, very common example, but I want to give here. Mentions watchmaker argument for intelligent design that if anyone comes across a watch in a pitch, he starts to believe in a watchmaker.
Ms. Tahira Rao,
Yes, please.
Please conclude your presentation.
I can conclude, but I want to, inshallah, I am concluding.
Yes.
So this is the second model, and the third model is, if I want to.
Ms. Tahira, time is up actually.
Okay. I want to propose my model then, okay? Because it's very imperative, because that's why I am presenting my article over here. So at the end, I want to propose my new model named eccentric model of Islam and science. So in short words, I want to say, the religion cannot be free of material, nor can science be free of unseen happenings of supernaturalism. Yet this does not explain a relationship of complete integration between the two, because religion has made the statement of facts while science is still in process of development. We quote here as we know, science is ever changing and expanding its circle to make new discoveries, and it takes several years to convert a theory into fact. For example, Big Bang and the others. When we analyze above explained three models of integration, independence, conflict, we realize that the nature of relationship between Islam and science is more inclined towards integration. And conflict arises when someone tries to compare immature stages of science with Islam. We formulate this finding as science is compatible with Islam when science is fully mature and has developed a statement after complete research. And science and Islam are at conflict when scientific theories are compared with Islam during the journey of its research. Where science is immature and developing. This principle is based on the probabilistic nature of science and absolute certainty of Islamic rules and Quran. In the light of our proposed model, we see that all these scientific findings which correlate with Islamic truths, including Big Bang, human development, rotation of sun, and many others, are those areas which have been studied thoroughly by scientists. However, propositions of conflict, including Darwinism and scientific materialism, are the areas which need further research. Thus, my model proposes that if Islam and science were to be considered in the form of two circles, science is a smaller circle residing within a larger circle of Islam, which represents the domain of science covered by Islam, with both circles having different center. Nature for science and belief for Islam. It is also obvious from the model that science is covered by Islam, but the whole theology of Islam cannot be described by science. Islam ensures a broader concept involve both natural and supernatural phenomena of this universe, while science deals with natural phenomena just. The circle of science is continuously growing with time. If you are watching the diagram in slides, the circle of science is continuously growing with time as it continues making new discoveries now and then. But almost all these encounters are associated with natural phenomena. Whether or not science will be able to give sufficient evidence for supernatural happenings still remains a question. John the Evangelist asserts, what religion known by intuition, science will one day prove in the laboratories. Even if the circle of science expands enough to explore supernatural phenomena, how much time will it take is still the point of wonder and a question remaining, inshallah, in our minds. Maybe science will answer all these things, but definitely it will take a lot of time. Jazakallah khair.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Tahira Rauf. Now, with no further ado, I would like to invite Sir Syed Shehzad Ali, who will present his paper on the topic Maulana Wahiduddin Khan and the case of modern atheism.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Maulana Wahiduddin Khan and global case of atheism. At the end of 19th century, Muslim world faced a lot of problems, and these were the nationalism, secularism, urbanization, industrialization, and one of major was atheism. And I am going to discuss atheism about with reference to Maulana Wahiduddin Khan. Maulana Wahiduddin Khan was a renowned scholar, and he was born in 1925. And he was well-versed in both classical Islamic learning as well as modern disciplines. And he presented literature in Urdu, and I will discuss this in Urdu. Maulana Wahiduddin Khan, इन्होंने इस्लामी पीस के हवाले से दुनिया में अपने आप को लिटरेचर पेश किया। एथीज़म पे इनका काम है। इन पे एतराज़ात भी किए गए कि इन्होंने मुख्तलिफ जो है ये इन पे मुख्तलिफ ब्लास्फेमी के हवाले से है और भी है। मौलाना वहीदुद्दीन खान ने इसको एथीज़म को साइंस के हवाले से लेके और उन्हीं के उसूलों के मुताबिक जो है जाके जवाब दिया है, और इस हवाले से इनकी किताबें हैं, मैं उसको डिस्कस करता हूँ। उन्होंने फिर क्या पैटर्न को अप्लाई किया वो आपके सामने रखता हूँ। सबसे पहले इनकी किताब मज़हब और जदीद चैलेंज है। ये सबसे पहले इन्होंने 1955 में एक लेक्चर दिया था जमात इस्लामी हिंद के एक सेमिनार में। तो जब इन्होंने बताया कि मेरे पास हार्ड कॉपीज़ हैं, तो सारी हार्ड कॉपीज़ जो है सेल आउट हो गई उसी वक्त ही। तो उस वक्त इन्होंने इसका इल्म जदीद और जदीद चैलेंज, इल्म जदीद का जदीद चैलेंज, मज़हब और जदीद चैलेंज, लेटर उनकी फिर बेटी जो है उन्होंने इसका तर्जुमा किया, इंग्लिश में किया, और इनके बेटे इसका तर्जुमा जो है वो अरबी में किया, अल इस्लाम या तहद्दी। और इस वक्त ये अरब की 6 यूनिवर्सिटीज़ में ये किताब जो है वो शामिल है। इन्होंने क्या किया, इस किताब में बताया कि साइंस जो इतराज़ करती है मज़हब पे, या एथीज़म इतराज़ करता है मज़हब खुदा के तसव्वुर पे, तो यही साइंस प्रूव करती है इस्लाम को, यही साइंस प्रूव करती है खुदा के तसव्वुर को। ऐसा बिल्कुल भी नहीं है कि यकसर जो है इनकार, जो 19th सेंचुरी में एक परवान चढ़ा नज़रिया। तो इन्होंने कहा कि ये अपनी इस किताब में इन्होंने उस एकेडमिक बैकग्राउंड जो था और उसको डिमोलिश किया और बताया कि जो मुख्तलिफ नज़रियात हैं जैसे साइंस के हवाले से हैं, तो इन्होंने बताया कि ये एथीज़म जो है ये बेसिकली एक तसव्वुर जो है ये साइंस से ही इसको निगेट किया जा रहा है, और साइंस ही बताती है कि खुदा का तसव्वुर जो है मौजूद है। फिर इनकी और 2 किताबें आई हैं जो इन्होंने लिखी। उसमें एक किताब का नाम है इस्लाम दौर जदीद का खालिक। इसका तर्जुमा हुआ, सारी किताबों का इनका तर्जुमा जो है मुख्तलिफ 16 ज़बानों में हो चुका है, और 6 यूनिवर्सिटी जैसे मैंने बताया कि उसमें आ रहा है। तो ये इनकी दूसरी किताब जो है इस्लाम दौर जदीद का खालिक, इसका इस्लाम द क्रिएटर ऑफ मॉडर्न एज, और इसके अलावा रिलीजन एंड साइंस, मज़हब और साइंस, ये किताब है। इनका क्रक्स जो है जो इन्होंने बयान किया है, ये क्या करते हैं कि साइंस को लेके اس کا جواب بھی اسی اصول کے مطابق جو ہے دیتے ہیں. اسی اصول کے مطابق جب لے کے آتے ہیں تو ان کتابوں میں, دونوں کتابوں میں یہ 4 جو ہے اس کا کرکس میں آپ کے سامنے رکھتا ہوں. سب سے پہلے یہ ہے inclination towards religion is a natural instinct of man. یہ بتاتے ہیں کہ انسٹنکٹ ہے, انسان کے اندر موجود ہے کہ وہ ریلیجن کی طرف جائے گا. یہ ایسا ہو ہی نہیں سکتا کہ وہ ریلیجن کی طرف نہیں جائے گا. سائنس ڈز ناٹ ریجیکٹس دا ایگزسٹنس آف گاڈ. یہ ایک تصور کیا جائے گا کہ سائنس جو ہے وہ ریجیکٹ کرتی ہے گاڈ کو. کہتے ہیں ایسا نہیں ہے, بلکہ یہ ثابت کرتے ہیں ایگزامپلس کے تھرو, پھر مختلف جو ہے نا کوٹ کرتے ہیں ان کے رائٹرز کو, مغرب سے سائنٹسٹ کو کرتے ہیں, پھر مختلف تھیریز کو لے کے آتے ہیں. تو پھر یہ بتاتے ہیں کہ یہ سائنس جو ہے وہ خدا کے تصور کو ریجیکٹ نہیں کرتی ہے. اور تیسرا جو ہے دس آرڈرلی یونیورس از فار ایور ان نیڈ آف اٹس کریٹر ٹو ریمین آرگنائزڈ. بتاتے ہیں کہ یہ دنیا ایسے ہی نہیں بن گئی چانس پہ کہ اپنے آپ ایک دنیا بنی ہے اور پھر ایسے ہی مسلسل چل رہی ہے, ہر چیز ایک سسٹمیٹک چل رہی ہے اور آرگنائزڈ وے میں چل رہی ہے. اس کے پیچھے کوئی نہ کوئی ایک تصور موجود ہے. اور چوتھا جو ان کی دونوں کتابوں میں آتا ہے وہ سائنس اینڈ ریلیجن کین شورلی گو سائڈ بائی سائڈ, کہ سائنس اور ریلیجن جو ہے یہ دونوں سائڈ بائی سائڈ چلتے ہیں. ایسا نہیں ہے کہ سائنس جو ہے اور ریلیجن جو ہے آپس میں آ کے وہ تکرار آ جائے یا کوئی مسئلہ بن جائے. پھر آگے ایتھیزم 3 مختلف علوم کو لے کے ڈسکس کرتی ہے اور خدا کے تصور کو جو ہے ہٹ کرتی ہے. مولانا وحید الدین خان ان تینوں تصورات کو لے کے اپنی کتابوں میں ڈسکس کرتے ہیں. وہ آپ کے سامنے رکھتا ہوں. ایک فزکس ہے اور دوسرا سائیکالوجی ہے, تیسرا ہسٹری ہے. تو مولانا وحید الدین خان بتاتے ہیں کہ سائنس صرف ہمیں بتاتی ہے what is it that exists, کیا چیز ہے جو موجود ہے, پائی جاتی ہے, لیکن کیوں ہے اس کے بارے میں جو ہے وہ سائنس ہمیں نہیں بتاتی. اور اس کے بارے میں ہمیں جو ہے مذہب بتاتا ہے why does it exist or how or why the law of nature came into being, why they continue to exist or why they cause the earth. اور یہ ساری دنیا جو ہے کیوں, یہ تو سائنس بتا دیتی ہے کہ کیا ہے, لیکن آگے یہ کیوں وجود میں آیا, کیوں چل رہا ہے, یہ کیوں کا جواب جو ہے وہ سائنس کے پاس نہیں ہے. اور انہوں نے بتایا کہ اگر سائنس نے ریپلیس کرنا ہے خدا کے تصور کو, ایتھیزم آنا ہے, تو پھر اس کو کیا کرنا پڑے گا, اس کو اٹ شل ہیو ٹو ڈسکور دا الٹیمیٹ اینڈ ایبسولوٹ ایکسپلینیشن. ہمیں پھر اس کی ایبسولوٹ اور ایکسپلینیشن جو ہے نا وہ آنی چاہیے, تب ہم جو ہے نا خدا کے تصور کو جو ہے وہ سائنس ریپلیس کر سکتی ہے. دوسرا سائیکالوجی ہے. وہ بتاتے ہیں کہ سائیکالوجی میں کانشیس اور انکانشیس کا لیول پایا جاتا ہے. تو وہ اس طرح سائیکالوجی کہتی ہے کہ تصور بچپن سے ہی ایک تصور آ جاتا ہے, انسان ڈر کے وہ کئی چیزیں آتی ہیں جو بڑا ہو کے پھر وہ مذہب کی صورت اختیار کر لیتا ہے. اس کا وہ جواب دیتے ہیں, وقت کی کمی کی وجہ سے میں مختصر کرتا ہوں. ہسٹری کے حوالے سے وہ بتاتے ہیں کہ شروع میں انسان کمزور رہا. ہسٹری کے جو اینتھروپولوجسٹ ہیں, سوشل ہیں, مارکسسٹ ہیں, یہ بتاتے ہیں کہ انسان شروع سے کمزور رہا, اس کے پاس مختلف ذرائع نہیں تھے. ان ذرائع کو اختیار کرنے کے لیے اس نے ایک مالک کا, غلام کا تصور لیا, اسی طرح خدا کا تصور بنایا. تو یہ تصور جو ہے وہ لے کے وہ انہوں نے کہا کہ یہ تصور آیا. تو مولانا وحید الدین خان اس بارے میں بتاتے ہیں کہ ہسٹری سے ہی ایگزامپلز ہمیں ملتی ہیں کہ سائنس جو ہے وہ خدا کے تصور کو پروو کرتی ہے. جولین ہگزلے کا جو ہے وہ کوٹ کرتے ہیں, ریلیجن از دا پروڈکٹ آف سرٹن ٹائپ آف انٹریکشن بٹوین مین اینڈ انوائرمنٹ. بتاتے ہیں کہ انسان نے تصور جو ہے وہ کر لیا کہ خدا پایا جاتا ہے صرف اپنے آپ کو کائنات میں محفوظ کرنے کے لیے, اور اس وجہ سے خدا کا تصور جو ہے پایا جاتا ہے, جبکہ خدا موجود ہے. اس حوالے سے لاسٹ ہے جی سمری. مولانا وحید الدین خان کرکس اس کا یہ نکالتے ہیں کہ سائنس یہ بیسیکلی تھیریز کو نگیٹ کرتی ہے, تھیریز آ جاتی ہیں, بدل جاتی ہیں, جبکہ جو ریلیجن کی بنیاد ہے وہ مذہب کی, وہ ریولیشن پہ ہے, اس پہ ہے, اس کو ہم چینج نہیں کر سکتے. اور پھر وہ کہتے ہیں اگر سائنٹیفک اصول کو اپلائی کیا جائے, کہ اگر سائنٹیفک اصول کو کیا جائے تو کہتے ہیں کہ یہ بھی وہ طریقہ جو ہے وہ صحیح نہیں ہے. ججنگ the ideas of religion on scientific principle is itself an unscientific method. اس کی ریزن وہ بتاتے ہیں کہ سائنس میں تو آپ تھیریز کو بدلیں گے, ریلیجن اس کو نہیں بدلتا. اور پھر اس کے بعد وہ بتاتے ہیں کہ ایک پورا ٹروتھ جو ہے وہ لے کے ڈسکس نہیں کیا جاتا سائنس میں. اس وجہ سے انہوں نے اپنی کتابوں میں سائنس کا, ایتھیزم کا اور اسلام کا تصور جو ہے پیش کیا ہے, اور اس میں وہ ثابت کرتے ہیں کہ خدا موجود ہے, खुदा मौजूद रहा है, एथीइज्म का तस्वर जो है, जो जदीद अजहान का पैदा करता है, ये सही उसलूब पर मुश्तमिल नहीं है। बहुत शुक्रिया जी, थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you so much, Mr. Shehzad. Now we have an online presenter, Ms. Safia Sabreen Sayed. If you're online, please come up, unmute yourself and start your presentation. Yes, I can see you now. You can start your presentation. She has a topic of contributions of Dr. Muhammad Iqbal to the Islam and Science discourse. Please start your presentation. Please allow her to share her screen as well. All right, you're all done. All done.
Okay, Bismillah, Alhamdulillah, Assalatu Wassalam, ala Rasulillah. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I'm going to start with Okay. Okay, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Salatu wassalam ala Rasulihil Kareem. Amma ba'd. I'm going to be discussing the contributions of Dr. Muhammad Iqbal to the Islam and Science discourse. This is going to be the agenda. We're going to go through Dr. Muhammad Iqbal as a person, as a revolutionary, his methodology, his starting premise, his pursuit of the ultimate nature of reality. What solution did he bring forward for the mystery of time, religion and science, and finally evolution? Now, obviously, everyone knows one of the most influential thinkers of the last century, that's Iqbal, and he sought to contemporize the religious thought in a world dominated by scientific fervor. The most powerful voice to call for an intellectual revival in the Muslim world. His way, his genius was in the fact that he represented this middle road between the conservatives and the modernists. He was the middle road where he wanted to creatively engage with the current trends based on the core principles of the Quran and the Sunnah. His methodology was that the Quran is not a static, finite text. The meanings and the explanations of the Quran could not have been exhausted by the earlier generation of Muslim scholarship. So new meanings can come out of the Quran in specific spatio-temporal context. Therefore, the door of ijtihad or independent reasoning must always be kept open. Now, the question between religion and science is, what are we all seeking? That is the ultimate nature of reality, both religion and science. And he says that religion and science are seeking the same thing. It's just that religion insisted on the necessity of a concrete experience in religious life, even way before science learned how to do this. Now, how does he start building his argument? There's a step-by-step process. So he starts with the first premise. Where do you start from? You want to reach a place that is the ultimate nature of reality. So where do you start from? He says it's the conscious self, but he doesn't assume that. He gives you the reason why we should start from there. So he critiques materialism, sense perception, reductionism, mechanism. These are not capable to teach us, to get us close to the ultimate nature of reality. They work in the world for science, but the ultimate nature of reality, the theory of everything, that's not how you get to. So he echoes the views of Wilden Carr when he says that how can the intellect, which is a mode of apprehending reality, be itself an evolution of something which only exists as an abstraction of that mode of apprehending, which is the intellect. So you can see the circular argument there is contradictory. So if nothing works, what is that one thing with which we interact with reality and it can't be doubted? What's that one thing? He says it's our conscious self. That's how we are interacting with reality. And that is something that we can't doubt. So you can see a very Ibn Sina's flying man experiment, Ghazali's methodological doubt, Descartes, cogito ergo sum, but he differs from them when he dissects this conscious self into two. You have the efficient self, the self right now at work. I'm speaking to you. I know time is passing. I'm in localized space. But there's a part of ourself, and every one of us has this, that is the appreciative self, which is revealed in deep meditative states, dream states, and where we experience non-seriality of time non-locality, spacelessness, timelessness. And because that's from ourselves, we're getting this experience, that means we have reason to believe that the ultimate nature of reality would also be spaceless, timeless, beyond space, beyond time, and obviously beyond matter. So he says the ultimate nature of reality has to be spiritual. Let me give you an example how timeless this idea of non-serial time looks like. Pure time, he calls it. It looks like he does the tafsir of this ayat. All things we have created with a destiny, a qadar. Our command was but one, swift as a twinkling of an eye. So for Allah, the entire process of creation, it could be billions and billions of years. For Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, that's just one moment in the life of the divine, non-serial time. And that is what he calls taqdeer. Taqdeer is the collection of all of the possible, probable, actual moments and events that would happen from moment one to moment last of the universe, all put together. And that's what taqdeer, according to Iqbal, is. And therefore, now we can see that the universe, according to Iqbal, and based on the Quran, is not a thing. It's not a thing in void. It's an act. There is a cosmological process. There is a progression. We're moving towards something. And it's not random. It has teleological ends and purposes. And therefore, if it has a purpose, it means that it's permeated by intelligence. So let me give you an overview of what all we discussed. He critiques the scientific methodologies. He takes the conscious self as the starting premise. He reveals that the appreciative self is the one that reveals reality is beyond space, time, matter. The universe functions according to this taqdeer, the qadar, that's what the Quran says, and it's an act. The universe is an act, not a thing. The historical cosmological progression reveals the universe has a purpose. It's not blind, it's not random. So therefore, purpose means it's permeated by intelligence. There's somebody behind it. Therefore, the most important statement is that the ultimate reality is a conscious self, the absolute ego. That's what he calls the divine self. That's his argument for the divine. Now, in such a scheme, obviously, now we can appreciate the pursuit of science is worship. It's ibadah. And he's very close to the Ash'ari theologians in this point, who understood nature and physical phenomena to be sunnatullah. So what character is to the human self? Nature is to the divine self. We see that in the physical world. And so he identifies that the Quran had this empirical attitude, which engendered in the followers, the early Muslims, this feeling of reverence for the actual, and that made them the founders of modern science. Also, the inductive method, which is indispensable to the scientific method, is a blessing bestowed on the world by the Holy Quran. Naturalism, empiricism, we hear atheists talking about these things, right? For Iqbal, these are indispensable tools of a Muslim to reach God. I mean, there you see a Muslim completely turns the argument over. The mystery of time, we have to understand the only reason why quantum physics and general relativity cannot be reconciled is the issue of time. Time becomes, that's the issue, the Big Bang moment. We can't understand what happens at that moment. But for Iqbal, the methodology is first you solve the issue of time, then you progress with all the other explanations. That's what he does. Finally, evolution. This is not, Iqbal was not trying to fit evolution into Islam, but he was trying to read Quran in a way which was the truest to the spirit of the Quran, where the universe is not a static, thing, but it's an act. So creation, according to the Quran, is an interplay of two acts of God. You have the khalq, creation, and amr, which is directive command. And God creates according to that. But you cannot direct or command a non-conscious recipient. The recipient has to be conscious. Therefore, the universe of the Quran is not dead. It's teeming with consciousness of God. It's alive. And so Iqbal asked this question, then how can we understand matter then? If this is the case, how do you understand matter? He says matter is just a colony of sub-egos, proto-consciousness of lower order that receive their directive command from God from within. When they join in to a certain degree of coordination or sophistication, they reach a threshold point due to that amr of God, and that's when higher consciousness or life emerges. So he readily accepts the
Yeah, please
idea
try to conclude.
Yes, so I'll go to the conclusion. Now, Al-Jahiz, Ibn Miskawayh, and all of these people. His evolution is an ongoing process. And finally, in conclusion, we see in Iqbal, there is not a topic of philosophy that he hasn't covered, he hasn't explained in his lectures. And what he does is he summarizes whatever came before him, proposes solutions, and then also charts the way forward for future generations of Muslim thinkers. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That was as we have to follow the schedule and it's quite tight at right now. Maybe I have to take away a couple of your minutes for all the presenters who are about to come. So please bear with us. So you have now strictly 7 minutes for your presentation. Next up is Sayyida Shumaila Rubab Rizvi. She has the topic of Jadid al-Hadi Afkar ka Muqabla Quran और Sunnat के तनाजुर में. Thank you.
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम, सलाम अलैकुम। सबसे पहले तो मैं शुक्रगुजार हूँ आईडीपी की टीम की और यूएमटी की टीम की कि उन्होंने मुझ जैसे तिफले मकतब को इतने कदावर हस्तियों के बीच में लबकुशाई का मौका दिया। मेरा मौजू है जदीद इल्हादी अफकार का मुकाबला कुरान और सुन्नत के तनाजुर में। जैसे कि तारुफ बहुत तवील है, लेकिन मैं सिर्फ एक बात कहना चाहती हूँ कि हमने अपने अजहान में इल्हाद के मायने बेदीन, मजहब को ना मानने वाला, खुदा का मुनकिर, बस एक कंसेप्शन बना लिया है। और ये जो चीज़ है अवामुन नास में बहुत शिद्दत से राइज है। इसके लिए लाजिम है, क्योंकि अवामुन नास तहकीक के आदी नहीं है। जो उन्होंने अपने माँ बाप से सुना, जो उन्होंने अपने मस्जिद के मौलवी से सुना, जो उन्होंने मिंबर से सुना, उन्होंने वही मायने अपनी जहनों में बिठा लिए, जिंदीक, मुल्हिद और खुदा का इनकारी। इसी तरह अगर हम अवामुन खास की तरफ देखें, जो कि मुहक्किकीन हैं, मुसन्निफीन हैं और असादीद कराम हैं, उसके अलावा उलमाए कराम हैं, वो इसकी बहुत तफसील से आपको तारुफ बयान करते हैं। बस सिर्फ मैं एक मुख्तसर आपको सही मुस्लिम से बयान करना चाहूँगी कि बेदीन बदएतकाद होना, सिफत नेज़ बातिन में कुफ्र और जाहिर में ईमान होना, ये एक मुल्हिद की जो है तारीफ मैंने वहाँ से ली है। और अगर मैं कुरान से इसको बयान करना चाहूँ तो सिर्फ एक आयत यहाँ पे मैं मेंशन करना चाहूँगी, और अल्लाह ही के लिए अच्छे अच्छे नाम हैं, सो इसे इन नामों से पुकारा करो और ऐसे लोगों को छोड़ दो जो इसके नामों में हक से इन्हिराफ करते हैं। अनकरीब इन्हें इनके बद अमाल की सजा दी जाएगी जिनका वो इर्तिकाब कर रहे हैं। अगर इसकी मैंने मुख्तलिफ तफसीर से इस्तेफादा किया तो जहाँ जहाँ से मैं इस्तेफादा हासिल कर सकी वहाँ वहाँ मुझे इसके मायने मुल्हिद के ही मिले। ज़्यादातर और भी मायने मौजूद है, लेकिन चूंकि मेरा मौजू इल्हाद से रिलेटेड था तो मैंने इसलिए उन्हीं तफसीर और उन्हीं कोटेशन से इस्तेफादा हासिल किया। मैंने इस तहकीकी अमल को करने के लिए कुछ सवालात का स्ट्रक्चर बनाया कि आखिर क्या वजह है, इल्हाद का मफहूम क्या है, जदीद इल्हादी तफक्कुर क्या है, क्या सोच है जदीद इल्हाद की, और इल्हाद और कुफ्र में क्या फ़र्क है। ये मैंने सूरह फसलत से साबित करने की थोड़ी कोशिश की है। अच्छा, फिर इल्हाद से मुकाबले के तरीके कुरान और सुन्नत से बयान किए हैं। मुल्हिदीन की साजिशें क्या हैं, ये भी मैंने बयान करने की कोशिश की है। और क्योंकि ये मेरे जहन में सवालात खुद पैदा हो रहे थे तो इनके जवाबात ढूंढना लाजमी थे। मुल्हिदीन के क्या अहदाफ व मकासद हैं, वो क्या चाहते हैं, किस लिए वो इस पे काम कर रहे हैं, और माशरे में कौन से तबके हैं जो इल्हाद का शिकार हो रहे हैं। ये सबसे मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंट चीज़ थी जिसने मेरे 14 तबाह कायदा रोशन कर दिए हैं। अच्छा जी, मजहब कोई इनफरादी मसला तो है नहीं कि हम सोचें कि ये इनफरादी मसला है, बल्कि ये एक समाजी पहलू है ना। अब इल्हाद का एक सर्वे किया गया तो पता चला जी 2012 में इस सर्वे के मुताबिक कुरान अरब पे सिर्फ 13% मुल्हिदीन मौजूद थे اب وہ 16% ہو گئے اور 2012 سے لے کے اب تک تو یقیناً اور زیادہ تعداد بڑھ گئی ہوگی. تو یہ تعداد جو بڑھتی جا رہی ہے اس کا سبب کیا ہے؟ یہ آج سے نہیں ہے, یہ جو ہے روز اول سے ہے, اور یہ توحید کے مد مقابل الحاد چلتا چلا آ رہا ہے. بس یہ ہے کہ اب یہ روشن ہمارے سامنے واضح ہو کے اب آ رہا ہے, کیونکہ ایسی مجالس کا انعقاد ہوتا جائے گا تو ہمیں پتہ چلتا جائے گا الحاد کیا ہے. یقین جانیے جب میں نے اس پہ کام کرنا شروع کیا تو میرے قرب و جواہر میں بہت سارے لوگوں کو الحاد اور ملحد کے میننگز بھی نہیں آ رہے تھے, اور یہ حقیقت ہے, یہ حقیقت ہے. الحاد در حقیقت کوئی مذہب تو ہے نہیں, یہ ایک سوچ ہے, یہ سوچ ہے. اور دلچسپ امر یہ ہے کہ اس تحقیق سے پہلے میرے بھی کہیں ذہن میں یہ بات تھی کہ الحاد تو صرف مسلم اور مسلمان اور اسلام کا دشمن ہے. جی نہیں, الحاد کے لیے عیسائی, یہودی اور بھی دیگر مذاہب کوششیں کر رہے ہیں کہ یہ صرف اسلام کا مسئلہ نہیں, یہ دیگر مذاہب کا بھی مسئلہ ہے. کیونکہ اگر آپ غور کیجئے تو کافر جو ہے وہ یا مشرک جو ہے کسی نہ کسی طرح سے کسی خدا کو مانتا ہے, یا کوئی درخت ہے, کوئی پتا ہے, کوئی جانور ہے, کوئی بھی ایسی چیز ہے, سورج ہے. لیکن الحاد کیا ہے؟ وہ سرے سے ہی وجود خدا کا انکاری ہے. میرے نتائج, میں نے جب یہ ساری اپنی بھاگو دوڑ کی کوشش کی کہ کچھ نہ کچھ نتیجہ نکال سکوں, تو صرف ایک ہی نتیجہ جو بہت زیادہ واضح میں یہاں بیان کرنا چاہوں گی یہی ہے کہ ہماری قرآن و سنت سے دوری جو ہے وہ اس کا باعث ہے. ہم قرآن معذرت کے ساتھ, کیونکہ قداور ہستیاں بیٹھی ہیں اور اس قسم کی سما خراشی سے پہلے مجھے حد ادب ہونا پڑے گا, لیکن مجبور مجھے یہ لفظ کہنا پڑ رہا ہے کہ ہم قرآن کو ایک ریڈنگ بک کی طرح تو پڑھ لیتے ہیں. رمضان میں آپ دیکھیے گا کس قدر ختم قرآن ہو جائیں گے, لیکن ہم نہ تو اس کے معنی پہ جاتے ہیں, نہ تفکر پہ جاتے ہیں, نہ تدبر پہ جاتے ہیں, بس ہم ریڈنگ کر لیتے ہیں. اس لیے ہمیں پتہ ہی نہیں ہے کہ ہم الحاد کا مقابلہ کیسے کریں. تو یہ لازمی ہے کہ ہم اس طرف بڑھیں. آراء و تجاویز کو میں نے 2 حصوں میں تقسیم کیا ہے. 2 حصوں میں اس لیے تقسیم کیا ہے کہ کچھ محققین, مصنفین اس موضوع پہ مزید قلم کشائی کریں تاکہ عوام الناس تک اس ٹاپک کو زیادہ سے زیادہ پھیلایا جا سکے, اور کچھ تجاویز دینے کی کوشش کی ہے بشرط کہ ان پہ عمل بھی ہو. کیونکہ ہم ایسی محافلیں جمع تو لیتے ہیں لیکن کچھ مسائل کے سبب ہم ان پہ عمل پیرا نہیں ہو پاتے. تو اس میں صرف ایک ہی جو میں کہنا چاہتی ہوں وہ یہ ہے کہ ہم نے احادیث اور خاص طور پہ منہج ائمہ اور اصحاب کرام سے جڑے رہنا ہے, کیونکہ رسول خدا صلی اللہ علیہ وسلم ہم سے اس دنیا سے رخصت ہوتے ہوتے بھی کہہ کے گئے تھے کہ قرآن اور اہل بیت کا دامن نہ چھوڑنا. چونکہ ہم نے وہ دامن چھوڑ دیا ہے, اسی لیے ہم اس قسم کی پریشانیوں کا شکار ہیں. دوسری چیز, عربی زبان کا فروغ. ہم نے اپنی اس پورے عرض کی بھی بات کر سکتی ہوں, لیکن خصوصی طور پہ بر صغیر میں ہمارے پاس سمبل آف اسٹیٹس انگلش لینگویج رہ گئی ہے. وائی؟ ہم عربی لینگویج کو کیوں پرموٹ نہیں کرتے؟ تو عربی لینگویج بہت زیادہ ضروری ہے, کیونکہ اسلام کی جتنی بنیادی تعلیمات ہیں وہ آپ کو عربی سے ملتی ہیں. ترجمہ ہوتے ہوتے آپ تک آتے آتے وہ بات تھوڑی بدل جاتی ہے یا اس کے کچھ اور معنی آ جاتے ہیں. تو لازمی ہے کہ اس کو جو ہے فروغ دیا جائے. نصوص اور سائنس سے کوئی تقابل نہیں ہے اسلام کا. اگر دیکھا جائے تو 1400 سال پہلے آپ کو قرآن نہیں بتایا تھا کہ بجلی پانی سے پیدا ہوتی ہے. 1400 سال پہلے قرآن نہیں آپ کو بتایا تھا کہ الٹرا ساؤنڈ کے جو اب آپ کو مشین میں بتا رہے ہیں کہ خداوند کریم کہہ رہا ہے کہ میں جانتا ہوں کہ تمہارے بطن میں کیا موجود ہے. اسی طرح 1400 سال پہلے ہی آپ کو پروردگار عالم سب کچھ بتا چکا ہے. یہ کہہ چکا ہے کہ روز قیامت میں پانی میں آگ لگا دوں گا. آج آپ کی سائنس کہتی ہے کہ ہائیڈروجن اور آکسیجن الگ ہو جائے گی تو پانی میں آگ لگ جائے گی. بہت زیادہ ممنون و مشکور ہوں آپ سب کی. بہت بہت شکریہ.
Thank you so much, Ms. Shumaila. Now, next up, we have Ms. Rifat Fahim. She will present her paper on the topic of Islam and science compatible or contradictory. How about 5 minutes, ma'am? Thank you so much.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm very much honored to be here at the International Conference of the Institute of Discourse Perspectives. And my topic is Islam and science compatible or contradictory. As we all know that the Quran is the complete code of life, and it is to direct people to the right path, the path of worldly success as well as in the hereafter. Now the question arises that if Quran is said to be for all ages, then it should be for all ages, and it should cover all the aspects of life, whether they are related to economics, biology, astronomy, hydrology, or any other field of life. In Quran, more than 1,000 of ayahs out of 6,000 ayahs deal with hardcore science. At the time when the Holy Quran was being revealed, science was not developed to such an extent that one man can tell so many facts of different branches of science. But Muhammad Mustafa sallallahu alaihi wasallam has told us all these facts with grace and the revelation of Allah Almighty. In his book, A Brief History of Time, Stephen Hawking has presented a new theory in 20th century that universe is expanding, while Quran has described the expansion of universe in 47th ayah of Surah Az-Zariyat. At the time when the Holy Quran was being revealed, the word space was even unknown to the human beings, and even first telescope was not invented yet. In the Holy Quran, the second verse of Surah Al-Alaq states, "Khalaqal insana min alaq." Alaq is an Arabic word which means congealed clot of blood, as well as a leech-like substance. Dr. Keith Murray was a professor in the Division of Anatomy in the Faculty of Surgery at the University of Toronto. When he came to know about this Ayah Mubarakah, he wanted to check this. What he did, he observed the initial embryo at its earliest stage with highly powerful microscope, and he was astonished to know that the shape of the embryo was resembling the shape of the leech. In 1981, during the 7th Medical Conference in Dammam, Saudi Arabia, Dr. Murray said, "It has been great pleasure for me to help clarify statements in the Quran about human development. This proves to me that Muhammad must have been a messenger of God or Allah." Moreover, the birth of human being in itself is a miracle, and Quran has explained the process of creation of a baby in mother's womb in Surah Al-Mu'minun. Professor Marshall Johnson, being the head of the Department of Anatomy and director of Daniel Institute of Thomas Jefferson University in USA, describes that the stages of human development defined in the Holy Quran cannot be a coincidence. It is a statement that cannot be delivered by a human being 1400 years ago, when the microscope was not even thought about. Number of questions were raised on the resurrection on the day of the judgment by non-believers, and Allah Almighty answered these questions in the verse, telling that he can not only assemble our bones, but he is able to reconstruct our whole body, even our fingertips. It means that the fingertips print detection or recognition is already present in Quran. It is just discovered in this era. In 1880, fingerprinting became the security detection or identification mode after research done by Sir Francis Galton. Why is it so? It is because in the whole world, we can never find two persons with identical fingerprint pattern. Even identical twins cannot have the same fingerprints. Now I'm going to present the theory of well-known astrophysicist, which is proved in recent century. That is black hole. What is black hole? Black hole is a region in space where gravitational field is so intense that no matter radiation or even light can escape it. A scientist, Claire Forestier, has discussed the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam's journey of Miraj, stating that if we study closely, the Miraj will found to be a truth because the characteristics of that area match to characteristics of the black hole. Summarizing my paper, I just want to say that some secrets of science in Quran have been revealed by human, but there are many secrets to be revealed by the human. We try to match the ayahs with science, but actually, all the branches of science must extract their rules and laws from Quran. Then they must be experimented, and I have the firm faith that they all would definitely be proved true. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. With that, we come up to the end of our first presentation session, but we have a special guest who has joined us specially from Karachi, from the Karachi University. He is Dr. ATHEISM Rao. He will give us a brief keynote speech, I'm afraid for 10 minutes, sir. I'll be really thankful. Can you please join us on stage and present your keynote speech?
بسم اللہ الرحمن الرحیم. السلام علیکم ورحمۃ اللہ. سب سے پہلے تو میں بہت شکر گزار ہوں برادر مکرم ڈاکٹر اقبال شیخ صاحب کا کہ انہوں نے مجھے دعوت دی، اور جو ہے شہزاد شفیق کا کہ انہوں نے بہت اصرار کیا کہ آپ اس پروگرام میں شرکت کریں. تو الحمدللہ میں نے مینج کیا، حالانکہ میں اور بہت سارے کاموں سے یہاں پر آیا ہوا تھا اور آج ہی روانگی کا ارادہ ہے. کچھ گزارشات پیش کروں گا. میں نے جو گفتگو کرنی ہے اس کا عنوان ہے اسلام، کامن سینس اینڈ ماڈرنٹی. اسلام، عقل عام اور جدیدیت. عقل عام یعنی کامن سینس اور اسلام کی تعلیمات میں یا مذہب میں کسی قسم کا کوئی تضاد نہیں ہے، مگر اس کے لیے ضرورت اس بات کی ہے کہ انسان کے پاس عقل سلیم ہو، یعنی عام لفظوں میں اچھی عقل ہو. اگر عقل عیار ہوگی یا بے عقلی ہوگی تو پھر بہت سارے تضادات ہوں گے. ہم نے ماضی میں دیکھا ہے لوگوں نے قرآن مجید کی آیات کو، احادیث مبارکہ کو جو کتب صحیح کے اندر روایت کی گئیں، ان کو عقل پہ پرکھنا شروع کیا اور پھر خود ججمنٹ کی اور اپنی عقل کو کہا کہ یہ وزنی ہے اور ان روایات کے اوپر اعتماد نہیں کیا جائے گا. تو یہاں سے بگاڑ پیدا ہونا شروع ہوا. اس لیے سوال یہ ہے کہ ہمارے لیے معیار کیا ہے؟ ہمارے لیے معیار وحی ربانی ہے. اللہ تبارک و تعالیٰ نے جو نبی کریم صلی اللہ تعالیٰ علیہ وسلم پر نازل فرمائی وہی ہمارے لیے معیار ہے. اور مسئلہ تب پیدا ہوتا ہے جب ہم اپنی ناقص عقل کو مختلف واقعات کو اس پر پرکھنا شروع کرتے ہیں تو اس صورت میں مختلف قسم کے مسائل جنم لیتے ہیں، کیونکہ بعض اوقات ہماری عقل ان حقائق تک نہیں پہنچ پاتی جو شریعت کے اندر بیان کیے گئے ہیں. تو ضرورت اس بات کی ہے کہ عقل سے روایات کو پرکھنے کے بجائے نبوی حکمت عملی اور وہ معرفت جو حضور علیہ الصلاۃ والسلام کی تعلیمات میں ہمیں ملتی ہیں ان کے ذریعے دین کی روح کو سمجھا جائے. میں دو مثالیں آپ کے سامنے پیش کرنا چاہوں گا کہ صحابہ کرام علیہم رضوان کا منہج بھی یہ تھا کہ بسا اوقات وہ اس بات کا اظہار کرتے تھے کہ عقل یہ کہتی ہے، لیکن میں نے خود رسول کریم صلی اللہ تعالیٰ علیہ وسلم کو یہ کرتے دیکھا ہے اس لیے میں اس پر عمل کر رہا ہوں. جیسے فقہی مسئلہ ہے کہ حالت اقامت میں 1 دن اور حالت سفر میں 3 دن تک وضو کرتے وقت پاؤں دھونے کے بجائے موزوں پر مسح کرنے کی رخصت ہے، اور یہ موزوں پر جو مسح ہوگا یہ پاؤں کی پشت پر ہوگا. حضرت علی کرم اللہ وجہ الکریم فرماتے ہیں کہ اگر دین کے فیصلے عقل پر ہوتے تو میں پاؤں کی پشت کے بجائے پاؤں کے تلووں پر مسح کرنے کا حکم دیتا، کیونکہ پاؤں کے تلوے نجاست سے، امپیورٹی سے لگیں گے. زیادہ گمان یہی ہے تو میں اس کے بارے میں کہتا، لیکن میں نے خود رسول کریم صلی اللہ تعالیٰ علیہ وسلم کو پاؤں کی پشت پر مسح کرتے دیکھا ہے. تو دیکھیں اگر عقل کو معیار بنایا جاتا تو حکم کچھ اور ہوتا، لیکن عقل سلیم یہ ہے کہ معیار وحی الہی کو بنایا جائے اور حکمت نبی کو اختیار کیا جائے، تب معاملات کو بہتر انداز سے ہم سالو کر سکیں گے. نبی کریم صلی اللہ تعالیٰ علیہ وسلم کی ایک اور مثال میں آپ کو یہاں پہ ایک اور واقعہ پیش کرنا چاہوں گا مختصر وقت میں. رسول کریم صلی اللہ علیہ وسلم نماز کی امامت فرما رہے تھے تو وہاں پر ایک صحابی آئے، کنواں بنا ہوا تھا، وہ بلائنڈ تھے، دیکھا نہیں، اچانک سے وہ اندر چلے گئے. تو جو ہے صحابہ کرام علیہم رضوان میں سے بعض دوران نماز مسکرائے اور بعض نے کہکہا لگایا، یعنی آواز سے ہنسے. رسول کریم صلی اللہ تعالیٰ علیہ وسلم نے جب سلام پھیرا تو آپ نے فرمایا کہ جنہوں نے کہکہا لگایا تھا، یعنی جو آواز سے ہنسے تھے، وہ جائیں، جا کر وضو کریں اور نماز دوبارہ پڑھیں. نواقض وضو میں کہیں یہ چیز آپ کو نہیں ملے گی، لیکن نبی کریم صلی اللہ تعالیٰ علیہ وسلم نے فرما دیا. تو اس کے بعد جو ائمہ آئے انہوں نے یہی کہا کہ حضور علیہ الصلاۃ والسلام کا فرمان ہمارے لیے دلیل ہے. ہم عقل کی بنیاد پر فیصلہ نہیں کریں گے، نہ ہی اس پہ مزید غور و فکر کرنے کی ضرورت کہ آیا کہ یہ عمل کیوں کیا گیا تھا اور کہکہے سے وضو ٹوٹنے کی کیا صورت ہے اور نماز کیوں ان کی ضائع ہو گئی. تو یاد رکھیے کہ عقل کا استعمال شریعت میں شجر ممنوع نہیں ہے. عقل کو استعمال کرنے کی نبی کریم صلی اللہ تعالیٰ علیہ وسلم نے تعلیم دی ہے. احادیث مبارکہ میں عقل کے استعمال پر حضور علیہ الصلوۃ والسلام نے صحابہ کو سراہا بھی ہے. حضرت زید بن حارثہ اور حضرت اسامہ بن زید یہ والد اور بیٹا ہیں. حضرت زید کو اللہ تبارک و تعالیٰ نے سفید رنگت دی اور حضرت اسامہ کی رنگت گہری تھی. اس وجہ سے عرب کے لوگ نسب پر تان کیا کرتے تھے. اب وہ صحیح النسب ہیں، لیکن ایک مرتبہ کیا ہوا کہ رسول کریم صلی اللہ علیہ وسلم گھر کے اندر تشریف لائے. صحیح کی حدیث پاک ہے، مسکراتے ہوئے اما عائشہ صدیقہ رضی اللہ تعالیٰ عنہا نے پوچھا کہ یا رسول کریم صلی اللہ علیہ وسلم میں جان سکتی ہوں کہ آپ کی مسکراہٹ کی وجہ کیا ہے؟ تو آپ نے فرمایا کہ آج مجزر مدلجی، یہ ایک قیافہ شناس تھا، یعنی حال حلیے کو دیکھ کر، جسم کو دیکھ کر اس کے بارے میں بتانا، اس کی وضاحت کرنا. تو فرمانے لگے کہ آج یہ آیا تھا اور اس وقت حضرت اسامہ زید بن حارثہ اور اسامہ بن زید دونوں چادر اوڑھے لیٹے ہوئے تھے اور دونوں کے پاؤں نظر آ رہے تھے. یہ قیافہ شناس ہے اور عرب کے لوگ قیافہ شناس پر بہت زیادہ اعتماد کرتے ہیں. اس نے پاؤں دیکھ کر یہ کہا کہ یقیناً باپ بیٹے کے پاؤں ہیں. حضور علیہ الصلوۃ والسلام نے اس کو سراہا، اس پر خوش ہوئے. امام شافعی رحمۃ اللہ تعالیٰ علیہ اور علماء یہ نقل کرتے ہیں کہ جب حضور علیہ الصلوۃ والسلام نے قیافہ شناس کی بات کو دلیل کے طور پر بیان کیا ہے تو ہمیں بھی اس کو دلیل بنانا چاہیے. امام اعظم رحمۃ اللہ تعالیٰ علیہ فرماتے ہیں کہ کہیں پر اسے دلیل مان لیا جائے گا لیکن یہ دلیل ظنی ہوگی. تو حضور علیہ الصلوۃ والسلام نے عقل کے استعمال کے لیے فرمایا. کھجوروں کے حوالے سے وہ جو ایک واقعہ ملتا ہے اس میں بھی اس نے فرمایا کہ اپنے تجربات کے مطابق اپنی عقل کو استعمال کرو، اپنے مشاہدات کے مطابق فیصلہ کرو. بس یہاں پر آ کر سمجھے معاملہ گڑبڑ ہوتا ہے کہ جب ہر چیز میں عقل کو رکھا جائے یا دوسری طرف عقل کو شجر ممنوع سمجھ کے اس کا بالکل اہتمام نہ کیا جائے، تو اس طریقے سے پھر دو طبقات ہمارے پاس بن جاتے ہیں. ایک تو وہ ہوتے ہیں جو قدامت پسند ہیں، جو کہتے ہیں کہ اس دور کے اندر دین کی حفاظت کرنے کے لیے ضروری یہ ہے کہ ہم صرف نصوص پر توجہ دیں اور عقل کی بات نہ کریں. اور دوسرا طبقہ یہ کہتا ہے، ریٹیلیشن کے طور پر جو بنا ہے، وہ کہتا ہے ہر معاملہ عقل کی بنیاد پر رکھیں. میں چونکہ مذہبی طبقے سے وابستہ ہوں، مذہبی طبقے کی بہت ساری اچھائیاں ہیں، آج دین ہم تک انہی کے ذریعے سے پہنچا ہے، لیکن کچھ خامیاں اور کمیاں بھی ہیں جن پر ہمیں غور کرنا چاہیے. ایک چھوٹی سی کمی اور ایک خامی یہ ہے جس کی طرف توجہ دلا کے بات ختم کروں گا کہ پرابلم یہ ہوتی ہے کہ ہمارے پاس جب بھی کوئی نئی سچویشن آتی ہے تو ہم فوراً اس کے لیے کوئی بہت بڑا حکم دے دیتے ہیں. مثال کے طور پر ہم میں سے بعض ایسے ہیں جو حرام سے شروع کریں گے، اس کے بعد پھر وقت گزرنے کے ساتھ مکروہ تحریمی، پھر تنزیہی اور پھر جواز کی طرف آتے ہیں. ہمارے سامنے قریب ہی کی مثالیں ہیں. لاؤڈ اسپیکر پر آج تک کچھ لوگ کہتے ہیں کہ یہ آواز جو ہے امام کی آواز نہیں ہے، اس لیے لاؤڈ اسپیکر پر نماز نہیں ہوگی، اور یہ بھی ایک بہت بڑا المیہ ہے، بہت عرصے سے جاری رہا. اسی طریقے سے ٹیلی ویژن اور ویڈیو اور تصویروں کا معاملہ آپ دیکھ لیجئے، کتنے گھروں کا بریک اپس ہوا، کتنی تنظیموں نے اعلان کرا دیا کہ ٹیلی ویژن کو توڑ دیا جائے، گھروں سے نکال دیا جائے. بعد میں آہستہ آہستہ اس کے قائل ہو گئے. جو پردے میں رہتے تھے اور تصویر نہیں کھنچواتے تھے، اب وہ ہر پروگرام کے اندر تصویر کھنچواتے ہیں. تو ہمیں اپنے بیہیویئر پر تھوڑا سا غور کرنا چاہیے. یہ جو الحاد اور بے دینی پھیل رہی ہے، اس کے اندر ہمارا بھی کچھ قصور ہے. تو شکوائے ظلمت شب سے تو کہیں بہتر ہے اپنے حصے کی شمع تم تو جلاتے جاتے. بہت شکریہ. وآخر دعوانا الحمدللہ رب العالمین.
Thank you so much, sir. As a matter of fact, we have another presentation because of necessity, that is Dr. Zahid Siddiq will come and present his paper on the topic of Ghazali's response to Kantian antinomies. Sir, please come up.
بسم اللہ الرحمن الرحیم. Due to the shortage of time, I will be trying to summarize my arguments. Presentation چلے نہ بھی چلے خیر ہے. I will try to be dual linguistic. Presentation رہنے دیں، وہ ذرا لمبی بنی ہوئی ہے اور اس میں وقت زیادہ لگ جائے گا ہمارا. دیکھیں جی، Immanuel Kant is one of the most important figures of the recent times in the Western philosophy. اور جو ریشنلزم اور امپیریسزم کی ڈیبیٹ رہی ہے انہوں نے ریکنسائل کرنے کی کوشش کی. اور جو بنیادی بات وہ کہتے ہیں وہ یہ ہے، اور جو مذہب کے مقدمے کو کمزور کر دیتی ہے، وہ یہ ہے کہ علم جو ہے تجربہ اور عقل دونوں سے مل کے بنتا ہے، سچ دیٹ کہ عقل کے اندر ایک ایسا فریم ورک ہے بلٹ ان، جسٹ لائک اے سافٹ ویئر، کہ میں اس کو تجربے میں آنے والی چیزوں کے اوپر امپوز کر کے ان کو مانا دیتا ہوں. کانٹ یہ کہتے ہیں کہ انسانی ذہن میں کچھ ڈبے ہیں مثال کے طور پہ مقدار کا, کہ جب بھی میں کسی چیز کے اوپر کو دیکھوں گا تو مقدار کا ایک ڈبہ لگاؤں گا, تعلق کا ڈبہ لگاؤں گا, اسی طرح سے کاز اور ایفیکٹ کا ڈبہ لگاؤں گا. لیکن یہ جتنے خاکے جو میں ذہن کے اندر میری کیٹیگریز ہیں, یہ جو میں لاگو کرتا ہوں, یہ صرف ایک اور بڑا وسیع ترین 2 ڈبے ہیں, اور وہ ہیں ٹائم اور سپیس. وہ انہی کے اندر لاگو کر سکتا ہوں. تو کانٹ کہنا یہ چاہتے ہیں کہ میں تجربے سے حاصل ہونے والی چیز کا صرف وہی علم حاصل کر سکتا ہوں جو ٹائم اور سپیس کے اندر ہو, اس کے باہر کوئی علم ممکن نہیں ہے. اگر یہ علم ممکن نہیں ہے تو کانٹ کے دور میں یہ بحث بہت عام تھی عیسائی دنیا میں بھی کہ خدا ہے یا نہیں ہے. تو بہت سارے لوگوں کی رائے تھی کہ خدا نہیں ہے. تو ہی ٹرائیڈ ٹو ڈیفینڈ ان ہز کنسیٹ کہ میں مذہب کا دفاع کروں گا یہ کہہ کر کہ جیسے عقل سے خدا کو ثابت کرنا ممکن نہیں ہے, عقل سے مذہب کو یا خدا کے مقدمے کو رد کرنا بھی ممکن نہیں ہے. تو اپنے تئیں وہ ان طبقات کو ریڈیکیول کر رہا تھا جو عقل کی بنیاد پہ یہ کہتے تھے کہ خدا نہیں ہے. تو کانٹ کا کہنا یہ تھا کہ ریشنل تھیولوجی کا کوئی امکان نہیں ہے. اچھا, یہ جب بات انہوں نے کہی تو ہمارے ہاں بھی بعض لوگوں نے یہ بات لے لی کہ ماشاءاللہ بہترین ہے, ہم مذہب کا دفاع یوں کریں گے, کانٹ کے پردے کے اندر کھڑے ہو کے کریں گے, کہ جب ملحد سامنے آئے گا ہم کہیں گے کہ تمہارا اتنا بڑا آدمی تو یہ کہتا ہے کہ مذہب کا دفاع اگر ممکن نہیں ہے تو رد بھی ممکن نہیں ہے. لیکن یہ بات کہتے ہوئے ہم بھول جاتے ہیں کہ اگر مذہب کو ہم نے اس طرح ڈیفینڈ کرنا ہے, اٹ مینس کہ ہم ایگنوسٹسزم کو جسٹیفائڈ پوزیشن کے طور پہ مان رہے ہیں. تو یہ تو مذہب کا کوئی مقدمے کا دفاع نہ ہوا, میں نے تو ایگنوسٹسزم کو نیچرل پوزیشن ڈکلیئر کر دیا کانٹ کے پردے کے پیچھے کھڑے ہو کر, اور گویا ہم نے فرض کر لیا کہ کانٹ نے ملحد کے لیے اور مذہبی انسان کے لیے کوئی نیوٹرل فریم ورک دے دیا جس میں کھڑا ہو جاؤں اور بس گفتگو کرنا شروع کروں. اچھا, کانٹ یہ جو بات کہتے ہیں کہ عقل سے ٹائم اور سپیس سے باہر کسی کیٹیگری کو لاگو کر کے کوئی حکم جاری کرنا ممکن نہیں ہے, اس کی دلیل جب آپ ان سے پوچھیں تو وہ ان کی 4 مشہور اینٹینومیز ہیں. ان کا مختصراً اگر میں تعارف کراؤں تو پہلی اینٹینومی یہ ہے کہ عقل ایک اینٹینومی کا مطلب 2 ایسے مقدمات ہیں جو اپنے تئیں الگ الگ بالکل جسٹیفائڈ بھی محسوس ہوتے ہیں لیکن وہ آپس میں متضاد ہوتے ہیں. مثال کے طور پہ پہلی اینٹینومی اس کا کہنا یہ ہے کہ جب میں کائنات سے باہر کسی وجود کو ثابت کرنا شروع کرتا ہوں تو ایک طرف عقل کہتی ہے کہ کائنات حادث ہونی چاہیے, اس کی کوئی بگننگ ہونی چاہیے. کیوں؟ اگر میں نے یہ مان لیا کہ کائنات کی کوئی بگننگ نہیں ہے تو اس کا مطلب ہے ہر کاز کے پیچھے ایک کاز ہے, پھر ایک کاز ہے, تو یہ تو ایک انفائنائٹ سیریز ہے, یہ ممکن نہیں ہے کیونکہ انفائنائٹ کبھی ختم نہیں ہوتا. لہذا ماننا پڑے گا کہ کائنات کی کوئی بگننگ ہے. لیکن دوسری طرف یہی عقل بتاتی ہے کہ اگر کائنات کی کوئی بگننگ ہے تو پھر اس میں کازیلٹی کا جو ہمیں یہ ماننا پڑے گا کہ اس سے پہلے ایک وائڈ ٹائم گزرا ہے. کائنات کے وجود سے پہلے ایک وائڈ ٹائم تھا جس میں کائنات نہیں تھی. وہ ٹائم, اس ٹائم میں کوئی ایسی کنڈیشن نہیں تھی جو کائنات کے ہونے کو ایکسپلین کرے, کیونکہ کاز کا مطلب ہے وہ ٹیمپورلی کسی چیز کی وہ کنڈیشنز ہیں جو اس سے پہلے ایگزسٹ کرتی ہیں اور اس کو ہونا اس کا لازم کر دیتی ہیں. تو وائٹ ٹائم میں تو کچھ نہیں ہے, لہذا ماننا پڑے گا کہ کائنات سے پہلے بھی کچھ تھا پھر تھا. تو دونوں طرف عقل چل رہی ہے. عقل یہ بھی کہہ رہی ہے کہ کائنات کو قدیم ہونا چاہیے, عقل یہ بھی کہہ رہی ہے کہ کائنات کو حادث ہونا چاہیے. اسی طرح عقل تیسری اینٹینومی یہ ہے کہ عقل یہ کہتی ہے کہ کائنات کو جو ہے اس میں جو کاز اور ایفیکٹ کے ٹیمپورل سیریز ہے, اس کے آخر میں ایک ایسا کاز ہونا چاہیے جو اس سیریز سے باہر اختیار کی صورت ہو, فری ول ہو اس کے پاس. اور دوسری طرف عقل یہ بھی کہتی ہے کہ ایسی کوئی فری ول نہیں ہونی چاہیے, کیونکہ اگر فری ول ہے تو وہ تو لا آف کازیلٹی کی وائلیشن ہو جائے گی. چوتھی اینٹینومی یہ ہے کہ عقل ایک طرف کہتی ہے کہ جو واجب الوجود ہے وہ کائنات کا حصہ ہونی چاہیے, کیونکہ ہر کاز ٹیمپورلی پری کنڈیشنز کا نام ہے. تو واجب الوجود بھی اگر ایک علت ہے تو وہ ٹیمپورلی اس کا حصہ ہونی چاہیے. اور دوسری طرف عقل یہ بھی کہتی ہے کہ ایسا کوئی واجب الوجود موجود نہیں ہونا چاہیے. اس کی تفصیل میں یہاں بھی نہیں جا سکتا. یہ وہ 3 باتیں ہیں جو وہ مذہبی نقطہ نظر سے پیش کرتے ہیں یہ کہنے کے لیے کہ دیکھو جیسے ہی تم ٹائم اور سپیس سے باہر جا کر کوئی بھی حکم لگانے کی کوشش کرتے ہو, عقل لا محالہ 2 متضاد امور کے درمیان ایسے پھنس جاتی ہے کہ اس کا کوئی حل اس کے پاس نہیں رہتی. لہذا ریشنل تھیولوجی پاسبل نہیں ہے. اس کے خلاف کانٹ کی یہ جو گفتگو ہے بہت کچھ کہا گیا ہے. ہم آتے ہیں متکلمین کے نقطہ نظر سے. امام غزالی نے تحفۃ الفلاسفہ میں جو بحث کی ہے مسلم فلاسفہ کے ساتھ, اس میں یہ تینوں اینٹینومیز کے اوپر گفتگو موجود ہے. لیکن بدقسمتی سے ہم کیونکہ اپنی کتابوں کو اس نظر سے پڑھتے نہیں ہیں کہ وہ پرانی بحث نہیں ہے. بحث کانٹ نے ایک لفظ کا اضافہ نہیں کیا مسلم فلاسفہ کی بحث کے اندر. یعنی یہ اعتراض بھی پرانے ہیں کہ کائنات اگر حادث ہے تو اس سے پیچھے ٹائم ماننا ہوگا. غزالی کہتے ہیں بھائی ٹائم کا تصور کیا ہے؟ ایرسٹوٹیلین کنسیپشن آف ٹائم یہ تھا کہ وہ حرکت کو ناپنے کا پیمانہ ہے. تو حرکت کس چیز کی؟ مادے کی بنی ہوئی چیز جو روٹیٹ کر رہی ہے, یہ جو سیلیسٹیل باڈیز ہیں, اس کی میجرمنٹ کا ٹائم نام اگر ٹائم ہے تو جب یہ باڈی نہیں ہے تو ٹائم کہاں سے آ گیا؟ تو وہ کہتے ہیں ہم تو یہ نہیں مانتے کہ کائنات سے پہلے بھی کوئی ٹائم ہے. ٹائم کا جو بھی تصور آپ بنا لیں وہ مخلوق ہے. تو جب ٹائم کی کیٹیگری ختم ہو گئی کائنات سے پیچھے, حادث کائنات سے پیچھے, تو مثلا امام غزالی کے سامنے اگر کانٹ آ جائے, امام غزالی کہیں گے کہ کانٹ صاحب جس وائٹ ٹائم کی آپ بات کر رہے ہیں وہ ایگزسٹ ہی نہیں کرتا. تو آپ نے اعتراض یہ وارد کیا کہ وہ اتنا وائٹ ٹائم کیسے گزر گیا, وہ تو وائٹ ٹائم تھا ہی نہیں. نمبر 1. کانٹ کہتے ہیں کہ ارادے کی کیا علت ہے؟ عقل یہ سوال بھی تو اٹھائے گی کہ ارادے کی کیا علت ہے. تیسری اینٹینومی. غزالی کے سامنے یہ اعتراض مسلم فلاسفہ بھی اٹھاتے تھے کہ اگر کائنات کی علت ارادہ ہے تو خود ارادے کی کیا علت ہے؟ امام غزالی کہتے ہیں ارادے کے تصور پہ ذرا غور کرو. ارادے کا کیا مطلب ہوتا ہے؟ ارادہ وہ چیز ہے جو پریفرنس اسائن کرتا ہے, which assigns preference to equal likelihood options. یعنی مثال لے لیں, میری قدرت اور ارادے میں کیا فرق ہے؟ قدرت یہ ہے کہ میں اپنا ہاتھ یوں کر لوں, قدرت یہ ہے کہ میں یوں کر لوں, قدرت یہ ہے کہ جیسے مرضی کر لوں. یہ بہت سارے آپشنز ہیں نا. قدرت ان تمام کے ساتھ مساوی طور پہ ایسوسیٹ ہوتی ہے. ارادہ وہ چیز ہے جو یہ طے کرتا ہے, جو پریفرنس اسائن کرتا ہے کہ میں ہاتھ یوں کروں یا یوں کروں. تو قدرت تمام آپشنز کے ساتھ بطریق تساوی ایکول لائکلیہڈ کے ساتھ ایسوسیٹ ہوتی ہے, اور ارادہ ان بہت سارے امکانات میں سے کسی ایک جانب کو ترجیح دینے کا نام ہے. تو ارادے کے مفہوم میں ہی ترجیح کا تصور ہے. اب اگر کوئی کہے کہ ارادہ ترجیح کیوں دیتا ہے, تو یہ سوال ایسا ہی ہے کہ علم سے مجھے کوئی چیز معلوم کیوں ہوتی ہے. یعنی یہ تو کہتے ہیں, غزالی کہتے ہیں یہ کوئی سوال نہیں ہے, یہ تو حقیقت ہے. علم کی حقیقت ہی یہ ہے کہ میں جب وہ چیز مجھے حاصل ہوتی ہے میں اس چیز کا احاطہ کرتا ہوں. تو حقائق پر سوال تھوڑی اٹھتے ہیں. ارادے کی اگر یہ حقیقت ہے تو یہ سوال ہی غلط ہے کہ ارادے کی کیا علت ہے. ارادے کی کوئی علت نہیں, ارادہ خود علت ہے, ایک سیلف علت ہے. چوتھی کازیلٹی, کانٹ کا اصل مسئلہ یہ ہے کہ وہ ٹائم اور کاز کو مکس اپ کر دیتے ہیں. ہمارے متکلمین نے اس کو بالکل واضح کیا ہے کہ علت ہونے کے لیے زمان اور مکان میں ہونا کوئی شرط نہیں ہے. علت ہونے کی شرط یہ ہے کہ جب وہ چیز پائی جائے تو معلول پایا جائے, بس. یہ ایک لاجیکل کنکلوژن ہے. یعنی علت اور معلول کا تعلق ٹائم اور اسپیس کی پرائیورٹی نہیں ہے, بلکہ علت اور معلول کا تعلق ذاتی یا وجودی پریسیڈنس کا نام ہے. تو یہ کوئی شرط نہیں ہے کہ ہم کہیں کہ اگر خدا کو واجب الوجود ہونا ہے تو اس کو کائنات کے اندر آنا پڑے گا, یہ کوئی شرط نہیں ہے. تو دس از دی سمری آف کہ ہم جو کہنا چاہتے تھے کہ یعنی بہت سارے جدید فلسفے کے اندر مسائل کھڑے کیے گئے ہیں, لیکن اگر ہم اپنی کتابوں کو غور سے پڑھیں تو اس میں ان کے اصول موجود ہیں جواب دینے کا. ابھی تھوڑی دیر پہلے یہاں پر ریشنلزم اور امپیریسزم کی بحث چل رہی تھی. آپ کو میں کتاب کا نام بتاتا ہوں, امام راضی کی کتاب ہے المحصل افکار المتقدمین والمتاخرین. وہ اس کے اندر شروع میں یہ بحث ہے, اور المباحث المشرقیہ. میں آپ کو کہتا ہوں ایک آیوٹا کا اضافہ نہیں کر سکے ویسٹرن فلسفی ریشنلزم اور امپیریسزم کی ڈیبیٹ میں. یہ سب پرانی باتیں ہیں. یہ جو کانٹ یہ بات کہتا ہے کہ علم دونوں کے ملاپ سے بنتا ہے, یہ بھی امام راضی کی کتاب کے اندر ساری بحثیں موجود ہیں. لیکن ظاہر ہے کانٹ کا پرسپیکٹو فرق ہے, وہ کچھ اور نتائج اس سے پیدا کرنا چاہتے ہیں. تو we need to go back and read what has been written by our great scholars in the past, and they provide us with useful tools to tackle with the modern problems. So thank you.
Now we are heading toward the last presentation today is Dr. Waqas Khan. Sir, please come here. He's HOD of Islamic Studies Department, Rifa University, Islamabad.
اعوذ باللہ من الشیطان الرجیم, بسم اللہ الرحمن الرحیم. بہت شکریہ سب سے پہلے تو IDP ادارے کا اور UMT کا کہ آج ایک اہم موضوع پر یہاں کانفرنس منعقد کی ہے. الحاد کے حوالے سے, ایتھیزم کے حوالے سے پہلے بھی بہت گفتگو ہوتی رہی ہے, اس کی تعریف بھی ہوتی رہی ہے. یہ میرا جو پیپر ہے یہ آلریڈی پبلش ہے, اور اس میں نے الحاد کے اسباب پر روشنی ڈالی ہے. ان میں سے ایک بڑا سبب وہ ہے کہ جو مذہب کا جس میں غلط تصور دنیا کے سامنے پیش کیا جاتا ہے, اور میری تحقیق کے مطابق مسلم کمیونٹی سے زیادہ وہ جو غیر مسلم ہیں, عیسائی ہیں, یہودی ہیں, ان کے جو افراد ہیں وہ زیادہ الحاد کی طرف مائل ہو رہے ہیں. मेरी रिसर्च का मौजू है असर हाजिर में मुस्लिम माशरे को दरपेश नज़रिए इल्हाद का फ़िक्री चैलेंज और इस्लामी तनाजुर में उसका हल। तो एक तो मज़हब बेदारी है और जो असबाब मैंने बयान किए हैं अपनी रिसर्च के अंदर, और इसी तरह जो मज़हब का गलत तसव्वुर पेश किया जाता है, बुनियाद परस्ती है। तो ये वो चीज़ें हैं कि जो मुख्तलिफ असबाब मेरे रिसर्च आर्टिकल में मौजूद हैं। कुछ मैंने सर्वे शेयर किए हैं। मिस्र की एक अदालत के आदाद-ओ-शुमार के मुताबिक एक रिपोर्ट में हज़ारों मिस्री ख़वातीन ने तलाक़ का केस, खुला का केस दायर किया है। तो उसकी वजह यह है कि उनके जो शौहर हैं वो मुल्हिद होते जा रहे हैं। इसी तरह एक और इराक़ का एक सर्वे मैंने अपनी रिसर्च में यहाँ पर शामिल किया है कि जिसमें 67% इराक़ी जो हैं वो खुदा पर यकीन नहीं रखते और इल्हाद की तरफ माइल हो गए हैं। चूँकि वक्त कम है तो बस हम नताइज की तरफ आते हैं कि एक तो इस इल्हाद को समझना और जो मुल्हिद हजरात हैं सोसाइटी के अंदर, जो ख़ासकर इस्लामी माशरे को ख़राब कर रहे हैं या इस्लामी माशरे के अंदर अपना असर दिखा रहे हैं, तो उनके साथ मुदल्लल अंदाज में मुकाबला करना ये एक बहुत अहम ज़रूरत है। और दलील का मुकाबला दलील से ही किया जा सकता है, जज्बात से या नारों से नहीं किया जाता। तो ये मेरी रिसर्च में इसमें शामिल किया गया है। मुख्तलिफ सिफारिशात हैं कि अहले इल्म हजरात ना सिर्फ एथीज़म को सही से पढ़ें बल्कि दलील के साथ दलील का मुकाबला करें। मीडिया के जो मुख्तलिफ सोर्सेज हैं हमारे पास, ख़ासकर सोशल मीडिया पर जिस तरीके से एथीज़म को प्रमोट किया जा रहा है, तो हमारे इस्लामिक स्कॉलर के लिए भी ज़रूरी है कि उनको काउंटर करने के लिए जो खुदा पर यकीन है, तौहीद का जो फ़लसफ़ा है, उसको अच्छे अंदाज में पेश किया जाए। तो ये मुख्तसर सा खुलासा था और तजावीज़ थी, और हम ये दुआ करते हैं कि इस्लामी माशरे पर जो तेज़ी के साथ इल्हाद के असरात वक्तन फ़वक्तन नज़र आते जा रहे हैं, तो उसमें ये अहले इल्म हज़रात, स्कॉलर हज़रात की ज़िम्मेदारी बनती है कि इस मसले को संजीदगी से लें और इसका दिफा करें। वमा अलैना इल्लल बलाग।
Thank you so much, Dr. Vikas. You have always been my favorite presenter, as you always finish in time. Now coming up at in the end, now the session chair, Dr. Bilal Masood here to my left. I would request him, he was waiting. Thank you for being with us. Please come on stage and give your session chair address.
So meanwhile, it's maybe I start talking if not on that. My topic is written there that how naturalism and scientific search for reality are related to Islam, and I'm very thankful to IBB for giving me an opportunity to talk on that. You see, topic here. This means naturalism and scientific search for reality, and in that you can include empiricism as well, because this was more spoken word in today's session. So by all means, they all beliefs. The crucial word is belief. They are beliefs. They say that science describes the reality, and Islam is also a belief. So how these two beliefs are related? That's my topic. And I think I want to say that given some impression that something like that, naturalism or scientific realism or empiricism, they are like atheism. I mean, I humbly like to disagree that the relation is not that simple. These beliefs are not necessarily against Islam. The relation is, so that's my opinion, which is maybe slightly unusual to others. Okay, I have a color scheme, but for words of related meaning, but I'm afraid I don't have time to tell you what's the idea behind this color scheme, and I have to go to my abstract, and in my abstract, basically, I'm saying that Islam and science are different. For example, Islam is for, it can be said, although you hear the difference of opinion as well, that Islam is for Muslims only, and science is for all, and and the other way could be that Islam is not changing and science changes and so on. So there are differences, but that does not mean that they clash. So difference is difference and clash is clash. Make a distinction and think like other. I think rather than spending time, I go to actual content. Meanwhile. Okay, again, I start with this. I think the whole dominant issue is to remain on the difference versus a clash. The number one I've seen, that's a difference. Science is for all, and one opinion could be, although there are other opinions as well, that Islam is for a limited part of humanity, namely Muslims only. Okay, the difference is there, but when you say the difference is not different, but it's a clash, that becomes atheism. Another way of saying it could be that science is natural and anything outside science is supernatural, and Islam is also outside science. So in that sense, Islam is supernatural. Whatever way you see the differences, real question is are there differences or they are a clash? Okay, now before addressing that too, I'm going to spend some time on one, which means that it's not necessary that Islam is limited to Muslims only, because okay, only Muslims believe in Islam, but the Islamic message is universal for everyone. That's one thing. And then great Muslim scholars have been using things which are universal, namely, for example, reason. The Imam Ghazali said, and the reason is for every human being. And then Ibn Taymiyyah uses experience. I mean, the experience is everyone, a human being has experience. Reason, everyone uses reason, is repeated, and transmitted reports, khabar. Actually, Ibn Taymiyyah says that even Islam is khabar, because that's a report given to us by Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. But that transmitted report is a phenomenon that every person gets report from every other person. That's the normal human thing as well. And to that list, Ibn Taymiyyah added that fitra. That means it's in human nature that we appreciate good morality and we believe in God. All human beings, it's in nature of all human beings to believe in God. But now we want to see maybe 800 years ago, but the present challenge is much more complicated. This very word natural is reverted and used in another sense. And the other sense is that science is natural and Islam is outside. So Islam is supernatural. So the natural initially was thought about in harmony with this Islam, and now the natural thing is presented as something clashing with Islam. Because Ibn Taymiyyah said that it's in human nature, that means innate ability. But they say human is what? Human is a collection of atoms, so atom cannot have any innate ability or any moral tendency or anything like that. And the basic thing remains there, and I think I have to repeat with every slide that, okay, anything not understandable through science, I mean, all the argument remains there that anything which is different to science, science says persons are collection of atoms, but anything different to that, it's taken to be clashing. But I think there we have to say that, is it right or wrong? Logically, is right or wrong, but that is naturalism challenge is. And in that sense, naturalism becomes against Islam, if you take that thing. But for that, there's an underlying a logical error in it. And if you remove that error, then naturalism does not clash with Islam. And I have to indicate what is the error. And some indication of logical error. You know, I mean, the word actually, if you have a good logic, then I think I don't need spending the rest of my lecture as well. If you understand the difference is difference and clash is clash. But if you don't understand, then I have to give many examples, because the misunderstanding is so widespread that just one word will not do it. I have three things. I don't spend time on these because for each of things, 2A, 2B, 2C, I have a separate slide. So I go to these rather than spending time here. So 2A is that if you see a game played between two teams, they we have two teams, they are competing with each other, they have different aims, but they share the same rules of the game. So both things can coexist. You can share, and here by sharing, I think it's just an analogy. What I mean to say is that we all human beings share science. We share, but that does not mean that we are the same. We can have different aims, like all players, they share the same rule, but they can have different aims. So we all use science, but that does not stop us from using Islamic aims, Islamic purposes. So they both can coexist. And for completeness, I think I've written in the end that when we say we all human beings play the game of science, then science is science means the scientific statement has to be testable. Scientific statement need not be visible. It's wrong to think that science saying only we see. No, there are electrons, there are force, and things like that. 90% of things we do not see. But these statements, electron, atom, force, they are testable through repeatable observation. Repeatable means we can repeat when we like. It's not that it gets repeated by some other control. We can control. We can, like everything falls to the ground. That's a scientific statement. We can test it whenever we wish. It's not that sometime it gets repeated. No, we can repeat. That's a characteristic of science. Maybe definition of science. Okay, that I think I have to skip if I have limited of time. Then it's a similar, another example. And I go to that, which is something new, in that science says, most deterministic science, which is says that science predict, more complete claim to science has been Newtonian science. And that Newtonian science has been saying that if the scientists, if the scientific equations are given initial position and velocity, initial position, initial state, we can predict the whole future. And that's a thing like that, that leaves no room for anything other than science. But that's wrong. You didn't know what is that. If we are giving the initial position, but who gives the initial position? It's not science. It can be something else. So something else and science, they can coexist. They can even work together. It's not necessarily that whenever you say anything different to science, that necessarily clashing. Not necessarily. Okay, now another thing is that it's not actually a Newtonian etc. Other example. Basically, inherent thing is a logic. If you have a similar thing, actually that thing I learned from Imam Ghazali, who said that Imam Ghazali uses the two dates, so that if you have a date, so they're exactly identical. That irada, he has to prefer them. So now I've used made them into that form that suppose a rule is there and the rules are science. And this is an example of rules. All apples are identical. That's a rule. That's a universal statement. That will do all. Is that complete knowledge? Will that tell you which of these apple will be eaten first? Not. Only some irada will tell you which is in first. Okay, another application of that is modern physics called quantum mechanics. Now, what quantum mechanics is? Quantum mechanics is a theory of waves and particles. And in this room, if you see somewhere, here it is, there's a light wave is there, and the light wave on that, I think the whole region is equally strong. And quantum mechanics say that if a light wave, then there are many flashes, little flashes, tiny flashes there. Your human eye is not able to see different tiny flashes, but technology can see it. But now you think of that, experiment starts, and where the flash will be. And suppose quantum mechanics says, the chances of flash are same everywhere. So you can have, so that means all places here are equal as far as quantum mechanics is concerned. But actual flash will be somewhere, and that position will be selected by, think of that, it's not quantum mechanics. Quantum mechanics finished by saying that all places are equally important. So some information is there. which is not given by quantum mechanics. And these examples are there in Newtonian physics as well, because essentially, I think, logic behind it. Okay, and now so far I've been saying as well, these are all about my opinion, but actually they're not my opinion. That great philosopher, the philosopher of science called Popper has said as well, but I don't have time to skip that. Popper, you can read it, but it's rather spending time. And I think go to the next, which is maybe easier to understand. That's a statement by physics Nobel laureate Gell-Mann. And Gell-Mann says the scientific theory cannot be complete. Scientific theory itself cannot tell all what we need. I've given you 3-4 examples in previous slide, but now it's just a reference for that. So I think it's just a reference is new. I hope there's nothing new, so I don't spend no time. But the thing is that, okay, what do you think from what you learn? What is not given by science is given by observation or experience. And here you can say even inner experience, and here you can even bring religion as well. But so far, I don't mean that. Okay. So why, if there's no problem, then why naturalism has become a challenge? And the reason naturalism has become challenge is that if you follow the reason, everything the indications are of difference. But there's a variety of naturalism, which is called metaphysical naturalism, that says the differences are clashes. That's a logical error. But if you do that logical error, the result is called metaphysical naturalism, and that clashes with religion, Islam, and whatever you call it. Whatever, anything. Okay, not given. So again, I think I'm repeating now. Another, okay, but that's maybe a useful repetition, that science says that science gives you knowledge, and that's right. No one can say. But methodological naturalism says only science gives you knowledge. And if you don't care about the word only, then it's the word only that makes naturalism clashing with the religion. Otherwise, there's another version of naturalism which does not use it only, and it just says the science gives you knowledge, and that is called methodological naturalism, and that has no problem with Islam. But when you say only, then the problem starts. Okay, now 2-3 more examples of things which are different to science, but they're not clashing. An example is, if you think about a science as a whole, and here what I mean to say that the philosophy called scientific realism is, the scientific search for reality, that says that science describes a reality. Okay, that am I right? But then the question arises, why science describes the reality? It's not only that I say that the question is there, it's Stephen Hawking, everyone I hopefully knows that has written that's a non-trivial question. We have to think of that. Why science are just equations, rules. Do they have power to force the whole big universe to follow them? No, but if we're doing science, we believe that equations have power. When we say equations have power, that's a trust. We have to trust that world has what the Quran called no facade. It's stable enough. That's why we can use science. And that is a trust. And trust is not an equation, not a rule. Trust is not a statement in physics, not in chemistry, not in biology. That's not a scientific statement. That's something other than science. But that's in reason, not necessarily in science. Another example could be that reports transmitted by others, which Ibn Taymiyyah used khabar, and Ibn Taymiyyah used it for khabar of Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, we can read it. But otherwise, in itself, the transmitted report is something common. The whole science work, not everyone can do every experiment. Scientists get transmitted reports from others. So these are the transmitted reports. Okay, but things are the transmitted reports are part of activity, and without transmitted report, they cannot be science. The transmitted report itself are just report of experience. They're not necessarily science themselves. Now, You know, what's the difference then between transmitted report and science? You know, I don't have time to go back. I told you science means statement which can be tested by repeatable observation which can repeat. The other things other than science, they are not clashing, and there's even some common features. And the common feature in science, you have the word testable. Another feature, you have the word judgeable. Like judges do the decision. When judges make a decision, they don't. The decisions are not theorem. They are not theories. They are not physics. They are not math. But they are reasonable. I mean, they should be reasonable. They can be imperfection, but I'm telling you, think of the nature of their job. And they are judgeable through not repeatable observation. They're judgeable through observation, which we happen to see. We don't have control over them. These things happen. Repeatable means we can repeat. Here, things are there which gets repeated, although we cannot repeat them. Okay, and the trust is a judgment, and I think I've already said it. And in the end, I would say that when we say other than science, that includes Islam as well. Islamic beliefs are also, they're very different. The Islamic beliefs, I think we should not say that Islam is same as science. But that does not mean that there's a clashing. There's a difference in between that. But the difference doesn't mean that everything is different. You know, yuminuna bil ghaib means we believe in things which cannot be seen. But some people translate seeing that believe without seeing. I mean, that's bad. And I think, in my opinion, that these kind of translations are reason for a decline of Muslims. You say that when you say you believe in something which is not seen, but your reasons for believing are not are seen. The Quran says succession of day and night is unseen. And these are reasons. And there means regularity in our observation. The Quran, the regularity in observation which we see by our eyes. And that's we have a person in our society which say empiricism is totally against Islam. But it's not empiricism. It's in vain empiricism. You see nights and days, and I'm thinking, why we have made a fight with empiricism? I don't understand what's that. Islam compare that possibility with another possibility which is also can be seen. Surah Bani Israel, fasad. Fasad means what could have been fasad. Fasad means there could have been totally disorder, but that could have been seen. Quran compared the seen with something other which could have not been seen. So the scene discussions are very much in Quran. So we are seeing that when the scene discussion comes, then we think a clash with Islam start. I don't know. I mean, these are kind of things that's why science is not popular in our society. That's my opinion. We have made an unnecessary fight with science. You know, without this ism, there cannot be science. We have to dialogue. We have to have a dialogue with this ism. Just rejecting ism doesn't mean eventually we are rejecting science as well. Those who do not know science, they can live in a fool's paradise. But if you know, you have to be more careful. And Islam's, you know, even Ilham Iqbal says inner religious experience. But religious experience, think of that. It's not against experience. It's experience. It's a kind of empiricism. Still, it's experience. Okay, and the conclusions are that doing science empirically as an empiricism and having Islamic claims, they are different, but that doesn't mean that they clash. And again, metaphysical naturalism has a logical error because science gives you knowledge. That does not mean only science gives you knowledge. I mean, it's only then clash starts. And when you go outside science, that does not mean that now you're free and you do whatever. Still, you're bound by reason. At least it's good if you can be bound by reason. And the reason takes a different form. In science, it was testable by repeatable observation. Outside science will be testable, word will be replaced with judgeable, and repeatable will be replaced with whatever we happen to see. It's not in our control, but still it's a visible thing. And that includes Islam as well. And that's, I just said, so I hope not need to repeat it. Thank you. I will be for. Please stay here, please.
Sir, I would request you to stay here as we come to the end of this session. We will be moving to the lunch and namaz break now, but before that, we would like to present our worthy presenters with the certificates. So please, the session chair, Dr. Bilal Masood, can come in the center of the stage. I will start with the order we started in the presentation. Do we have Mr. Qasim Khan, or did he leave us? Okay. Second up, Miss Myra Farooq Maneka. Please clapping a little. Miss Amara Ahsan. Hafiz Waqas Khan, please. Sayyid Shehzad Ali Shah. Okay. May I request Dr. Hassan Shakil Shah, the chairman of Department of Islamic Thought and Civilization, to come up and present the rest of the certificates to our presenters. Thank you, sir. I know we are down on energy. We are about to have the lunch. Please give a round of applause for our worthy guests. Next up, Ms. Rifat Fahim. Ms. Rifat Fahim. Dr. Zahid Siddiq. Thank you, sir. And now we have the certificates for our guest of honors, Dr. Atif Aslam Rao. And lastly, for the session chair himself, Dr. Bilal Masood. So it was decided that we were supposed to have the lunch and namaz break at 1 p.m. But now it is 1:40, 40 minutes short in time. So now we will come back at 2:10, I guess. And then we will now straight move ahead to the lunch. And our ushers will guide you to the venue for the lunch. And then you can pray as well and come back right at 2:10, because we are going to have a very interesting panel discussion at 2:10. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. We are about to start the second session for today, which is the panel discussion. Let me first introduce our panelist. To my left is Dr. Herman Robo. He is Dutch by race and Australian by his nationality. He is the professor in Minhaj University in the Social Sciences Department. To be precise, religion is his specialty. Towards his left is Hafiz Amar Khan Nasser, who comes from a religious family, very well-renowned person in the religious academics here. To the last is Ms. Fatima Jannat, who especially came from Islamabad for this conference. And I really thank her for being here. She's also well-renowned because of her social work, the work she has done on social media and also on other platforms. So thank you very much for joining us. On the Zoom, we have Mr. Umar Sharif, who has joined us online from India, Bangalore, India, I guess, if I'm right, if you're not somewhere else, the brother Umar. Umar Sharif is I believe, is the founder of the Discovery Islam Educational Trust in Bangalore, India. And he's also a well-renowned speaker. You just have to Google his name on YouTube. You can find he's a public speaker, very well-renowned as well. And there will be one more panelist who will join us later here on site, which is Dr. Muhammad Zubair. And then one more panelist who will join us online, who is Rabbi Ben Abrahamson, who will join us from Jerusalem. Now starting off the session, and people will come and join us. Right. So we will start from our online presentation first. Brother Umar, if you can hear me, Umar Sharif, I imagine you are online. I was told you are. Please, if you can hear me, yes, I can see you now. Thank you so much for joining us. Brother Umar, first of all, we are a little late behind our schedule, so thank you for bearing with us because actually we were having lunch and namaz, so that's why a little late. We will start from you, and as the decorum of this session, each panelist will have 10 minutes, and they will describe and tell us more about the philosophical, historical, and theological arguments on God's existence. And you will, of course, talk about Islam, and other panelists will also talk about their preferences according to what they believe. And now we will start. Over to you. Please start.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu.
Assalamu wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Inna alhamdulillah nahmaduhu nasta'inuhu wa nastaghfiruhu wa na'udhu billahi min shururi anfusina wa min sayyiati a'malina. Man yahdihillahu fala mudilla lahu wa man yudlilhu fala hadiya lahu. Wa ashhadu an la ilaha illallah wahdahu la sharika lahu wa ashhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluhu, amma ba'd. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Indeed, all praises and thanks be to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, God Almighty, who has given me an opportunity to participate in this wonderful event. I must first of all, at the outset, wish all of you all the best. And I must thank Brother Omar Farooq Saeed and the IDP for having invited me for this wonderful event. So coming to the topic happens to be reason and rationality in the religious thinking. So in today's world, there's so much of conflict amongst people, especially with people of ideologies. And amongst the religious people, there's so much of conflict, so much so that there's war, there is turmoil, there is internal feud, uprisings, and so many things across the world. And therefore, most of them, they get kind of put off by the word religion. Many of the people, they get put off by the word religion because they feel that religion is some way leading to fights and leading to altercations, leading to turmoil. But that is because the minuscule of the people are highlighted in the media. That is because the minuscule of the people gain all the attention because of what comes in the open. So if you go by the religious thinkers, basically, if you happen to see the Muslims, Christians, Jews, and even Hindus, Buddhists and Jains, they always wanted peace. They always wanted to preach peace, and they wanted to work towards the peace. But those who get into extremism and those who give in to superstitious beliefs in the name of religion, they become the wrong examples for people to follow. So therefore, I would like to see it from the side of the other side as to why they are not in for religion. But based on my religious upbringing and based on my study on religions, I have come to know that Islam is logically and scientifically and rationally appealing to those who are seeking for knowledge. So therefore, I would say logic and reason has to take forefront, has to come to the forefront in order to understand religion, what we say as akal. But before getting into this subject, I must say logic or reasoning or thinking is like a double-edged sword. It's like a double-edged sword because you can use it for something good or you can use it for something wrong as well. Let me give an example. It's a very cliche, I can say. An atom bomb is made out of atomic energy. It's something used for the atomic energy is a knowledge, but it is used for something which is devastating, which can be causing a lot of loss of lives and properties. But at the same time, the same atomic energy can be used for, bringing up good electricity out of the atomic energy. And at the same time, it can be used for even medical purposes, for treating cancer as well. So it all depends upon how we are using it. Logic can be used for the right outcome, and logic and reasoning, sometimes it can be used for wrong outcome. Like, for example, I want to give an example. Iblis was Azazel. Azazel was from amongst the jinns whom Allah had created. And Azazel was worshipping Allah. Allah had created the jinns, and Azazel, being one amongst the jinns, was worshipping Allah. But Allah wanted to put him also into test. And Allah created Adam alayhi salam out of clay. And Allah taught him all the names, and then asked the angels and Azazel, Iblis, to prostrate to Adam alayhi salam. All the angels, they prostrated to Adam alayhi salam, except Iblis. Iblis said, I will not prostrate to Adam. And when he was questioned as to why, he said that Ana khairum minhu, I am better than him because I am created out of fire and he is created out of clay. So I am better. That's what he concluded. And that was based on his logic. That was based on his reasoning. But Ibn Kathir, rahimahullah, he writes, even in using the logic, Iblis went wrong. Why? Because the mud or clay, it leads to development. The clay or mud, the mud is the cause for growth of plantations, for agriculture, and for trees to grow and to yield fruits. And from that, you find a lot of ants and a lot of birds and human beings, they are surviving. And it is part of the biological cycle. So therefore, mud is all about growth and development, but fire is for destruction. Even in logic, he has gone wrong. Who has gone wrong? Iblis. So therefore, we say akal has to be used. Without akal, no, you are not going to be questioned on the day of judgment. For example, the mentally retarded people and those who did not reach the age of puberty, they will not be accounted for the mistakes they have done because they don't have the akal. The little children who don't know what's happening around, and the mentally retarded ones, they will not be put into question on the day of judgment. And they'll be included among the Ahlul Fitra, and they will have to pass the test on the day of judgment. And if they pass the test, they will enter Jannah. If they fail the test, they'll go to Jahannam. So therefore, akal is very important. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala encourages us to time and again use akal. If you want to look into the Quran, in Surah Muhammad, chapter number 47, verse number 24, Allah says, Afala yatadabbarun al-Quran am ala qulubin akfaluha. The Quran says, Afala yatadabbarun al-Quran. Do they not ponder deeply? Do they not reflect over this? Do they not think deeply? Afala yatadabbarun al-Quran am ala qulubin akfaluha. Or are their hearts locked up? And various places, Afala yatadabbarun al-Quran. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in Surah An-Nisa, chapter number 4, verse number 82. And in various places, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala encourages mankind to use the logic. So now I don't want to drag my discussion to very long. I want to just say in a very simple manner that every human being has been gifted with the reasoning ability and thinking ability and understanding ability. And if a person uses his logic to come to the right conclusions, then he is successful. If he goes to the wrong conclusion, then he'll be doomed on the day of judgment. So with logic and reasoning, by the grace of God Almighty, we are able to understand the Creator. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has made us understand about himself through using reasoning and intellect. I would like to end my talk with the verses of the glorious Quran, wherein Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, أَفَلَا يَنْظُرُونَ إِلَى الْإِبِلِ كَيْفَ خُلِقَتْ وَإِلَى السَّمَاءِ كَيْفَ رُفِعَتْ وَإِلَى الْجِبَالِ كَيْفَ نُصِبَتْ وَإِلَى الْأَرْضِ كَيْفَ سُطِحَتْ فذكر إنما أنت مذكر لست عليهم بمسيطر إلا من تولى وكفر فيعذبه الله العذاب الأكبر إن إلينا إيابهم ثم إن علينا حسابهم. So these ayah wonderful from Surah Al-Ghashiyah and ayat from 17 to 26. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, أَفَلَا يَنْظُرُونَ إِلَى الْإِبِلِ كَيْفَ خُلِقَتْ. Do they not see how the camels are created? Do they not see how the sky is elevated? Do they not see how the earth is spread out? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala talks about how do they not see how the mountains are created? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala talks about human beings, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala talks about the creations, and then says, who has created all of these things? How did these things come into picture? How did these things come into creation? All these things come all by itself? Or are you the creators? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in Surah At-Tur, chapter number 52, verse number 35, Allah says, Am khuliqu min ghayri shay'in am humul khaliqun. This is a very beautiful ayah. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, are you the creators? Are you being created without anything? Are you created from nothing? Or are you the creators? So we are all created by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and we did not create by our own. We did not create by our own strength. We did not know how the eyes have to come. We did not know how the heart has to pump. We don't know how the entire system in our body, the respiratory system, the digestive system, the excretory system, the reproductive system, all of these things are working in order in such a way that we don't even realize any difficulty in living. And the same way you see the universe, how the universe is created, everything is in order. And therefore, I would like to conclude the reasoning and thinking, if it is leading to the right direction, that is the Quran and the Sunnah, the person is successful. And if he is not able to understand the truth of the reality of the matters of the creation, and if he gets misguided, then that is the way of the shaitan. Wa akhiru da'wana alhamdulillahi rabbil alameen.
Thank you so much, Sir Umar Sharif. You have given us a brief talk about reason and rationality in religious thought. And you have reminded us again that reason and rationality is not contradictory with the Holy Quran. In fact, Holy Quran encourages us to think rationally and do reasoning. Now I move toward Dr. Amar Khan Nasir. He's here on the stage, sir. Welcome. Sir, I'd like to start your conversation on historical, philosophical, and theological arguments on God's existence. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. بہت شکریہ. خدا کے وجود کے بارے میں جو بھی اوکے تھینک یو خدا کے وجود کے بارے میں فلسفیانہ یا عقلی استدلالات یا مذہبی استدلالات کس نوعیت کے کس طرح کے ہو سکتے ہیں، یہ ایک اہم سوال ہے. تاریخی طور پر فلسفے کی تاریخ میں، مذہب کی تاریخ میں ہم ان کا جائزہ لے سکتے ہیں. لیکن اس کے ساتھ دوسرا شاید اس سے زیادہ اہم سوال یہ ہے کہ ان مختلف دلائل اور ان مختلف تصورات میں کو کسی خاص دور میں، کسی خاص معاشرے میں ان میں سے کسی ایک تصور کو یا کسی ایک انداز نظر کو قبولیت کن اسباب سے حاصل ہوتی ہے. کیا یہ فی نفسی ہی یہ جو فلسافیکل یا تھیولوجیکل آرگیومنٹس ہیں، کیا یہ خود ہی یہی کافی ہوتے ہیں یہ طے کرنے کے لیے، یا کچھ اور عوامل، کچھ اور اسباب ساتھ شامل ہوتے ہیں اور ان سے طے ہوتا ہے کہ کوئی معاشرہ کس طرح کے تصور خدا کو قبول کرتا ہے یا نہیں کرتا؟ تو یہ بحث جو ہے وہ میرے خیال سے اس کو صحیح طرح سمجھنے کے لیے یہ دونوں سوالات کو شامل کرنا ضروری ہے. تو اس کو واضح کرنے کے لیے میں دیے ہوئے وقت کے اندر 10 منٹ کے اندر اختصار کے ساتھ یہ واضح کرنے کی کوشش کروں گا کہ یونانی روایت میں، یونانی فلسفے کی، یونانی عقلی روایت میں خدا کے وجود کو اور خدا کے تصور کو ہر ممکن زاویے سے دیکھا گیا. جتنے بھی اس سوال کو حل کرنے کے عقلی طور پر انداز ہو سکتے ہیں، وہ ان تمام کی جھلک، ان تمام کی نمائندگی، ان تمام کے حق میں استدلالات وہ یونانی عقلی روایت میں ارسطو سے پہلے بھی آپ لے لیں، ارسطو اور افلاطون ان کا اس میں کنٹریبیوشن ہے، پھر جو بعد کا دور ہے ایپیکیورس اور سٹوئکس کا، تو سارے ممکن زاویے جو ہو سکتے ہیں خدا کے وجود کے یا خدا کے تصور کے، ان سب کی نمائندگی ہمیں وہاں ملتی ہے. تو یونان کا جو ثقافتی مذہب ہے وہ ظاہر ہے پولیتھیسٹک پیگن مشرکانہ مذہب تھا جس میں بہت سے دیوتاؤں کا دیویوں کا تصور تھا، اور ان دیوتاؤں کو وہ کیا کرتے ہیں اور ان کی نیچر کیا ہے وہ انسانوں کے کردار اور اعمال سے بہت مشابہ تھی۔ وہ انسانوں کی طرح شادی بیاہ بھی کرتے ہیں، جھوٹ فراڈ دھوکہ بھی کرتے ہیں، ایک دوسرے کی عورتیں چھین بھی لیتے ہیں۔ یہ سارے جو انسانوں کے مسائل ہیں وہ دیوتاؤں میں بھی ہیں، فرق صرف یہ ہے کہ انسان مرتے اور پیدا ہوتے رہتے ہیں، وہ ہمیشہ رہتے ہیں۔ تو اس کے خلاف خود یونانی عقلی روایت میں تنقید کا ایک عمل عقلی بنیادوں پر شروع ہوا۔ تو بہت سے فلاسفہ ہیں جنہوں نے عقلی اور اخلاقی بنیادوں پر پاپولر جو یونانی مذہب ہے اور خدا کا تصور ہے اس پر تنقید کا عمل شروع کیا کہ یہ خدا کا یہ تصور یہ ٹھیک نہیں ہے۔ تو اس میں ہمیں بہت سے نام ملتے ہیں۔ زینوفینیز کے بارے میں کہا جاتا ہے کہ وہ شاید پہلا کرٹک تھا، اور اس نے کہا کہ خدا کو یا دیوتاؤں کو ایسا نہیں ہونا چاہیے جیسا کہ ہم سمجھتے ہیں۔ یہ اخلاقی طور پر یہ ٹھیک، انسان بھی اگر ہمارے ہی جیسے ہیں، وہ بھی اس طرح کے بد اخلاق ہیں، بد کردار ہیں، تو یہ پھر کیسے خدا ہوا؟ تو اس نے یہ کہا کہ اس نے عقلی استدلال سے کہ خدا کو ایسا ہونا چاہیے اخلاقی طور پر، اس نے ایک تصور پیش کیا جو آپ کہہ سکتے ہیں کم و بیش توحیدی۔ اس نے کہا خدا ایک ہونا چاہیے عقلی طور پر، اور وہ سب سے زیادہ طاقتور ہو، اور وہ ہمیشہ سے ہو، وہ عدم سے وجود میں نہ آیا ہو، اور اس کا کوئی جسمانی وجود نہ ہو جیسا کہ انسانوں کا ہے۔ تو وہ ایک غیر جسمانی خدا ہو، قادر مطلق ہو، ہمیشہ سے ہو اور ایک ہو۔ یہ خدا عقلی طور پر زیادہ ہمیں اپیل کرتا ہے۔ تو اس وجہ سے یہ جو یونانی ثقافت میں مذہب کا خدا کا تصور ہے یہ ٹھیک نہیں ہے۔ سقراط کو ہم دیکھیں تو وہ کم و بیش اسی طرح کا استدلال آگے بڑھاتا ہے۔ پلیٹو کے ہاں جو پلیٹو کے اسکالرز ہیں وہ کہتے ہیں کہ اس کے ہاں کئی مراحل ہیں، مختلف مراحل میں اس کے ہاں تصور کچھ مختلف ملتا ہے، لیکن اس کے فکری ارتقاء کے آخری مرحلے پر وہ جو تصور خدا کا پیش کرتا ہے وہ یوں ہے کہ خدا جو ہے وہ کائنات کا خالق ہے، لیکن خالق کا مطلب یہ نہیں ہے کہ یہ جو مادہ ہے، میٹر ہے، یہ پہلے نہیں تھا اور پھر وجود میں آیا۔ تو میٹر ہمیشہ سے ہے، لیکن یہ بے نظم تھا، بے ترتیب تھا، کیوٹک کنڈیشن میں تھا۔ تو خدا نے اس کو کائنات دنیا کو بنایا یا پیدا کیا کا مطلب یہ کہ اس نے اس بے نظم مادے کے اندر ایک نظم پیدا کیا، ترتیب پیدا کی، اور ترتیب اس نے پیدا کی کہ اس نے پہلے کچھ ارواح پیدا کی اور پھر ان ارواح کے ذریعے سے اس کائنات کی تخلیق کی۔ تو روح وہ پھر بتاتا ہے کہ جو آسمان ہے یہ ایک روح ہے، اور وہ ارواح جو ہیں وہ خدا نے پھر کچھ کریٹڈ گاڈز پیدا کیے جو یہ ستاروں کی صورت میں اور اس میں موجود ہیں، اور پھر ان کے ذریعے سے سارے کائنات کی تخلیق ہوئی۔ تو یہ ارسطو کا تصور خدا ہے۔ وہ ایتھیزم پر، کیونکہ یہ تصور بھی بعض ڈیموکریٹس یا بعض دوسرے فلاسفہ کے یہاں ملتا ہے کہ یہ کائنات جو ہے یہ مادے کے مختلف ذرات کا اس کے امتزاج سے بن جانے والی ایک چیز ہے، یہ بالکل مادی چیز ہے، اس کے پیچھے کوئی خاص مقصد یا نظم آپ کو نظر نہیں آتا۔ تو اتفاق سے یہ سارا کچھ جو ایک ترتیب بنی ہے نا، یہ اتفاق کا نتیجہ ہے۔ تو ارسطو افلاطون اس پر بھی تنقید کرتا ہے، اور وہ بعض جو وجود باری کے استدلالات ہیں ان پر تنقید بھی کرتا ہے۔ مثلا جو آرگومنٹ فرام ڈیزائن ہے یہ یونانیوں کے ہاں موجود ہے، یہ کائنات میں ایک خاص طرح کا نظم، ترتیب، ایک مقصدیت نظر آتی ہے۔ تو افلاطون کہتا ہے کہ یہ کافی نہیں ہے، یہ ٹھیک نہیں ہے. دہریہ یا ملحدین کے خلاف یہ دلیل کافی نہیں ہے. تو صحیح دلیل یہ ہونی چاہیے کہ اصل میں سول یا روح کے تصور کے بغیر ہم کائنات کو نہیں سمجھ سکتے. مراد یہ ہے کہ شعور کو یا ایک صاحب ارادہ اور شعور ہستی کو پہلے ہم مانیں گے تو پھر کائنات کو سمجھا جا سکتا ہے. غیر بے جان چیز سے جس کے اندر شعور نہیں ہے، حیات نہیں ہے، اس سے یہ تصور کرنا کہ حیات پیدا ہو گئی ہے یا شعور پیدا ہو گیا یا یہ قابل فہم نہیں ہے. ہمیں پہلے حیات کو اور شعور کو، جس کو وہ سول کا، روح کا عنوان دیتا ہے، تو یہ ہمیں کہنا پڑے گا. تو وہ کہتا ہے کہ یہ صحیح جواب ہے. ڈیزائن جو ہے وہ کافی دلیل نہیں ہے. وہ ایتھیزم پر تنقید بھی کرتا ہے، جو اس نے اپنی ایک مثالی معاشرہ بیان کیا. اس میں کہتا ہے کہ اس میں دہریہ جو ہیں وہ ان پر پابندی ہونی چاہیے، کسی دہریہ کو اس میں اجازت نہیں ہونی چاہیے. تو اس طرح کی باتیں بھی وہ کرتا ہے. ارسطو کے یہاں تھوڑے سے فرق سے یہی بات ہے. اچھا، ایپیکیورس ایک اور یونانی فلسفی ہے جو ایک پورے اسکول آف تھاٹ کا بانی بھی ہے. اس کے ہاں میں ایک اور آرگیومنٹ ملتا ہے. وہ کہتا ہے کہ دیکھیں، خدا اس لیے اس کو ماننا ضروری ہے یا اس کے وجود کی کہ یہ تصور سارے انسانوں میں پائے جاتے ہیں. تو سارے انسانوں میں اس پر ایک طرح کا تصور ان کا جو بھی ہو، لیکن یہ کہ کوئی ایک ہستی یا زیادہ ہستیاں ایسی ہیں جو یہ اس کے بغیر نہیں ہو سکتا کہ خود فطرت نے، نیچر نے انسانوں کے اندر یہ چیز ان کے دلوں میں ڈالی ہو. تو سارے انسانوں کا اس پر اتفاق ہونا یہ وجود باری کی ایک دلیل ہے. اس طرح ایک اسکول آف تھاٹ ہے اسٹوئکس کا. ان میں کئی فلاسفہ ہیں. ان کے یہاں آپ کو زیادہ غالب یہ جو آرگیومنٹ فرام ڈیزائن ہے، یہ ان کے یہاں زیادہ غالب دکھائی دیتا ہے کہ کائنات میں اصل میں ہم دیکھتے ہیں کہ ایک مقصدیت، ہمیں خاص طور پر انسانی زندگی کو ہم دیکھیں کہ انسان کو زندگی گزارنے کے لیے جس طرح کے ماحول کی، جس طرح کی ضروریات کی، جس طرح کی خوراک کی ضرورت ہے، وہ یہ زمین اور اس کا ماحول اس کے مطابق بنا ہوا ہے، جس سے لگ رہا ہے کہ یہ اس لیے یہ سارا کچھ انتظام کیا گیا ہے کہ انسان یہاں پہ رہ سکیں. تو اس سے وہ استدلال کرتے ہیں کہ کائنات میں ایک مقصدیت ہے، اور مقصدیت جو ہے وہ بغیر کسی ارادے کے اور ایک پیچھے مائنڈ ہو، اس کے بغیر نہیں ہو سکتی. تو یہ آپ اچھا، اس میں البتہ اسٹوئکس کا کیا مختلف رجحانات ہیں. وہ خدا کو ایک الگ وجود کے طور پر نہیں دیکھتے. وہ سمجھتے ہیں کہ خدا بھی کائنات کا حصہ ہی ہے. خدا اس کائنات ہی کا حصہ ہے، اس سے الگ کوئی وجود نہیں رکھتا. تو یہ اگر آپ ہندوؤں کا جو وحدت الوجود کا یا ہماؤس کا تصور ہے، اس کے کافی قریب یہ چلا جاتا ہے. تو یہ مختصر جائزے سے ہمیں پتہ چلتا ہے کہ سوال کو دیکھنے کے جتنے مختلف زاویے ہو سکتے ہیں کہ یہ بے جان اصل میں کائنات ہے، اتفاق سے اس میں جان حیات پیدا ہو گئی ہے، یا اس کے پیچھے کئی قوتیں ہیں. یونان کا جو روایتی مذہب ہے وہ بھی موجود ہے، اس کی تنقید کا زاویہ بھی موجود ہے. اچھا، خدا کو ماننے کا بہتر استدلال کیا ہے؟ یہ دونوں تینوں جو بڑے مشہور استدلال ہیں. آرگیومنٹ فرام ڈیزائن بھی موجود ہے، سارے انسانوں کے اندر یہ تصور موجود ہونا یہ بھی موجود ہے. ارسطو اور افلاطون کے ہاں کہ کائنات میں ہمیں جو ارسطو کے ہاں زیادہ جو ہے وہ، کیونکہ وہ اس کی زیادہ دلچسپی سائنس اور یہ جو فزیکل ورلڈ کو مطالعہ کرنے سے ہے، تو وہ اس سے آرگیومنٹ ڈیولپ کرتے ہیں کہ اصل میں جو حرکت ہمیں نظر آتی ہے کائنات میں، حرکت یہ تقاضا کرتی ہے کہ کوئی محرک ہو. کیونکہ ہم دیکھتے ہیں کہ دو طرح کی ہمیں حرکتیں نظر آتی ہیں اپنے مشاہدے میں. ایک حرکت وہ ہے جو جانداروں کی حرکت ہے، اور وہ ہمیں لگتا ہے کہ ان کو باہر سے کوئی فورس نہیں کر رہا، وہ خود اپنے ارادے سے حرکت کر رہا. اور دوسری جو بے جان چیزیں ہیں، ان سب کی حرکت ہمارے مشاہدے میں آتا ہے کہ کوئی دوسرا کوئی دوسری قوت ان کو حرکت میں لاتی ہے تو وہ حرکت میں آتے ہیں, خود سے وہ حرکت میں نہیں آ سکتے. تو اب حرکت سے وہ ایک استدلال ڈیولپ کرتا کہ حرکت کے لیے ایک محرک چاہیے. اچھا, اب اس محرک میں حرکت کہاں سے آئی ہے؟ اگر اس کے لیے بھی کوئی ایک اور محرک چاہیے تو آخر میں آپ کو کوئی ایک ایسا محرک, موور ایسا ماننا پڑے گا جس میں خود حرکت نہ ہو. تو ان مووڈ موور یہ اس کا خدا ہے, تاکہ یہ ایکسپلین ہو سکے کہ آخر میں جا کر ایک ایسی قوت ہے جو خود موو نہیں ہے لیکن وہ موومنٹ پیدا کر سکتی ہے. تو یہ ارسطو کا, تو یہ سارے آرگومنٹس موجود ہیں. یونانیوں کے ہاں ثقافتی مذہب بھی موجود ہے, وحدت الوجودی ہماوسطی بھی ہیں, دہریہ بھی ہیں, ایک خدا کو ماننے والے بھی ہیں, ان مووڈ سارے موجود ہیں. ول ڈیورا نے پوری یونانی ثقافت کا اور فلسفے کا خلاصہ یہ بیان کیا ہے کہ یونانیوں نے ریشنلی کائنات کی تفہیم کا جو پورا نظام وضع کیا تھا, جو بھی اس میں انہوں نے تخلیقیت دکھائی تھی, وہ مسیحی تصور خدا کے سامنے ٹھہر نہیں سکی. تو مغرب کی تاریخ کا اس مرحلے تک کا وہ خلاصہ یہ بیان کرتا ہے کہ یونانیوں نے اور رومیوں نے جو تصور خدا, پیگن تصور تھا, وہ ڈیولپ کیا تھا. اس کے ساتھ جس طرح کی اس میں پیچیدگیاں تھیں, پھر دیوتاؤں اور دیویوں کے تصورات تھے, اس کے ساتھ جو بد اخلاقی وابستہ تھی. تو جو مسیحی تصور خدا ہے وہ اتنا طاقتور تھا, اتنا پاورفل تھا کہ اس نے یونانی حالانکہ مسیحی جو ہیں وہ مادی طور پر تو کمزور تھے, تعداد بھی کم تھی, ان کے پاس کوئی طاقت نہیں تھی, لیکن انہوں نے اس پیگن تصور خدا کے مقابلے میں ایک تصور خدا اس دعوے کے ساتھ پیش کیا کہ یہ خود خدا کی طرف سے انسانوں کو رہنمائی کی گئی ہے. تو ریویلڈ جو تصور خدا ہے مغربی روایت میں, اس کے سامنے یہ جو عقلی تصور خدا ہے یہ کھڑا نہیں ہو سکا. تو اس طرح سے اگر ہم اس بحث کو دیکھیں تو کسی بھی معاشرے میں یا کسی بھی تاریخ کے مرحلے میں آرگیومنٹس پر بات کرتے ہوئے یہ بھی اہم ہے کہ کون سے مختلف دلائل ہیں خدا کے وجود کے جو آپ کو ایک طرف یا دوسری طرف لے جا سکتے ہیں, لیکن یہ سمجھنا بھی اہم ہے کہ اس وقت اس عہد کا عمومی ماحول کیا ہے, وہ کنڈیشنز کیا ہیں جو اس کو سپورٹ کر سکتی ہیں یا نہیں کر سکتی. تو بس میں پریزنٹیشن اسی پر اکتفا کرتا ہوں, کچھ سوالات ہوں گے تو پھر مزید انشاءاللہ.
Thank you so much, sir. Jazakallah khaira. This was Amar Khan Nasir Saab. Now we move on to our next panelist, who is Rabbi Ben Abrahamson, who has joined us specially from Jerusalem. Rabbi, if you can hear me, Sheikh should I call you, because he's well versed in Islamic sciences as well. And should I call you a social media sensation, by the way? Because Rabbi, can you hear me? Can you please unmute yourself and let me know? I can see you are online, so please unmute yourself. Yeah, now I can see you. Now I can see you. Thank you so much for joining us. Over to you. You can start. Please unmute yourself. Unmute your mic. We cannot hear you. Please speak up something so that we can know. Just a second, we cannot hear. There seems to be a problem in your mic. Can you fix your microphone, maybe detach it and again, maybe, are you using, what device are you using? If it's a laptop, then there is no microphone issue. You are muted. You are muted. I think that seems to be the issue. Make sure your mic, you will find an icon. The mic is open. Maybe try to unmute yourself and then mute and unmute. Maybe it will work this way. I will suggest you to disconnect and connect again. Maybe that will work. All right. We will go to, if not Rabbi Ben Abrahamson, why not Dr. Herman Robo? So we'll go to Dr. Herman. You have the mic here for your speech. Oh, yo, sure. Come here. Please. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm from Australia, but I live in Pakistan. I've been here for 6 years now, or more than 6 years. मुझे उर्दू भी आती है, लेकिन शायद मेरी उर्दू इतना अच्छी नहीं है, और आप खुश नहीं होंगे अगर मैं खराब उर्दू बात करता हूँ, तो जिस तरह आप खराब अंग्रेजी बात करते हैं, लेकिन मैं बर्दाश्त करता हूँ. Anyway, so मिक्स करते हैं ना, मिक्स करते थोड़ी अंग्रेजी थोड़ी उर्दू में बात करना. So atheism, मैं यहाँ से शुरू करना चाहता हूँ. Where does it, atheism is the main topic really, and where does it come from? कहाँ से है? From the Christians, I think. हाँ? Muslims तो atheist नहीं है. Muslim दुनिया में, Muslim माशरा में atheist शायद चंद है, शायद मजीद होगा, लेकिन मशहूर atheist, या ये सब वहाँ से है ना, वहाँ से है, जो क्रिश्चियन कहते हैं, क्रिश्चियन मुल्क में, क्रिश्चियन वेस्ट. तो क्यों? My question is, why did so many Christian believers stop believing in God? Why? Why did they become atheist? ये भी पूछना चाहिए मेरे ख्याल है. वो क्यों? पहले क्रिश्चियन थे, कितनी 100 साल या 1000 साल से ज्यादा ये सब क्रिश्चियन थे, और इसके बाद एक न्यू एज आ गया जो हम एनलाइटनमेंट कहते हैं ना, एनलाइटनमेंट और एज ऑफ रीजन. हम अब जानते हैं इसके बारे में. 17th 18th centuries, yes, 7वीं 8वीं सदी में साइंस डेवलपमेंट की वजह से मुख्तलिफ वजूहात एक नया मूवमेंट शुरू हुआ जो अक्ल पे बहुत ज्यादा अहमियत देता था. They stressed the importance of aql, and they began to think that everything can be understood. सब कुछ हम समझ सकते हैं. देखो, साइंस इतना डेवलप हो रहे हैं मुख्तलिफ शोबे में, या इतना दरियाफ्त उस दौर में आया, इतना बहुत सारे दरियाफ्ते, discoveries, scientific discoveries. So these Christian believers, they began to say that, okay, God is what is God? What is God? We can't prove him. We can't, we can't experiment. So maybe he's not there, or maybe he's up there somewhere. Maybe he's in the sky somewhere in heaven, but that's all. Yeah. Deism, आप जानते हैं शायद deism, आपने सुना होगा. तो deism कहते हैं कि Allah तो है, but Allah is just, he began everything. Allah created and then left the world to follow its own natural laws. God made the natural laws, but then the natural laws were just left alone, and God did not did not koi madakhlat nahi kiya. He did not interfere anymore. So these people became deists. That's just a word. Just deist, deism. एक लफ्ज़ है इस फलसफा के लिए जो समझते हैं कि अल्लाह है लेकिन कोई मदाखलत नहीं करते क्योंकि अल्लाह ऑलरेडी सब कुछ बनाया और हमारा अक्ल भी बनाया तो ये अभी हमारी जिम्मेदारी है ये दुनिया चलाना और दरियाफ्ती करना और दरियाफ्ती इस्तेमाल करना हमारी जिंदगी ठीक करवाना. That's our responsibility, not God's responsibility. So God became distant, slowly became far away. And then eventually, gradually, people said, we don't need God. We don't need him anymore. Because we can think, because we can discover, we can organize the world, we can run our own lives. And these people, you might say, are atheists. Why are they atheists? Because they are rejecting a false idea of God, I think. They are rejecting the idea that God exists just the same as this thing exists. This table exists. You and I exist. And God exists. No, you can't say that. ये नामुमकिन है. God ऐसा exist तो नहीं होता जिस तरह हम exist होता है. जिस तरह table या animals, जिस तरह कायनात exist होता है. ऐसा नहीं होता. अगर ऐसे होता है तो अल्लाह एक चीज है कायनात में. If Allah exists like tables and chairs and human beings, means Allah is an object in the world, in the universe. He's another object. And so these philosophers said, cannot be, that God cannot be, that kind of God. We don't need that God and he does not exist. And so they also gradually dropped the proofs for the existence of God, like the unmoved mover or the designer or the necessary being. वो कहते हैं ये क्या proof है? कोई proof नहीं होता. And if you prove it, even if you prove it, then you have proved that God is some kind of being up there. He started everything. He has started everything, and he's one of the world. And these people rightly, according to me, said, no, God cannot be like that. God cannot be just another being up there or far away who started the ball rolling, started the universe, the unmoved mover, the designer. The designer means he's also like you and me. A designer means he's like you and me. हम भी designer है. वो सबसे बड़ा designer है. So what? That's not God. God एक बड़ा designer तो नहीं है. God, Allahu Akbar. God is greater than any concept we may have. God is greater than any tasawwur जो हम सोच सकते हैं. कोई tasawwur जो हम अल्लाह के बारे में है हमारे पास ये अल्लाह नहीं है. अगर हमारे पास कोई tasawwur है अल्लाह के बारे में ये अल्लाह नहीं है. ये हमारा tasawwur है. तो इसलिए though these Christian theologians, these Christian philosophers, they said, we have to find another God. We have to find the real God. And they searched and they realized, some of them, that this idea of aql is too narrow. And I think some of the papers this morning have already said that. Ye aql jo age of reason se aaya, जो enlightenment पैदा किया वो अकल बहुत तंग है, बहुत महदूद है और इससे हम अल्लाह के पास नहीं जा सकते हैं और अल्लाह के बारे में कोई तसव्वुर नहीं हो सकता है. We are making God into an object that exists, and that Allah is not Allah. That's our own idea of Allah. And some of these people began to realize that we need to also look at our feeling and our imagination, yeah, and our intuition. Intuition, I think, is firasat, एहसास, ख्यालात, ये भी इसमें शामिल होना चाहिए, सिर्फ अक्ल नहीं है। अगर सिर्फ अक्ल तो क्या है, बहुत महदूद है और इसकी वजह से बहुत मसाइल पैदा होता है। लेकिन अगर हम अक्ल के साथ भी महसूस करते हैं और हमारे ख्यालात भी इस्तेमाल करते हैं, और हम भी महसूस करते हैं कि हम तारीख में मौजूद है, तो शायद हम ये narrow concept of reason, we can change it, we can broaden it, we can develop it, because reason itself, I haven't said this much yet, but reason itself was cut off from history in the age of reason. Reason was just like a faculty, like a qabiliyat, that's it. But reason is not just a faculty, a qabiliyat, a biological ability, qabiliyat jo mere paas hai, aapke paas hai. Reason, like us, we are situated in time, in history. And so this so-called faculty of reason is also influenced by time and by history. And therefore it is always changing. You can't say Aql is just the same from one generation, from one century to another century. Aql is always the same. Not at all. Aql is always changing because we are always changing. And our thinking is influenced by our environment, by our context, by our culture, by our upbringing, by our education. Your thinking, my thinking is so different because of the culture, because of the background which we come from. Yeah. And it's constantly changing because of this cultural situation. So many things are changing all the time. So there's no such thing as aql as such. It's aql, of course, but situated in time and also aware of feeling and imagination. And so gradually, I think we are discovering a new sense of reason, which may help us to help us Christians to rediscover God in the West. Maybe. If we do not rediscover, if we do not find another way of using our aql, we will not rediscover God. So I think I would like to, there's many things I also could say, but I think I've said most of what I wanted to say. And I think, you know, one other thing I would like to say, that in the Christian West, it's not only a question of aql, it's also a question of mystical awareness. So I think to balance a little bit what I've said about the Christian West, I think to be fair to the Christian West, there's a big history of experiencing God, not just thinking about God or try to understand God. That came in the 17th and 18th century. But before that, in the Middle Ages, and after that time, right until today, many Christians in the West are contemplating, and through contemplation are discovering God in some sense. And the big names, there are big names in this area, of course. I can't go into all that now, but I'd like just to say briefly that the big leaders of this movement of contemplation, they say, leave behind your thinking. Don't think when you want to meet God, don't use your reason. That's not very trustworthy, not very helpful. Leave all your thoughts behind. Because God is nothing. God is no thing. God is no thing. God exists, but he's no thing. God like he's nothing. So you cannot think of him. I've already said that. So when you sit in contemplation, then we can try to leave behind all our thoughts, all our concepts about God, and we just remain perhaps in his presence. Maybe the word presence, maybe remain in his presence, or as Buber said, Jewish philosopher, we encounter God. You can only encounter God. You can't think about God. You can't have a concept to suffer about God, but you can encounter, like meet God in a personal, some kind of personal relationship. But even that word personal is also a concept. So, I'm not sure that that's correct either. But at least these mystics or these contemplatives in the Christian tradition, they enter into what they call a cloud of unknowing. That's their term. A cloud of unknowing. In other words, they enter into darkness. And that's where they have a sense of God. And that's, for me personally, that's very attractive, I have to say. I think this is very trustworthy path. I've been following this path for many years. When I pray, when I sit in prayer, I drop all my thinking, I drop all the names and everything about God. I don't try and imagine God. I just come maybe into his presence. I do think I have a sense of his presence. I can say that personally. Not everybody would say that, but I can say that. Some people would not even use the word presence. They would just be without any images and without any sensation, but try to forget what they have learned about God, try to forget that, and be open to the reality of God. Because God is always above us, is always beyond us. And the reality of God is always to be learned again and again, and not to be grasped in any kind of proof or concept. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Herman. That was quite an insightful speech. Now I am informed that Rabbi Ben Abrahamson have joined us again, right? So Rabbi, can you hear me now? In fact, make us hear yourself. Kindly unmute yourself and kindly let us know if we can hear you. We still have the same problem. Can you maybe try a different device? Or maybe we can have a couple of options. Either you can get connected. I think you are sitting in front of a laptop. You can try either your mobile phone. You can connect yourself from a mobile phone and start your presentation there, because I'm sure this will not be problematic on the phone. Otherwise, I can maybe give you a WhatsApp call and you can present on that. So we can have one thing. Our technical team has informed that maybe you can use the internal mic of your device. If you're using the laptop, go inside the settings of Zoom and see for an internal mic. Otherwise, we have one option. Maybe I'll give you a WhatsApp call. You will speak on it and I will put it on the mic. All right. Okay, I'm giving you the call. Try picking up the call. I'm calling you. Okay, please speak up. Speak up something. I can hear you now. You can keep on talking. We can see you and you can talk. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm very sorry for the technical difficulties here. I haven't had this problem before.
And we will really like to thank you for your brief speech because, there was Dr. Guntul Bechley have already joined us, who is lined up next in the speech. Also that we will really request you, we would have also wished for question and answer session, but because of these distortions, we are running short on time. And I would like to thank you for your brief speech. Thank you so much. And maybe I can say that you are in Jerusalem, we are here in Pakistan. Maybe this really sums up how these two places are connected, what we face today. So, we are giving you a round of applause here in our conference hall. Thank you so much. So thank you so much for joining. Now I would like Dr. Muhammad, thank you so much, Dr. Muhammad Zubair, for his brief, speech. Would you do it there or here? Okay, you can come now. Thank you so much. Sir, you can come.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. تاریخ انسانی کو خاص طور پہ انٹلیکچوئل تھاٹ کے پرسپیکٹو میں اگر ہم سمجھنا چاہیں تو 3 ادوار میں تقسیم کر سکتے ہیں. ایک تو کلاسیکل ٹائم پیریڈ کہلاتا ہے جو 15ویں صدی عیسوی تک تقریباً جاری رہا. اس کے بعد جسے ہم جدیدیت کا دور کہتے ہیں، ماڈرنٹی کا زمانہ کہتے ہیں. اس کے بارے میں مختلف آراء ہیں. عام طور پہ معروف یہ ہے کہ 1970 تک رہا. یہ 1970 کے بعد ہمیں ایک اور اپروچ پوری دنیا میں نظر آتی ہے جسے ہم مابعد جدیدیت یا پوسٹ ماڈرنزم کہتے ہیں. کلاسیکل ٹائم پیریڈ میں ریلیجن ہو، فلاسفی ہو، ایسٹرونومی ہو، کوئی بھی ڈسپلن آپ اٹھا کے دیکھ لیں، ہر ڈسپلن کے اندر سب سے زیادہ ریسرچ، سب سے زیادہ بحث، سب سے زیادہ ڈسکشن جس کے اوپر ہو رہی تھی، جس ٹاپک پہ، وہ خدا کا ٹاپک تھا. یعنی جیسے ابھی ڈاکٹر صاحب گفتگو بھی کر رہے تھے کہ مڈل ایجز میں ریلیجس ایکسپیرینس، خدا، یہ سب بہت ڈسکس ہو رہا تھا. ماڈرنٹی میں ہم آتے ہیں تو وہاں سوشل سائنسز میں چلے جائیں، آپ سائنسز کے اندر ایون چلے جائیں، جو ریسرچ کا یا علم کا جو فوکس ہو گیا وہ خود حضرت انسان بن گیا. کیونکہ بہت سارے فلاسفر نے تو خدا کو مار دیا. نیتشے کا ایک جملہ بہت معروف ہوا، گاڈ از ڈیڈ. اب اس کی مختلف انٹرپریٹیشن کی گئی. ایک یہ کہ جو کرسچینٹی کا خدا تھا وہ ہم نے مار دیا، یا بہرحال وٹس ایور جو بھی انہوں نے کہا، یا یہ کہ مابعد الطبیعات، میٹا فزکس جو ہیں ان کو ہم نے بالکل نکال دیا. ریسرچ کا موضوع بحث ہی نہیں رہنے دیا کہ ماوراء الطبیعی جو علوم ہے، میٹا فزکس ہے، وہ علم کا موضوع ہی نہیں ہے. علم کا موضوع صرف سائنس ہے، یا جو سائنس سے مل رہا ہے وہی علم ہے، وہی نالج ہے. پھر پوسٹ ماڈرنٹی میں آ کے حضرت انسان بھی غائب ہو گیا، یعنی انسان بھی مر گیا. یہ بھی ہمارے ہاں بھی جب یہ ہندوستان کی تقسیم ہوئی تو ناول لکھے گیا اور انسان مر گیا، مطلب فسادات کے اوپر. مغرب میں بھی بہت سارے لوگوں کا، بعض فلاسفرز کی یہ کوٹیشن بہت معروف ہوئی کہ مین از ڈیڈ، انسان بھی مر گیا. وہ جو قرآن مجید کی آیت ہے، یا ایھا الذین آمنوا لا تکونوا کالذین نسوا اللہ فانساھم انفسہم، ان لوگوں کی مانند نہ ہو جانا جنہوں نے اللہ کو بھلا دیا، اللہ نے انہیں اپنا آپ بھلوا دیا. تو خدا کو ہم نے موضوع بحث نہیں رہنے دیا، خدا نے ہمیں خود کو موضوع بحث نہیں رہنے دیا. پوسٹ ماڈرنٹی میں سب سے بڑا موضوع جو آپ کو نظر آتا ہے ریسرچ کا اس وقت، وہ کیا ہے؟ وہ آپ کی یونیورس ہے، وہ آپ کی کائنات ہے. مطلب کلائمیٹ چینج پہ بات ہو رہی ہے. امریکن پریزیڈنٹ بھی اس کے بارے میں پریشان ہے، گولے پہ گرمی بہت زیادہ ہو گئی ہے. اب مریخ پہ آپ نے جانا ہے. ایلن مسک جو ہے وہ پروگرام بنا رہے ہیں جی مریخ پہ، مارس پہ جانا ہے. وہ آئے دن آپ ان کا ٹویٹر دیکھیں، بھرا پڑا ہے، یہ شٹل جا رہی ہے، وہ شٹل جا رہی ہے. تو یہ پلانٹ ارتھ، یہ گولا تو رہنے کے قابل ہم نے نہیں چھوڑا، اتنی پولوشن پھیلا دی. समुंदर के अंदर पाकिस्तान के साइज का गार्बेज पड़ा हुआ है, पाकिस्तान के साइज का, और वो गार्बेज क्या है? ये आपके माउस, बच्चों के पैम्पर, पेप्सी कोक की बोतलें, ठीक है। बचपन में हम पढ़ते थे झील सैफुल मुलूक, जब जाके देखी तो वहां ये सब कुछ कचरा नजर आया। हजरत इंसान ने ये प्लेनेट अर्थ रहने के काबिल नहीं छोड़ा। साइंस, उसके बाद टेक्नोलॉजी, टेक्नोलॉजी के जो फवायद हैं हमें उससे कोई इनकार नहीं है, ठीक है। लेकिन बहरहाल अब इस वक्त इंसान की रिसर्च का जो बड़ा मौजू बन चुका है वो खुद हजरत इंसान से भी निकल के वो ये यूनिवर्स बन चुकी है, ये कायनात बन चुकी है। नासा की सबसे ज्यादा रिसर्च का मौजू यही है, आपकी यूनिवर्स है, आपकी कायनात। इंसान की तारीख में कहा जाता है, ये कहा जाता है कि क्लासिकल जो फिलॉसफी थी उसमें सबसे बड़ा क्वेश्चन ये था कि वजूद क्या है, एग्जिस्टेंस क्या है। अब आप कहेंगे पता नहीं ये क्या क्वेश्चन है, क्या सवाल है। और ये बात कही जाती है कि मॉडर्न फिलॉसफी में सबसे बड़ा क्वेश्चन ये है कि नॉलेज क्या है, व्हाट इज नॉलेज। देखिए वजूद क्या है, फिलॉसफी में, रिलीजन में, साइंस में इसके ऊपर बहुत कुछ डिस्कशन मौजूद है। इसको आसान अल्फाज में हम यूं समझें कि इस गोले पे हम मौजूद हैं, प्लेनेट अर्थ पे। खुदा की बहस भी अगर हम छोड़ दें एक मिनट के लिए, ये तो बहुत बड़ी रियलिटी है कि हम यहाँ एग्जिस्ट कर रहे हैं। अच्छा, कुछ लोगों ने ये भी कहा कि भाई ये तो बात का सवाल है कि वजूद क्या है, पहले ये भी बताओ कि वजूद है भी कि नहीं। मतलब ये तो बात का सवाल है कि इंसान कहाँ से आया, पहले ये तो साबित करो कि है भी कि नहीं है, मतलब आप यहाँ एग्जिस्ट कर भी रहे हैं कि नहीं, ठीक है। लोग यहाँ तक भी गए, लेकिन बहरहाल हम उस तरफ नहीं जाते इतना ज्यादा, वो हम तशकीक वाले उसमें नहीं जाते, शक के अंदर। इंसान इस गोले पे एग्जिस्ट करता है, कहीं से एंट्री हुई है, कहीं पे एग्जिट होना है, ठीक है। मर रहे हैं ना सब, निकल भी रहे हैं, आ भी रहे हैं, पैदाइश भी हो रही है, निकल भी रहे हैं। ये वो अल्टीमेट ट्रूथ है जिसको कोई डिनाई नहीं करता कि इंसान एग्जिस्ट कर रहा है, ठीक है। शिरजमा कलीला के अलावा एक छोटा सा ग्रोह है, कहाँ से आ गया? बारिश के कतरों के साथ टपका है, जमीन से नबातात की तरह उगाया है, एलियंस का कोई बकाया जात हैं इस प्लेनेट अर्थ पे, कहाँ से आ गया इंसान? अभी तक इस क्वेश्चन के 3 पॉसिबल आंसर मौजूद हैं। एक फिलॉसफी के डिसिप्लिन में, दूसरा साइंस ने दिया, तीसरा रिलीजन ने दिया। अब एक बात मैं करने लगा हूं, उस पर रिसर्च आपने करनी है। चौथा कोई आंसर हमारे पास है ही नहीं। इंसान यहाँ पे मौजूद है, इंसान कहाँ से आ गया ये उसका सबसे बड़ा मसला है, आया कहाँ से। इसके बारे में अभी तक 3 जवाब दिए गए, मतलब जितने उन सबको समराइज करें, फिलॉसफी वालों का एक जवाब है, फिलॉसफी के डिसिप्लिन, दूसरा साइंस वालों का एक जवाब है, रिलीजन वालों का एक जवाब। आपके पास चौथा जवाब है ही नहीं, आपके पास कोई ऑप्शन है ही नहीं। उन 3 जवाबात को आप उन्हें 3 कहानियां कह लें, जैसे वो साइंस वाले कहते हैं आपके पास तो कहानी है आदम और हवा की, ठीक है, चलें जो भी है, बाहर आपकी भी कहानी सामने रख लेते हैं, एवोल्यूशन मतलब जो भी है। उन तीनों नैरेटिव्स को या कहानियों को या बयानियों को सामने रख लें आप, ठीक है, 3 कॉलम बना के। मोस्ट कम्प्रीहेंसिव, मोस्ट लॉजिकल जो कहानी हमारे पास मौजूद है, जो हजरत इंसान को डिफाइन कर सकती है, यानी 2 एतबारात से, यानी उसमें आपको ज्यादा सवालों के जवाबात मिलते हैं और वो ज्यादा लॉजिकल है। ये नहीं है कि उस कहानी के ऊपर कोई इतराज नहीं खड़ा होगा, इतराज उस पर भी होगा, लेकिन जो हमारे पास आज तक आंसर्स आए हैं, उन आंसर्स में सबसे लॉजिकल और कम्प्रीहेंसिव आंसर मजहब का है। ये मैंने जो इस पे रिसर्च वगैरह की, ये किताब भी लिखी, वजूद बारी ताला मजहब, फलसफा और साइंस की रोशनी में, ठीक है। जाहिर बात है वो तो यही कहते हैं जी आप तो एक पोजीशन ली हुई है, बिलीवर की पोजीशन ली है। भाई आपने भी तो कोई पोजीशन ली हुई है ना, अनबिलीवर की ली हुई है मतलब दुनिया में खला तो है कोई नहीं, आप जहाँ पे भी खड़े हैं आप किसी फ्रेम ऑफ रेफरेंस में खड़े होकर बात कर रहे हैं, ये तो कोई बात नहीं कि हमने बिलीवर की पोजीशन ली, तो आप बगैर पोजीशन की बात कर रहे हैं। बगैर पोजीशन तो कुछ भी नहीं है, आप तो उसको डिफाइन ही नहीं कर सकते। खुदा नहीं है ये भी एक पोजीशन है, खुदा है कि नहीं है मुझे नहीं पता, ये भी एक पोजीशन है। तो इंसान को कहीं खड़े होके फिर अपने आप को डिफाइन करना, मैं यहाँ खड़ा हूं फिर ही बताऊंगा कि ये मेरे राइट है, ये मेरे लेफ्ट है, ये आगे है, ये पीछे है। मैं कहीं पे भी नहीं हूं तो कैसे अपनी डायमेंशंस भी डिफाइन नहीं कर सकता, ठीक है। तो पोजीशन आपको एक लेनी पड़ती है, कोई भी आप पोजीशन लें, उसके बाद आप अपने आप को डिफाइन करते हैं किसी फ्रेम ऑफ रेफरेंस में रहते हुए। तो एक बात तो ये है कि اس بات کا جواب کہ خدا ہے کہ نہیں ہے تو ہمارے پاس اس کے 3 آنسرز کے انسان جو ہے یہ کہاں سے آ گیا, اس کے حوالے سے 3 بیانی ہے, بگ بینگ کا ہے یا تھیوری آف ایوولوشن کا ہے جو سائنس سے ملا, یا فلاسفی نے جو مختلف چیزیں ڈاکٹر صاحب نے ذکر کی, عمار خان ناصر صاحب نے ان کچھ کا تذکرہ کیا گریک فلاسفی سے, وہ ہمارے سامنے ہیں, وہ چیزیں ہیں. ہر بیانی نیریٹو کے اوپر کویسچنز کھڑے ہیں, لیکن سب سے کم کویسچن آپ کو ریلیجس نیریٹو کے اوپر نظر آئیں گے, اور سب سے کم فلاز آپ کو. اچھا, اب سوال یہ پیدا ہوتا ہے کہ جی یہ ریلیجس نیریٹو کے اوپر کیوں کھڑے ہو رہے ہیں؟ خدا نے مطلب اس کو اتنا زیادہ کیوں نہیں بنا دیا کہ انسان کو کویسچن کرنے کے قابل نہیں رہتا؟ تو اس کی وجہ یہ ہے کہ زندگی کے فلسفے کو سمجھیں. خدا نے خود یہ بیان کیا ہے کہ یہ کریشن کا جو مقصد ہے, مطلب ہم کہتے ہیں نا پرپز فور کریشن ہے, تو کریٹر خود بتا رہا ہے کہ کریشن کا مقصد کیا ہے؟ ٹیسٹ آف لائف ہے. جب ٹیسٹ ہے, امتحان ہے, تو امتحان میں تو ہمیشہ ڈاؤٹ رہے گا. قرآن کی ایک آیت بہت واضح ہے کہ اے نبی صلی اللہ علیہ وسلم اگر ہم چاہیں تو ایک ایسی آیت نازل کر دیں کہ ان کی گردنیں جھکی کی جھکی اس کے سامنے رہ جائیں. وہ کہتے تھے موعظہ دکھائیں نبی کریم صلی اللہ علیہ وسلم کو. تو قرآن میں یہ مضمون آپ کو کئی مرتبہ ملے گا, اللہ تعالیٰ ایسا موعظہ دکھائیں گردن جھک جائے, گردن اٹھانے کے قابل نہ رہیں. اس کے بعد ایمان جو ہے وہ آپ کا اختیار نہیں رہ جائے گا, چوائس نہیں رہ جائے گی. اس کے بعد ایمان ایک جبر بن جائے گا. اللہ تعالیٰ ایمان کو جبر نہیں بنانا چاہتے, اس کو چوائس رکھنا چاہتے ہیں, اس لیے اسپیکٹ آف ڈاؤٹ رکھا گیا ہے, انکار کی گنجائش رکھی گئی ہے کہ شاکر بنے یا کافر بنے, قدردان بنے یا ناشکرہ بنے. تو وہ آزمائش کے لیے اللہ تعالیٰ نے رکھا ہے, ٹھیک ہے, ورنہ اللہ کے لیے مشکل نہیں تھا کسی ایسی دلیل کا اتارنا, کسی ایسی بات کا نازل کرنا کہ انسان انکار کرنے کے قابل نہ رہ جائے. لیکن اوور آل وہ جو ریلیجس آرگومنٹ ہے, مطلب آپ یوں کہہ سکتے ہیں کہ اس کے اندر اتنی قوت ہے کہ جو ایمان لانا چاہتا ہے, جیسے قرآن کہتا ہے ہدی للمتقین, جو بچنا چاہتا ہے, جو سمجھنا چاہتا ہے, اس کے لیے اس میں بہت کچھ موجود ہے کہ وہ اس کو سمجھ سکتا ہے. ایک چیز تو یہ ہوگی. دوسری چیز یہ ہے, ہمارے صبح سے میں ڈسکشن میں شریک ہوں, ایک چیز بار بار زیر بحث آ رہی ہے, یہ بہت اہم کوشچن ہے خاص طور پہ ہماری یونیورسٹیز کے جو سائنس کے اسٹوڈنٹس ہیں ان کے لیے, کہ ریلیجن اور سائنس ایک دوسرے کو اپوز کرتے ہیں یا سپورٹ کرتے ہیں. میں بھی جب کلاس میں پڑھاتا ہوں بچے سے پوچھتا ہوں, کچھ کہتے ہیں سر سپورٹ کرتے ہیں, کچھ کہتے ہیں اپوز کرتے ہیں, کچھ کہتے ہیں کہیں پہ سپورٹ کرتے ہیں کہیں پہ اپوز کرتے ہیں. اس کو سمجھنا بہت ضروری ہے. ایک بات یہ ہے, ہماری جو پوزیشن ہے اس پوزیشن میں کیا ہے کہ ریلیجن جو ہے وہ ورڈ آف گاڈ ہے, سائنس کیا ہے؟ ورک آف گاڈ ہے. اگرچہ سر سید صاحب نے اس کو ایک اور معنی میں ان اصطلاحات کو استعمال کیا, اس کو چھوڑ کے سائنس فزیکل لاز ہے نا, فزیکل لاز اللہ تعالیٰ کا کیا ہے؟ ورک آف گاڈ ہے. تو ورڈ آف گاڈ ورک آف گاڈ کے کبھی بھی اپوز نہیں ہو سکتا. ہاں جہاں ہمیں اپوز نظر آ رہا ہے, ٹھیک ہے, نظر آ رہا ہے, نو ڈاؤٹ نظر آ رہا ہے, ریلیجن سائنس ایک دوسرے کے سامنے کھڑے ہیں, یا تو ریلیجن کرپٹ ہے یا آپ کی سائنس سوڈو سائنس ہے, ٹھیک ہے. مطلب وہ کرپٹڈ ورژن ہے ریلیجن کا. قرآن مجید کی کوئی ٹرانسلیشن آپ نے اٹھا لی, اس کو صحیح ٹرانسلیشن ہی نہیں کرنی آتی تھی, آپ نے کہا کہ یہ دیکھو سائنس قرآن کے خلاف جا رہی ہے. سائنس تو قرآن کے خلاف ہی نہیں جا رہی, وہ تو قرآن کا ترجمہ ہی کسی نے غلط کیا, ٹھیک ہے. تو اسی طرح سے بعض اوقات ریلیجن ٹھیک ہے لیکن سائنس آپ کی ابھی تک تجرباتی مراحل کے اندر ہے, یا وہ فلاسفی آف سائنس ہے, یا وہ سائنس فکشن ہے. اب لوگ اس میں بھی فرق نہیں کر پا رہے کہ سائنٹیفک فیکٹ کیا ہے, سائنس فکشن کیا ہے, فلاسفی آف سائنس کیا ہے, سوڈو سائنس کیا ہے. پھر سائنس کی بھی اب بہت ساری قسمیں ہیں, جیسے ہمارے یہاں فقہ کی قسمیں, اسی طرح ان کے یہاں بھی سائنس کی, یہ اسکالسٹک سائنس ہے, یہ فلانی ہے, یہ ڈمکانی ہے. فرق کرنا چاہیے اس میں. ہر چیز کو سائنس کے نام پہ مطلب اس طرح سے نہیں پیش کرنا چاہیے کہ جی وہ اب ایلینز موجود ہیں, ٹھیک ہے, اب ایلینز موجود ہیں, ٹھیک ہے بھائی, سائنس کے اندر ایک سوچ ہے, ایک فکر ہے, ایلینز موجود ہیں, تو سائنٹیفک فیکٹ ابھی تک ان کے یہاں بھی اس طرح سے نہیں ہے. تو اس بات کو سمجھنے کی ضرورت ہے. اور اس میں اپروچ کیا رکھنی چاہیے؟ اپروچ یہ رکھیں کہ بڑے بڑے جو سائنسٹسٹ ہیں ہمارے یہاں, نیوٹن سے لے کے آئنسٹائن تک, میں نے کوئی کوٹیشنز وغیرہ جمع کی, 50+ نوبل پرائز ہولڈر جو سائنسٹسٹ تھے ہر ڈسپلن میں, فزکس میں, کیمسٹری میں, وہ سب کے سب یہ کہہ رہے تھے کہ سائنس پڑھنے سے ہم خدا کے قریب ہو گئے. تو اگر سائنس لازمی طور پہ خدا سے دور لے کے جا رہی تھی تو ان کو بھی لے کے جاتی. اچھا, یہ جن سائنسٹسٹ کو خدا سے دور لے کے جا رہی ہے نا, یہ زیادہ تر آپ کو نظر آئے گا 1950 کے بعد. مطلب آپ اس پہ جسے کہتے ہیں نا وہ کوانٹیٹیو ریسرچ کروا لیں. یہ سارا معاملہ شروع ہوا ہے 1970 کے بعد سے, جب یہ انٹرنیٹ سوشل میڈیا کا دور آیا. اب زیادہ تر کیونکہ ایک فضا قائم کی گئی, ایون کہ اسٹیفن ہاکنگ یا اسٹیون ہاکنگ جو بھی ان کا نام ہے, اسٹیون ہاکنگ نے جب یہ ہسٹری آف دی ٹائم لکھی تو اس کے مقدمے میں کارل ساگان نے ان کا مقدمہ لکھا، کارل ساگان نے، اور ابھی آپ اس کا اردو ترجمہ ہے، آپ اس کو نکال کے دیکھ لیں. کارل ساگان نے باقاعدہ تنقید کی اسٹیفن ہاکنگ پہ، مذہب گھسیڑ کے رکھ دیا اس نے سائنس میں، مطلب خدا کو گھسیڑ کے رکھ دیا. اور بریف ہسٹری آف ٹائم میں اسٹیفن ہاکنگ بار بار خدا کا اقرار کر رہا ہے. پھر دی گرینڈ ڈیزائن آتی ہے 2012 کے اندر، اور وہاں اس کے ساتھ ایک کو آتھر شامل ہوتا ہے اسٹیفن ہاکنگ کے ساتھ، اور خدا درمیان میں سے نکل جاتا ہے. اور واللہ عالم اب وہ کو آتھر کی کارستانی ہے یا اس کو انہوں نے انفلوئنس کر لیا. بریف ہسٹری آف ٹائم کے آپ اسٹیفن ہاکنگ سے لے کے گرینڈ ڈیزائن تک کے اسٹیفن ہاکنگ کو آپ اسٹڈی کریں تو بالکل آپ کو نظر آتا ہے کہ یہ کیا ایک تاریخی سفر طے ہو رہا ہے، اور اس سفر میں بھی درمیان میں کوئی لاجک نظر نہیں آتی. تو کہنے کا مقصد یہ ہے کہ بڑے بڑے نام نیوٹن نے تو کہا میں تو روزانہ بائبل کی تلاوت کرتا ہوں، ٹھیک ہے. اور آئنسٹائن نے یہ بات کہی کہ بہت سارے ہیں جو میری زندگی میں کہہ رہے ہیں کہ یہ خدا کو نہیں مانتا، تو میں انہیں شٹ اپ کال دیتا ہوں. تمہارا جو نقطۂ نظر ہے سائنس کے حوالے سے رکھو، وہ پہنچاتی ہے کہ نہیں خدا تک، وہ تم رکھو. میری زندگی میں کم از کم میرے بارے میں یہ نہ کہو کہ میں خدا کو نہیں مانتا. ہاں یہ بات اس نے ضرور کی، اس نے بھی اور بڑے سائنسٹسٹ نے بھی. وہ پادریوں کو بیسیکلی کہتے تھے کہ تمہارا جو تصور خدا ہے، ٹھیک ہے. گلیلیو نے جو مطلب آکسفورڈ کے اندر اس نے تقریر کی تھی اور اس کو پادریوں نے پتھر مارے تھے، بیسیکلی اس نے یہ نہیں کہا تھا کہ میں خدا کو نہیں مانتا. اس کی بات کو مس کوٹ کیا گیا. اس نے یہ کہا تھا کہ تمہارا جو خدا ہے، اور میں آبزرویشن کے ذریعے سے جو دیکھ رہا ہوں، وہ اس خدا سے بہت، مطلب تمہارا پادریوں کا خدا بہت چھوٹا ہے. یہ ایسی ہے جیسے آج مولویوں کے خدا کو، مطلب آپ کے محلے کی مسجد کا مولوی ہے، کوئی اس کے خدا کا انکار کر دے، یار اچھا یہ خدا ہے. ابھی جو گریک فلسفی کی بات ہو رہی تھی کہ جی ان کے ہاں دیوتا تھے، وہ بڑے ظالم تھے، بدکار تھے، زانی تھے، جھوٹے تھے، فراڈی تھے. تو سقراط وغیرہ یہی کہتے تھے، سوکریٹس وہ یہی کہتے تھے. اچھا ایسا خدا کیسے ہو سکتا ہے؟ میں انسان ہو کے پسند نہیں کرتا کہ میں ایسا بد اخلاق ہوں، بد مزاج ہوں، ظالم ہوں، تو خدا ایسا خدا نہیں مانتے. تو وہ سائنسٹسٹ میں جو ارلی سائنسٹسٹ ہیں ان کے ہاں اگر کوئی ایسی باتیں ہیں بھی تو وہ بیسیکلی وہ لوکل خدا تھا، یعنی لوگوں کا تصور خدا تھا جس کا وہ انکار کر رہے تھے. بنیادی طور پہ وہ خدا کو مانتے تھے. تو اس کے اوپر جو ہے وہ کام کرنے کی ضرورت ہے. اور عام جو بھی آدمی ہے جو سائنس سے آپ کو کہتا ہے کہ جی یہ جو ہے وہ خدا کے انکار تک لے کے جاتی ہے، اسے کہو بھائی یہ سارے سائنسٹسٹ تھے، ٹھیک ہے. تو یہ سارے سائنسٹسٹ تھے، یہ سارے جو ہے وہ ساری زندگی سائنس کی اندر انہوں نے گزاری، اور وہ یہ کہہ رہے ہیں کہ ہم جب لیبارٹری میں داخل ہوتے ہیں تو ہمیں تو لیبارٹری کے دروازے کے اوپر لکھا ہوا نظر آتا ہے کہ فیتھ کے ساتھ زندہ رہو. ٹھیک ہے. جزاکم اللہ خیر. نہیں بہت شکریہ.
You know, there is a saying that time is atrocious. Time does not wait for anything, and we have to catch up to a schedule. And I know that we were benefiting from his talk, and we will really request that he keeps on benefiting us in the future as well. But we have a schedule to follow. So now moving on to the last but not the least, of course, Ms. Fatima Jannat, who will come up to present her speech on her topic. Please come up.
السلام علیکم ورحمۃ اللہ. ایتھیزم کا جو رجحان اسپیشلی پاکستان میں جب سے میں نے اسٹارٹ کیا کام، تو میں نے پاکستان میں جو اس کا بچوں میں، یونیورسٹی کے اسٹوڈنٹس میں رجحان دیکھا تو مجھے کچھ ریزن سمجھ میں آئے کہ اسپیشلی اگر کوئی کرسچن ایتھیسٹ ہوتا ہے یا کوئی نان مسلم ایتھیسٹ ہوتا ہے تو وہ بات سمجھ میں آتی ہے کہ وہاں کوئی نہ کوئی کمی ہو سکتی ہے، لیکن مسلمان بچہ ایتھیزم کی طرف کیوں جاتا ہے؟ اور میرے خیال سے باہر کے ایتھیزم کی بنسبت جو مسلمان ایتھیسٹ بن رہے ہیں وہ زیادہ بڑا مسئلہ ہے. اس کا مطلب ہے کہ اسلام پراپرلی ڈیلیور نہیں ہو رہا ہے. ہم جو بڑے ہیں انہوں نے پراپر ڈیلیور کر دیا ہے بچوں کو اسلام، پراپرلی پتہ چل گیا ہے بچوں کو اسلام کا کہ اسلام کیا ہے، اللہ کون ہے، کیا اللہ کا تعارف کلیئر کروایا ہے بڑوں نے اسٹوڈنٹس کو؟ اس کا مطلب ہے کہ نہیں کروایا. اب جب سے میں نے کام سٹارٹ کیا ہے मुझे कभी 30 इयर्स का, कभी 25 इयर्स का, इस एज के बच्चे डायरेक्ट यही पूछते हैं कि हम अल्लाह को नहीं मानते। इसका मतलब है कि 25 साल मुस्लिम कंट्री में रह के मुसलमान माँ बाप, मुसलमान ये कहने को, मुसलमान माँ बाप कहने को, एजुकेशन सिस्टम इस्लामिक कहने को, इसमें रहने के बावजूद अगर बच्चे के दिमाग में सवाल पैदा हो गए और वो इस्लाम से मुत्तफिक नहीं है, वो अल्लाह से मुत्तफिक नहीं है, तो क्या वजह हो सकती है? हम लोगों में से किसी ने अल्लाह को देखा है? जितने लोग यहाँ बैठे हुए, किसी ने भी देखा है अल्लाह ताला को? किसी ने भी नहीं देखा, लेकिन मान सारे रहे हैं। कहीं ना कोई होमवर्क किया होता है, कोई बिलीव होता है जिसके ऊपर, और एक अल्लाह ताला ने इंसान की फितरत के अंदर एक दूसरी आंख रखी है जो सिर्फ अल्लाह को देख सकती है। वो बज़ाहिरन नजर नहीं आता है, जो बात सर ने भी की थी कि आप अल्लाह से मुलाकात कर सकते हैं, लेकिन मैं पॉइंट वाइज वो चीजें हाईलाइट कर दूं जिन पर मैं ये चाह रही हूँ कि पाकिस्तान में जितने भी लोग एथेइज्म पे काम कर रहे हैं, वो इस चीज को बहुत लो लेवल पे जाके बच्चों में इस चीज का काम करें कि तारुफ हो जाए कि अल्लाह कौन है। आपने एक दफा अपने जनरेशन के तारुफ में, उनके बेसिक में ये चीज आपने डाल दी कि अल्लाह कौन है, तो वो कल को यूरोप में जाए, वो कोई भी बुक पढ़े, वो क्रॉस चेक करे, वो इस्लाम से नहीं फिरेगा अगर आपने तारुफ करवाया है तो। लेकिन मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है कि फिलहाल यूथ में जो एथेइज्म की ये चीज फैल रही है, इसकी रीजंस बड़े हैं, और बड़े इस चीज को एडमिट करें कि वो इस्लाम को डिलीवर नहीं कर पाए प्रॉपर तरीके से। खैर, इसमें पहली चीज तो ये है कि हमारे पेरेंट्स दीन को सिर्फ इतना जानते हैं कि आपने नमाज पढ़नी है, रोज़ा रखना है, और बेसिक कुछ वैल्यूज, सलाम करना है, तमीज़ से बात करनी है। हम लोगों को, मुझे नहीं याद इतनी ज़िंदगी में कि मुझे कभी किसी ने बताया हो कि बैठो तुम्हें बताते हैं कि अल्लाह ताला कौन है। नहीं, हाँ, अल्लाह ताला की ये किताब है, इसको नहीं पढ़ा तो ये अजाब है, नमाज ना पढ़ी तो ये अजाब है, झूठ बोला तो ये अजाब है, चोरी की तो ये अजाब है। अल्लाह है कौन? क्यों अजाब देगा मुझे? इसका तारुफ है? नहीं है, कोई भी नहीं करवाता इस चीज का तारुफ। इसके बाद हम लोग जब, पहली बात तो ये है कि 7 साल से पहले, ये मेरा ईमान है और मेरा यकीन है कि अगर पेरेंट्स को पता हो कि अल्लाह कौन है, और वो 7 साल की एज से पहले पहले बच्चे के अंदर ये डिलीवर कर दें कि अल्लाह कौन है, और बेटा हम 2 लोग तो तुम्हें सिर्फ दुनिया में लाने का जरिया और तुम्हारे तक रिस्क पहुंचाने का जरिया है, हम नहीं है, हमारे पीछे कोई और पावर है। हालांकि बच्चों को क्या लग रहा होता है, मेरे फूड, मेरा क्लॉथ, मेरी हर चीज कहाँ से आ रही है? मेरे पेरेंट्स की तरफ से। और आप बड़े खुश होते हैं कि हाँ मैं प्रोवाइड कर रहा हूँ। आपका बच्चा आपके सामने जवान हो जाता है, आपके बच्चे को ये पता ही नहीं चलता है कि नहीं, ये सब रीजंस थे, ये सब सबब थे, पीछे कोई पावर थी। आप पावर का तारुफ नहीं करवा पाते। अब ये पहला फैक्टर है जो वीक हो जाता है। हम स्कूलिंग में जाते हैं तो हमें पाकिस्तान में स्कूल सिस्टम, कॉलेज सिस्टम, यूनिवर्सिटी सिस्टम में कंप्लीट ये चीज मिलती है कि हमें हमारे अल्लाह का तारुफ नहीं करवाया जाता। हमारी स्कूलिंग सिस्टम में कहीं है, हमारे टीचर्स हमें कहीं बताते हैं कि हम आपको अल्लाह के बारे में बताएं, ये चीज है ही नहीं। तो हम लोग जब ईमान को लेकर, अल्लाह ताला को लेकर बच्चों के अंदर तारुफ, अवेयरनेस पैदा ही नहीं करेंगे, तो डेफिनेटली फिर इसका मतलब यही हो जाता है कि हम प्रॉपरली डिलीवर ही नहीं कर रहे हैं। फिर जब हम यंग एज को पहुंचते हैं, उस एज में, जिस एज में हमारा अपना दिमाग काम करना शुरू करता है, आफ्टर 20s, दिमाग नेचुरल सी बात है लॉजिक मांगेगा, और हर वो बच्चा जो अल्लाह के बारे में आपसे लॉजिक मांगने आता है, वो डेफिनेटली अकल के मुताबिक हो चुका होता है, उसकी अकल काम कर रही होती है। वो तभी पूछता है सिर्फ अल्लाह ही क्यों? क्रिश्चियन भी तो हैं, वो दूसरे मजहब भी तो हैं, तो फिर हमने इस्लाम ही क्यों चुना है? क्योंकि बेटा हमने बाय बर्थ चुना है। तारुफ तो ना हम जानते हैं, ना हम आपको बता सकते हैं। तो ये सिलसिला जनरेशन से जनरेशन, जनरेशन से जनरेशन चल रहा है, लेकिन हम लोग एक्सप्लेन नहीं कर पा रहे हैं अपनी जनरेशन को कि अल्लाह ताला कौन है, अल्लाह ताला की जात का तारुफ। इसके बाद जो मेन मसला मुझे लगता है कि जहाँ से स्टार्ट होता है, इस्लाम थोड़ा सा नहीं, जब इंसान इस्लाम में होता है तो इस कलमे के नीचे जिंदगी थोड़ी सी टफ है। मैं कभी भी नहीं कहती कि आपने अगर 5 वक्त की नमाज पढ़ ली है ना तो बस अब आप पे आजमाइश नहीं आने वाली, कतन नहीं हो सकता। अगर आप मुसलमान है ना, अल्लाह ताला आपको इतना आजमाएंगे कि आप थक जाएंगे, लेकिन आपको आजमाया जाएगा। ये इस्लाम की खूबी है, वरना इंसान को नहीं पता चलता जिंदगी क्या है, अल्लाह क्या है, मांगना कैसे है। तो जब हमारी यंग जनरेशन के बच्चों को कोई भी चीज अटैक करती है ना, मैं डिप्रेशन में जा रहा हूँ, मैं एंजाइटी में जा रहा हूँ, उसको नहीं पता मैं अब डील कैसे करूँ, किसके साथ डील करूँ। उसने तो सिर्फ एक अल्लाह का नाम सुना हुआ है, उसको पता है कुरान बुक है, ना उसकी कोई निस्बत कुरान की रूहानियत से, ना उसकी निस्बत अल्लाह के साथ अपनी रूह को जोड़ने से। इसी वजह से हम लोगों की यंग जनरेशन में स्पेशली 20, 22, 25 अब जितने बच्चे कांटेक्ट करते हैं, समझ में नहीं आती। मुझे आज तक किसी बूढ़े बंदे ने कांटेक्ट नहीं किया, सारे यूनिवर्सिटीज के बच्चे, और उनका एक ही मसला है, मुझे डिप्रेशन है, मुझे एंजाइटी है, मुझे डिप्रेशन है, मुझे एंजाइटी है। फिर हम उनको कहते हैं कि भाई 25-26 साल जहां आपने गुजारे हैं, वो एकदम से डिप्रेशन और एंजाइटी आप कहाँ से निकालें? हम काम ही नहीं हुआ आपके ऊपर। यूनिवर्सिटीज में अलग कंपैरिजन चल रहा है, बाहर अलग कंपैरिजन चल रहा है। खैर, बच्चों को जो मेरा मानना है, अगर हम ये चाहते हैं कोई भी काम एकदम से आप बड़े पूरे दरख्त को अगर चेंज करने चले तो मुमकिन नहीं आप उसको किसी तरफ मोड़ सकें। बहुत बेसिक लेवल से बच्चों के ऊपर इस चीज़ का काम करना पड़ेगा कि उनको बहुत बेसिक एज से ये बता दें हम कि बेटा अल्लाह कौन है, हम कैसे आए हैं, आपको क्यों भेजा गया है, आपके आने का मकसद क्या है, और आपकी एक एक बारीक बारीक चीज़ में अल्लाह ही मौजूद है। ईमान होता ही यही है कि बंदे को चलते फिरते अल्लाह ताला नजर आए, और अगर नजर नहीं आ रहे तो फिर डेफिनेटली ईमान नहीं डिलीवर हो रहा। बेसिक लेवल से, स्कूल लेवल से, स्कूल के सिलेबस, स्कूल के टीचर्स, उनके पास ये चीज़ नहीं है। लिहाजा ये हम लोगों को बहुत बेसिक अपने छोटी एज के बच्चों से इस चीज़ को स्टार्ट करना पड़ेगा कि हम उनको ईमान डिलीवर कर सकें। एंड बाय गॉड ये हम बड़ों की बहुत बड़ी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है, और मुझे लगता है कल बच्चों की बनिस्बत पहले हम लोगों से पूछा जाएगा डिलीवर कर दिया था, वहां हार गए तो फिर बच्चों से पूछगछ नहीं होने वाली है, क्योंकि पहले ये काम बड़ों का होता है कि आपके पास अगर राइट चीज पहुंच गई है तो उसको प्रॉपर तरीके से डिलीवर कर दें। जज़ाकल्लाह। अस्सलाम वालेकुम।
Thank you so much, Ms. Fatima Jannat. Now we'll move on to, first of all, I would like to thank all of our panelists. And we have another keynote speech, by the way, coming up. So we'll start it off first because our keynote speaker, Dr. Günther Bechli from Austria, Vienna, has been waiting for quite a longer time. So Dr. Bechli, if you can hear me, you can start your first, please let me know. You can hear me?
Yes.
Thank
Can
you
you
so
hear
much.
me?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. So Dr. Bechli,
Okay.
yeah, he's a scientist, he's a paleontologist. Also, he has a very important topic today for discussion, which is evidence against neo-Darwinism and evidence for intelligent design. So thank you so much for joining us. And so you can start your presentation now.
So, thank you. So maybe to little introduce myself. So I'm a German paleontologist. I worked for 16 years for a natural history museum in Germany, then organized the largest event for the celebration of the Darwin year in 2009, and thereby came into contact with arguments for intelligent design, and gradually explored these arguments, became convinced myself, and ultimately now I'm working for the Discovery Institute in Seattle, which is a think tank which is spearheading the intelligent design movement. So this is a little background on myself. So I will start screen sharing so that you can see some slides that I prepared. So I hope you can see the first slide. Maybe somebody can give me a sign if everything's working. Okay, so my talk, Scientific Evidence Against Neo-Darwinism and Intelligent Design. So this title already says that I will not talk about religion. I will not talk about scriptures or creationism. Actually, personally, I couldn't care less if there is a conflict between scripture and science. I don't think that religion should influence our scientific conclusions. I will also not talk about age of the earth or common ancestry. This is not the issue of intelligent design. The issue is an unguided process of natural selection acting on random mutation. Is this a sufficient, adequate explanation for the history of life, or is some other explanation like an input of information from outside of the system or intelligent design required? So I will introduce purely scientific arguments that give us reason to doubt that neo-Darwinism is sufficient as explanation and that there is a better explanation in intelligent design. So many critics of intelligent design, when they say, well, but there's so much evidence for evolution and there's no debate in mainstream science, they often confuse evidence for common ancestry with evidence for the neo-Darwinian process. I totally grant that there is a lot of evidence for common descent. I personally have no problem to be descended from a lobefin fish or protist even. This is not the issue. The issue, as I said, is the mechanism. Is an unguided mechanism sufficient as explanation? The issue is not common ancestry. So what kind of arguments give us reason to doubt that neo-Darwinism is sufficient? Now, the first argument concerns the very origin of life. So biologists, mainstream biologists will say, well, but origin of life, that has nothing to do with neo-Darwinian evolution. That's true. The origin of life is something different. But the problem is the following. Darwinian evolution is based on descent and on inheritance of genetic material, of variation, and so on. So this process presupposes a replicator, some biological unit that can self-replicate and that has a genetic code to make inheritance. So evolution needs this to get going, but it cannot itself explain the origin of the system because it requires the system for this mechanism of random mutation and natural selection to work in the first place. So you have a chicken and an egg problem. And the problem is that the Darwinian process of random mutation, natural selection, is the only idea humankind ever came up with how to explain the origin of complexity from simple beginnings with a mechanistic bottom-up process. If this process cannot explain the complexity of the first replicator, and it turned out that this first replicator had to be pretty complex, then we have to invoke another explanation to explain this. And there is no naturalistic explanation around how to explain the origin of this first replicator. This whole origin of life, origin of life research of the past decade, it basically failed. There is no real progress to really explain how did we get living cell, first living cell from non-living, nothing but speculations. I will not go into the details, but you can go online and watch some lectures by biochemist James Tour on this very issue. And even mainstream biologists have recognized this. There's, for example, Eugene Koonin, famous evolutionary biologist, who is meanwhile invoking an infinite multiverse of parallel universes to explain the origin of life. And if we have to accept such explanations for the origin of life, then the question is, why not invoking such explanations later for the rest of the history of life? If we need something else than neo-Darwinism to explain complexity. So, but there's more. There is direct evidence that this also applies to the history of life itself after life originated. So all life is built by proteins. These proteins are the building blocks of all life, and proteins themselves are built by amino acids. The amino acids are kind of letters in an alphabet, and the proteins are words or sentences. And there are about as many amino acids as there are letters in the English alphabet, something more than 20. And the proteins have lengths of 200 to some thousand amino acids. Now you have a vast mathematical combinatorial space of possible combination of amino acids to build proteins. And the question is, how often do you find in this mathematical search space islands of function? Because proteins have to fold in a certain three-dimensional way to make any biological, allow for any biological function beyond being sticky, say. So how often do you find these islands of function in this vast combinatorial search space? And this has been studied by my colleague Douglas X, has been published in mainstream peer-reviewed literature. And it turned out that it's only 1 in 10 to the power to 77 sequences, possible sequences of a certain length, that you get these islands of function. This means you cannot get from one island of function to another island of function by just a few steps that are reasonably likely by random mutations. You need a lot of changes that have to be coordinated to get from one island of function to the next. And this is not possible with a Darwinian process, which is based on accumulation of many small changes, and each of the changes has to be either neutral or convey an advantage. This is not possible in this case because these islands of function are separated by a gulf of non-functional, dysfunctional sequences. So you cannot get proteins by a new protein folds by a Darwinian process. The next argument concerns the issue of irreducible complexity. And this is nothing intelligent design proponents have invented. Actually, it's based on an argument by Charles Darwin himself. And he said in his famous book on the origin of species, if it could be demonstrated that any complex organ existed which could not possibly have been formed by numerous successive slight modifications, my theory would absolutely break down. So he gave a possibility to falsify his theory, and intelligent design proponents do nothing less than just take up this idea and look, are there such cases where complex organs cannot have been built by multiple successive modifications? And this issue that you need many little steps is not just from Darwin's time, it's still valid today. The most famous popularizer of Darwinism is Richard Dawkins, and he wrote a book called Climbing Mount Improbable. And there he also acknowledged that Darwinism can only work and has only any explanatory value if it can allow to explain big changes with an accumulation of many small steps. Sorry. So what kind of structures could fulfill this criterion of falsification? Now, if you look in the cell, Darwin believed the cell is basically, could you please stop the remote control of my screen? That's not good. I have to start the screen sharing again. Something happened. Okay, try this again.
Did your presentation ended, or we should look?
No. Somebody required a remote control of my screen, and I allowed, and this was no good idea.
You know, there are hackers who are looking for the link of this conference, so you should not allow it. Maybe we.
Okay, that was too late already. So we will try this again, and
okay,
the screen doesn't appear on.
Please let me talk to my technical team. Please fix the issue. I think you should. There is no issue from your side. Dr. Bechley, the issue is from your side. Maybe you can
Yeah, I will try. We will get this sorted out in a moment. So do you see the screen again? So do you see the screen again?
Yes, we can
you
proceed now. Thank you so much.
Okay, good. So Darwin still thought that cells are just blobs of jello. But now we know that cells are highly complex. They include molecular machines, and I just give a few examples. One is the bacterial flagellum. The bacterial flagellum is a kind of outboard motor for bacteria. It's built by 40 different proteins, and it doesn't only look like an electric motor, it is an electric motor. You see here a little animation, which hopefully works on your shared screen as well. And you see it's rotating. It's a real electric motor driving the locomotion of a bacteria. It's built of 40 proteins. And if you take away these proteins, you don't get 39 proteins, 38 proteins, and everything makes sense. And you have a functioning apparatus. Actually, you have something with 20 proteins that can work. You have something with 40 proteins that can work, and in between there is nothing. So you cannot get with small steps from one function to the next in building up these molecular machines. So they cannot be built in this Darwinian process. This fulfills this criterion that Darwin gave us to falsify his theory. The same for the mechanism that is used to replicate DNA, the so-called helicase. You see, it's a kind of double-stranded copying machine. And also this is built by so many proteins. If you take one away, the whole function breaks down. So it doesn't work. And final example here, the kinesin motor protein. It's a kind of walking transport robot that is walking along these kind of fibers in the cell. So all these molecular machines cannot be built by a stepwise process. Another argument concerns complex specified information. So complex specified information is nothing else like semantic information, where, like in a computer code, where you have a code of signs that convey a message that is referring to outside of itself. It has a meaning. This is also true for DNA, where the code, this kind of digital code of 4 letters of the DNA codes for proteins. So what has been shown mathematically is if you take the probabilistic resources of our universe, whole size of the universe, whole lifespan of the universe, all kind of quantum events that were possible, you can show that not more than 500 bits should be able to be produced naturally. This is an empirical prediction by intelligent design theory. You just have to write a computer program that can create more than 500 bits of new specified information without putting in this information or smuggling it in from the outside. And this prediction would be refuted. This is also showing that intelligent design is testable like any other science. But any software engineer knows that software programs, they cannot be improved by random accidental changes. If you take Windows XP or Windows 10, and you introduce random changes into the code will break down before it gets any new function, and you will not be able by this mechanism to get from Windows to Mac OS or something like this. So information science shows, and this is a quote here from a secular information scientist, actually the pioneer of information theory in biology, Henry Quastler, who said information habitually arises from conscious activity. And the next argument on which I'm currently working myself is so-called waiting time problem. And it's based on the following issue. You take 2 fields that are usually considered as good support for Darwinian evolution. One is the fossil record that apparently establishes macroevolution, intermediate fossils and long periods of time and so on. And on the other hand, the mathematical apparatus of population genetic, which shows, for example, how drug resistant can originate and spread in a population of germs in a petri dish. And the argument from Darwinists is, well, you just have to extrapolate. You take this microevolution, which we can observe in the lab by population genetics, and extrapolate this over millions of years, and boom, then you have the explanation for macroevolution. But actually, if you really combine these two disciplines, you find a fatal problem for Darwinism. So for example, look at the origin of whales, where we have a nice series of fossils, by the way, mainly from Pakistan and India, which show these kind of transitional series. And we have very good datings for these fossils. What we can show is that the time that is available to make a transition from something that basically looked like a pig, like Pachycetus, a land-living animal, to the first really fully marine whale with a fluke like Basilosaurus is only 4.5 million years. 4.5 million years sounds a lot, but it's just the lifespan of a single larger vertebrate species. And if you use the mathematical apparatus of population genetics and you calculate, would the mutations, the genetic changes that are required to make this transition from a pig-like ancestor to a fully dolphin-like, whale-like animal, would these mutations be possible in this window of time? Because they not only have to originate in a population, but they also have to spread in the population. And the calculations show that it's orders of magnitude off. So the available time span of 4.5 million years, you would at least need 10 times the time to let population genetics explain how this could come about. And also from my own discipline are the discontinuities in the fossil record. So discontinuities are, for example, these abrupt origins that new groups come into being suddenly on a biological and geological scale, suddenly these so-called explosions in the fossil record, that you have this kind of top-down pattern where first you get big differences and then the smaller variations, not the other way around. The ghost lineages where the fossils don't document the existence of the groups and you have to just postulate them without evidence. This phenomenon of stasis and of living fossils that don't change over hundreds of millions of years, even though this molecular clock of mutation is ticking, even though all the habitats are changing. So you cannot say, oh, it's stabilizing selection, the habitats stay the same. No, everything changed and these animals still stay the same. And even on the species level, you don't find evidence for gradual species to species transition. Everywhere in the fossil record, you find discontinuities. This was known to Darwin. He said geology assuredly does not reveal any such finely graduated organic chain. And this perhaps is the most obvious and gravest objection, and so on and so on. So he appealed to the imperfection of the geological record and said, well, probably it's an artifact of our lack of knowledge of the fossil record and of the incompleteness of the fossil record. This whole issue has been, is also issue of a book by my colleague Steve Meyer called Darwin's Doubt. And this Darwin's Doubt is still with us. One of the most renowned paleontologists and evolutionary biologists of the 20th century was George Gaylord Simpson. And he said, it is, and this is 100 years after Darwin, it is a feature of the known fossil record that most taxa appear abruptly. They are not, as a rule, led up to by a sequence of almost imperceptibly changing forerunners, such as Darwin believed should be usual in evolution. This poses one of the most important theoretical problems and so on. So, and also, as I said, Richard Dawkins made similar statement in 2009. He said, evolution not only is a gradual process as a matter of fact, it has to be gradual if it is to do any explanatory work. And it's not for nothing that Charles Darwin, in his own magnum opus, Origin of Species, said 6 times a Latin sentence called natura non facit saltus, nature doesn't make jump. Because he knew if it would allow for saltations, for jumps, this couldn't be a naturalistic bottom-up explanation with small changes accumulating over long periods of time. This requires something like miracle-like events. So there has to be gradualism, and if gradualism is refuted by the empirical evidence, then the theory is in problems. And of course, people, as Darwin said, also today, many will say, well, that's just gaps of evidence. And paleontologist Philip Gingerich said gaps of evidence are gaps of evidence and not evidence of gaps. Is this really true? Actually, we can check this. There's a simple test, and an analogy how this test works is, imagine you have a new hobby, you do beach combing, you walk along the shore and you collect what the flood washes in, shells and starfish. Every day you find something new, you find new mussels, new snails, and so on. But after a while, repetition sets in and you find only the stuff that you have found before. And then you know that you have sampled enough to know that any remaining gaps are real gaps and not gaps because you were too lazy to collect more. So this same procedure is used in paleontology. It's called the collector curve, and there you plot just the effort you have to invest to find new fossil groups, and on the other axis, the new discovered fossil groups. And then you have this curve where you can see at the beginning it's steep. You don't have to invest a lot of energy, time, grant money. You can measure this however you want. And you find easily new stuff, but then this curve flattens and then repetition sets in. And then you know that you have sampled enough that the remaining gaps are real. And this has been tested in most groups of fossil organisms. And we know that these gaps that we still have and that have rather become bigger than smaller than in Darwin's times are real data where nature tells us something. So a most famous example for these explosive abrupt origins is, of course, the Cambrian explosions about 520 million years ago. All these different groups of animal body plans came into being, the so-called phyla like arthropods and mollusks and echinoderms and chordates. They came into being suddenly without any precursors in the preceding layers. And of course, people thought maybe it's just that there are no suitable layers. Meanwhile, we have found exactly the same layers that are older than the Cambrian, and there is nothing like potential ancestors of these Cambrian phyla. And one of the world's famous specialists on the Cambrian animals, Derek Briggs, he wrote in 2015, we now know that the sudden appearance of fossils in the Cambrian is real and not an artifact of an imperfect fossil record. So Darwin's cop-out doesn't work any longer. And what this Cambrian explosion shows is this this top-down pattern rather than bottom-up pattern. We would expect that we first find an ancestral species and then small differences, and over millions of years they become different genera and then different families, and after tens of millions of years maybe different families, and after hundreds of millions of years maybe different phyla. But what we actually find is the opposite. We find sudden appearance of 20 different phyla and then the variation on these phyla themes afterwards. So the opposite of the prediction from the theory. Usually in science, when empirical evidence conflicts so much with your theory, you rethink the theory and not try to shoehorn the evidence to let your theory survive. So these explosions, the Cambrian explosion is not an exception from the rule. You find this in all periods of Earth history, in all geographical regions, in all groups of organisms, from protists to plants to invertebrates. You find it with the origin of life, which appeared suddenly at the very first moment in Earth history where life was possible, with the origin of photosynthesis right at the beginning of life, with the Avalon explosion, this origin of the strange Ediacaran biota, with the Cambrian explosion, and then the great Ordovician biodiversification event, the Siluro-Devonian terrestrial revolution, where land plants came suddenly into being. And this has been called an analog of the Cambrian explosion for plants. The Devonian Necton revolution, where all the marine ecosystems were turned upside down, the odontode explosion, all these names, revolutions, explosions, are not made up by intelligent design proponents. These are the mainstream names for these events coined by mainstream evolutionary biologists. The explosive origin of flying insects and the Carboniferous, even with this complete metamorphosis. Several Triassic radiations of tetrapods, the sudden appearance of dinosaurs, of 15 families of marine reptiles from zero within a few million years. The origin of flowering plants that has been called by Darwin himself an abominable mystery, and this mystery has become bigger with our growing evidence of the fossil record, not smaller, which also shows that this is not an artifact of our lack of knowledge. If the problem gets bigger with no more orders of magnitude more knowledge than Darwin had. The so-called Big Bang of birds, the placental mammal explosion, and there's even something that has been called the Big Bang theory of human evolution, because there's a large gap between the ape-like Australopithecine of Eastern Africa and the first representatives of our own genus Homo, and this gap has been to make the transition has been called the Big Bang theory of human evolution. So you find this pattern everywhere, and it's the opposite of what is predicted from Darwin. And the same is not true just for macroevolution, but even for the species-to-species level. There has been a publication in the Darwin Year by Hunt, 2010, and he explored the fossil evidence for species-level transformations in the light of 150 years of paleontological research since Darwin. And he reviewed all the literature. And what he concluded is that the meandering and fluctuating trajectories, so no gradual trajectories from A to B, captured in the fossil record are not inconsistent with the centrality of natural selection as an evolutionary mechanism. Of course, he has to make a formal nod to the evolutionary theory, but then he says, but they probably would not have been predicted without the benefit of an empirical fossil record. Now, if you translate this doublespeak into what this really means, is that the empirical evidence does not fit with the predictions of the theory. The theory predicts this kind of linear trajectory from A to B and not meandering, fluctuating, chaotic patterns. We find no evidence. There's not a single surviving example for gradual species-to-species transition in the whole fossil record. So mainstream evolutionists actually admit this problem. I've attended a conference in 2016 at the Royal Society in London. It was called New Trends in Evolutionary Biology, and the keynote speaker was a famous Austrian evolutionary biologist called Professor Gerd Müller. And in his keynote speech, he showed this interesting slide. It's titled Explanatory Deficits of the MS Theory. MS stands for modern synthesis, which is just a synonym for neo-Darwinism. And explanatory deficits means what the theory cannot explain. And among what neo-Darwinism cannot explain, he lists phenotypic complexity, so complex new structures, phenotypic novelty, the origin of novel biological novelty in the history of life, and non-gradual forms of transition, what I explained before.
Dr. Bechley, I'm afraid we're running short of time. Please.
Okay, I'm finished in a second. So if the theory cannot explain this, then the theory fails to be a good explanation for neo-Darwinism. Neo-Darwinism has been actually declared dead. Even atheists agree. Like Thomas Nagel, who wrote a book, Why Neo-Darwinism is Almost Certainly False. And you can make a good case, not by an argument from ignorance, not a God of the gaps argument, but an argument from inference to the best explanation. If neo-Darwinism cannot explain this and we have no alternative explanation, all the suggested alternatives of the so-called extended synthesis failed, then what can explain this? And we know the only cause that can explain sudden origins of new complex information, and that is the activity of an intelligent conscious agent. And therefore, intelligent design is the better explanation for the history of life. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. This was such an insightful speech by Dr. Bechley. We have presented you for our audience both the types of species on evolution. This was Dr. Bechley from the Discovery Institute. He is an anti-Darwinian scientist. So he has given you the account on Darwinian or kind of refuting Darwin. And we are getting so much appreciation for you, Dr. Bechley, here at the conference hall. And we are giving you a round of applause. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Now because we had a panel discussion before, so we would like to present in our conference hall, we'd like to present the shields of appreciation for our panelists. So we'll now begin with our panelist number one. Please present me with the shields. So that you can have those. You can have those. Starting up with Ms. Fatima Jannat. Please come up in front, and we will present you with a commemorative shield. Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause for her. Mr. Hafiz Amar Khan Nasser, please come in front, sir. ले 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 Dr. Hafiz Mohammed Zubair, please come up. Sir Kessar, can you please also come up to present the shield? Please come up. So please present the shield to our guests. And lastly, and not the least, of course, Dr. Herman Robog, sir, please come. Sir Kessar, would you like to first gather your equipments first? Do you have something to state? Everything is fine? Okay, so you can come up for your speech now. I think you have it. This is the time now. Thank you so much for bearing with us. We got a little late, but thank you so much. So now Sir Kessar Ahmed Raja will come for his keynote speech. Sir, please.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. I would imagine the first and most pertinent question would be, would you prefer it to be in English या उर्दू में बात करें? उर्दू, okay, उर्दू. वैसे भी हम जब उर्दू बोलते हैं तो half of it is English anyway, so I guess we can mix it, right? बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आप तशरीफ लाए. Islam, science and atheism is the topic. That's something we have to talk about. And I think अच्छा तरीका ये है कि चूंकि ये तीन चीजें हम डिस्कस कर रहे हैं तो पहले इनका जो perspective है, what is atheism, what is Islam and what is science, I think it will be a good start to make. और उसके बाद फिर आगे इसकी हम technicalities में जाते हैं. Islam, I think it's very simple to understand. It is a religion. It's complete submission to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala और जो finality है prophethood जनाब रसूलुल्लाह महमद सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम की, ये इन दो चीज़ों पे खड़ा है. बाकी इसके अंदर जो इसके सब सिस्टम्स हैं, be it the family system or the economic system or the political system, वो सब इसके फिर आगे सब areas हैं. So I don't think we need to elaborate a lot more than this. Then we have science, which arguably is one of the most confusing things. कि science क्या होती है? Now, क्यों confusing चीज़ है? इसलिए कि we often confuse science with scientism. They are two different things. Science बुनियादी तौर पे एक process of discovery है, एक tool है through which we develop certain hypotheses, we test them, try them, get the results, और उसके बाद हम एक conclusion पे पहुंचते हैं. और इसमें कुछ body of knowledge भी है. हमारे पास 3 से 4 मजमूई तौर पे कुछ ऐसी settled understandings हैं, theories हैं, जिनको हम समझते हैं कि they are solid, they are robust, और वो 3 से 4 ही हैं. जैसे theory of gravity, जिसकी contemporary understanding हमारी जो है वो Newtonian नहीं है बल्कि वो general theory of relativity है, and that gives us sense of gravity क्या है. And then the electromagnetism की theory है, और एक दो theories हैं, ये 4-5 theories हैं जिसको हम body of knowledge कहते हैं. The rest is an ongoing thing. Even इसके भी अंदर भी ongoing चीजें मौजूद हैं, लेकिन generally speaking ये by and large एक process of discovery है. Scientism on the other hand एक philosophy है जो कि ये posit करती है कि you can only reach the truth or you can get closer to the truth through science. Science के बाहर कुछ भी नहीं है. ये एक philosophy है, inherently flawed philosophy है, जिस पे आगे हम बात करेंगे कि क्यों. And then we have atheism. Now let's say मैंने कहा था कि science is arguably one of the most confusing things. ऐसा ये हो चुका है इसलिए कि हम इसे scientism के साथ mix करते हैं. लेकिन हकीकत ये है कि atheism is even more confusing. In fact, it is the most confusing thing. I mean, there was a time, the simple question, atheism क्या होता है, इल्हाद क्या होता है, और जवाब है कि मैं खुदा को नहीं मानता. That's it. Atheism, job done, finished. But the goalposts are been changing. हर साल नए से नए आइडियाज आते जा रहे हैं. मेरी 50 घंटे की लाइव स्ट्रीम हो चुकी है मुख्तलिफ सेटिंग्स में, कभी 5 घंटे, कभी 7 घंटे, कभी 6 घंटे. उसका नाम था कन्विंस मी ऑन एथीइज्म, और 50 घंटे से ज़्यादा, 55-56 घंटे थे टोटल। 55-56 घंटे के बाद दुनिया भर के एथियस्ट, इसमें कनाडा के, यूके के, इंडिया के, पाकिस्तान के एथियस्ट इकट्ठे होकर वो डिफाइन तक नहीं कर सके कि एथिइज्म होता क्या है। डिफाइन एथिइज्म इन वन लाइन, और गुड लक विद दैट। ये इतनी कंफ्यूजिंग चीज है। नाउ प्रॉब्लम कहाँ पे होता है? द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट क्वेश्चन कि क्या रिलीजन इन आवर सेटिंग टुडे, हमारे कॉन्टेक्स्ट में इस्लाम, क्या ये साइंस के खिलाफ है? द सिंपल आंसर इज नो। ये इस्लाम जो है ये साइंस के खिलाफ नहीं, माफी चाहूंगा। क्या इस्लाम साइंस के खिलाफ है? वेल, इस्लाम साइंस के खिलाफ नहीं है। इस्लाम साइंस के खिलाफ नहीं हो सकता, इसलिए कि इस्लाम ने जो अपना फाइनेस्ट लिटरेचर प्रोड्यूस किया है दुनिया के लिए वो है कुरान पाक। और कुरान पाक की 800 के लगभग आयत ऐसी हैं जो आपको गौर व फिक्र पे तरगीब देती हैं, इनकरेज करती हैं कि सोचो, सुनो, क्या तुमने घूम के नहीं देखा? हैव यू नॉट वंडर्ड इन द ईयर? हैव यू नॉट ऑब्जर्व्ड? हैव यू नॉट सीन? इनकरेज करती है कि तुम देखो, गौर करो, फिक्र करो। तुम बहुत बुलंद हो बाकी मखलूकात से, बहुत सी और मखलूकात से, तुम्हारा काम है गौर व फिक्र करना। सो यस, ऑफ कोर्स साइंस इज समथिंग जो कि हम इनहेरेंटली हम इसको ऑन करते हैं इंसान के तौर पे। तो दीन फितरत से दूर नहीं लेके जाता, इन्वेस्टिगेशन इंसान की फितरत में शामिल है। दीन कैसे साइंस के खिलाफ हो सकता है? तो ये इशू नहीं है। इशू ये है कि साइंस इटसेल्फ ऑक्यूपाई हो चुकी है एथियस्ट्स के हाथों। इसलिए मैं इसे प्यार से कहता हूँ, थैंक यू सर, इसलिए मैं इसे प्यार से कहता हूँ इन लोगों को कि इट इज एथियस्टिक ऑक्यूपाइड साइंस एंड वी हैव टू लिबरेट इट। साइंस को हमने आजाद कराना है। आई मीन सो मच सो दैट इट हैज कॉज्ड डॉक्टर डेविड बर्लिंस्की, जो कि खुद सेकुलर हैं, मैथमेटिशियन हैं, फिलोसफर हैं, साइंटिस्ट हैं, वो कहते हैं कि 1980s ऑनवर्ड्स एक एग्रेशन आई है साइंस की दुनिया में, जो कि साइंटिफिक एस्टेब्लिशमेंट है उनकी दुनिया में दीन के खिलाफ। वो यहाँ तक कहते हैं कि अगर आप मुसलमान साइंटिस्ट हैं, यहूदी साइंटिस्ट हैं, ईसाई साइंटिस्ट हैं, तो अपने मज़ाहिब को लेबॉर्ट्री के बाहर ही रख के आया करें। अंदर लेके आएंगे तो आपको डीह्यूमनाइज किया जाएगा, आपकी तज़हीक की जाएगी, आपकी इंसल्ट की जाएगी। और वो ये नहीं कह रहे कि ये बात मैं अच्छी कह रहा हूँ, वो ये कह रहे हैं कि दिस इज अ प्रॉब्लम, कि आपके जो रिलीजियस व्यूज हैं उनको डिस्कार्ड किया जाता है। क्यों डिस्कार्ड किया जाता है? वो इसलिए कि एथियस्ट्स ने एक केस डेवलप किया सेट ऑफ फिलॉसफीज। और अगर आप फिलॉसफी ऑफ साइंस को समझते हैं तो ये चीज़ें समझना आसान हो जाती हैं। मैं कुछ अर्सा पहले किंग एडवर्ड्स मेडिकल यूनिवर्सिटी में भी ये बातें कह चुका हूँ, 2-3 दिन पहले यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ लाहौर में भी, लेकिन मैं चाहता हूँ कि इन बातों को इतना दोहराया जाए कि ये पर्दे खुल जाएं कि ये जो कहा जाता है कि साइंस मजहब के खिलाफ है, नहीं, साइंस एथियज्म के खिलाफ है। एथियस्ट ने अगर साइंस पे कब्जा किया है तो मैं जानना चाहता हूँ कि इंसान के पास ये हक है ही क्यों कि कुछ दुनिया की परसेंटेज, थोड़े से लोग रूल्स बना लें कि साइंस को किस तरह से यूज किया जाएगा और बाकी सारी दुनिया उन नजरियात के गुलाम बन जाए। क्यों? तो वो नजरियात क्या हैं? सबसे पहला नजरिया है मेथोडोलॉजिकल नेचुरलिज्म। मेथोडोलॉजिकल नेचुरलिज्म, ये बात याद रखिएगा कि जो कंटेम्प्रेरी साइंस है, इट इज अंडरपिन्ड बाय दिस आइडियोलॉजी। इस फिलॉसफी ने अंडरपिन किया हुआ है मॉडर्न साइंस को। और ये फिलॉसफी क्या कहती है? आसान तरीन अल्फाज में कि व्हेन यू डू साइंस फॉरगेट द सुपरनैचुरल, कि जब आप साइंस की बात करते हैं तो उसमें फिर सुपरनैचुरल, फॉर ऑल प्रैक्टिकल टर्म्स वी मीन खुदा, वजूद खुदा को आप साइड पे रखा करें, साइंस उसके बगैर काम करेगी। व्हाई? आई एम जेन्युइनली इंटरेस्टेड, मैं फिलॉसफी ऑफ साइंस का स्टूडेंट हूं, मैं जानना चाहता हूं कि ये रूल क्यों बनाया गया है, इसकी अहमियत क्या है, क्योंकि इसके अंदर एक बहुत बड़ा प्रॉब्लम है। प्रॉब्लम ये है, जो मैं आमतौर पर एक एनालॉजी के जरिए मैं एक्सप्लेन किया करता हूँ, मैं आपके साथ में वो शेयर करना चाहूँगा एनालॉजी, कि इमेजिन करें कि एक तारीक कमरे में, एक अंधेरे कमरे में मुख्तलिफ रंग हों, पीला, नीला एंड सो फोर्थ, और आपको एक टॉर्च, एक बैटरी दे के भेजा जाए कि जाएं इस कमरे में और इन रंगों पे ये लाइट फेंकें और बताएं कि आपने कौन कौन से रंग देखे। कभी वहाँ लाइट फेंकें, कभी यहाँ पे, कभी यहाँ पे। और जो ही आप कमरे में दाखिल होने लगे, मैं कहूँ हाउएवर रेड कलर नहीं होता। अब आप अंदर जाएं, आपने नीला, पीला, ये वो सारे के सारे रंग देख लिए और रेड कलर भी देख लिया। अब आप बाहर आके कहते हैं कि मैंने फलां 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 कलर देखा है और रेड कलर भी देखा है, तो मैं आपसे कहूँ कि अपना काम हो गया, इसलिए कि रूल्स में तो ये तय था कि रेड कलर तो कलर ही नहीं होता। आपने देख लिया है, लेकिन मेथोडोलॉजिकल नेचुरलिज्म ये पॉजिट करता है कि नहीं, आपने जो देखा है उस पर ऐसे ताल्लुक वो है ही नहीं सिरे से। सो साइंस में, जैसे भी डॉक्टर गंटर बेकली बात कर रहे थे, डॉक्टर बेकली मैं उनका क्वाइट एडमायरर हूँ, मैं बहुत से मुबाहिसों में, मैं एक पोलेमिसिस्ट हूँ, मेरा काम है एकेडमिक डिबेट्स में हिस्सा लेना, बहुत सी डिबेट्स में मैं इनको कोट कर चुका हूँ। मेरे लिए बड़ी इज्जत की बात है कि मैं ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म शेयर कर रहा हूँ जिसमें आज हम दोनों ही हैं। डॉक्टर गंटर बैकली ये अपनी बहुत सी एग्जांपल्स ऐसी दे चुके हैं जहां, और ये खुद 2016 के अराउंड ही इन्होंने एक टिपिकल एथियज्म छोड़ा था और ये फिर इस तरफ ऐसे इस नजरिए की तरफ की, जो इतना कॉम्प्लेक्स अपरेटस है हर चीज का, ये हो नहीं सकता कि ये खुद ब खुद बना हो, इसके पीछे कोई ना कोई डिजाइन है। तो चूंकि मेथोडोलॉजिकल नेचुरलिज्म इतनी सख्त और इतनी एक्सट्रीमिस्ट आइडियोलॉजी है कि 160 रिसर्च पेपर्स का राइटर, डॉक्टर बैकली जिनकी भी आवाज सुन रहे थे, 160, जिस आदमी के 10 रिसर्च पेपर्स भी छप जाए ना किसी अच्छे प्लेटफॉर्म पे, वो एक लेजेंड होता है। 160 पेपर्स का राइटर, इस लेवल का पैलियो एंथ्रोपोलॉजिस्ट के इनके नाम पे बहुत सी स्पीशीज का नाम रखा गया जो इन्होंने डिस्कवर की थी। जिस म्यूजियम में एज अ क्यूरेटर ये काम कर रहे थे, वहां से इनको बेदखल कर दिया गया। विकिपीडिया ने इनका पेज रिमूव कर दिया कि आप नोटेबल इनफ नहीं है। क्यों? सिर्फ एक काम मैंने किया है, और वो ये है कि मैं समझता हूँ कि इन चीज़ों के पीछे एक डिज़ाइन नजर आता है। दैट्स द ओनली रीज़न। फंडिंग खत्म कर दी, सब कुछ, कैरियर तबाह करने के बाद। इसके साथ वो जो एक आपने एक स्लाइड देखी होगी जिसमें वो दिखा रहे थे कि जो वेल की एवोल्यूशन है, उस पर एक साइंटिस्ट आपको नजर आ रहे होंगे, उनका नाम है डॉक्टर रिचर्ड स्टर्नबर्ग। 2 PhDs हैं इनके पास, एवोल्यूशनरी बायोलॉजिस्ट हैं। इनका कैरियर तबाह कर दिया स्मिथसोनियन ने सिर्फ इसलिए कि इन्होंने एक पेयर रिव्यूड पेपर, पेयर रिव्यूड याद रखिएगा, इंपॉर्टेंट वर्ड है। पेयर रिव्यूड का मतलब होता है कि वो पेपर जो ऐसे ही नहीं चला गया, बल्कि उस कैलिबर के, उस पार के साइंटिस्ट्स ने उसे रिव्यू किया जो कुछ उसमें लिखा गया है, और फिर जाके वो पब्लिश हुआ। कि और साइंटिस्ट जिन्होंने कंफर्म किया कि जो लिखा हुआ है हम इसे एक्सेप्ट करते हैं, ये स्टैंडर्ड का है कि ये एकेडमिक पब्लिकेशंस में जा सके। इट हैज गॉन देयर। और इसके बाद स्मिथसोनियन ने डॉक्टर स्टर्नबर्ग को ना सिर्फ ये कि काम से निकाला, बल्कि वो जो कमेटी जिसमें हेयरिंग हुई कि तुम्हारी जरूरत कैसे हो गई कि तुमने इसमें इंटेलिजेंट डिजाइन की बात कर दी जबकि हमने खुदा को प्रिक्लूड किया हुआ है, तुम्हारी जरूरत कैसे हुई? जिस कमेटी में ये फैसला किया उसमें डॉक्टर स्टर्नबर्ग को नहीं बुलाया, ये कह के कि आपकी जिंदगी की जमानत नहीं दी जा सकती, आप पे अटैक भी किया जा सकता है अंदर। और अटैक करने वाले कौन हैं? साइंटिस्ट्स, पढ़े लिखे लोग, वो सारे। तो हम इन नजरियात से लड़ रहे हैं, इन नजरियात से हमारा, साइंस से हमारा प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, लेकिन जो एथियस्ट्स ने साइंस पे कब्जा किया हुआ है, प्रॉब्लम हमें उससे है। मेरे पास टाइम बहुत कम है, मैं 2 आपको एग्जांपल्स देता हूँ। कुछ एग्जांपल्स आपने डॉक्टर बैकली की सुनी, सॉरी मैं उनको बार बार इसलिए कोट कर रहा हूँ कि मैं सिर्फ बेनिफिट मुझे उन्हीं को ही सुनने का हुआ, बाकी स्पीकर्स बहुत मादरत मैं सुन नहीं पाए। चूंकि देखें एथियस्ट्स क्या कहते हैं, हमारे पास 2 कंपीटिंग आइडियोलॉजीज हैं, 2 कंपीटिंग नजरियात हैं। एक है कि इंटेलिजेंट डिजाइन है, देयर इज इंटेलिजेंस बिहाइंड एवरीथिंग दैट वी कैन सी, और दूसरा ये है कि सारे का सारा रैंडम स्टोकेस्टिक इररेशनल प्रोसेस है, सारे का सारा ऐसे ही चल रहा है। सो लेट्स अप्लाई आवर अंडरस्टैंडिंग ऑन बोथ ऑफ दीस आइडियाज, जो हमारा ह्यूमन एक्सपीरियंस है। ये एम्प्टी स्पेस जिसके अंदर हमारी कायनात है, इस कायनात के बनने में इसके अंदर जो इंग्रेडिएंट्स हैं, मैस है, एनर्जी है फॉर एग्जांपल, उसकी हमें एक सर्टेन डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन चाहिए जो ह्यूमन लाइफ के लिए जरूरी है। अब इस पूरी एम्प्टी स्पेस में हमें एक स्पेक ऐसा चाहिए कि जहां से कायनात स्टार्ट हो और अर्ली स्टेज में मैस और एनर्जी की डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन इतनी प्रिसाइज हो कि आगे चल के ह्यूमन लाइफ उससे वजूद में आ सके। अब उसकी क्या मैथमेटिकल कैलकुलेशन है? That is 1 part in 10 to the power of 10 to the power of 123. Just in case if you're wondering कि हम क्या बात कर रहे हैं, well, हम ये बात कर रहे हैं कि इस फिगर में जितने जीरो आते हैं, जितना नाउन यूनिवर्स है उसके सारे के सारे एटम्स आप इकट्ठे करें और हर एटम पे 1 0 लिखो तो 0 फिर भी बच जाएंगे। You won't even get close to it. You won't even get close to it. यानी इन अदर वर्ड्स आप इसको इस तरह से कॉन्टेक्चुअलाइज कर लें कि आप लाहौर में 5 मरले का एक प्लॉट खरीदें जिसमें सिर्फ एक जगह है जहाँ पे एक ऐसा पौधा आ सकता है। ये एक एक्यूरेट एग्जांपल नहीं है, लेकिन मैं चाह रहा हूँ कि मैं कुछ ना कुछ इसको मैं आसान करता चलूँ। एक आप 5 मरले का प्लॉट खरीदें और उस पूरे प्लॉट में एक जगह ऐसी है जहाँ पे वो इतनी फर्टाइल है कि वहाँ पे आप कोई बीज बोएं तो वहाँ से एक ऐसा पौधा निकले जो आप चाहते हैं कि निकले। और अब आप उस प्लॉट के एक साइड पे खड़े हैं, बीज आपने उठाया है और आप रैंडमली ऐसे फेंकते हैं और वो एग्जैक्टली उसी जगह पे जाके गिरता है। What are the chances of that happening? क्या चांस है? What do you think? जी? Right? It's unfathomably improbable. तो हम 5 मरले के प्लॉट की बात नहीं कर रहे हैं, हम बात कर रहे हैं उस वास्ट एम्प्टी स्पेस की जिसके अंदर यूनिवर्स एग्जिस्ट करता है। और सिर्फ यही बात नहीं है, ये तो सिर्फ इनिशियल कंडीशंस की हम बात कर रहे हैं। Then there are other number of other things, जैसे हमारी जो 4 fundamental forces हैं, जो उनकी fine tuning है. उसके अलावा हम बात just जो हमारी इलेक्ट्रोमैग्नेटिक फोर्स है मिसाल के तौर पे, अगर ये अपनी जगह से हिल जाती है तो इससे फर्क पड़ता है जो एटॉमिक बॉन्डिंग है. और एटॉमिक बॉन्डिंग का फर्क पड़ने का मतलब ये है कि जो कॉम्प्लेक्स मोलेक्युलर स्ट्रक्चर्स हैं ये फॉर्म नहीं हो सकेंगे, विच मीन्स कि जो हमारी जिंदगी है हर वो चीज जो मॉलिक्यूल बेस्ड है वो एग्जिस्ट नहीं करेगी. जो हमारी रिपल्सिव और अट्रैक्टिव फोर्स का आपस में बैलेंस है वो इतना प्रिसाइज है कि कायनात के एक्सपेंशन के साथ साथ हर चीज एक दूसरे के साथ खड़ी हुई है. सो एनर्जी उसको पुल करती है, लेकिन जो मैटर है वो उसको इकट्ठा रखता है. और अगर ये अपनी अपनी जगह से थोड़ी थोड़ी हिल जाएं, आइदर यूनिवर्स इतनी तेजी के साथ ग्रो करेगी, फैलेगी कि हर चीज खत्म हो जाएगी, या कायनात अपने अंदर ही कोलैप्स हो जाएगी. ये थोड़ी सी 14-15 एग्जांपल्स है फाइन ट्यूनिंग की. हमारा एथियस्ट हमें ये कहता है कि तुम मजहब के लोग रिग्रेसिव हो, ईमानियात वाले हो, अनपढ़ हो, बैकवर्ड थिंकिंग वाले हो. हम पढ़े लिखे लोग हैं, हम तुमको बताते हैं कि रैशनल थिंकिंग ये है कि ये सारे का सारा चांस पे चल रहा है. टू विच आई रिस्पॉन्ड दैट एवरीवन हैज अ राइट टू बी स्टूपिड. मैं आपका बेवकूफ होने का हक आपसे नहीं ले सकता, बट प्लीज डोंट फोर्स मी टू कॉल यू अ रैशनलिस्ट पर्सन. आई वुड कॉल यू ए चांसिस्ट दैट यू आर. आप चांसिस्ट हैं, आप रैशनलिस्ट नहीं. क्योंकि आप मुझे, मेरे बच्चों को कॉलेजेस में, यूनिवर्सिटीज में आप ये बताने की कोशिश करते हैं कि इंसान नहीं, कायनात के इनिशियल वजूद से लेकर आज तक जो बच्चा पैदा हो रहा है इसके पीछे एक इरैशनल स्टोकेस्टिक मींस रैंडम अनगाइडेड प्रोसेस है. और अगर आप इस बात को नहीं मानते तो आप जाहिल हैं. Then I think I am within my rights to say कि you have every right to be stupid. मैं आपसे आपका बेवकूफ होने का हक बिल्कुल नहीं ले सकता, लेकिन मैं आपको अलाउ नहीं कर सकता कि आप मुझे कहें कि मैं irrational हूँ और आप rational हूँ. To hell with that rationality. ये चांसिस्ट हैं and that's all what they are. So atheism ने साइंस को कब्जे में लिया और उसके बाद आपके पास हक नहीं है कि आप किसी चीज से इनकार कर सकें. So there is scientific and there is साइंटिस्टिक. ये दो अलग चीजें हैं. साइंटिफिक चीज वो होती है कि जिसको हम उसको ऑब्जर्व कर सकते हैं, टेस्ट कर सकते हैं, उसको हम हाइपोथेसिस डेवलप कर सकते हैं. फाइनली वी गेट टू अ स्टेज कि वो ऑब्जर्वेबल है. दिस इज व्हाट पीपल, इनफैक्ट वन ऑफ द वेज कि हम साइंस को नॉन साइंस से कैसे हम सेपरेट करते हैं, उसके पीछे पूरा एक स्टैंडर्ड होता है. इनके हर वो चीज जो कि ऑब्जर्वेबल होती है एंड सो फॉर नंबर ऑफ, इनके पूरे का पूरा साइंटिफिक मेथड इब्न अल-हैसम का आप अप्लाई करें. और फिर कार्ल पॉपर ने एक स्टेप उसमें ऐड किया. कार्ल पॉपर इज वन ऑफ द ब्रिलियंट फिलोसोफर्स ऑफ साइंस. वो स्टेप उन्होंने ऐड ये किया कि साइंस इज दैट व्हिच इज falsifiable. कि साइंसी दावा वो होता है जिसको आप फॉल्सिफाई कर सकें. That of course is not to say कि आप उसे हमेशा गलत साबित करेंगे, बल्कि कहने का मतलब ये है कि वो इतना आपके सामने हो कि आप उसे टेस्ट कर सकें और गलत साबित कर सकें. So in other words, अगर मैं ये कहूँ कि इस वक्त इस यूनिवर्स के साथ एक और यूनिवर्स है और मैं उस पूरी यूनिवर्स का बादशाह हूँ, it's a great statement, right? But it's not a scientific statement, इसलिए कि आप इसे गलत साबित नहीं कर सकते. ना आपने दूसरी कोई यूनिवर्स देखा है, ना आपने कोई, तो it's a statement, it's not a. And I think पूरी दुनिया के साइंटिस्ट इस चीज पे एग्री करेंगे कि ये साइंटिफिक स्टेटमेंट नहीं है. लेकिन फिर वही एथियस्ट साइंटिस्ट कहते हैं कि एक्चुअली एक यूनिवर्स नहीं, मल्टीवर्स में तो आप गिन भी नहीं सकते इतने यूनिवर्स हैं. तो वो किसने टेस्ट किए हैं, वो किसने ऑब्जर्व किया है? किसी ने नहीं. लेकिन दिस इज वेयर साइंटिफिक वर्सेस साइंटिस्टिक चीज समझना बड़ा जरूरी हो जाती है कि चूंकि इन लोगों ने सारे के सारे एस्टेब्लिशमेंट पे कब्जा किया है एथियस्ट्स ने, तो आप उनको इनकार नहीं कर सकते. तो फिर आपको साइंटिस्ट की बात मानना पड़ती है. साइंटिस्ट सिंपली ये होता है, साइंटिस्टिक ये होता है कि चूंकि मैंने कह दिया मैं साइंटिस्ट हूं, यू हैव टू गेट ऑन विद इट. जिसको एज अ मैटर ऑफ एनालॉजी मैं हमेशा प्रेजेंट किया करता हूं. हमारे not a matter of analogy but just to make sense of it. हमारे टिकटॉक पे एक बड़े जबरदस्त एक किरदार हैं, अक्सर आप उनकी वीडियोस देखते होंगे, या कुछ रैंडम सी बातें करते हैं कि उनसे कहे कि शेर सुनाएं तो वो आगे से कहते हैं पेप्सी, सांप, दही, घोड़ा, गधा, जानवर. तो लोग कहते हैं ये क्या किया आपने, तो आगे से कहते हैं राणे ने जो कहता वो कहता. Get on with it. ये म्यार हो गया है हमारी एथियस्टिक साइंस का कि राणे ने जो कहता वो कह देता. There is absolutely no way by which you can say no to it, क्योंकि अगर आपने कहा तो फिर आप जाहिल हैं, आप अनपढ़ हैं, आप प्रोग्रेसिव हैं, and so forth. Evolution scientist जो साइंटिफिक स्टैंडर्ड्स हैं उन पे पूरी नहीं उतरती. मैं आखिरी बात कह के मैं आपसे इजाजत चाहूंगा कि मुझे शायद 20 मिनट दिए गए थे और हो रहे हैं तकरीबन. मैं आखिरी बात सिर्फ एक थॉट आपके साथ में छोड़ना चाहता हूँ कि देखिए, अगर इवोल्यूशन को हम मानते हैं, और ये जो साइंटिस्टिक वाला आइडिया है मैं उसकी सपोर्ट में मैं आर्गुमेंट ये दे रहा हूँ कि अगर इवोल्यूशन पे जिद ये है कि इसको एक साइंसी थ्योरी माना जाए तो फिर उसको साइंस के म्यार पे पूरा उतरना चाहिए. इट्स अ वेरी रीजनेबल कंडीशन. मैं कोई बहुत गलत कंडीशन नहीं अप्लाई कर रहा. सो हियर वी हैव अ स्पीशीज ए फॉर एग्जांपल, देन स्पीशीज बी. दावा यह है कि स्पीशीज बी जो है ये स्पीशीज ए से इवॉल्व हुई है. हाउ डू वी नो दैट? जो बिगेस्ट आर्गुमेंट हमारे पास है वो होमोलॉजी का है. वो जेनेटिक होमोलॉजी हो सकती है, वो फॉसिल बेस्ड होमोलॉजी हो सकती है, इसके बाहर हमारे पास तीसरा कुछ भी नहीं है. सो जेनेटिक्स में हम रिजेम्बलेंस देखते हैं, हम एनाटॉमिकली देखते हैं कि उनके जिस्म और इसका जिस्म मिलता है, और जीन्स में काफी श्योर, ओके, दैट्स साइंटिफिक इनफ कि हम देख सकते हैं कि यस रिजेम्बलेंस पाई जाती है. लेकिन ये दावा करना कि स्पीशीज बी इवॉल्व हुई है स्पीशीज ए से, हाउ डू वी नो दैट पार्ट? व्हाट कनेक्ट्स देम? क्योंकि अभी तक जो हमारे पास जितना भी डेटा है वो लोकल है, यानी कि जो जेनेरिक इंफॉर्मेशन स्पीशीज ए की है वो स्पीशीज ए तक है, जो स्पीशीज बी की है वो स्पीशीज बी तक है. व्हाट कनेक्ट्स देम? ऑब्वियस आंसर इवोल्यूशन. अगर मैं ये कहूं कि नहीं, ऑब्वियस आंसर अल्लाह ताला ने बनाया है, तो पता लोग क्या कहते हैं? मेरी हर सैटरडे को डिबेट होती है लाइव यूट्यूब पे, मेरे चैनल पे. आगे से पता लोग क्या कहते हैं? ये पिछले इस सैटरडे को छोड़ के जो पिछला सैटरडे उसमें भी एक साहब आए थे. जब इन्होंने कहा कि अच्छा अगर मैं कहूं कि इसको अल्लाह ताला ने बनाया, तो कहते हैं कि ना 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 ना, अल्लाह ताला को तो आपको इंडिपेंडेंटली साबित करना पड़ेगा, यहाँ तो आप अल्लाह फिट ही नहीं कर सकते. That's a very reasonable thing to say. इसमें तो आप अल्लाह ताला को फिट नहीं कर सकते, अल्लाह ताला को तो आपने अलहदा से साबित करना है. लेकिन ये बात कहते हुए हमने एक म्यार तय कर दिया है कि अब इस ए और बी का जो कनेक्शन है, इस पे जो भी दावा करेंगे उसको इंडिपेंडेंटली ही साबित करना पड़ेगा. तो अब आपको इवोल्यूशन को भी इंडिपेंडेंटली ही साबित करना पड़ेगा कि ये इवॉल्व हुआ है. अदरवाइज कोई भी आके कह सकता है कि जिन्नों परियों ने बनाया है, एलियंस ने बनाया है, खुदा ने बनाया है, वो कुछ भी आप दावा कर दें. लेकिन अगर एक चीज, जैसे कहते हैं ना कि एक वैलिड क्वेश्चन अगर एक जगह पे वैलिड है तो हर जगह पे वैलिड है. अगर खुदा को साबित करने का आपका ये दावा वैलिड है तो फिर खुदा के साथ हर चीज जो खुदा के मुतबादल आप कह रहे हैं उसको भी आपने अलग से साबित करना है. सो आई वेंट इनटू द ग्रेट डिटेल ऑफ इट कि आखिरकार हाउ डू दीज इवोल्यूशनिस्ट्स मेक सेंस ऑफ दिस क्लेम कि ये इवॉल्व हुए हैं. और मैं जितना गहराई में जाता हूं मुझे हमेशा एक ही जवाब मिलता है, एंड यू वुड बी अमेज्ड, इसलिए कि ये आपकी बायोलॉजी की टेक्स्ट बुक में आपको कभी भी नहीं मिलेगा. ये आपको हमेशा टेक्निकल रिसर्च पेपर्स में मिलेगा, साइंटिफिक रिसर्च पेपर्स में मिलेगा. और वो ये है कि हमारी असम्पशन ये है कि स्पीशीज बी इवॉल्व हुई है स्पीशीज ए से. बाकी जितना हमें डेटा मिलता है वो हम इस असम्पशन को सपोर्ट करने के लिए इस्तेमाल करते हैं. मैं आपसे एक सवाल पूछ के आपसे इजाजत चाहता हूँ. मैं चाहता हूँ कि आप इस पे बाद में सोचें कि दुनिया की कौन सी साइंसी थ्योरी ऐसी है जिसका क्रिटिकल पार्ट साइंटिफिक क्लेम नहीं है बल्कि असम्पशन है. सो इन अदर वर्ड्स, वो कौन सा ऐसा एलिमेंट है कि आप एक साइंसी थ्योरी से अगर निकाल दे तो सारी थ्योरी कोलैप्स कर जाती है. इन दिस केस द आंसर इज एन असम्पशन. कि वो दुनिया की कौन सी साइंसी थ्योरी हो सकती है कि जिसमें से आप असम्पशन निकाल दें तो साइंटिफिक थ्योरी कोलैप्स कर जाती है. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपका. अस्सलाम वालेकुम.
Thank you so much, Sir Kessler. This was a wonderful speech by you. Thank you so much. We have another very interesting speech coming up. And this is, I must appreciate Dr. Muhammad Haji Yusuf, who has been waiting for, I think, half an hour now. I've been told that he's online and he has a very important topic as a keynote speech. Dr. Muhammad Haji Yusuf, if you can hear me, the time is yours now. The mic is yours now. You can start your presentation now. Let me just introduce him. He is an astrophysicist and also an expert in time-related things, relativity, and he has a topic of Ibn Arabi's cosmology and his view of time and creation. So please, you can unmute yourself and start your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Absolutely, sir.
Okay, great. Thank you. And I really appreciate giving me this opportunity to speak with you. And I thank the organizers and everyone for organizing and listening and attending. So I will share my screen. Let me see how to do that.
So there is an option for you. The technical team must make you allow share your screen. You can share your screen now. There is an
Yeah.
option available.
Okay, so I don't see this option.
Right beneath the small
Yes.
icons, there is a
Yes.
share screen
Okay.
icon.
Okay, good. Yes.
Okay.
So I will share. Yes. Now, do you see the?
We can see. Yes, absolutely. We can see.
Okay, great. So that's great. Thank you very much. So my talk will be about the quantum time in Ibn Arabi's view of creation. And this is a subject that I have been working on for many years, more than 20 years. So it's my own research, and recently, especially from 2017 or 18, a new development occurred, and actually it's amazing. And I will share with you today some advances in this subject that maybe it's the first time I talk about it. So I'm really excited, and I hope that I will be able to simplify this subject because it's really very complicated, and it is actually interdisciplinary between many subjects, between physics, cosmology, Islamic philosophy, epistemology, and a lot of ontology. You can count all these logic things. And so I hope that the time is enough to present these ideas. So let me start straight away by showing the brief outline of my talk. Can you please confirm that you see the screen updated, because I'm not sure if I have to make it.
We can absolutely see that, sir.
So good. Good, great. So my talk will be mainly 3 or 4 parts. First, I have to introduce the philosophy and science of quantum and related things. So I have to speak about the discreteness and continuity in philosophy and in science in various different series, including the ancient series and also the modern relativity and quantum series. So I will talk about some paradoxes that shows in the end that whether you adopt the quantum or the continuous or the discrete, whether you adopt this way or the other, you will inevitably end up with some paradoxes. So I will then show that only the view of Ibn Arabi, his view of time and creation, otherwise also known, maybe most famously known as the oneness of being, this view is, when it's understood in correct way, can solve these paradoxes, both ancient philosophical paradoxes and also the modern scientific paradoxes. So I will speak about the single monad model, which I have developed from 1999 till 2004. And it was a subject of my PhD thesis. And then I will speak about the duality of time theory, which I've been working on since 2016 or 17. And the main idea in this theory is the recreation principle based on one important verse in Quran, which says that the creation is renewed or being recreated, the cosmos, the whole cosmos, is being recreated at every moment of time. So the creation of the cosmos or the heavens and the earth in 6 days is not like what many interpreters believe, that it's like each day 1,000 year or each day 50,000 year. It's actually not related to time at all. It's a creation of the state of the geometry of space-time. Every moment of time, it's created in 6 directions. This is the meaning of 6 days. And then the 7th dimension is the dimension of time. So in the end, the theory or the view is summarized in what I call the complex time geometry, which is my third and most important part of the talk. So in this, I will show that even space is actually composed of time. So every point of space is made in sequence, in certain sequence. So the dimensions of geometry, which are 6, or actually 3, if you call them, if you speak about space, it's 3 dimensions. But I showed that each one dimension of space is actually made of 2 time dimensions. So they are actually 6 plus the 7th, as I said. So these 7 or 6 plus 1 dimensions of time can be expressed in complex numbers. And therefore, in this new view, the speed of light, which is a major factor in science, especially in the theory of relativity, has a new meaning, and therefore it will be identical with the dimensions of geometry. And therefore, when you understand this, you will be surprised that only one verse in Quran, very short verse, combines both the theory of relativity and the quantum theory and shows their limits and how you can overcome their limits, as I will show in the following slides. And then I will also conclude very quickly, and then I have given to you the link for this paper or short book, which you can download from my website, which is smonad.com, singlemonad.com. So I will try by showing you this verse from Quran, from Surah Ar-Rahman, the All-Merciful. And I will not read it all, but I will explain that this verse, كل يوم هو في شأن, is this verse is actually the key verse on which I showed, based on Ibn Arabi's understanding, that time is quantized. And we know that in modern theories, they mostly come to the conclusions that time must be quantized. They don't know how. There are many suppositions or many propositions, but no one knows how. And actually, no one could ever know without really studying these verses and studying Ibn Arabi's understanding of time, which is actually inner and outer. So when you study the dimensions of time and you take the inner and outer, and then the speed of light becomes the dimensions of geometry, then you will know that both the series of relativity, whose principle is that you can never exceed the speed of light, and then the quantum mechanics, which says that everything is quantized eventually. And in reality, I showed that this means also that we cannot really go below a certain limit of dimension. So we are actually living between 2 and 3 dimensions, although we think that we live in 3 dimensions, but actually we are living within the 3 dimensions. So this verse here that is in green, it means in English, if you don't read Arabic, and this is my own translation, because usually it's translated in other manner, but I will give maybe more accurate and more literal translation. So Allah is saying here in this verse, calling the people or the creatures of inner and outer, which are the jinn and ins. So we are the outer because we are actually living in 3 dimensions, and the jinns are the inner because they are in the lower dimension. So Allah is saying, if you could penetrate or go through the dimensions of heavens and earth, then you should do, but you would not be able without a sultan, without a ruler, or without a support or a guide, or without certain energy. So this means that we are confined between the lower and higher dimensions of geometry, between 2 and 3. The 3 is a upper limit, which is the limit of theory of relativity. And the 2 is a lower limit, which is quantum mechanics. And we are confined between them. And our world, as science has found, the conclusion is that the world is both quantum and also relativistic at the same time. But these two theories are contradictory. They are mutually contradicting each other. So sometimes it looks quantized, and sometimes it must obey the theory of relativity, especially when you speak about the macrocosmos, while the quantum world usually covers the atomic or microcosmos. So this conflict can be only resolved when you understand how time is really flowing and that it is inner and outer. So here comes the duality of time, and this is based on the single monad model that I have developed, as I said, in the early 2000, maybe up to 2004, and then developed further into the duality of time. So let me start, therefore, after this quick introduction, and I would like to start with this quote by the greatest master, Muhyiddin ibn Arabi, from his major book of the Meccan Revelations. He says that the science of time is a noble science that reveals the mystery of eternity. Only the elites of sages may ever come to know this secret or this mystery. This is called the first age, or the age of ages, from which time is emerging. And here I would like to tell you that everyone who have studied modern science, and especially cosmology and physics, knows that everyone comes to the conclusion that everything should be emerging. For example, mass is emerging property, energy is emergent property, also space should be emergent property, and also time. So if you understand how time is emerging, really you understand this mystery of eternity, and therefore you understand how you could break out of time, as the theory of relativity already sometime in some interpretations already predict that one can at least time is relativistic, and there must be a point where one can maybe break out of time. So this can happen only if you understand the inner and outer dimensions, as I explained. So I would like first now, therefore, to start by showing the conflict between the opposing views of discreteness and continuity. And in philosophy, this has been shown. In various manners, especially by using or through the paradoxes of motion proposed by Zeno more than 2,500 years ago. And Zeno wrote a book he included in it more than 40 problems or thought experiments, in which he showed that, as I introduced, he showed that whether you adopt the continuous or the discrete views of space and time and also matter, whether you adopt this view or the opposite view, you will inevitably end up with conflict or paradox. And the problem is that these two opposing views, they are mutually exclusive. So the world can either be continuous or quantized or discrete. There is no other way according to our normal understanding. But I will show that there is a way, which is the oneness. That is the oneness of being, but only when it's understood correctly according to the greatest master, Muhyiddin ibn Arabi. So Zeno showed, he gave some exercises or some problems, some experiments. He shows that, for example, if you want to move from point A to point B, you have to cross the middle point, and then the 1/4, and then 1/8, and so on. But mathematically, if you add half plus 1/4 plus 1/8 plus 1/16 plus, if you add all these together, you will get less than 1. So you could never really go from point A to point B. That is, if you suppose that you can divide infinitely. So the only way to refute this is to suppose that the space is not infinite, is not continuous, but it is discrete. The problem is that if you suppose that space is discrete, which is the background, so this means that at every point, the object, any object, is actually stated in this point, and therefore it's not moving, because to be in a point is to have a zero velocity in this point, and therefore at every point the velocity should be zero. So how come the total velocity is not zero, whereas at every point the velocity is zero? So in the end, I don't want really to spend too much time on it. Maybe you can find a lot of literature on this problem. It's philosophical problem. It's famous and known, and it's more than 2,500 years old. And until now, nobody has ever been able to refute, although modern physics has found a way to calculate velocity and many theories we have now, including classical mechanics and quantum mechanics and so on. But all these theories only describe what is happening. They do not describe how it's happening. So they do not describe how motion is occurring. But according to Zeno, motion is impossible. So whether you suppose the space continuous or you suppose it discrete, you will end up with a paradox. So this is in philosophy, and in modern science, this same problem occurred again in the what is called the double slit experiment, in the interference of waves, whether light or other kinds of waves. And also, I cannot really spend too much time on this, but it's very famous. So the problem, as I said, showed in this that light behaves clearly like waves, which is a continuous phenomena. However, there is a certain experiment or effect known as the photoelectric effect, in which Einstein proposed that light is behaving like particles, which are called photons, and therefore there is a duality. So light sometimes behave like waves, sometimes behave like particles. And later it has been discovered that it's not only light, but actually everything, even electrons, protons, and even large molecules, and sometimes drops of water or drops of oil, they sometimes behave like waves and behave sometimes like particles. And again, these two different phenomena are mutually exclusive. They cannot be, nothing can be both at the same time, because waves are extended and particles are localized. So waves are continuous and particles are discrete or quantized. So there is always this conflict, as I said, whether you take it in philosophy or in physics or modern science, always you will have this conflict, and everybody knows that these major problems that I have listed, some of them here, still they persist. No one knows how we can solve them. For example, what is really the speed of light? There is also the EBR paradox. I cannot explain it now. The cosmological constant problem, which is very big conflict between quantum mechanics and relativity, and quantum gravity, which suppose that the geometry must be quantized, but no one knows how, and other problems. So what I will show in the remaining of my talk is that most, or if not all, of these problems can be really easily solved, or actually they are eliminated when you take the recreation principle, or Ibn Arabi's view of time based on one verse in Quran, in which Allah says that we are in lapse of recreation. So we don't really notice the recreation, but actually the world is being recreated in 6 days and then displayed on time. So only we see it, we see the world after it's created. We don't see the creation process itself. That's why we imagine it is continuous, but in reality it is being recreated. So when you say recreation, instantly you get the quantization, because it means like it's frames, going in frames, as I will show in the following slides. So let me start by giving a very quick, really very quick view of Ibn Arabi's creation process, how this cosmos has been created by Allah, the greatest, the exalted. So Ibn Arabi says in chapter 371 of his book, the Mecca Revelations, he says, and I will really have to move very quickly, he says that when Allah wanted to create the universe or the cosmos, he first created an unknown to us, number of spirits. Ibn Arabi calls them the roaming spirits, because these spirits has been created directly by God, and they know nothing but their creator. So they don't even have self-consciousness. They only know their creator. So they are roaming in his majesty. And then when Allah wanted to create the world, he appointed one of these creators that is then called the universal intellect or the single monad. From here comes the single monad model. So this intellect or spirit, Allah manifested to him and created to him a shadow in which he will write, and this is literal writing, he will write the word letter by letter or character by character. So this shadow is called the universal soul or the protected tablet, and that's why also the universal intellect is called the first pen or the higher pen. And this universal soul has two forces or two characteristics. One is the intellectual and one is the kinetic or the motion. And from here comes the quadratic rule of nature, which are the four elements that really control or governs everything in nature. And I want to say here that these four elements actually have modern meanings. They are not really according to their maybe ancient view. So we have the heat and wet and dry and cold, or the earth and air and water and fire. But actually they are these are not the normal elements that we know. However, they are actually quantum fields, as I have shown in my papers and books. So these are actually quantum fields. So they are extreme states. And therefore, the prime matter is composed of these four extreme states, as I will show maybe in more details later. And then within this prime matter, the whole cosmos appeared. First appeared the universal body, and then the throne, and then the pedestal, and then the galaxies and stars appeared within this. As I said, I have to move quickly because there are more important things to talk about, but you can check out my papers and books and show the details of these different orbs and how they are rotating and their spatial dimensions and everything. So in the end, these are the various zodiac signs, and then these are the galaxies, and then this is the surface of fixed stars, which Ibn Arabi showed that they are actually not fixed, but they are called so in philosophy. And that's why, because they are very slow, so people believe that they are fixed. So these are actually the stars, and then within this orb is a solar system, including all the planets, and then the Earth, and so on. And here you can show that there are 7 levels of Earth, and it's plotted here as a plane, whereas the heavens are semi-spherical. And this really means that these are 2-dimensional levels, and the heavens are 3-dimensional levels. And as I told you, we are confined between the 2 and 3. So that we are 3-dimensional beings, but we are in 3 dimensions and not reached a complete 3 dimensions. So when you reach the complete, when you really reach the 3rd dimension, you will be above the 3, and therefore this will be the hereafter, which is after this lower world ends, we will end up with a higher level of dimension. So therefore, this all of you, this I told you that can be understood based on the single monad model and the recreation principle. So Allah says in Quran in various verses that He created the heavens and earth by the real or by the truth, and this is a single monad. So this real, which is the only monad or the only entity that has a real being, is actually manifesting over and over again, and therefore creating the dimensions, but each point at a time. That's why in ancient philosophy we have a famous maxim that says, from the one only one can proceed. But then Ibn Arabi says that this can only be true if you add this at a time. So from the one, yes, only one can proceed, although we now see multiplicity, but logically, if you have one who is the creator, then how can one can meet multiple things at the same time? So he must be conversed if you think in logic. But to get out of this, only you add at a time. So this means that really from one, only one can proceed, but at a time. And actually, this is the verse in Quran in which I quoted at the beginning, which says, let me read it in Arabic, يَسْأَلُهُ مَنْ فِي السَّمَاوَاتِ وَالْأَرْضِ كُلَّ يَوْمٍ هُوَ فِي شَأْنٍ. So everything in heavens and earth is asking God, asking Allah, and this doesn't mean asking by tongue, only asking by their mere presence. It's asking God to preserve their presence or their existence. Then the response is, each day He is upon one event or one task. So Allah actually creates only one thing at a time. And then these different things which are manifested here in the circumference, we are living on this circumference, which is the world. So we see multiplicity. But this multiplicity is only created one point at a time, and therefore layered into dimensions, one dimension, which are the dimension of angels, and two dimensions, which are the world of jinn, and then our dimension, which is the three dimensions or 6 days. And then in the hereafter, I suppose, I don't really know exactly, but I imagine that it will be real fourth dimension. It's not like what physicists speak now about the fourth dimension, but it will be a real physical fourth dimension. So you will be able to see the whole volume at once. Just like now we look and see 2 dimensions at a time, we see a 2-dimensional picture. Then if you go to the third, above the 3rd dimension, you will be able to see the volume at once. Everything that the volume includes, and not only in physical, but also the inner meanings of things. So really the view is complicated, as I explained, but the main principle here is that there is only one entity that is called the real, and then everything else is only manifestations of this real, and these manifestations are layered in the inner dimensions of time and displayed in the outer dimension, and therefore things are really quantized. But since we are living and we are in lapse, we are living in this multiplicity, and we don't see the creation process itself, then we see continuity. We imagine that we are continuously moving, but we are actually being recreated every moment. So every moment of time, we are being recreated in 6 days, which means 6 dimensions or 6 directions of time, and then we are displayed, or we see this happening in the 7th, which is the time.
Sir, we are running short of time. Can you please conclude this?
Yes. Inshallah, very quickly I will try. So yeah, this is actually the main idea, the recreation principle based on the single monad model, and therefore I will skip here on 1 or 2 slides, and then I will show it that this figure shows how we have the inner time and the outer time, and this is expressed mathematically using the complex numbers, and therefore this is called the complex time geometry. So when you take this into account, you have really to revise the geometry itself, which means that you have to revise the Euclidean geometry or the 5 axioms of geometry. So so yani, if you understand that that the speed, if you understand that the inner dimensions are made in time, so you don't have now space time, but you have time. So you have outer time and inner time, and therefore the speed of light, which is a distance per time, becomes time per time, inner per outer time, and therefore it becomes the same as the dimensions of geometry, but they are actually fractal, as I showed, and they change between 2 and 3. So that's why the verse in that I quoted at the beginning, and I was expected that time will but not be enough to explain this. So that's why I quoted at the beginning. So we are confined between 2 and 3, and we are supposed to seek to break out of this. And the only way to break out of this is by inner contemplation with God. And therefore he will give us the sultan, the ruler, which is the time that can take us out of this world, because we are going to break out anyway, either by normal death or by dying, but not physical dying, by self or inner. So we understand our reality that is really nothing. And then when you understand that, you understand and experience that you are nothing but a pure servant of God, and God is giving you everything at every moment of time, not has given and empowered you to work with, but every moment he is creating you, and he creating things for you. So if you understand your servanthood and God's relation, your relation with God, then Allah may give you this, and then you will be able to break out of time, and you will see this whole world as you can see now, the screen in front of you now. You look and see images at once, and you understand their colors and their relations, and you can see motion, but you are seeing from outside. If you are inside this, you will not be able to see it in as you see it now. So if you break out of time by the sultan that Allah may give you, if you do the proper contemplation, which is what the Sufis do, and this is what Ibn Arabi's method, and he explained in many books. So if you break out of time, you will see the whole world all at once, and therefore you will see the meanings of things and their inner meanings and outer form. And I will try to only mention one thing, that what you can see in the papers that I have posted the link, that I have used this idea to make many derivations of mathematical equations, including the famous Einstein equation and other problems that I can really have to skip now. So I would like to say thank you, and Allah says the truth, and he guides to the correct path. Thank you very much. Thank you,
sir. Jazakallah. Thank you so much. This was an excellent speech, and I really appreciate you giving us time from your precious schedule and busy schedule. We have Dr. Joseph Kaminski from Bosnia and Herzegovina, but before that, we would like to present Mr. Keser Ahmed Raja with the commemorative shield as a token of appreciation for him to come and give such an insightful speech. Sir, please come in front of the stage and receive your shield. Please, a round of applause. Thank you so much, sir, for coming. We have Dr. Joseph Kaminski from Bosnia and Herzegovina. Do we have him online? To kindly check. Yes, I can see you, sir. Thank you so much for joining in. Dr. Joseph Kaminski, I know that you've been waiting, and by now you may have understood that we are running really short of time. And I did tell you that we have 20 minutes, but I guess I have to say we have 10 minutes for you. And for the coming speakers too, I hope you will bear with us. And your topic, of course, is very important, but it will be very nice of you to conclude that in 10 minutes. And that is secularism and liberalism and its effects on atheism. So please, you can unmute yourself and start your presentation.
All right. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, everybody. Thank you all for, can you hear me first off?
Thank you so much. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, super. Okay. Alhamdulillah. Well, I'd like to first thank everybody for coming today, and I am really honored to be invited to this very important conference that's touching upon some very critical themes that we're all dealing with as Muslims living, whether we're living in Muslim societies or Western societies like I sort of am. You know, Bosnia and Herzegovina is technically a Muslim majority country, but nonetheless, about half of the country are Orthodox, Christian, and Catholic. So it's a very secular state. So the topic of my presentation today is related to sort of the connection and the link between liberalism, secularism, and atheism, right? And I'd like to begin this presentation by making a very emphatic point, okay? In the end, it's people who choose to be atheist, okay? While political structures and social systems may influence people, while these structures may be very prominent in our lives, the ultimate final agency, that's the term we like to use in political science, lies with the individual, okay? So I don't want anyone to leave here thinking that Professor Kaminsky said that secularism means everyone's going to become atheist. It's not. It ultimately means that it's more likely that many people will fall into the traps that secularism and liberalism present for practicing Muslims. But in many cases, some of the most religious people in the world live in some of the most oppressed societies that promote not only atheism, but even communism, right? And other ideologies that are very antithetical to the Islamic paradigm. So I think that's the first point I want to get out, that we as Muslims ultimately are the final deciders on whether we choose to follow and believe or not. But with that being said, it's important to understand that political liberalism itself is an ideology that is dominant throughout many parts of the world today. In my opinion, there definitely is a connection between liberalizing tendencies of society and a loss in religiosity, right? And it's interesting because a lot of the studies show that it's not necessarily pure atheism that is being promoted by liberal political orders. Rather, it's a disintegration of the traditional understandings of religious norms and values, right? A book came out a couple of years ago, a very good book by a guy named Jason Josephson Storm, the professor at somewhere in Massachusetts. I can't remember, it's Williams College. And he basically, through empirical research, showed that in the United States, people remain technically believing in something, right? But a large rise in paganism, a large rise in belief in spirits and fairies and demons and things that are of the supernatural, right? So what he found basically is that with secular liberalism, it isn't necessarily that people are rejecting the idea of anything beyond what you can see and touch. Rather, people's understanding of traditional religion is displaced into different directions, you know, new age religions, new age faiths, new age beliefs that indeed are, you know, very problematic for a Muslim. So rather than secularism and liberalism forcing atheism upon people, what you end up seeing is people becoming more confused and more voices claiming to speak for the religion that aren't necessarily representative of the views of the religion, right? We can all go on social media today and look up various Muslim influencer accounts and see very different messages being pushed by these accounts, many of which, at least in my opinion, do not fall within the mainstream understanding of our tradition, right? So in a secular liberal society, you have a multiplicity of voices that claim authority to a tradition that perhaps they're not qualified to claim authority to. And this is sort of one of the dangers. And then, you know, like I said, I am not one who believes that liberalism is the worst ideology in the world. I think communism, fascism, authoritarianism can be far worse. But at the same time, I think the fact that liberalism does give Muslims a little bit of space also gives Muslims more problems in the sense that when everybody can speak for the religion, nobody knows what to believe anymore, right? So I think that when we understand the relationship between secularism, liberalism, and atheism, we have to understand it in a very nuanced, multidimensional sense, right? You know, one of the things to understand about liberalism is it ultimately prioritizes individual autonomy and agency, right? This is the sine qua non, as we would say, the crux of liberalism, right? It's inherently a secular ideology, right? And if you read John Rawls or Charles Larmor or any of the major proponents of liberalism, it's very clear that they reject integrating what they call comprehensive doctrines into their understanding of contemporary politics. So put it more in language you might understand if you took a philosophy 101 class, questions of the good life, right? This is the stuff Plato and Aristotle talked about, are left off the table, right? They're not concerned with addressing those questions in day-to-day politics. And I think this is something that for a Muslim is problematic because we are concerned about the good life. What is the good life for a Muslim? Well, for us, it means following the Quran and the Sunnah, right? And I don't think that an Islamic approach to politics can ever separate that reality. That's the underpinning of how politics operates. Why do we engage in political practice in the first place? Why do we create societies? In order to better perfect the deen and to better worship Allah Azza wa Jal, right? So there's a purpose that is absent from liberal framings of the purpose of politics. And that's something we have to think about from the very outset, right? In addition to this idea of autonomy, and autonomy itself leads to, obviously it can be problematic because the expanding sphere of individual autonomy means you have more liberties and rights to do things that you feel you want to do. And sometimes, any religious tradition, Islam or otherwise, is ultimately aimed at restricting certain individual behaviors and practices, right? This is what a religion inherently does. All religions set out rules and borderlines of what is and is not acceptable, right? So liberalism itself is about the continual expansion of the sphere of individual autonomy. And we see this in contemporary social practice today. I would just briefly bring up the issue of LGBT because I don't want to go too far into that because I know everyone has their opinion about that. I just want to bring up this point though. Many of you are probably college-age students in your early 20s, and you never lived in a time where LGBT was illegal globally, right? Well, the LGBT is growing up. I grew up in the 90s because I'm 41 now. This was an issue that even in liberal societies was seen as taboo and off limits. It was seen as unacceptable to have gay marriage, for example, right? The first country in the world to legalize gay marriage was the Netherlands in 2001, right? So 23 years ago, there's not a single country in the world that had LGBT marriage legalized. And now 23 years later, we literally see bills in the Muslim majority countries coming up with trying to recognize transgenderism and all these other things that are completely unthinkable 25 years ago. And this isn't to cast a normative judgment upon this. That's not what I'm trying to do in this discussion. My point is to show that liberal values shift very, very dramatically and very quickly sometimes. Through what? Through social pressures, through what we call emotivism. And really, when you have the loss of any kind of foundational moralistic doctrine, you have a situation in which what becomes the moral good or the right? Well, when it's not tethered to any kind of timeless principle, I would contend that what determines the moral good is that who speaks the loudest and has the best organizing and the best lobbying, right? Because when you don't have a foundational source to justify your claims of what is right and wrong to, when it's sort of structured as postmodernist kind of everything goes setting, it ultimately becomes who can claim personal grievances the loudest. And that ultimately becomes what is and is not morally and socially acceptable. And I think this is a very important thing to keep in mind. Liberalism basically is a continually expanding sphere in which the individual's rights are continuously expanded. And what is the limit to that? Well, usually classical liberals will say that limit is when your liberty infringes upon someone else's liberty. But that itself is something that is very difficult to pin down and divide. And with clever reasoning, you can make a lot of arguments to justify doing a lot of things, right? So I guess I got about 2 or 3 minutes left here. I'm sorry, I see a question here that I'd like to answer. It's on it says from Hussein, I think it's the name. It says, in my opinion, liberalism and capitalism are closely correlated, destroys human behavior on our planet. Well, that's sort of a good point. I think liberalism and capitalism do have a close connection, right? Once again, by capitalism, you have to understand it is more than just like, free trade. But capitalism itself is a worldview, an ideology, which prioritizes profit maximization, profits as in money, over all else, right? So capitalism itself is an amoral and at times immoral approach to economics. In my opinion, is very un-Islamic. And Muslims do believe in certain elements that you would find within capitalist discourses for sure, right? I would definitely argue Islam is not a communist or social or hardcore socialist religion either. But Islam does take serious economic justice and fair distribution of wealth. We can see that in zakat, and we can see that in other social practices of the Prophet. So indeed, I think that unbridled capitalism is in many ways connected with a specific iteration of liberalism, the libertarian tradition, which I feel is ultimately mitigates possibility of collective collaboration. And Islam, in my opinion, is in many ways it's about the individual's relationship with Allah. We know that, but there's also a communal element, right? There's a deeply communal element to our religion, right? And we can't forget that element. And being a part of a community means sometimes sacrificing some of your individual liberties and rights for the well-being of the community, right? And that's something that I think liberals become more and more, they're more and more skeptical and hostile to that idea. But as Muslims, we have to remain connected to our faith, which means being connected to our community. And I think that this is the best way to combat atheism and materialism, is by keeping the communal obligations at the forefront of our mind and remembering that we're an ummah, right? We're one unified ummah. And that means that's very important. And I think I'm up at the end of my time. I don't want to go any longer because I know we're already behind. I really appreciate the opportunity for speaking today. I could have talked a lot more, but I don't want to take up any more time. So thank you again, and I look forward to watching the rest of this presentation.
Thank you. Very appreciated. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. This was a wonderful presentation by you. There is a round of applause for you in this hall. And now we're moving on. Let me first announce that if anyone wants to leave for namaz, they can leave and come back in 5 to 7 minutes, no problem at all. And in the meanwhile, we will have another very brief keynote speech by a speaker join us from UK, who is Safia Solaki. I hope she's online. If you can hear me, Miss Sophia Solaki, if you can hear me, you can unmute yourself. First, please.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, absolutely, we can hear you. You can, if you want to present something, you have your slides, you can share your screen. Otherwise, you can start your presentation now.
Yes. So let me try to share my screen. Please let me know of what you see.
Yes, absolutely, we can see it.
Good, excellent. So hi, everyone. Hello. For me here, it's 12 o'clock. 12:30, so it's midday. Thank you for having me, and thank you for those of you that you attend. So the topic that I am here to talk for the next 20 minutes is what is the future.
I'm afraid 10 minutes only, because we have to go for prayer. So prayer timings are, they are conflicting with.
That is not the time that I have agreed upon. I was told 20 minutes and then 10 minutes for questions. Anyway, I will try to make it brief, but it would be good if communication was more adequate. So the whole idea of definition of religion is the thing that I want to start with, because what people mean when they use the word religion can differ. So for my presentation, I have three different notions for religion. The first is the path that humans choose to achieve a spiritual connection with the divine, which means Christianity is one of these paths, Judaism another, and Islam a third one. For this presentation, I will talk interchangeably about the three Abrahamic religions. I don't touch other type of religions. The second thing that we understand as a religion is the values and principles of moral life according to what we believe to be the need or the will of the divine. And the third is the rules, laws, and expectations that religious authorities set for the lived experiences of lay believers. Now, when we come to Judaism and Islam, we have the Sharia. And for Christianity is the regulations set by the church. Now, before I go to the next slide, at the end, the conclusion will be, will be the same slide, and we will see what I believe that the future of these three different elements are. So for now, I will focus on the third one, which is the rules and laws. What happens globally right now is that we have a huge increase of what we call progressivism when it comes to religions, all religions. And here I give you 3 abstracts of how progressive Judaism, which was, I mean, this regulation that, or let's say this definition of Judaism as to renew and establish their commitment to a contemporary expression of Judaism was in 1926 in the manifest. And then in the 1990s, we started having progressive Christianity worldwide. Very recently, also in Orthodox countries that they practice Orthodox Christianity. Until then, it was only in let's say, the Western part of the world. And we have progressive Islam, which was officially named and set up in early 2000. Now, if you see the quotes, you will understand that they have certain commonalities, all these 3 Abrahamic religions, the progressive expressions. One is willingness to question tradition. The second one is the acceptance of human diversity. We understand nowadays that humans differ from each other. The third is emphasis on social justice. And the fourth is care for the oppressed. Part of the care of the oppressed is the liberation theology and feminist and womanist theologists. Given the time that is restricted, I cannot go any further, but I will continue from there. Now, in my presentation, I'm supposed to check the future of religion for East and West. Here I have put the main differences specifically about Islam, because my expertise is on Islam. So when it comes to the West, what we have is freedom of expression, and academic work of on religion is free. Contrary to the East, where is censored. Constructive criticism is encouraged in the West, whereas is being seen as a vilification or offense in the East. Binaries are invalidated. So even me talking about East and West right now about Islam is something that in the West, we don't accept this anymore. Muslims that they live in the West are not less Muslims than those that they live in the East. And this idea that the West is anti-Islamic or contrary to Islam is totally false, and it has been invalidated for many decades now. Whereas binaries are being maintained by the East primarily because of the authorities, be it governments or religious institutions. Reformation here in the West is being practiced. Reformation of Islamic rules and regulations is being practiced as lived experience, whereas tradition in the East is being forced with detrimental effects. Some of them are honor killings, hijab punishment, as we witness right now in Iran, excommunications, etc. And the last element is that in the West, believers re-engage with Islam in a healthy manner, whereas in the East, where religion is being mingled with tradition, and we can't really tell where religion stops and where tradition or culture begins, we have people secretly disengage, secretly living Islam, but they don't talk about it. And we have also extremist behaviors. Now, where the important thing is that those 2 elements, the West and the East, eventually meet because of globalization. Right now, you're in Pakistan, I'm in London, but you listen to my opinions and I listen to yours. So this is very important. When it comes to lay believers, we have, in academia, we have female scholars producing religious knowledge, which is something that until 50 years ago was not happening. And this is globally. Right now, I'm talking about both East and West. We have a reinterpretation of the texts by males and females. We have Hadith criticism, which is being opposed very heavily in the East still, but in the West is something that people entertain. And of course, we have re-examination of the fiqh rulings. When it comes to academia, when it comes to activism, we do have women's mosques, we have inclusive mosques, like the previous speaker mentioned about the LGBTQ community, which in the East is totally, they are marginalized. Here in the West, we see them as human beings and as Khalifa of God on earth. So it's more inclusive. Lay believers do take responsibility learning about the religion. They are not happy anymore of learning whatever their local mosques or their local communities tell them. They do entertain and engage with knowledge from other perspectives. And of course, we have governments on Muslim majority countries and Muslim minority countries updating their family laws, which is the element of the Islamic law in many constitutions. Now, before I go to conclude, and I still have 2 minutes, I use the example of France as an example of, as a case study for us to see the future, because as we say, those who forget the past do not know their future. So in French Revolution, contrary to what is believed in East, people did not just wake up one day to stop believing in God. What happened was the dismantling of the Catholic Church, but not the religion itself. And this shows how when people are not happy with the authorities, with the religious authorities, then these authorities will be the ones that they will face problem. French Revolution tried to change the Catholicism for secularized religion, but there was the element of religion, and that goes to my first point, religion as a means of connection with the divine. So this is something that we cannot change. And eventually, Catholicism was reinstalled as the religion of France. It is today the religion of France, but unofficially. Now, that leads me to the, when I was talking about East and West and how there is freedom of expression in West, whereas in East is still not that so much. The positive thing is that through globalization, European Islam can be inspiring and is inspiring, especially to the challenging Arab worlds, while Arab Islam will remain a spiritual foundation of European Islam. That means, of course, we go back to tradition. Of course, we respect the Prophet and the forefathers, but we go one step forwards. And this event eventually goes back to the East. So answering the big question, the future, I believe that the spiritual connection, religion as the spiritual connection with the divine is something that is safe for eternity. The French Revolution showed that nobody could make the French people not believe in God. The values and principles of moral life, again, they are safe for as long as the sacred texts are safe, because that's where the values and morals exist. When it comes now to the rules, laws, and expectations that the authorities impose on people, this will depend on the authorities. Those authorities that they will listen sympathetically to the lay believers, to their needs and cries, and they will update and adjust their laws, then those authorities will survive and they will be very peaceful. Those authorities that they will try to resist, that they will try to oppress, inevitably they will be outdated, because people don't accept oppression anymore. And especially in Islam, when we don't have the religious authority as we have it in Christianity, and people freely can choose the ulama that they will follow, this is very prominent. So in my understanding and in my career as a scholar of Islam, I have seen that those authorities, religious authorities, that they will fight back and they will try to remain as they are, stagnant without changing, those authorities, this part of the religion will have an issue in the future. I tried to rush. I think I made it in 11 minutes. If there are any questions, I'm more than happy to answer them. And thank you so very much for your attention. Are you there? Can you hear me?
Thank you so much, ma'am. We are so happy to have you here, and we are so much indebted by the discussion you have made. And now, actually, we're left with one presentation session. This is an evening, so here evening right now. So we're going to start this. And if you want to be with us in that presentation session, we'll be more than happy. So now we are going to start that. So our evening presentation session, first of all, good evening to everyone. As we are close to good evening, because it's evening time going to be very soon. So I hope that you all have prayed, and that's why we will be feel little bit refreshed also. For the second presentation session, we have so many worthy presenters who have joined us from all the way from Multan, Canada, And one of our presenters, she's pursuing PhD from UMT as well. She has actually left the marriage ceremony for this conference. So I think we need to appreciate that. So starting with our first presenter, her name is Fozia Sadaf. Miss Fozia Sadaf, I want to invite you to the stage and tell us about Islam and evolution, a brief review of Quranic concept and contemporary thoughts in 7 minutes.
Assalamu alaikum. Good evening, everyone. This is Fozia Sadaf. Thank you so much for having me here today. Dear audience, have you ever thought if you were given a chance to study your evolution, what kind of research that would be? An Islamic standpoint based analysis or a biological evolution exploration? Wait, I have another category in which definitely you would be more interested. A unique discourse between Islam and bioscience. Ladies and gentlemen, third one is my favorite field of study. That's why I am really very excited to talk to you about Ladies and gentlemen, third one is my favorite field of study. That's why I'm really very excited to talk to you about Islam and evolution, a brief review of Quranic concept and contemporary thoughts. Without any further ado, let's begin. The word evolution comes with its literal meanings: transformation, gradual change, modification, and advancement. Sir Jonathan Biloses defines the term evolution describes that how species change over time as they become modified and diverge to produce numerous offspring species. It is considered that the subject of human evolution and its probable discord with the teachings of Islam has been one of the hottest buzzwords of this era. The Quranic concept demonstrates that man is created in an outstanding model fashioned by Allah Almighty Himself. But biological evolution explains that man is an evolved form of another species. This is the reason the researchers have established contemporary thoughts on human evolution. And not surprisingly, today's religious and scientific scholars have a wide range of views on human evolution. Coming to the question, why there is need to study Islam and evolution? It is rightly said that science without religion is lame, religion without science is blind. Number two, to consider latest ideas. It's very important to compare old views with modern thoughts. So, the purpose of this study mainly had two folds. The first was to spotlight the conception of human evolution in step with primary sources of Islamic Sharia. And the second was to study and analyze contemporary thoughts of human evolution. After that, let's discuss a brief historical background of human evolution theory. It is well known that the mechanism of human evolution was long discussed in past by some philosophers and scientists like Aristotle, Empedocles, Heraclitus, and Lamarck. In 19th century, when a naturalist Robert Charles Darwin proposed his assumption on human evolution, the theory got fame as Darwinism. To be surprised that the Darwinian theory has been largely discredited by the Islamic and the scientific groups. Why so? What are the reasons? The justification is very simple. Darwinian theory explains that life did come into existence without having any creator, but Islam justifies the notion in supernatural powers, inclusive of God and the soul. The situation had made Darwinian theory a critical matter for the Muslim thinkers. In this present age, some philosophers like Dr. Fazil Karim, ex-dean of Faculty of Engineering and Technology at University of Punjab, Lahore, and others have been the supporters of Darwinian thoughts. On the other hand, some researchers like Dr. Tahirul Qadri, Dr. Zakir Naik, and Kaisar Ahmad Raja have been the opponents of Darwinian thoughts. An international scholar, Dr. Harun Yahya's words are valuable. All living beings are work of a creator who is all-powerful, all-wise, and all-knowing. This creator is Allah Almighty. Now, it's time to discuss the Quranic conception of human evolution. In Surah 4, Ayah 1, Divine Book describes that all human beings are the descendants of Adam alayhi salam. To summarize the discussion, key findings may be discussed as: number 1, human evolution theory is an interpretation of man, which may be right or wrong, but Quran is a miracle, and its sacred concept can't be judged by any theory, any philosophy, or any assumption, because it gives its philosophical test, as mentioned in Surah 2, Ayah 23. Then produce only one chapter like this. Okay. Based on the results of the study, future researchers are suggested to go through a deep analysis of Islam and bioscience before making any final statement on human evolution. Thank you. Goodbye.
I would like to say welcome to Dr. Ali Abdullah. I didn't say it earlier. He's the session chairperson for this session. So I would like to invite the other person now, who is the next one. She's Binish. Is she online? Binish, please unmute your mic and start your presentation. You have 7 minutes. Please try to conclude it in the time.
Okay. Assalamualaikum. My name is Binish Asif. मैंने स्लाइड्स बनाई हैं तो वो मैं शेयर कर सकती हूँ स्क्रीन?
जी. Start sharing your screen.
Okay. Assalamualaikum and welcome you all in this beautiful conference. I am an MPhil scholar of Punjab University, and my topic is atheism and its effects on Muslims. I will show the presentation and tell you more about it.
Binish, can you please read the concluding slides, please, for us?
जी. Yes. My partner is Muqaddas Habiba. We both composed this conference paper, but I am presenting
You
this.
have already wasted a couple of minutes in just introducing yourself.
Binish, please start just by concluding it, please.
Yes. अब सवाल एथियस्ट से क्या मुराद है? एथियस्ट से मुराद वो लोग हैं जो कहते हैं कि ये दुनिया खुद ब खुद ही बन गई है कि और इस दुनिया में कोई खुदा ही नहीं हो सकता, खुदा के बगैर भी दुनिया चल सकती है, या इस टाइप की और जो थॉट्स रखते हैं. फिर जाहिर बात है जब एक बंदा खुदा पर बिलीव नहीं रखता तो वो रसूलों पर कैसे बिलीव रखेगा? वो रसूलों पर आए रोज कोई ना कोई हमले करते रहते हैं. ठीक है, दूसरे नबियों पर भी होते हैं, नबी करीम सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम पर भी वो हमले करते रहते हैं, उनकी गुस्ताखियां भी इनसे सरजद हो जाती हैं. ठीक है, ये वो लोग होते हैं जो किसी एक खुदा पर भी बिलीव नहीं रखते. ठीक है, इनके हवाले से ये आखिरत पर भी बिलीव नहीं रखते, ये किसी चीज पर उस तरीके से बिलीव नहीं रखते, क्योंकि जब ये अल्लाह को नहीं मानेंगे तो क़यामत को या उसकी टीचिंग्स को कैसे मानेंगे? तो हम लोग बताएंगे कि ये लोग जो इस तरह की थॉट्स रखते हैं वो किस तरीके से लोगों को गुमराह करते हैं, और फिर यही फिर इसके असरात मुसलमान उम्मत पर कैसे रूनुमा होते हैं. जो इल्हाद, इसको उर्दू में कहते हैं इल्हाद, और ये लाहादा से निकलता है जिसके मानी है मजहब से फिर जाना, दीन में तान करना.
Binish, it's a request that definition of atheism and the debates regarding it, the very big debates of beginning, we have discussed it already very much. I want you to make the point clear which you have discussed in the whole paper, just the conclusion, what you have concluded it.
Yes. एथिज्म के जो असरात, एथिज्म सबसे बड़ा जो इस वक्त काम कर रहा है वो कर रहा है सोशल मीडिया और प्रिंट मीडिया के थ्रू. लोग अपनी तहरीरें और लोगों तहरीरें लिखते हैं जो एथियस्ट होते हैं, और वो लोगों को उसके जरिए गुमराह करते हैं. ठीक है, इसमें कुछ तहरीरें भी हैं जो कि मुख्तलिफ, मैं 1 मिनट स्लाइड्स को ना स्पीड से चला देती हूँ. मैंने काफी ज्यादा चीजें लिखी थी कॉन्फ्रेंस पेपर में, तो वो सारी प्रेजेंटेशन.
Just go to your last slide, please.
Yes, I am going. प्रिंट मीडिया में, ठीक है ना, अखबारात के अंदर मुख्तलिफ एथियस्ट ऐसे कॉलम्स लिखते हैं जिनके अंदर वो ये कहते हैं कि कोई सुपर पावर नहीं है और इस तरह की कोई चीजें नहीं होती. साइंस ही असल चीज है, जो चीज मुशाहिदे में ना आए वही उस चीज को हम लोग किस तरीके से सही मान सकते हैं, हमें हर चीज मुशाहिदे में करनी चाहिए. फिर इसके लिए कुरान के भी रेफरेंसेस दे देते हैं कि कुरान तो मुशाहिदे की बड़ी अहमियत बयान करता है, और इसी तरीके से वो खुदा का इनकार कर देते हैं. ठीक है, अब क्या है कि इनके मुख्तलिफ जो एजेंडाज हैं, इनके तहत पाकिस्तान के जो तालीमी अदारे हैं ना वो भी काम करना शुरू हो गए हैं, इस चीज को बहुत सपोर्ट करते हैं. दूसरा, अब ये दुनिया के अंदर एथिज्म दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा रिलीजन बनता जा रहा है, जिसमें 24% ऑफ द इस्लाम है, 31% क्रिश्चियंस है, और बाकी रिलीजन्स वाले भी इस चीज को मानना शुरू हो गए कि भाई हमें किसी जात को मानने की जरूरत नहीं है, हमें खुद ठीक होना चाहिए, ये वो इस तरह के नजरियात को मानना शुरू हो गए. और सबसे ज्यादा जो मेरे रिसर्च की वो ये कि इसके असरात तालीमी इदारों पर है. क्योंकि लोग NGOs के थ्रू या मुख्तलिफ जो लोग बड़े ओहदों पर होते हैं वेस्टर्न की तरफ से उनको खास वजीफे मिलते हैं वो लोग पाकिस्तान के तालीमी अदारों में इल्हाद को फैलाते हैं। अब क्या है कि तलबा आम तलबा जो है वो आराम से इनकी बातों में आ जाती है, और अब इसको वो कहते हैं कि भाई जो चीज साइंस कहेगी वही हम लोग मानेंगे, जो साइंस के समझ में नहीं आती हमने उसको नहीं मानना, चाहे वो फरिश्ते हों, अल्लाह हो, पैगंबर हों। ऐसा कैसे हो सकता है कि वही नाजिल होती हो किसी चीज पर? ये सारी चीजें उलामा की बनाई हुई है। कुछ उलामा का भी कसूर है, होते हैं उलामा की भी चीजें गलत होती हैं, लेकिन वो उलामा की गलत बातों को पकड़कर तो कायनात की बड़ी हकीकतों से इनकार कर बैठते हैं, और फिर इस तरीके से तालीम रिसर्च के थ्रू वो लोगों को भी गुमराह करते हैं। और पाकिस्तानी के तालीमी इदारों में आजकल इल्हाद मुस्लिम तलबा
Thank
को
you, Vinish. We
गुमराह
got your
किया।
point, what you have explained. Thank you so much for being part of this for this conference and for presenting this beautiful topic and presenting the insights on the atheism versus Muslim Ummah. Now we have Hafiz Ibrarullah. He's online, is going to present his presentation online. And Hafiz Ibrarullah, if you're online here on Zoom, please unmute your mic and start your presentation. Okay, so now we are moving toward Dr. Mumtaz Khan. He's a chairman, Quran and Science Thinkers Forum, Canada, and his topic of presentation in how science points toward God.
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम। आज टॉपिक है हाउ साइंस पॉइंट्स टुवर्ड गॉड। तो जरा स्लाइड लगाइएगा। मेरे पास सिर्फ 7 मिनट हैं और इन 7 मिनट में मुझे अपनी बात कंप्लीट करना है, एंड यू विल फाइंड इट वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल वी से व्हाट इज साइंस। साइंस है क्या? साइंस इज ह्यूमन एक्सप्लेनेशन ऑफ द नेचर। Creation is God's and God's work. Quran is God's words. So there is absolutely no contradiction between God's words and God's creation. But science is just a human explanation. Next slide, please. Maybe. Yeah, next. So now there are 3 types of natural laws. 3 types of natural laws. First, Kanun-e Mashiyat. It has one variable, that is impact. Like creation of the universe, creation of the fundamental forces of nature, creation of the natural laws, origin of life. This is not in the scope of science. This is metaphysics. Second type of natural law, cause and effect. And that is the area of science. Remember, area of science is limited to cause and effect. The natural law, which has 2 variables. One is cause is equal to result. Third type of natural law, there is the law of requital. Kanun-e Mukafat-e Amal. It has 4 variables. First, human thinking, free will. Next, plus human action is equal to impact on human, and after law of respite, Kanun-e Muhalat ke baad. And this is hovering upon the head of everybody. You decide, you choose the action and do it through yourself or through tools or through somebody else. And then not the result, but the impact that comes back upon to you. That comes after Kanun-e Muhalat. So after respite. And this is not in the scope of science. So scope of science is limited into al-khalq, the nature of matter, al-amr, the programming, the natural laws. So the world is twin, the solid and the natural laws, like your computers. computer without programming is nothing. It's just a metal. But with the programming, it is the computer. This is the universe. Universe is like that. So that points, that metaphysics points towards God, the law of Mashiach and the law of Mashiach and the law of requital. But natural laws, God is with us moment by moment. There is, we do action, there is cause and effect. Cause and effect. Who gives the effect? That is God. Next is flip the coin. Please go to the previous, this one. So previously, the world thought what? That there are natural laws and God plays with the natural laws. This is, everybody thinks like that, that default. If there is some mafakul fitrat, oh, power of God. No, this was the concept previously, but now flip the coin and natural laws are wish of God. What? Wish of God. And there is nothing supernatural. Nothing supernatural. So if somebody breaks the law, it means the authority of the God diminishes. So no one can break the natural sunnat. Walan tajid li sunnatillahi tabdila. They are unchangeable, omnipotent, omnipresent. They are not intelligent, but they have the power of implementation in themselves, natural laws. And this points toward the God, that God's wish is in Allah kulli shay'in qadir. God is not inside time and inside space. It is above time and space, outside the universe. So he is not bound by the rules of the universe, but his universe, his wish prevails everywhere. Nothing supernatural. So this is God, and science cannot deny this. Next, Big Bang. Big Bang was started with a design, with proton, with electron, charge 1, proton, 2 quark up, 1 down, plus 1. Neutron, 1 quark up, 2 down, neutral. Excellent design, excellent design. And that's points, there was a designer. There was a designer at Big Bang. Next, the universe started from absolutely nothingness. Steve Hawking and Lawrence Krauss, they start the universe with something, with the fields, but no. Universe started with absolutely nothingness, and it started, it's not eternal, it started. It means it's pointing toward the first cause. There is God. And this, there are 5 things that have no science explanation. Origin of life, consciousness, origin of the universe, fundamental forces of nature, and natural laws. So these are the things. Those are through law of Mashiach, no explanation. Metaphysics, no science, points toward God, toward first cause. Yeah, anthropic principle. The universe was created for the man. Khalaqa samawati wal arda bil haqqi, with the objective. Ayyo surakum wa ahsana sawarakum. Aapki surat banai aur achhi surat banai. So that is, there are 100 points. If you deviate slightly from one side to the other, I mean slightly different, we human are not there. So this is pointing toward God. Thank you very much. So nice of you. If you have any question, you can come back.
Thank you, Sir Mumtaz Khan, and thank you for coming to join this conference a long way from Canada. So we're moving toward the next presenter. He's Hafiz Ibrarullah. We tried to connect him earlier. If he's available now, so we can start with him. Dr. Hafiz Ibrarullah, unmute your mic and start, please. Sir Usama, is he available? Okay, so moving toward the next presenter, we have Ms. Sadia Yusufzai, PhD scholar, UMT Lahore. I invite her to present her presentation here on her selected topic. Thank you very much. I will introduce and conclude my research article is about non-religious spirituality, a critical analysis in the light of Sam Harris's Waking Up. Non-religious spirituality, or spiritual but not religious, is the atheist discourse that is combined with spirituality, might be called post-secular discourse. As it does not fit easily into binary classification of religious and non-religious secular, at this point, it is enough to say that there is a large area of the current atheist discourse that is related to spiritual atheism. Therefore, I shall examine the hybrid area into three aspects: monotheism, spirituality, and meditation. I shall argue that atheist discourse situates itself against monotheism, but some spokesmen combine atheism with spirituality and meditation that worked with wider and decent trend of society, where blurring the normative boundaries of religion and non-religious has become fairly common, not necessarily in terms of belief, but in terms of practices. Even though there is a long tradition of non-theistic and atheistic readings of Buddhism, combined with explicit criticism on monotheistic tradition and atheist consciousness raising. Now, atheism moving towards new atheism, which includes spirituality. The debate is hot towards most of the atheists who do not believe in spirituality, and one against spiritual belief in atheism. The backbone of so-called atheism, atheism discourse is 5 key books and authors which are well-known: Richard Dawkins, Christopher Hitchens, Daniel Dennett. These well-known atheists have not expressed sympathy towards spirituality, but the thing is particularly explored by Sam Harris in his book, Waking Up and End of the Faith. He has published these 2 books to present his point of view about non-religious spirituality, which he had presented against monotheistic religions, maintaining the stance God does not exist. He's well known about his positive approach towards spirituality. So he traveled in East India, Nepal, to get well aware of Buddhist teachings. He received criticism on his theory by his fellow atheists, especially Eric Maisel, who is against spirituality, again with criticized with Johann Hari. Victor J. Stenger is, he considers himself 5th horseman, published his book named The New Atheism, Taking a Stand for Science and Reason. My purpose of study is to analyze the whole theory with its roots and fruits. In this article, I have analyzed the book Waking Up by Sam Harris, the theory put forth by him, and the book comprises of 5 chapters. And concluding the analysis, I must say there is an ambiguous form of spirituality to bring forth the more powerful form of atheism by blurring the normative narration of religious boundaries, and also to prove the free thinking is self-satisfying with ethical boundaries by proving neuroscientifically self as illusion. As an alternative of religious spirituality, the theorizer has presented the non-religious spirituality on religious basis. Non-religious spirituality, there is also an emphasis on decontextualization
of religious realm, but leaving many questions behind about self, society, and individual, and also religion. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sadia. We are moving toward the next presenter. He is Dr. Ahmed, and he has joined us online on Zoom. Dr. Ahmed, if you're here, please unmute your mic and start your presentation. Sir Usama, he is online. Dr. Ibrar, are you here?
Yes.
Okay,
Hello.
start your presentation,
Are
please.
you listening? Are you listening?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. My name is Dr. Hafiz Ibrarullah. My topic is the influence of liberalism on religious students. The word liberalism was first used by a French philosopher in 1818. A liberal man considered himself completely independent in his thinking, his thoughts, and his personal and collective life. There is also a saying that basically the philosophy of liberalism is that man can do whatever he wants. The influence of liberalism on religious students has not been found in both modern or ancient time. Religious students have always been a living example of piety. Those who are religious students never think of themselves as free. They follow the blessed sunnah of the Prophet ﷺ. Religious students are all focused on acquiring knowledge. A liberal person is free thinking in religion and politics and is not bound by conservatism and traditionalism in religious and political matters. Until today, the series of disagreements regarding the definition and interpretation of this meaning has not stopped, nor this disagreement ended on whether to expand the use of this word to the ideological and political field or to limit the use of this word only to economics. मेरा जो खुलासे कलाम है वो मैं उर्दू में प्रेजेंट करना चाहूँगा जो कीज है खुलासे कलाम मेरे इस टॉपिक का वो ये है कि दीन के दो शोबे हैं एक इल्म और दूसरा शोबा अमल का होता है और अमल के साथ इखलास इंतहाई ज़रूरी चीज़ है फिर आज़ादाना सोच और ख्यालात उलूम इस्लामी के तालिब इल्मों के जहनों में नहीं होती उनके अजहान में ये चीज़ नहीं होती कुरान व हदीस की इल्म हासिल करने वाले तुलबा अपनी ज़िंदगी एक दायरे में गुजारते हैं वो कभी लिबरलिज्म की तरफ नहीं जाते वो अपनी ज़िंदगी में एक मुस्बित सोच के मालिक होते हैं और कभी भी अल्लाह और उसके रसूल सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम की नाफरमानी नहीं करते इंसान की आज़ादी फ़िक्र और आज़ादी अमल एक तरफ तरक्की देती है लेकिन ये आज़ादी फ़िक्र और आज़ादी अमल अगर दायरे से बाहर हो तो बाइस नुकसान बनती है तो मतलब ये है कि जो रिलीजियस स्टूडेंट्स होते हैं जो इस्लामिक उलूम हासिल करते हैं उनका अखलाकी उनका ज़हनी और उनका मुआशरती सोच वो कुरान और नबी करीम सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम के अहकामात के मुताबिक होते हैं थैंक यू वेरी मच जज़ाकुमुल्लाह
Thank you so much, Dr. Ahmed. Moving toward the next presenter, Umar Yusuf. He's an MPhil scholar from PU, and his topic is Radd-e-Ilhad, Science or Islamic Tatbiq, Maulana Wahiduddin Khan की तसानीफ के तनाज़ुर में.
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम मुझे वक़्त की नज़ाकत और हसासियत का पूरा अंदाज़ा है और 1-2 मिनट में बात ख़त्म करने की कोशिश करता हूँ बुनियादी तौर पे मौलाना वहीदुद्दीन खान जो है उन्होंने साइंस और फ़लसफ़े को जिस अंदाज से अप्रोच किया है वो उसी का अपना ही अंदाज़ है जिस तरह के T.R. माइल्स ने कहा था कि मज़हब जो है ये एक बेकार चेक है जिसके बैंक में रकम मौजूद नहीं है और ये खाली चेक है
تو اس کے جواب میں مولانا وحید الدین نے جو جواب دیا تھا وہ یہ کہ 4 طریقے سے ہم چیزوں کو اپروچ کرتے ہیں اور اس سے انڈکٹ کرتے ہیں، اور جو چوتھا طریقہ ہے وہ نظری سائنس کا ہے، اور یہی جو طریقہ ہے یہ مذہب کا ہے۔ تو جس انداز سے سائنس نظری افکار کو اپروچ کر رہا ہے اسی انداز سے مذہب کر رہا ہے، تو پھر مذہب کو ڈیڈ چیک کیوں کہا جا رہا ہے؟ اور دوسرا جو ہے وہ انہوں نے برٹن رسل کو جو اپروچ کیا ہے وہ یہ کہ برٹن رسل نے سب سے زیادہ مذہب کی مخالفت کی ہے، تو اس نے اس کے جو ساری زندگی کی علم کا خلاصہ ہے وہ یہ کہ 2 طرح کا علم ہے، ایک چیزوں کا علم ہے اور ایک صداقتوں کا علم ہے۔ چیزوں کا علم یہ ہے کہ ہم جن چیزوں کو فیل کر رہے ہیں، محسوس کر رہے ہیں، آبزرو کر رہے ہیں، یہ چیزوں کا علم ہے، اور جن چیزوں کو ہم نے فیل کیا، تجربہ کیا، مشاہدہ کیا، اس کی بنیاد کے اوپر ہم نے جو انڈکٹ کیا ہے وہ صداقتوں کا علم ہے۔ یعنی صداقت کا جو علم ہے وہ آپ آبزرو نہیں کرتے، بلکہ آپ نے جن چیزوں کو آبزرو کیا ہوتا ہے وہاں سے آپ نے انڈکٹ کیا ہوتا ہے۔ تو مولانا وحید الدین خان نے اسی پوائنٹ کو لیا ہے کہ برٹن رسل جو ہے وہ کائنات کے بارے میں جب اپنے افکار کو قائم کرتا ہے تو وہ صداقت کے علم کے تحت کرتا ہے، لیکن اسی چیز کو جب ہم خدا کے وجود کے اس بات پہ لے کے آتے ہیں تو وہ کہتا ہے کہ خدا موجود نہیں ہے۔ یعنی فلسفے کے انداز میں ہی فلسفی اعتراض کا جو ہے وہ جواب دیا۔ اور تیسری جو چیز ہے وہ یہ کہ 19ویں اور 20ویں صدی میں جو کائنات کی ایک مشینی تعبیر کی گئی تھی کہ ہر چیز کوز اینڈ ایفیکٹس کے ساتھ ریلیٹ کرتی ہے، تو مولانا نے کہا تھا کہ وقت کے ساتھ ساتھ چیزوں نے اپروو کیا تھا کہ یہاں پہ جو کائنات کا نظام چل رہا ہے وہ کوز اینڈ ایفیکٹ کی وجہ سے نہیں چل رہا، بلکہ وہ ایک باشعور اور ارادے والی ذات جو ہے اس کو چلا رہی تھی۔ اور اس کو انہوں نے بریفلی جو ہے ایک صدی کے بارے میں جو بھی نظریات قائم ہوئے تھے اس کا اندازہ قائم کرنے کے بعد انہوں نے اس چیز کو رد کیا تھا۔ تو یہ 3 بنیادی چیزیں ہیں جس کو سمجھ لینے کے بعد ہم خدا کے وجود کا بھی اس بات کر سکتے ہیں، مذہب کی حقانیت کو بھی سمجھ سکتے ہیں، اور اس کے ساتھ ساتھ مذہب کی معنویت کو بھی سمجھ سکتے ہیں۔ تھینک یو۔
Thank you, Sir Umar, and thank you for completing it on time. Now I'm moving toward Dr. Ifat Tahira. She's from Aspire College, Lahore. Please come on stage, and I request you to complete your presentation in 5 minutes.
Assalamu alaikum. Due to the shortage of time, inshallah, we'll explain just conclusion of my article. Islam and science, compatible or contradictory? Islam is a complete code of life and a universal religion. It has laid down the principles and rules related to all the problems of life. Quran is the fountainhead of all science. The 750 verses of the Holy Quran invite us to meditate on the phenomena of nature. So how it is possible there is any kind of conflict between Islam and science? Its inventions make the truth of Islam more clear. Science and Islam are intimately linked. Islam not only places a high premium on science, but positivity encourages the pursuit of science. Indeed, Islam considers science is an essential prerequisite for human survival. We can see a clear demonstrations of close relationship between Islam and science. If the contemporary philosopher and intellectual develop conscious science with the same zeal as other sciences, then it is not far-fetched that the conscious science, like the material and biological science, will lead mankind toward the truth of divine science. Inshallah, thank you very much for ID management to inviting me here. So I explain in my lectures in a short way. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Dr. Ifat Tahira. Now we have a few of the presenter online. Dr. Kutab Nisar, are you in our Zoom meeting? And if you are here, do unmute your mic and start your presentation. Dr. Kutab Nisar from University of Lahore. Sir Usama, he's in the meeting. moving toward Dr. Ibrarullah, if he's still present here. Dr. Ahmed हो गए हैं, हो चुके हैं Dr. Ahmed. Dr. Ibrarullah. Dr. Ahmed. Okay, so we received 2 recorded videos, so we will figure out anyone from Tuba Gil or for another person. You can play anyone. Okay, recorded presentation.
नहमदुहु व नुसल्ली अला रसूलिहिल करीम अम्मा बाद फ़ाउज़ु बिल्लाहि मिनश शैतानिर रजीम बिस्मिल्लाहिर रहमानिर रहीम कुल या अहलल किताबि तआलू इला कलिमतिन सवाइन बैनना व बैनकुम अल्ला नअबुदु इल्लल्लाह व ला नुश्रिका बिही शैया or not is a question about which science is neutral. My concern is that scientists should not put. They criticized Richard Dawkins and other atheist thoughts. These thinkers are in favor of God. Pakistan and Israel are religious-based countries. Both nations are named or armed powers and having scientists believing in God. I think that both nations should aware of atheism. I'm in trouble that clash of faith is not far from us. When the Mahdi will appear, the West and Sufyani will try to defeat him. Satanic leadership will be in hands of a religious leader. I mean that the Dajjal will appear. He is also said Armelos or Antichrist. Then Jesus will come in a rapture. Gog and Magog or atheist nations will be released. Atheists will try to kill God Almighty. Nauzubillah. God will punish them himself. Now I want to conclude that Satan encouraged the secularism, polytheism, agnosticism, and atheism step by step against the faith. Islam is the belief of theism and claims that God exists, but he will never be appeared in this life. The guided scientists understand his obligatory existence through the scientific approach. To accept the faith in him by Satan and his atheist and agnostic followers will not be useful at the moment when the sun will rise in the west. It will be the major sign of the last day. I want to call all scientists before the occasion, as God has said in the Quran, that for what they are waiting for, when God will show his major signs, at that time, believe in him will not accept it. Jazakumullahu khaira. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasif.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ahmed. He's an assistant professor at Punjab University of Technology, Rasool Mandi Bahauddin. Moving toward another recorded presentation of Ms. Tuba Gul, a lecturer, University of Miawali, on the topic Islam and evolution.
Story of Adam must be allegorical because evolution is a fact. While some of the scholars accommodate the theory of evolution by presenting their views as Hussein al-Issar rejected evolution, but mentions scripture does not contain any specific message on whether Adam came to be through spontaneous creation of evolution. It proves to be true. Muslims will have to reevaluate their position. Similarly, Ismail Finis rejected evolution, but if he said if proven to be true, Muslims will have to reevaluate their position. Science must be a safeguard as a tentative enterprise. And at the end, I want to express the finding of this research. Evolution is undoubtedly a difficult problem for Muslims, and necessary misunderstanding is caused by the topic's transdisciplinary demand. Nonetheless, in the middle of this crisis, Muslims should not avoid the subject However, this does not imply that.
Thank you so much, Tuba Gul. Moving toward Sir Shehzad Shafiq. Sir, please start your presentation.
अस्सलामु अलैकुम रहमतुल्लाहि व बरकातहू। आखिरी प्रेजेंटेशन है, मैं सिर्फ थोड़ा सा अपना हिस्सा ही डालना है। चूँकि एथीज़म के ऊपर है, मौलाना मदूदी अलैहिर्रहमा ने अपनी किताब में लिखा है कि अगर हम इन बत्तियों को देखें और यहाँ पर चलने वाले पंखों को देखें तो महसूस होता है कि कहीं से बिजली जो जनरेट हो रही है और बिजली पीछे से आ रही है। और हम मज़ीद जब पीछे जाएं तो वो जनरेटर्स हैं और जनरेटर्स के पीछे स्टेशन है, इलेक्ट्रिक स्टेशन, जहाँ से बिजली जो है वो जनरेट होती है। तो अगर एक छोटी सी जो बत्ती है वो बिजली के बगैर नहीं चल सकती तो पूरी कायनात किस तरह खुदा ताला के बगैर चल सकती है। खुदा ताला जो ताकत का जो सरचश्मा है, तो इससे खुदा ताला का वजूद इंसानी अकल के मुताबिक साबित होता है। एक तो ये बात, और आखिरी बात, एक फ़लसफ़ा कहा जाता है कि कायनात खुद ब खुद बनी है, हादसाती तौर पे बनी है। तो एक बुजुर्ग हैं, वो कहते हैं कि हादसात हमने देखे हैं, हादसात इतने खूबसूरत नहीं होते, ये कायनात खुदा ताला ने बनाई है। वसल्लल्लाहु अला नबीना मुहम्मद।
Thank you so much. Sir Usama, we have done the presentation of Ms. Binish Habib. Na? Okay. So now we are moving toward the end note. So I request Dr. Ali Abdullah to conclude all these presentations.
Thank you. Dr. Sajid Iqbal, Dr. Umar Farooq, Dr. Hassan Shakil, Ms. Isma, Mr. Usama, thank you very much for this opportunity. It was a wonderful day and wonderful talks we heard. And this is also was very important because this is the current topic, and an academic conference should be on current topics like we just attended. And I'm also thankful to IDP and UMT management that they finally decided to hold this conference in the university, because these are the universities which are meant for such kind of events. And finally, as a student of science, I will just quote a few lines. It is inevitable that the scientific enterprise should find itself subject to criticism from a variety of sources, despite the clear benefits it has brought to humanity. It is also a good thing for uncritical acceptance of everything that scientists say and do would be unhealthy and dogmatic. Thank you very much.
So at last, we have now come to the end of this conference. I would like to thank all of the people who Mr. Qutub Nisar have joined us. I think we were ending, but maybe we can have 2 minutes for him as well. Mr. Qutub Nisar, if you can hear me, we just have 2 minutes. So we'll just introduce your topic and they can tell us the conclusion and we will wind up. Please unmute yourself and please present your presentation.
अस्सलामु अलैकुम रहमतुल्लाहि व बरकातहू। टाइम बहुत शॉर्ट है, पहले तो मैं कोशिश करता रहा अनम्यूट होने की, लेकिन होस्ट की तरफ से इजाजत नहीं थी। लेकिन मैं सिर्फ कंक्लूड ही करूंगा अपने आप को कि इल्हाद की इस वक्त जो तरक्की की वजूहात हैं वो बहुत ज़्यादा हैं, क्योंकि इस वक्त जो तीसरा बड़ा ग्रुप है वो इल्हाद के मानने वालों का है। इसकी क्या वजह है कि ये लोग इतनी तेज़ी से तरक्की कर रहे हैं। अगर हमने आज इस तूफान को ना रोका तो ये मुख्तलिफ मज़ाहिब पर हमला करते हुए तमाम मज़ाहिब को कुचलते हुए गुजर जाएगा। इन वजूहात में कौन कौन सी चीज़ें शामिल है, मैं सिर्फ उनके नाम ही लूँगा, जिसमें मज़हब है, तलीम है, क्योंकि निज़ाम तलीम जो होता है ये हर मुल्क की हर जगह की रीढ़ की हड्डी की हैसियत रखता है। सियासी निज़ाम पे इनकी ग्रिप आ गई है, सोशल मीडिया को ये बतौर हथियार बहुत अच्छी तरह इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं, माशी निज़ाम पर इनका पूरा कंट्रोल है और एक निज़ाम फेल होने की सूरत में ये दूसरा निज़ाम ले आते हैं। आज़ादी इजहार है, आजकल आपने देखा होगा कि आज़ादी इजहार और हक़ राय दही के नतीजे में बहुत ही बदतमीजी जो हो रही है, कोई बंदा किसी मजहब के पैरोकार के हो या किसी पर भी तनकीद करने से नहीं चूक रहा। इसके बाद एनजीओज हैं, मुख्तलिफ किस्म की एनजीओज हैं जो मुख्तलिफ किस्म के प्रोग्राम लेकर आ जाते हैं और लोगों को इल्हाद की तरफ जो है वो दावत दे रहे हैं। अगर इल्हाद का फितना जो है वो मौजूदा दौर में एक तूफान की सूरत में उठा हुआ है, अगर हमने इसको ना रोका, इन वजूहात को जानने के बाद इनकी रोकथाम ना की, तो ये बहुत ज़्यादा फैल जाएगा और ये दुनिया में 2050 तक एक अंदाजे के मुताबिक पहला ग्रुप बनने जा रहा है और इसमें शामिल होने वालों की तादाद जो है वो बहुत ज़्यादा है। ये तमाम मज़ाहिब से सबसे ज़्यादा शामिल होने वाले इसी ग्रुप में शामिल है। अगर हम इन वजूहात को जानकर इनकी रोकथाम का सद्देबाब कर लेते हैं तो हम इल्हाद को भी रोकने में कामयाब हो सकते हैं। थैंक यू सर।
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. As I was ending this conference, it will be very unfair if I do not thank especially the ushers who have joined us right from the beginning of this conference. It has been, I'm afraid, 12 hours, which is half a day that you have given to us. Thank you so much. Although we have also spent the same time, but thank you. Everyone is tired. It has been quite an eventful day, and now coming towards the business end. In fact, the end. So this is now time for the certificate distribution ceremony, and after that we will end this conference. Sir Mumtaz Khan, please come up so that we can start the presentation of the certification ceremony. Please, Dr. Ali Abdullah and Dr. Sajid Iqbal, please come up so that you can present the certificate. Next up, please keep coming on. Fawzia Sadaf. Ye wo. Fawzia Sadaf. क्या करना है इसको? क्यों करना है? तो ऑन करते हैं. This is Ms. Fawzia Sadaf. Next up, Dr. Ifat Tahira. Dr. Ifat Tahira, please. Ms. Sadia Yusufzia. आपकी पिक्चर भी हो जाएगी. Mr. Umar Yusuf. Mr. Shehzad Shafiq, who has done so much for this conference, although we do not have people to clap for you, but also we will do that ourselves. हाँ जी, बजा लें फिर. Now this is time to present our worthy session chair, Dr. Ali Abdullah. No. So now it is time, after the session chair, we will present our conference focal person. After that, we are done with this award. Conference focal person, Ms. Bisma Tariq, who has done a wonderful job. Please clap for her. She has done a wonderful job. Yeah. Dr. Sajid Iqbal Sheikh, the chairman and the chairman of IDP, the host of the conference, is being presented by his certificate. After that, Dr. Hassan Shakil Shah, the chairperson of the Department of Islamic Thought and Civilization. Sir, you are being presented. Thank you so much for joining us. Yeah. The last one is not important. I'm turning off the mic.
Last one is the most important. Dr. Umar Farooq Said Saab. Dr. Umar Farooq Said Saab receiving this certificate. The most important. ऑफिशियली तौर पे एंड हो गई कॉन्फ्रेंस अब वसल्लल्लाहु अला नबीना मोहम्मद।
रहीम। हमारे सुबह से जब से हमने ये बहुत अर्ली कॉन्फ्रेंस शुरू की थी, ऑनलाइन जो हमारे अटेंडेंस थे वो सुबह से उन्होंने ज्वाइन किया है, मैं उनका भी खास तौर पर शुक्रिया अदा करता हूं। और होल डे ये एक बहुत हेक्टिक शेड्यूल था, बड़ी कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव और बहुत हाई एकेडमिक गुफ्तगू होती रही, तो आप सब लोगों ने बड़ी कोशिश की ऑनलाइन ऑन साइट। थैंक यू सो मच फॉर योर कोऑपरेशन।